Chapter 1, White Knight. In 2028, in Tianhai City, Huagua, at a garden community. June's weather is like a child's face, changing unpredictably. It was just clear skies, but now dark clouds are gathering, as if foretelling a storm. On the balcony, Bai Ye is leisurely reading an astronomy book. Every time he sees these cosmic mysteries, Bai Ye feels a yearning. In the vast universe. Does life only exist on Earth? Is there extraterrestrial civilization? Many people do not believe in the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations or aliens. Some argue that although the time span since the Big Bang is extremely long, it is insignificant compared to the lifespan of the universe. Therefore, they believe that humanity could be among the first forms of life to emerge in the universe. Perhaps human civilization is one of the earliest civilizations accompanying the universe's growth. On the other hand, some firmly believe that there are aliens and unknown extraterrestrial civilizations beyond Earth. The universe is vast, and compared to the entire universe, the Milky Way is exceedingly small. Humanity's exploration and understanding of the universe are minuscule. Even the solar system remains largely unexplored, let alone other, more expansive galaxies. In his spare time, Bai Ye has discussed this issue with classmates and is filled with interest in the universe. However, at this moment, Bai Ye's mind is not occupied with such thoughts. Instead, he is contemplating how to take a girl to the beach tomorrow. After all, the college entrance examination is over, and as a fresh graduate who has worked hard for 3 years, it is time for him to relax. The darkened sky, now fully covered with clouds, begins to drizzle, with the rain gradually intensifying. On the television, there is a segment about a new drug, a medical program. I wonder if there will be news about the rebirth serum later? Bai Ye silently hopes. Cancer, AIDS, and many other diseases have claimed countless lives throughout human history, yet are almost impossible to cure. If someone contracts these diseases, it is essentially a death sentence, merely a matter of time. There are also many people who are disabled for various reasons, and they often find life inconvenient or cannot care for themselves, living in pain for a lifetime. Who wouldn't want to recover from cancer or AIDS? Who wouldn't want to regain normalcy after becoming disabled? No one wishes to die in pain, nor does anyone want to live a life of disability. Everyone hopes for a miracle that could heal them and give them a new life. Yet, all of this seems like an unrealistic luxury. However, a year ago, the situation took a turn. A miracle occurred. The largest international joint medical research institute, Tianjin Pharmaceuticals, announced the birth of the rebirth serum in collaboration with various countries. Whether it is cancer, AIDS, physical disabilities, or other diseases, just one dose of the rebirth serum can lead to rapid recovery, just as its name suggests, allowing people to be reborn. When this news was first announced, it caused a global sensation and garnered immense attention. Even now, news about the rebirth serum occasionally surfaces, sparking widespread discussion. However, despite its development, the production of the rebirth serum faces significant challenges due to various special reasons. Rumor has it that the most crucial factor limiting its production is the extreme rarity of one of its main ingredients, making it incredibly difficult to obtain. As a result, a year has passed, and fewer than 2,000 doses of the rebirth serum have been produced. That averages to less than 200 doses per month. There's news about the rebirth serum. Bai Ye, lying on the sofa, was boredly watching various peculiar medicine introductions when suddenly his gaze sharpened. Sure enough, the television began broadcasting the latest news on the rebirth serum. Our latest report states that in May, a total of 165 doses of the rebirth serum were produced and sold, with an average auction price of 115 million yuan, bringing new life to 105 terminally ill patients and 60 disabled individuals. According to Tianjin Pharmaceuticals, the expected production of the rebirth serum in June will reach 190 doses. Turning off the television, the expectation in Bai Ye's eyes slightly faded, as he hadn't held out much hope from the start. Unless the core material issue limiting the production of the rebirth serum is resolved, it will always be difficult to scale up production. Naturally, it cannot be widely distributed to the public, and prices remain high. Bai Ye's interest in the rebirth serum stems from his younger sister, Bai Xiaoyao. Bai Xiaoyao has suffered from a peculiar illness since childhood, experiencing episodes of severe headaches followed by unconsciousness, with no clear diagnosis to date. Despite undergoing various treatments since childhood, her condition has not improved, and, as she grows older, it has worsened. The frequency of her episodes has increased, leaving her unable to live independently. So while her peers are enjoying carefree school days, Bai Ye can only lie at home for treatment. Despite being tormented by this illness, Bai Ye remains optimistic, cheerful, and innocent, which endears her to her family, making them cherish her even more. Bai Ye naturally cares deeply for his sister and hopes to obtain a dose of the rebirth serum to cure her. With a sigh, Bai Ye got up and went to the kitchen to cook. After quickly preparing and finishing dinner, Bai Ye was about to clean up the dishes. Ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and a crisp female voice came through. Bai Ye Gij, open the door quickly. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye immediately walked to the door and opened it. Standing outside was a girl with a pure and sweet appearance, delicate features, and skin as white as jade. The girl was wearing a pink dress with long legs exposed, and her small, palm-sized face was currently beaming with a faint smile. Her bright, pure eyes looked exceptionally innocent. Beneath her innocent face, however, was a figure that was strikingly alluring. Kursin, why are you here so early today? Bai Ye smiled at the girl. The girl's name is Yang Kursin, and she's been in the same school as Bai Ye from kindergarten through high school, though she's a year younger. They have played together since childhood, and their mothers are also close friends, making them childhood sweethearts. When Bai Ye's parents bought this apartment, Yang Kursin's mother, Su Li, also bought a unit across the hall. Now, Yang Kursin, who is in her second year of high school, lives with her mother right across from Bai Ye. Despite her pure and cute appearance, Yang Kursin is not academically inclined, so Bai Ye often helps her with her studies. Bai Ye Gij, you promised to take me to the beach tomorrow since it's the weekend, but I still have a lot of homework to finish. That's why I came early to ask you for help otherwise. Mom definitely won't let me go tomorrow, Yang Kursin said with a pitiful look as she entered the room. Don't worry, I won't forget. After helping you with your homework tonight, I will definitely take you to the beach tomorrow, Bai Ye said, ruffling Yang Kursin's hair with a smile. Yay! Yang Kursin happily made a gesture and then put down her small backpack to help Bai Ye clean up the dishes. Bai Ye quietly watched as she tidied up, then opened her small backpack and took out her textbooks. Chapter 2. Hundredfold Genes. Time quickly moved to Saturday. Bai Ye and Yang Kursin left the garden community and headed to the beach. Tianhai City is a coastal city, and the garden community is located close to the sea, emphasizing its scenic ocean views. The two did not spend much time before arriving at the beach. I could see this moment. There were some people at the beach gathering seafood that, of course, even during high tide, after the tide recedes, there won't be too many marine creatures left on the shore, mostly just some shellfish or small crabs, along with some litter. Trying to make money by beachcombing like some crazy beachcombing streamers is basically unreliable. Most of them are scripted, with some things pre-placed. If there were really that many things to pick up, who would want to go to work? They might as well just go pick up money. Thus, Bai Ye accompanied Yang Ku by the seaside for over an hour, after which the two leaned against a rock by the shore to rest. Looking at the endless sea surface, Bai Ye felt a sense of ease and his heart opened up, which is also why he liked coming to the beach. Hiss. Bai Ye shook his head but suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, quickly reaching up to touch it, but found nothing. Brother Bai Ye, what happened to you? Yang Ku beside him noticed something was off and asked anxiously. It's nothing, just a sudden headache, Bai Ye said, sitting up and shaking his head. However, a massive stream of information suddenly surged into his mind, causing a wave of dizziness that nearly made him topple over. Fortunately, Yang Ku quickly supported him. Brother Bai Ye, should I take you to the hospital for a checkup? Yang Ku's concern grew with his condition. At the same time, Bai Ye felt a mysterious space inexplicably appearing in his mind. Upon careful sensing, he discovered that a mysterious small tower was floating inside. What is this thing? Seeing the small tower, Bai Ye's eyes widened in shock. How could a small tower appear in his mind? Recalling the sharp pain in the back of his head earlier at the beach, along with the information about the cultivation method he just received and this mysterious small tower, Bai Ye came to a conclusion. Could it be that this small tower is the cause of all this, and the cultivation information was transmitted to me by the tower? One could only say that everything happening to him today was far too bizarre. Bai Ye focused and carefully examined the tower. He indeed could not see its true form. The entire tower was enveloped in a layer of hazy gray gas, and the tower itself was continuously emitting gray gas that surrounded it. Hey, it seems I can control this gray gas and the small tower. A strange feeling suddenly arose in Bai Ye's heart. It seemed he could control both the gray gas and the mysterious small tower. He opened his right hand, and with a thought, a small tower flowing with gray gas appeared in his palm. Boom! Bai Ye felt a heavy pressure surge, as if the surrounding space could not withstand this pressure, creating tiny black cracks, and a dangerous aura seeped out from these cracks. Meanwhile, the mysterious small tower emitted a peculiar glow, seemingly protecting him and the surrounding environment from harm. Once he regained his composure, Bai Ye began to carefully examine the cultivation information in his mind. After understanding the cultivation information, Bai Ye started to attempt cultivation. Sitting on the sofa, he didn't need to assume any special posture and slowly began to circulate the cultivation method. According to the information, every space in the universe is filled with abundant cosmic original energy, but humans are born with relatively weak genetic levels. Most humans only have a single life gene, and the human body cannot autonomously absorb cosmic original energy, only relying on cultivation methods to absorb cosmic original energy for body enhancement. Bai Ye focused and sensed that after circulating the method for several minutes, the surrounding world seemed to undergo some changes. He could clearly sense a strange energy filling the surrounding space. Feeling the cosmic original energy, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and joy. As the cosmic original energy was absorbed into his body and circulated according to the cultivation method, he felt an extraordinary sense of comfort spread throughout him, even more pleasant than after a massage. After practicing for over 10 minutes, Bai Ye stopped and couldn't help but frown. At that moment, another stream of information entered Bai Ye's mind. That mysterious gray gas can actually enhance my life gene level? After receiving and reviewing the information, Bai Ye was filled with doubt. Then came a wave of joy. If this were true, it would undoubtedly greatly accelerate his cultivation speed. Immediately, Bai Ye began to sense the mysterious space in his mind, carefully guiding a strand of gray gas to flow out and merge into his body. Boom! Bai Ye felt a mysterious energy strike his soul, rapidly spreading through his limbs, bringing a mix of pain and comfort that continuously flowed out, as if countless life particles throughout his body were experiencing destruction and rebirth, from collapse to reorganization, then collapsing again and reassembling, cycling endlessly. After a long time, Bai Ye finally emerged from the cycle of destruction and rebirth. This moment, he felt a powerful energy coursing through him, as if a single finger could crush his former self. He raised his finger and gently pressed it against the coffee table in front of him, creating numerous cracks in the tempered glass. This scene would surely terrify an ordinary person. After several minutes, Bai Ye finally suppressed his shock, putting aside the joy from his sudden power surge, and began to cultivate again. This time, Bai Ye sensed the cosmic original energy filling the space almost instantaneously, and even though he had not yet activated the cultivation method, the cosmic original energy autonomously surged into his body to in such a situation. Even without cultivating, he would continue to grow stronger, gradually surpassing normal humans. When he did begin to circulate the method, he found that the speed of absorbing cosmic original energy had increased over 100-fold compared to before. Time flowed slowly, and before he knew it, several hours had passed. Bai Ye was completely immersed in his cultivation, practicing for several hours without feeling tired or bored. He was filled with endless interest in this cultivation that only existed in legends, and he felt a primal desire to strengthen himself through cultivation, while the enhancement of his power brought forth a joy that originated from the essence of his soul. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed, and it was now evening. Comfortable, I didn't expect that just some gray gas could elevate my life gene level to 100 times. However, Bai Ye still had not truly realized how rare and frightening 100 times life gene level was in the universe. Moreover, the gray gas not only enhanced Bai Ye's life gene, but also strengthened his soul essence and improved his comprehension. As he continued to cultivate, the effect of comprehension would grow stronger, and when Bai Ye began to grasp the laws, its true extraordinary nature would be revealed. Naturally, Bai Ye wouldn't truly understand now how precious and rare treasures like the gray gas were in the universe. Such treasures would cause eternal and immortal deities to go mad with desire, even drawing the attention of universe-dominating powers. However, Bai Ye also understood that such treasures should only be known to him and must not be exposed. Although cultivation brings joy to the mind and body, one cannot escape from reality. A proper balance of work and rest is the correct path of cultivation. Bai Ye stood up and walked toward the bathroom at this moment. He just wanted to wash off the sticky substances from his body, some of which had even gotten onto his clothes. These must be impurities expelled during the transformation of my body just now. Thinking this, Bai Ye walked into the bathroom, rinsed off, and then changed into a clean set of clothes. Standing in front of a mirror, Bai Ye saw a remarkable, handsome, and charming young man appearing in the reflection. His already extraordinary face had transformed even more, making him look even more attractive, almost rivaling the readers in their handsomeness, and his physique appeared more perfect as well. In terms of looks, Bai Ye believed that he was at the pinnacle of attractiveness now, which not only stemmed from his parents' excellent genes, but also from his relentless efforts. Clenching his fists, Bai Ye assessed his condition. I could easily punch a large water buffalo to death now. That wouldn't be a problem at all. He walked over to the dumbbells he usually used for workouts, loaded them to 200 kilograms, and effortlessly lifted them overhead with one hand, feeling as if he were lifting a pair of chopsticks. I'm really hungry. After adapting to his newfound strength, Bai Ye felt a wave of hunger. He had only eaten breakfast that morning before all the events unfolded, and after that, he had been focused on training, leaving him quite famished. Bai Ye hadn't yet reached the point of being unaffected by earthly needs that he glanced into the fridge, which was stocked with plenty of ingredients. But he was too lazy to cook and could only resort to eating directly. At this time, Aunt Sue should have already prepared dinner. It was impossible to eat raw food directly. He could never do that in his life. He could only reluctantly go over to mooch a meal. Time to mooch some food. Aunt Sue, I'm here to mooch dinner again, Bai Ye said as he arrived at Yang Kerson's home, directly asking for food. Okay, Xiao Ye, please sit down, dinner will be ready soon. Su Li, Yang Kerson's mother, warmly welcomed Bai Ye, looking quite pleased. Neither Su Li nor her daughter was surprised by Bai Ye's arrival, as they often invited him over for meals. After all, it was inconvenient for a boy to study and cook alone, especially with the intense studying in his senior year of high school. However, Bai Ye's appetite that night shocked both Su Li and her daughter, as he ate several times more than usual, clearing all the dishes in no time. With no choice left, Su Li had to cook a few more bowls of noodles and cut up 2 pounds of beef for him. Xiao Ye, I heard Kerson say you felt unwell at the beach today, and now your appetite has changed so much. Is something wrong with your health? Su Li asked, concerned about Bai Ye's unusual behavior. Aunt Sue, I'm fine, you don't need to worry. I understand my body, but I can't explain the reason right now, Bai Ye replied. Bai Ye felt helpless about this situation as he hadn't anticipated his appetite would become so large. This was likely due to his body undergoing transformation, increasing his energy intake needs and consumption capacity. The food he was eating now had relatively low energy content, so he had to compensate by eating more. Bai Ye didn't elaborate too much on this, as the events of the day were too bizarre, and he couldn't share his cultivation methods with others. He hadn't thought about revealing his identity as a cultivator yet, so he could only provide vague answers for now, planning to explain in more detail when the time was right. Although Su Li and her daughter were surprised and curious, they understood that Bai Ye wasn't willing to share more, so they refrained from pressing him. They knew that any information he deemed important to share would eventually come to light when the time was appropriate. Lying in bed, Bai Ye initiated a video call with his parents and engaged in light conversation about daily life. For the next period, Bai Ye stayed at home, fully devoted to his training, spending most of his time on cultivation, except for necessary activities like eating and resting. His strength was rapidly increasing. In this way, 2 weeks quickly passed. Chapter 3, Underwater Breathing in Room 302 of Unit 1, Building 3 of the Garden Community. Bai Ye was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, quietly practicing his cultivation method and absorbing the cosmic primal energy in the space around him. Bai Ye was a person who could endure loneliness and believed in the principle of developing in a low-key manner without showing off. Therefore, after mastering powers far beyond those of ordinary people, he did not think he could just go out and confront the heavens, the earth, or even the air, nor did he have any intention of showing off. He was not burdened by love or hatred, nor did he have any deep-seated enemies. Thus, the past 2 weeks had been quite peaceful, with Bai Ye mostly staying at home to cultivate, only occasionally visiting Aunt Su Li. What would take ordinary people years or even decades of training to achieve, Bai Ye had accomplished in just 2 weeks, highlighting the importance of talent. During these short days, Bai Ye felt a transformation occurring within him every moment, and the speed of this transformation was accelerating, which made his strength grow rapidly. Compared to 2 weeks ago, Bai Ye's power had undergone earth-shattering changes, making it incomparable. Last night, Bai Ye had secretly gone out to test his strength and accidentally reduced a several-ton decorative stone in the community to powder with a single punch. One can imagine the commotion that would ensue when the residents discovered this. After all, Bai Ye felt a bit guilty at the time and ran away without dealing with the sight. However, Bai Ye thought to himself, that was the Bai Ye of last night, and what does it have to do with the Bai Ye of today? Now, he was just an ordinary high school graduate with the strength to bind chicken. His physical defense had also been greatly enhanced. Bai Ye took out a kitchen knife that had been passed down for 3 years and struck himself with it, resulting in the knife shattering while the struck area did not even have a mark. Now, Bai Ye was essentially a walking little superhero. The results of his cultivation made him even more enthusiastic about practicing. Before this, he had always thought he lived in a scientific world and had never heard of such powerful people existing. If they did, they were characters in movies, TV shows, or comics. After more than 10 days of continuous cultivation, Bai Ye had slowly adapted to this lifestyle of practice. However, humans are social animals, and a proper balance of work and rest is beneficial for cultivation and can enhance the speed of training. Bai Ye decided to go out and relax. Leaving the garden community, Bai Ye returned to the seaside, but this time he was alone and did not invite Yang Kursin or anyone else to accompany him. Standing on the beach, feeling the sea breeze and gazing at the vast ocean, Bai Ye felt a heaviness in his heart lift, and he just wanted to recite a poem. However, although he was an academic achiever, it did not mean he could compose poetry. After thinking for a moment, Bai Ye abandoned the idea of writing a poem and singing aloud. Otherwise, if he shouted something like, "Oh, sea, you are all water," would he still be able to maintain his handsome face like that of a reader? Why do I feel something strange? As soon as Bai Ye stepped into the water, he sensed an unusual feeling. After pondering for a moment without understanding it, he continued to walk further into the sea. The deeper he swam away from the shore, the more the water reached over a meter in depth. While ordinary people would have started swimming by now, Bai Ye still walked as if he were on the shore. The feeling became more pronounced. Bai Ye walked several dozen meters further and then plunged headfirst into the water. At the moment he fully submerged, he felt a slight pressure from the seawater. However, immediately after, his body underwent some inexplicable change, and he felt as if he was on land, hardly sensing the existence of the seawater at all. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that Bai Ye surfaced, astonished to find that he could breathe underwater like a fish and move freely in the sea, as if it were as instinctive as walking on land. This shocked Bai Ye greatly. After all, ordinary people need to hold their breath while diving, and when they reach their limits, they must surface to breathe. But now Bai Ye felt that he did not need to breathe through his nose in the water. It was as if his body had opened a special channel, allowing him to breathe naturally. This was incredible. Not only could cultivation strengthen the physical body, but it also allowed him to breathe underwater. Perhaps this was a capability arising from the enhancement of the human body, or it might be a result of genetic breakthroughs. Research has shown that human potential is limitless, but there are genetic locks that restrict it. When people break through their limits and shatter these genetic barriers, extraordinary abilities may emerge, such as breathing fire, controlling water, flying like a bird, or breathing underwater like a fish. However, breaking genetic locks is extremely difficult, and it is nearly impossible for anyone to achieve. After the shock, joy appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. Regardless of the reason that enabled him to breathe underwater, this ability sparked many thoughts in his mind. I can adapt to water pressure and breathe underwater. The treasures of the ocean have opened their arms to me. As we all know, the ocean is a vast treasure trove containing many unimaginable treasures and precious resources. Many fortunate people have become wealthy because of the sea. Being able to swim freely in the ocean means that the treasures within it are now fully accessible to Bai Ye, ready for him to claim, leading to financial freedom and reaching the pinnacle of life. If I can find some precious treasures or valuable marine life like ancient biological fossils, large pearls, lobsters, or large yellow croakers, wouldn't it be easy to make money? Bai Ye thought eagerly in his heart. Perhaps I can easily earn the money needed to buy the rebirth potion, giving hope to Xiao Rou's illness and relieving my parents from worrying all day long. Although the rebirth potion is precious, due to official regulations, it has avoided hoarding by the powerful and the rich. As long as there is demand and sufficient money, it can still be purchased. In an instant, Bai Ye's heart was filled with motivation, ready to dive into the sea for a big haul. Although he had powerful strength before, he had not thought about how to help his family. But now it was different. He had found a new continent and naturally could not let the opportunity pass. Diving into the sea again, Bai Ye swam further away, knowing that the water level here was too shallow and there were unlikely to be any good finds. When Bai Ye finally stopped, he was already more than 400 meters from the shoreline, and the water depth had reached about 10 meters. The seawater here appeared clearer than before, filled with schools of small fish, coral reefs, and seaweed. Among these seaweeds and coral reefs, there were many shells, mollusks, and crabs crawling around. Of course, there were also various small fish and shrimp, with occasional jellyfish and small sea turtles passing by. Sunlight refracted through the water, creating a stunning and colorful scene with the marine life. This was Bai Ye's first time diving to the seabed, and he couldn't help but marvel at the beauty and grandeur of nature. However, Bai Ye was not here to enjoy the scenery. He had a more important purpose: to seek wealth. Bai Ye carefully observed the surroundings, but did not find any valuable creatures. Everything was ordinary and not worth much. In fact, lobsters and large yellow croakers are precious because of their scarcity. If they were everywhere, they wouldn't fetch a high price. So even though he could move freely in the sea, becoming rich from it still required a bit of patience and luck. If luck is on your side, you might discover rare treasures just a few meters away. But if luck is bad, searching all day may yield no significant results. An hour later, Bai Ye had thoroughly searched the nearby sea area, but there was nothing to show for it. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. Estimating the time, it was already approaching afternoon, and Bai Ye had to leave for now. He had other matters to attend to and couldn't stay too long. However, before he left, Bai Ye managed to catch a nest of large crabs and tied them together using materials he found on the spot. After a brief assessment, he estimated they weighed about 10 pounds, with each crab weighing over 2 pounds. At least he wasn't going back empty-handed. There was some gain. Wow, this person caught so many large crabs. Who is he? He managed to pull up so many from the sea. It's Brother Bai Ye. Suddenly, a cheerful and youthful voice rang out, followed by a little girl running over. The girl looked to be under 10 years old, named Zhao Xiaoling, the child of Bai Ye's neighbor from high school. Their parents had a good relationship, and Zhao Xiaoling really liked her older brother Bai Ye. Before Bai Ye moved to the garden community, every time Zhao Xiaoling saw him heading to the beach, she would excitedly follow him to play. Brother Bai Ye, you're so amazing. You actually caught so many big crabs. Zhao Xiaoling blinked her innocent big eyes at Bai Ye, filled with admiration. Ling, it's been a while since I last saw you. Who did you come to the beach with today? Seeing Zhao Xiaoling rush over, Bai Ye looked pleased and reached out to ruffle her little head. He then handed her 2 tied-up large crabs. Thank you, Brother Bai Ye. I came with my sister. Zhao Xiaoling looked very happy, her big eyes squinting into a smile, nodding her little head, with her 2 little ponytails bouncing. My sister is over there. Zhao Xiaoling pointed in the direction. Bai Ye followed her finger and saw a girl who looked about 12 or 13 years old standing not far away on the beach. However, Bai Ye had not yet mentioned his cultivation and planned to wait for the right moment to bring it up, as these matters were too extraordinary. In the following days, Bai Ye spent most of his time on cultivation, as this was his foundation and capital for changing his fate and reaching the peak of his life. During his free time, he would come to the beach to see if he could find anything valuable underwater, but there were not many gains. He earned a scattered total of around 100,000, which could be said to be not entirely fruitless, but it wasn't a significant harvest either. In the blink of an eye, another week passed. After assessing his cultivation progress, Bai Ye stopped. The transformation from the mysterious gray energy and the 100-fold life gene allowed Bai Ye to clearly grasp every detail of his body. In fact, the speed of his cultivation was already extremely rare. If an ordinary person were to spend several years or even decades, they would struggle to reach his current level. After all, ordinary life forms are limited by their low tier and lack of precious cultivation resources. Unless one has exceptional talent, it's difficult to even embark on the path of cultivation. The breakthrough should not be too far off, probably about a week or so. Feeling the increase in his strength, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel joy. In fact, with Bai Ye's current strength, there were many ways he could pursue a resurrection potion. Chapter 4. War God Palace. However, these methods often require exposing Bai Ye's strength, and Bai Ye currently has many concerns about revealing his power. He does not want to show his strength just yet. After all, this world has invented advanced things like the rebirth potion, and with mysterious entities like the small tower. It cannot be ruled out that others also have their own fortuitous encounters. Therefore, this world may not be as simple as it seems on the surface. Once Bai Ye reveals his strength, his peaceful life could be disrupted, and many unexpected events might come knocking at his door, making it difficult for him to continue cultivating in seclusion as before. Only by becoming strong can he make others wary. Thus, when faced with insurmountable problems, he can choose to deal with those who pose the problems. So, although Bai Ye wants to obtain the rebirth potion, he decides to choose a more prudent method. For him, the best way to accumulate wealth is still in the ocean. He heads back to the seaside. Bai Ye returns to the beach, finds a spot where no one is paying attention, and once again dives into the sea. Arriving at the seabed, this area has not been searched before, and Bai Ye searches even more meticulously this time. After an hour, Bai Ye comes to a dense patch of seaweed. The seaweed here is exceptionally lush, with strands over 10 meters long, completely obscuring the view inside, and this place is nearly 200 meters below sea level. Suddenly, as Bai Ye prepares to probe into the seaweed, he quickly retreats, as if evading some danger. Splash, splash, splash. As Bai Ye retreats, a gigantic claw suddenly lunges out from the seaweed, striking where Bai Ye had been moments before. Then, the thick seaweed writhes, revealing a colossal creature. This is a strange creature resembling a giant lobster, but in Bai Ye's knowledge, there is no such large lobster in the world. The monster before him stands over 6 meters tall, with claws larger than a human's, 12 long legs like sharp blades, and its entire body is golden, resembling a suit of armor made of gold. Could this be a prehistoric giant lobster? This creature is far too large. Looking at the lobster-like monster before him, Bai Ye is both shocked and satisfied. This world truly is not as simple as it appears. This monster is practically a new generation of ocean overlords. Even tiger sharks and whales would likely be no match for it. Standing before the giant lobster monster, Bai Ye is dwarfed, akin to people in disaster movies facing prehistoric beasts. The lobster monster's eyes, as large as bowls, flash with a hint of brutality as it swings its massive claws toward Bai Ye. This time, Bai Ye is prepared. He does not dodge, but instead clenches his fists, channels his strength, and unleashes a powerful punch. His right fist strikes the giant claw like a cannonball. Bang! A dull sound echoes at the seabed, and a terrifying current ripples outward. Bai Ye's powerful punch sends the lobster monster staggering back several meters, leaving a deep fist imprint and several cracks. While Bai Ye feels a slight pain in his fist, the monster's defense is indeed strong. Bai Ye is not satisfied with the damage his punch has caused and is simultaneously shocked by the lobster monster's formidable defense. It is known that he has previously tested his strength. Even a half-meter thick steel plate would be shattered by his current punch. If a whale were to come, that punch would reduce it to a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. The fact that the giant lobster monster's claw was not obliterated by his punch, leaving only a fist imprint and a few cracks, indicates just how strong its defense is. Ordinary firearms would likely not inflict any damage at all. Instead of fleeing, the lobster monster, pushed back by Bai Ye, shows an even crazier and more brutal expression in its eyes and charges at Bai Ye again. What did not expect was that Bai Ye's speed underwater is actually faster than its own. In an instant, Bai Ye reaches the side of the lobster monster, and his terrifying fists rain down rapidly on the creature, leaving massive fist imprints and cracks. Bai Ye swims quickly around the giant lobster monster, dodging its giant claw attacks while continuously punching it. Although the lobster monster possesses astonishing defense and powerful attacks, its speed cannot compare to Bai Ye's. The giant claws cannot touch Bai Ye, instead smashing the seabed into deep pits. At this moment, the previously calm surface of the sea is stirred up. Fortunately, this location is far from the shoreline, so it has not attracted the attention of people on the shore. With each punch, Bai Ye's terrifying strength continues to shatter the lobster monster's defenses, transferring force into its body. Soon, the giant lobster monster's resistance weakens, until its claws droop and it finally stops moving, beaten to death by Bai Ye's fists. Phew, finally killed it. Bai Ye lets out a long breath. Although it seems he easily defeated the giant lobster monster, this is indeed the first time he has encountered such a creature, and he inevitably feels a bit nervous. At this time, the giant lobster monster's body is covered in cracks, and its golden armor is nearly unrecognizable. After killing the giant lobster monster, Bai Ye feels no injuries except for the slight pain in his fist. The energy within him circulates, and the pain dissipates. What kind of monster is this? He has never heard of or seen any reports about it before. Even now, Bai Ye cannot figure out what kind of creature this giant lobster monster belongs to. With its massive size and demonstrated defense and destructive power, it is undoubtedly a new generation of ocean overlord. Even the former ocean overlords like tiger sharks, great white sharks, and whales would not stand a chance against it. Yet, such a powerful creature has never been mentioned before, with not a single related report. Bai Ye stops pondering and lifts the giant lobster monster, swimming upward, preparing to drag the creature onto the shore. Although the giant lobster monster weighs tens of thousands of pounds and is under the pressure of the surrounding seawater, Bai Ye finds it surprisingly easy to move it. After a while, Bai Ye drags the giant lobster monster to a secluded, uninhabited beach. At this moment, Bai Ye is contemplating how to deal with the corpse of the giant lobster monster. For him now, this is undoubtedly a significant challenge, much more difficult than killing the giant lobster. If he simply discards it, Bai Ye would be unwilling. Such a massive, giant lobster, with its incredible strength, is undoubtedly a mutated creature or perhaps some undiscovered prehistoric animal. Its corpse must be quite valuable. Suddenly, Bai Ye notices a middle-aged man not far behind him, who is astonishingly walking on water and quickly approaches him, hovering above the surface. The middle-aged man appears to be around 40 years old, dressed in black athletic gear, looking very capable, and currently floating on the water's surface with a smile at Bai Ye. Seeing the middle-aged man's bizarre entrance and the fact that he can hover in midair, Bai Ye realizes that this man is definitely a cultivator like himself, and his strength is likely not weak, perhaps even stronger than Bai Ye's current abilities. After all, Bai Ye can reach the speed of the man just now, but cannot hover in the air. You are quite young, yet able to kill a heavenly level monster. You probably have already reached a heavenly level yourself. I didn't expect that Tianhai City would be hiding such a talented cultivator like you. The middle-aged man noticed Bai Ye's arrival without surprise. A celestial-level expert's senses are extremely sharp, and it would be strange if he couldn't perceive it. Sensing Bai Ye's wariness, the middle-aged man said again, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Wei, from the War God Palace, and I am one of the 4 inspectors of the War God Palace." Celestial level? War God? Inspector? Bai Ye looked at the middle-aged man before him, feeling wary in his heart, and his eyes revealed a look of confusion. This was the first practitioner he encountered apart from himself. Even though he had previously guessed that the world might not be as simple as he thought, he didn't expect to come into contact with other practitioners so soon. Furthermore, the middle-aged man before him was powerful, which made it impossible for him not to be on guard. Bai Ye was also filled with doubts about what the man said, having never heard of it before. At the same time, the identity of the practitioner he had been hiding was now exposed to outsiders. Seeing the look of confusion on Bai Ye's face, Zhang Wei smiled and said, "You must have unintentionally obtained a cultivation method and then cultivated alone to reach your current level of strength, without much contact with the cultivation world. Because among the known celestial level experts on Earth, I am clear about each one. And the martial artists of Huagua are almost all registered with the War God Palace. In Huagua, if one wants to become strong quickly, they cannot bypass the War God Palace. Only some lucky individuals who have unintentionally obtained a method of inheritance and have yet to contact the cultivation world might be overlooked. Moreover, you should not have been cultivating for long. Otherwise, you would have been discovered by the War God Palace long ago, and with your strength, you would have already made a name for yourself. It seems that your talent exceeds my imagination. You are undoubtedly a rare genius." It could be said that the middle-aged man before him was definitely a cunning old fox. Just from the few words exchanged and the information he possessed, He made so many judgments, and these judgments were extremely close to the truth, which was even more frightening. Zhang Wei showed a knowing expression and asked, "So how much do you currently understand about cultivation? You're the first practitioner I have come into contact with. As you said before, I have never been involved in the cultivation world," Bai Ye replied, shaking his head slightly, feeling somewhat helpless. Zhang Wei nodded and said, "Let me give you a brief introduction. We martial artists are classified from low to high into 5 realms: yellow level, Xian level, earth level, celestial level, and war god level. A strength of 2,000 kilograms and a speed of 30 ms is yellow level. Xian level requires a strength of 10,000 kg and a speed of 50 ms, making one unafraid of ordinary small caliber weapons. Earth level requires a strength of 50,000 kg and a speed of 100 ms, making one unafraid of large caliber weapon threats. Celestial level requires a strength of 500,000 kg, with speed reaching the speed of sound. Even heavy weapons cannot threaten such a strong person. War god level breaks through the limits of the human body, awakening one's own abilities, allowing mastery over superpowers like earth, wind, water, and fire, and enabling flight. Even missiles find it hard to threaten such a strong individual. The War God Palace is currently the most powerful practitioner organization on Earth, comprising the strongest practitioners of Huagua and the world, and the only existence surpassing the War God on Earth. Jiang Jin, also known as Lord Xiantian, founded it. 10 years ago, the World United Government Organization was established under the leadership of Lord Xiantian from the War God Palace and various national governments, allowing Huagua to firmly occupy a dominant position. The World United Government is currently the largest administrative unit on Earth. Established 10 years ago with the aim of unifying and addressing conflicts among countries, rationally allocating resources, and jointly responding to unknown dangers, forming a united front when humanity faces great threats. Bai Ye was shocked upon hearing this, and he gained a certain understanding of the cultivation world. Your boss alone has subdued various countries. How powerful must that be? If this were to be known, it would definitely be world-shocking news, he thought, feeling an impact even on his current worldview. Zhang Wei smiled and said, "Our boss is the only being on Earth who has surpassed the war god level, capable of withstanding nuclear bombs. Don't you think that's the world's number one? Wouldn't countries be convinced?" When speaking of his boss, Zhang Wei couldn't help but show a hint of awe and admiration. Bai Ye was even more shocked upon hearing this. After all, nuclear bombs have always been regarded as the most powerful weapon by humanity, with destructive power that could annihilate everything. Now, suddenly hearing that someone could withstand a nuclear bomb with their flesh and blood was astonishing. Now that you should have a certain understanding of the war god. Do you have any interest in joining our war god palace? Zhang Wei looked at Bai Ye and extended the invitation. No practitioner organization would want to miss out on a talent like Bai Ye. Moreover, once Bai Ye joined the war god palace, not only would he receive training to quickly enhance his strength, but he could also contribute to the war god palace, thereby enhancing the strength of Huagua's practitioners. Once Bai Ye broke through to the war god level, it would further enhance Huagua's voice in international affairs. This was a mutually beneficial and win-win situation. Since you have stepped into the cultivation world and become a celestial level expert, joining the War God Palace is undoubtedly your best choice. This way, you can come into contact with more practitioners and gain better resources, allowing you to enhance your strength more quickly. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's invitation, Bai Ye felt it made sense and did not refute it, but he did not directly agree either. Instead, he asked, "What benefits do I get from joining you?" Although Bai Ye had just come of age, he was resolute in his will. Since childhood, he had his own thoughts when facing situations and would not simply agree to something just because someone said a few words. Seeing that Bai Ye did not immediately agree, but instead inquired about the benefits, Zhang Wei was not surprised. After all, apart from those with simple minds, no one would just listen to him and follow blindly. If someone were truly simple-minded, they would not go far on the path of cultivation and would often meet their end halfway. Thus, Bai Ye's inquiry was a normal situation. Zhang Wei smiled and said, "The War God Palace has many precious resources, treasures that are hard to find in the outside world. Whatever exists outside, the War God Palace has. Whatever does not exist outside, the War God Palace also possesses. In short, whatever is available outside, the War God Palace wants, and whatever is not available outside, the War God Palace also wants. Resources are abundant, and strong practitioners are numerous. This is the War God Palace. For instance, some heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can directly enhance strength and aid in cultivation are hard to find outside, but they can be directly exchanged in the War God Palace. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can enhance strength? Bai Ye's heart stirred upon hearing this. If such treasures truly existed, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly be further accelerated. Currently, he was directly absorbing the cosmic source energy from the heavens and earth to enhance his cultivation, and he had never used any heavenly materials or earthly treasures. If such treasures indeed existed, his breakthrough speed would be even faster. After all, one of his life goals was to achieve longevity and even eternity. Bai Ye pondered slightly in his heart and then asked, "Does your War God Palace have a resurrection potion?" Chapter 5. 10 billion. Bai Ye went to the sea several times to search for treasures, with the goal of obtaining wealth to buy a resurrection potion to treat his sister, Bai Xiaoyao. This way, not only could his sister regain her health, but it would also alleviate the long-standing worries of their parents. Now, Bai Ye had embarked on the path of cultivation, and his future days were destined to be anything but peaceful, so this family would eventually need his sister to take care of them. Only in this way could he cultivate in peace, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Zhang Wei laughed and said, "The resurrection potion is produced by our War God Palace, and Tianshun Pharmaceuticals is also part of our War God Palace's industry, so we naturally have the resurrection potion. Once you join the War God Palace, you will receive an initial contribution point reward, and you can directly use those contribution points to exchange for the resurrection potion." Direct exchange? Bai Ye's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but feel happy. According to Zhang Wei, as long as he joined the War God Palace, he could immediately obtain the resurrection potion. Bai Ye thought for a moment and then asked, "What do I need to contribute to join you?" Bai Ye did not believe that there was a free lunch in this world. There would always be a cost for rewards, and conversely, to gain rewards, one must make sacrifices. You won't be subjected to forced management after joining, nor will you be forced to do anything, and there are no mandatory tasks to complete. Most of your time will be free, allowing you to do your own things. Most of the tasks in the War God Palace will be published in the form of missions, and only by completing tasks can you earn contribution points to exchange for the resources you need. Moreover, these tasks are all based on your personal willingness. You can voluntarily accept and complete them without any coercion. Of course, if you don't do any tasks, it will be difficult to earn contribution points, and naturally, you will have no connection to rare resources and won't be able to exchange for them. Additionally, with your heavenly level strength, you will be considered among the strong in the War God Palace, and there will almost be no situation where you are oppressed. I want to know if my family will be affected when I join the War God Palace. Zhang Wei couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. Caring for family is a natural feeling and a beautiful virtue. He then spoke, "You can rest assured about this. Every warrior who joins the War God Palace has their family protected by the War God Palace, and warriors cannot harm the ordinary family members of other warriors. This rule was personally established by our leader, and no one has dared to violate it. I'll join." As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, Bai Ye directly agreed. Previously, he had concealed his cultivation because he did not understand the true situation in this world. Now that he had gained some understanding and his strength was exposed, it would be better to join the War God Palace. This way, he could gain a clearer understanding of the world, cultivate better, and this was also the fastest way to obtain the resurrection potion. Bai Ye was also filled with interest regarding the rare resources that Zhang Wei mentioned. According to Zhang Wei, the War God Palace was indeed the biggest backing in this world. Bai Ye did not think that Zhang Wei would deceive him. This was the intuition and pride of a strong person, and with his keen perception, he could naturally sense whether the other party was sincere or had malicious intent. "All right, in that case, let me help you register for a Warrior Home account." Zhang Wei took out his phone, pulled Bai Ye, and helped him download an app called Warrior Home, then verified and registered an account for him. After the account was registered and their contact information was exchanged, Zhang Wei looked at the mutated giant lobster beside Bai Ye and said, "What do you plan to do with this mutated lobster? Are you going to keep it for yourself, or sell it to the War God Palace. This mutated lobster can be sold to the War God Palace? Bai Ye was taken aback upon hearing this. The War God Palace's business was quite broad. Zhang Wei nodded and said, of course. Currently, on Earth, besides cultivators, there are also a small number of mutated creatures. These mutated creatures pose a great threat to ordinary people, and even with firearms, ordinary people find it difficult to deal with them. However, mutated creatures themselves are extremely precious. Different mutated creatures have various uses. For example, the resurrection potion is made using certain precious substances from a powerful mutated creature. Moreover, powerful mutated creatures are not only rare, but also extremely difficult to hunt, which is why the production scale of resurrection potions has always been hard to expand. This mutated giant lobster is a heavenly level monster, with strong strength and incredible defense. It hides in the deep sea, making it extremely difficult to hunt even for heavenly level strongers. Almost impossible unless one is proficient in water-type abilities or lures it out from the seabed. This highlights the rarity of the mutated giant lobster even more. If you sell it to the War God Palace, you can receive 50 contribution points and 10 billion cash. 50 contribution points and 10 billion cash. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye was shocked, his eyes revealing astonishment. He didn't yet fully understand the value of 50 contribution points, but he knew the value of 10 billion cash. Even for some billionaires, it would be difficult to come up with 10 billion cash. Haha, you don't need to be surprised. Once you join our War God Palace and truly enter the cultivation world, you will understand that money really isn't a big deal for us. The wealth that ordinary people find hard to imagine is easily accessible to us. For us, what is truly precious are those cultivation resources that have little value in the eyes of ordinary people and in the War God Palace. The most valuable thing is contribution points. With contribution points, you can exchange for everything you need. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can even invite our leader to personally guide you in your cultivation, Zhang Wei explained with a smile, noticing Bai Ye's shock. Then I'll sell it to the War God Palace. Bai Ye calmed himself down a bit and decisively agreed. The mutated giant lobster had little use for him at the moment. He originally intended to get rid of it for money. Selling it to Zhang Wei saved him the trouble of handling it himself, and with such a high offer from Zhang Wei, it showed his sincerity. Bai Ye didn't believe he could sell it for such a high price elsewhere. Most people probably wouldn't understand its true value, let alone the contribution points. The contribution points will be directly credited to the Warrior Home account you just registered, and the cash will be transferred to the bank card you just linked. Make sure to check, Zhang Wei said after finishing. He then took out his phone and performed some operations. In less than 2 minutes, Bai Ye's phone received a notification of the 10 billion deposit, and his Warrior Home account showed that his contribution points had increased from 0 to 150. Looking at the 10 billion deposit information on his phone, Bai Ye was once again shocked. This was 10 billion. It should be noted that China has extremely strict regulations regarding money, and transactions involving hundreds of millions require rigorous scrutiny. Now, a full 10 billion was transferred directly by Zhang Wei through his phone in just 2 minutes. One could imagine how great Zhang Wei's influence was, further demonstrating the extraordinary status of cultivators. The extra 100 points are a reward for joining the War God Palace. Every newcomer who joins the War God Palace receives different contribution points based on their strength. The stronger the individual, the more contribution points they receive upon joining. With your heavenly level strength, you have received a reward of 100 contribution points, Zhang Wei explained. If you have anything you want to exchange, you can directly perform the exchange operation on Warrior Home. After placing the order, someone will deliver it to your specified location. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he reached out to the mutated giant lobster that was several meters away, and the over 6-meter-long mutated giant lobster flew directly into his hand, then disappeared in an instant. Grabbing objects from a distance? A storage treasure? This move from Zhang Wei once again surprised Bai Ye. The former, grabbing object from a distance, was something he could achieve with his current strength by manipulating the energy within him, but he did not have a storage treasure like that. Perhaps he would have the opportunity to obtain one in the future. In Bai Ye's heart, there was a sense of anticipation. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could have his own storage space. As the mutated giant lobster vanished, Zhang Wei's mood soared again in Bai Ye's astonished gaze, and he disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. A war god flying in midair. Flying in midair is one of the hallmarks of a war god, a strategic-level powerhouse. Even in China, there are only about 10 such individuals, and there are no more than 20 in the entire world, belonging to that tiny group standing at the top of the pyramid. Watching Zhang Wei fly away, a glimmer of expectation and yearning flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Everyone has fantasized about soaring freely in the sky, and Bai Ye was no exception. However, he had not considered this aspect before. In room 302 of the garden community, Bai Ye was fiddling with his phone. Soon, he found the option to exchange for the rebirth potion on the exchange list of the martial artist's home. The exchange price for the rebirth potion was surprisingly just 1 contribution point. In the outside world, the rebirth potion, valued at over 100 million, could be exchanged here for just 1 contribution point, which shows how valuable contribution points are. Bai Ye decisively placed an order, deducting 1 contribution point, leaving him with 149 points remaining. The next step was to wait for the rebirth potion and see what else could be exchanged. Just as Bai Ye thought he would have to wait a long time to receive the rebirth potion, there was a knocking sound from the balcony. Bai Ye went to the balcony and saw a sci-fi-looking drone in front of him. At the same time, he received a message on his phone notifying him to pick up the item from the balcony. When Bai Ye approached the drone, a beam of white light scanned down from it, followed by a mechanical electronic voice. Identity confirmed. Esteemed Lord Bai, please check your item. Then, a box popped out from the drone, which contained a rebirth potion. After confirming the potion was real, Bai Ye clicked to confirm receipt as instructed. Thank you for your patronage, esteemed Lord Bai. I wish you great success in martial arts. Bai Ye looked at the time. It had only been a little over 10 minutes from when he placed the order to confirming receipt. The rebirth potion was finally in hand. He decided to call his parents first to share the good news and prepare them. Excited, Bai Ye took out his phone and dialed his parents' video call. This was a big happy event for their family. Bai Xiaoyao's illness had always been a concern for his parents, and now he wanted to ease their worries before they were too surprised and excited later. In Yujing community, Bai Ye's parents, Bai Guohua and Zhao Ting, were chatting at home, and they seemed to be in a good mood. Xiaoya's college entrance examination results had come out. She scored 650 points, which would definitely allow her to enroll in a good school. Bai Guohua was very happy, although his daughter Bai Xiaoyao had dropped out early due to health reasons. His eldest son, Bai Ye, had always been outstanding, with excellent grades since childhood. This time, he scored 650 points in the college entrance examination, which would certainly earn him some bragging rights in front of the neighbors, and more importantly, it meant a bright future for his son. I wonder which university he will apply to. I've already looked at a few good ones with great environments and faculty, especially Zhanghai University, a key national university that is also close to us. Zhao Ting was also very pleased that they had even scouted out universities in advance. Just as they were talking, Bai Ye's video call came in. Bai Guohua had just taken out his phone to make a call when he saw Bai Ye's incoming video call. He clicked to answer, and Bai Ye appeared on the phone. Dad, Mom. As soon as the video call connected, Bai Ye hurriedly said, I want to show you something good, so please don't get too excited. After saying that, Bai Ye presented the rebirth potion in his hand to the camera. He believed his parents would definitely be very excited upon seeing it. Is this the rebirth potion? Bai Guohua was almost in disbelief when he saw the potion appear on the video, his voice trembling slightly. He immediately recognized that this was the rebirth potion he had been longing for, but he couldn't quite believe it at the moment. Chapter 6. Healing. Is this really the rebirth potion? Xiaoya, you wouldn't have been deceived, would you? Zhao Ting beside her also wore a look of disbelief. Both of them couldn't believe that the rebirth potion before them was real, but at the same time, they were hoping Bai Ye would give them a definite answer, rather than just empty joy. Mom, Dad, this is definitely real. How could I deceive you about something like this? Your son wouldn't be so easily fooled. I'll explain how I got this later, and I have other things to tell you at that time as well. I'm on my way home right now, and then you'll know whether it's true or not. In any case, my little sister is saved this time. Bai Ye quickly explained as he looked at his parents' incredulous expressions in the video. All right, Xiaoya, please be careful on the way and make sure to keep the potion safe. This time, it's all on you for your sister's illness. You must be careful. We're waiting for you at home. Bai Guohua said quickly upon hearing that Bai Ye was coming home. Don't worry, I'll hang up now, Bai Ye said, and then ended the video call. Bai Ye took out a backpack, carefully placed the rebirth potion inside, and then picked up the backpack and went downstairs. Arriving at the entrance of the garden community, he got in a taxi, gave the address, and rushed home. Meanwhile, Bai Ye's parents were anxiously waiting at home, alternating between excitement and anxiety, not daring to believe until they confirmed whether it was true. After all, the rebirth potion was too precious, worth hundreds of millions, sometimes even if you had money. It was hard to buy. Their family urgently needed the rebirth potion, and various reasons made them feel anxious about gaining or losing it. Just as they were feeling anxious, they heard the sound of the door opening outside, and then saw Bai Ye walking in through the big door with a backpack in hand. Inside the box was indeed a rebirth potion. Bai Ye handed the box to Bai Guohua, who quickly calmed himself down and reached out to take it. However, even though he had calmed down, his slightly trembling hands could not hide his inner anxiety and excitement. Bai Guohua took the rebirth potion and began to carefully examine it, even using several methods to verify its authenticity. It's real, it's real. Bai Guohua's voice trembled again, but his words couldn't hide his happiness and excitement. He could hardly believe the scene before him. He didn't expect Bai Ye to actually bring back a bottle of rebirth potion. Dad, since you've confirmed it's real, let's get to my sister. Where's my sister now? Bai Ye asked after seeing his parents confirm the authenticity. Yes, hurry and give it to Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao fainted again earlier and is still lying in her room. Zhao Ting said this with a pang of sorrow in her heart. Her daughter's condition had become increasingly severe, and she was growing more worried. Moreover, Bai Xiaoyao's optimistic and innocent personality made her even more cherished. Soon, the three of them went to Bai Xiaoyao's room, where she was lying quietly asleep on the bed. At this moment, Bai Xiaoyao was in a deep sleep and couldn't take the rebirth potion, but this potion could also be administered through intravenous injection. Bai Ye quickly found the medical kit at home, took out a syringe, and carefully injected the rebirth potion into Bai Xiaoyao's body. As the rebirth potion was injected, Bai Xiaoyao seemed to undergo some unknown changes. After injecting the rebirth potion, Bai Ye felt that some changes were occurring in her body. So he placed his hand on Bai Xiaoyao and began to carefully sense the changes in her body by circulating his energy. As Bai Ye sensed the energy, he discovered that a stream of pure life energy was continuously flowing into Bai Xiaoyao's limbs and bones, with the largest stream flowing toward her head. The life energy was continuously repairing Bai Xiaoyao's bodily functions, restoring her body to a perfect state while also strengthening it. Although the effect in this regard was not very obvious, equivalent to enhancing an ordinary person to someone who regularly exercises. As the life energy flowed into Bai Xiaoyao's mind, it continuously repaired her brain while also counteracting a strange energy. The two energies were counteracting each other, appearing to be evenly matched. However, in Bai Ye's keen perception, he found that the life energy actually had the upper hand. Just as Bai Ye sensed, the strange energy began to slowly weaken and disappear. Just as the life energy was about to be exhausted, the strange energy finally vanished completely, and Bai Xiaoyao's mind returned to normal. Fortunately, that strange energy had no root source. Otherwise, a single rebirth potion might not have sufficed. Xiaoya, how is your sister? Is the potion effective? Shao Ting, who was behind Bai Ye, asked nervously. Whether her precious daughter could recover her health depended on this moment. It's already taking effect. The potion is repairing my sister's body, and she should wake up soon. You can relax and wait a bit. Bai Ye comforted them. Sure enough, not long after, as Bai Xiaoyao's mind was repaired, her fingers began to twitch slightly, followed by her eyebrows, and then Bai Xiaoyao opened her eyes. Dad, Mom, why are you all gathered here? The moment Bai Xiaoyao opened her eyes, she saw her parents leaning closely over her, both looking nervous. Xiao, how do you feel? Is there anywhere that still feels uncomfortable? Bai Guohua asked with a hint of urgency in his tone. Zhao Ting also looked tense beside him, while Bai Ye, having sensed his sister's condition earlier, relaxed and watched his parents ask questions. I don't feel uncomfortable at all. In fact, I feel even lighter than before after waking up. The pressure in my head and the feeling of wanting sleep are gone, Bai Xiaoyao said with a relaxed expression. I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time. It feels unprecedentedly comfortable. Bai Xiaoyao began to stretch comfortably. Chapter 7. The family shock. That's good, that's good. Zhao Ting and Bai Guohua both let out a sigh of relief. It was your brother who injected you with the rebirth serum, which is why you feel so comfortable. Your brother said your condition has improved and you won't have any more episodes in the future, Bai Ye explained, feeling relaxed. You should thank your brother. Don't cause him trouble every time you have free time, Zhao Ting also said to her daughter. Really, brother? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoro, who understood what was going on, directly pounced on Bai Ye while excitedly shouting, Brother, you are really amazing. Thank you, brother, you are so nice. Bai Ye quickly caught his sister as he said, You're still so reckless. Even though you've recovered, you need to rest for a couple of days and observe your condition. Also, avoid intense exercise for these 2 days. With our relationship, there's no need to be polite. Just rest for now, little sister. Yes, listen to your brother. Make sure to rest well, Zhao Ting quickly added. Okay, brother, I'll do as you say and promise to complete the task, Bai Xiaoro said while playfully saluting. By the way, brother, where did you get the rebirth serum? Isn't it very expensive and hard to obtain? Bai Xiaoro asked curiously. Yeah, Xiao Yi. Where did you get the rebirth serum? How much did it cost? Where did you get the money? Zhao Ting chimed in with 3 consecutive questions. After all, given Bai Ye's situation, it seemed impossible for him to acquire the rebirth serum. The questioning look in Bai Ye and Zhao Ting's eyes towards Bai Ye was also evident. In fact, both of them had a slight doubt about the reality of the rebirth serum in their hearts, but due to their trust in their son, they didn't stop him. Now, the outcome was naturally a cause for celebration. I didn't spend any money. Upon hearing their questions, Bai Ye was ready to explain. This is what I was planning to tell you. Didn't spend any money? The 3 of them were taken aback at this answer. And before they could ask, Bai Ye continued. Bai Ye was about to confess to his family about his cultivation. Previously, when he had just started cultivating, his strength was still weak, and he had too many thoughts about the outside world, which is why he didn't tell his family. Now that his strength had been exposed to others, and he had learned that there were other cultivators in this world, as well as cultivator organizations that were even more powerful, he naturally felt there was no need to hide it. A fortuitous encounter? Zhao Ting and the others looked at Bai Ye with curious eyes, but they didn't interrupt him. Instead, they waited for him to continue. The encounter by the seaside led me to embark on the path of cultivation and become a cultivator, just like the ones you see on TV, wielding extraordinary powers, Bai Ye said, casually picking up a thermos from the table and squeezing it into a ball of iron. This scene left Bai Ye and the others utterly stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief as they stared at Bai Ye. Just when I thought it would take a long time to gather enough money to buy the rebirth serum, I encountered a giant lobster in the sea today. Even with my strength, it took quite a battle to kill it, Bai Ye said as he pulled out his phone, opened the album, and showed them the photo of the giant lobster he took while on the shore. Seeing the massive creature in the photo shocked Bai Ye and the others even more, feeling as though their worldview was about to shatter. While I was considering how to deal with the giant lobster, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared behind me. He introduced himself as Zhang Wei, a patroller from the War God Palace. Zhang Wei explained to me in detail about the current situation in the cultivation world on Earth and the organization known as the War God Palace. Bai Ye began to share everything Zhang Wei had said about the cultivation world and the War God Palace with his parents and sister, giving them a certain understanding of both. After hearing this, the 3 of them were left speechless for a long time, still in shock, as they felt as though they had opened a door to a new world, just like Bai Ye had before. Bai Ye continued, Zhang Wei invited me to join the War God Palace, and I receive a reward of 100 contribution points. I also sold the mutated giant lobster to Zhang Wei for 50 contribution points and 10 billion cash, and the rebirth serum was exchanged using the points. As he spoke, Bai Ye pulled out his phone, opened his banking app, and showed the 10 billion balance to Bai Ye and the others. The 3 of them were once again shocked. They had never been so stunned in their lives. This is 10 billion. They had never seen so much money in their lives. Moreover, what does 10 billion mean? Even without working or earning money, it would be enough for a family to live in wealth for a lifetime. Now, just by casually killing a giant lobster, he sold it for 10 billion. It was simply too exaggerated, too crazy, and hard to believe. At this point, Bai Ye had shared the general situation with the 3 of them, but he didn't mention the mysterious small tower because it was too mysterious and too precious. He wouldn't reveal it until he had complete control over it, especially Bai Xiaoro, who asked, Brother, now that you are a cultivator, and I have a chance to become cultivators too? I can't teach you the cultivation methods I'm practicing right now. Bai Ye gently shook his head. Bai Xiao showed a disappointed expression, and after thinking for a moment, Bai Ye continued, I will definitely find cultivation methods for you in the future, so you can also walk the path of cultivation. If possible, Bai Ye also hoped that his family could all become cultivators together and live long lives together. Yay! You are indeed the best brother. Sister will be waiting for you, okay? After hearing this, Bai Xiao was excited again. Becoming a cultivator must be a really cool thing. Bai Ye rubbed Bai Xiao's little head and shared some more things with his parents. Afterward, Bai Ye transferred 200 million to his parents and 10 million to Bai Xiao. This was already enough for them to spend, and if it wasn't enough later, they could always come to ask him for more. Chapter 8 Redemption. It has been a week since the last time I treated my sister and confessed to my family. After a week of observation, Bai Xiao has indeed fully recovered and has not experienced any sudden fainting spells since. At this moment, Bai Ye, who had just finished his training, took out his phone and opened the warrior's home, entering the redemption list. Bai Ye has realized that although the redemption list of the warrior's home in the War God Palace contains many items, many of which are rare or unavailable in the outside world, there are almost no treasures that can directly enhance one's cultivation. Generally, those who obtain treasures that can improve their cultivation will choose to use them directly rather than sell them to the War God Palace. Only some items that are no longer effective for them or that they cannot use will be sold to the War God Palace. Additionally, some high-ranking officials of the War God Palace, particularly the Palace Master Xintian, will also put up some unusable treasures. But these items are often snapped up immediately and do not remain available. Moreover, those treasures may not even be useful for Bai Ye, as he is not an ordinary heavenly level expert. Instead, some of the odd items and worldly material wealth listed above have some effect on Bai Ye. The contribution points in the War God Palace are extremely valuable. A small amount of contribution points can be exchanged for a rebirth potion, equivalent to at least 100 million in the outside world, if not more. Bai Ye looked at the redemption list on his phone, which included many items categorized into weapons, spiritual fruits, combat techniques, and more. The first category he saw was cold weapons. In fact, warriors predominantly use cold weapons, as only cold weapons can better exert their strength. After all, would one expect two warriors to shoot at each other with handguns? That might not even break the opponent's defense, and their fists would be more powerful. Bai Ye still did not have a suitable weapon and was still empty-handed. 1. Knife. Ordinary. Suitable for below War God level. Contribution points. 1 to 3 points. Suitable for War God level. Contribution points. 6 points. 2. Sword. Ordinary. Suitable for below War God level. Contribution points. 1 to 3 points. Suitable for King level. Contribution points. 6 points. 3. Gun. Ordinary. Suitable for below War God level. Contribution points. 1 to 3 points. Suitable for Warrior level. Contribution points. 6 points. 13. Black God Armor. Ordinary. Can perfectly defend against heavenly level attacks. Greatly defends against War God level attacks. Suitable for War God level and below. Contribution points. 80 points. Do not be surprised that these weapons and armor require several points or dozens of contribution points. They are entirely worth it. These weapons and armor are made from extremely expensive materials and through highly complex processes specifically designed for warriors or excavated from certain ruins. The Black God armor is an example. Even for War God level experts, it provides significant assistance, and current technology cannot produce it. All Black God armors come from ruin excavations. Bai Ye suppressed his inner desire and continued to browse spiritual fruits and herbs. Until he reached the end, Bai Ye did not find any items useful for heavenly level or War God level cultivation. In the end, Bai Ye placed an order for a battle knife and a set of Black God armor, spending a total of 85 contribution points. Chapter 9 Banquet. Numerous martial arts appear before Bai Ye, many of which made his heart race, especially the knife techniques and power exertion skills. Looking at the introductions, a fiery light couldn't help but shine in Bai Ye's eyes. Although Bai Ye's realm had improved and his strength was formidable now, the foundational chapters did not have corresponding attack methods. To summarize what he could do in terms of attack, it would be throwing random punches to defeat a master, When fighting others, he basically had no attack techniques, relying entirely on his own strength and speed, using brute force to overcome skill. The secret manuals that appeared in front of him, as long as he learned them, would allow him to better unleash his strength, even potentially increasing it several times. For example, if he learned the power exertion skills well, his explosive power could increase several times. Logically speaking, things like secret manuals that can be copied should be cheaper in terms of cost effectiveness than spirit fruits and spirit herbs. After all, the former can be copied freely, while spirit fruits and herbs are consumed one by one. Therefore, based on cost effectiveness, secret manuals should be more expensive, which naturally means that these manuals are far more precious than spirit fruits. Bai Ye felt a surge of excitement, thinking about which manuals to exchange. He had just spent 85 points, and with the previous exchange for the rebirth potion and other items costing 5 points, he now had 60 contribution points left. After a moment of thought, he decided that he must buy the Crazy Wave 9-fold power exertion technique, as it could greatly enhance his explosive power and maximize his advantages. With that, he had 30 points left. Bai Ye considered that he preferred using a knife over a sword, as knife techniques generally allow for more powerful and dynamic movements, greatly leveraging his strength advantage. Therefore, he chose the Xianba knife, spending 28 contribution points, leaving him with 2 points. In fact, if there were spirit fruits that could help Bai Ye break through his current realm, he would definitely prioritize purchasing them, as one's own realm and strength are fundamental. As long as he was strong enough, even if he didn't know anything, he could still rely on brute force to defeat a master with random punches. The exchange of these valuable items would undoubtedly help him significantly enhance his strength. Since he had contribution points, it was natural to spend them to improve his power. As for running out of contribution points, Bai Ye was not worried at all. As long as his strength was formidable, he could earn more contribution points. In fact, holding on to contribution points would be quite foolish. Shortly after Bai Ye completed the exchange, he received the items he had exchanged for. In the following days, Bai Ye familiarized himself with the new equipment and practiced the Xianba knife. One day, just after finishing his training in Xianba knife, his phone suddenly rang. Taking out his phone, he saw it was a call from Zhang Wei. He clicked to answer. Zhang Wei smiled and said, "Bai Ye, I have something to tell you. Our war god palace previously discovered some mutated monsters on an island, and many cultivators have rushed over. Not only are there mutated monsters on the island, but there are also some spirit fruits and herbs that can enhance strength. When the time comes, those who are interested in exploring it from the war god palace will be informed in advance." Chapter 10 Banquet 2, I suggest you go and quickly integrate into the circle of cultivators, hunt demonic beasts, which can also hone yourself and help improve your strength. Hunt demonic beasts, spirit fruits, and spirit herbs that can enhance strength. Having truly felt the benefits of contribution points, Bai Ye is now obviously very eager for contribution points. And hunting demonic beasts is an excellent way to obtain them. He is also very interested in the legendary spirit fruits and spirit herbs. After a moment of thought, Bai Ye said, "All right, I will go then." Ending the call, Bai Ye arrived at the underground garage, pressing the key in his hand. A cool-looking SSC Tuatara lit up. The SSC Tuatara is not only stylish and extremely in line with the supercar style, but also has excellent speed, having once broken speed records. Nowadays, it is not only expensive, but also difficult to purchase even with money. The car in front of him was exchanged by Bai Ye with a bit of contribution value from the War God Palace. Along with it, he also exchanged for a villa on the mountaintop, which is by the sea and located on a mountaintop. It has beautiful scenery and abundant natural energy, specially modified by the War God Palace, making it extremely suitable for cultivation, costing Bai Ye 5 contribution points to obtain. Getting into the supercar and leaving the garage, there were not many vehicles on the road at this time. Bai Ye sped away, and although the current speed was far from his limit, driving a supercar is an entirely different experience from running himself. Today, Bai Ye was going to attend a private banquet. The president of the bank had invited Bai Ye multiple times regarding his 100 billion deposit, but Bai Ye had previously declined due to being busy with cultivation. This time, however, the bank president contacted someone familiar, and unable to refuse any longer, Bai Ye chose to keep the appointment today. In Haitian City, at Haitian Private Cuisine, in a small loft, a middle-aged man checked his watch and, realizing it was almost time for the appointment, hurriedly said to a woman in professional attire beside him, "Xiaoyan, remember to treat Mr. Bai well next." Mr. Bai is our esteemed client at the bank, and his status is extremely distinguished, coming from a very powerful force. If you are fortunate enough to become Mr. Bai's exclusive personal secretary this time, you will have the opportunity to understand the terror and prestige of Mr. Bai, and your future will be limitless, which will also greatly benefit our bank. The War God Palace is a place that inspires both awe and desire. Countless billionaires have crazily pursued it, yearning to become a part of it, but unable to do so. At the level of this middle-aged man, his status allows him to access information that ordinary people do not know. Based on the middle-aged man's understanding, Bai Ye's 100 billion deposit was transferred from a special account in the War God Palace. As he knows, this account is specifically used by the War God Palace to reward new members, and only those who are legendary heavenly-level powerhouses would receive such a generous reward. Moreover, the moment he received the news, the middle-aged man confirmed his suspicions through his channels. This young and terrifying Mr. Bai is indeed a powerful and terrifying heavenly-level powerhouse. Heavenly-level powerhouses are beyond ordinary imagination. Countless billionaires long for a cultivator to appear in their families, but become a mere wish due to lack of cultivation aptitude. In this world, the most precious cultivation resources are often strictly controlled by the War God Palace. Without cultivation aptitude, even with money, one cannot obtain the War God Palace's resources for training. They would never waste precious cultivation resources on a waste without cultivation aptitude, no matter how wealthy one is, because the War God Palace does not lack money. As long as there is a cultivator in a family, there is a chance to connect with the War God Palace and become a first-class family. If a family has a heavenly-level powerhouse, it can leap to become a top family, and the heavenly-level powerhouse can stand among the world's elite, second only to the few legendary warriors. Now that there is a chance to connect with a young heavenly-level powerhouse, how can it not excite the middle-aged man, who is currently the president of the Haitian City branch of the bank, Jiangdiyun? Phew, luckily the road conditions are not too bad, otherwise. Even a supercar wouldn't be able to pick up speed, and unless I sprinted, I would definitely be late. Getting out of the car, Bai Ye looked at the private restaurant in front of him and murmured softly. Locking the car, Bai Ye glanced at the Haitian private cuisine restaurant not far in front of the parking lot. The small loft has 3 floors, decorated in a traditional classical style, looking antique and serene. The lighting is soft, and the main entrance features 2 ancient-style doors, with 2 waitresses in kipeos standing in front of them. Their figures graceful and their appearances pure and beautiful, all at a high standard. Such a restaurant looks extraordinary just by appearance. Ordinary people can hardly book a table. And indeed, this is the case. It is said that the owner of this private restaurant has ancestors who were imperial chefs of the previous dynasty, and they do not accept external orders, operating on a membership system. Lost in thought, Bai Ye quickly walked to the front door of the private restaurant. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Bai?" Before Bai Ye could speak, a beautiful waitress in a qipao, standing on the left side, asked first. Bai Ye was slightly taken aback and then nodded. "This way, please." The beautiful waitress slightly bowed to Bai Ye, wearing a gentle smile that gave a sense of warmth, while her gaze remained below Bai Ye's nose, making him feel respected. Chapter 11 Exclusive Personal Secretary. Bai Ye walked through the door, his gaze lingering on the decor of this Haitian private restaurant. To be honest, he had never been to such a place in all his years. The pond, pavilions, and lush flowers created an ancient and elegant atmosphere. It didn't resemble a restaurant, but rather an ancient private residence. As he strolled through, Bai Ye was quickly led to the second floor by a beautiful waitress. The entire second floor was filled with famous calligraphy and paintings, antiques, and artifacts. The furniture was all traditional Chinese solid wood, showcasing understated luxury. At this moment, standing at the door of the only private room on the second floor was a middle-aged man in a sharp suit and a young, beautiful woman in professional attire. The middle-aged man, Jiang Diyun, hurried forward when he saw Bai Ye approaching and said, "You must be Mr. Bai Ye." The beautiful woman beside him also greeted Bai Ye with a gentle smile. "Hello, Director Jiang." Although Jiang Diyun was the president of the China Merchants Bank's Tianhai branch and held a prominent position in high society, Bai Ye was holding 100 billion in cash. Just this immense wealth alone was enough for any bank in the world to call him father. despite the ostentatiousness of some CEOs of companies worth hundreds of billions. 90 of them couldn't produce $100 billion in cash, even if they liquidated their equity or sold everything they owned. Moreover, he was a formidable fighter and a core member of the War God Palace. These two identities were the most crucial. Only with strong personal power could one earn the respect of others and have the confidence to face anything. Thus, Bai Ye was confident now, maintaining a dominant position even in front of previously unattainable figures. Bai Ye understood this principle, and Jiang Diyun, having lived for decades as a cunning old fox, naturally understood it even better. Therefore, Jiang Diyun presented himself very respectfully. Mr. Bai, it's truly admirable that you are so young yet possess such wealth and strength, and have joined that esteemed place. Jiang Diyun guided Bai Ye to the central seat of the private room, and then smiled at the young, beautiful woman, saying, Lu Yin, why don't you greet him? Bai Ye glanced at Jiang Diyun, thinking that this old guy was indeed not simple. He seemed to have a good understanding of both the War God Palace and Bai Ye himself. After a careful sense, he detected no unique fluctuations of a martial artist from Jiang Diyun, indicating that he was not a practitioner. Lu Yin, as it turned out, was the name of the young woman in professional attire beside Jiang Diyun. Hello, Mr. Bai. Starting today, I will be your exclusive personal financial secretary. I will provide dedicated service to you, and you can call on me 24 hours a day for any needs related to life or finance. I guarantee I will be at your service at all times. Lu Yin stood beside Bai Ye, slightly bowing as she spoke, her voice sweet and melodious, radiating respect. Upon hearing that she would be his personal secretary, Bai Ye began to scrutinize Lu Yin carefully. She had captivating eyes, lightly arched brows, delicate and harmonious features, and skin as smooth as warm jade, without a single flaw. Her long legs were white and slender, accentuated by black stockings, adding a touch of allure to her presence. Her cherry-red lips were naturally vibrant, pure like morning dew in the forest, yet her gaze carried a hint of innate charm. With a petite oval face and just a touch of makeup, she gave a stunning first impression, revealing a gentle beauty upon closer inspection. Her professional attire perfectly showcased her curvy figure, blending innocence with a hint of seduction, making Bai Ye's eyes sparkle. From the moment he saw Lu Yin, he realized her career was profoundly mysterious and unpredictable, destined for an unlimited future. What was this? Was this what the decayed upper class was like? Just this? Were they trying to use beauty against him? Testing him with this? Did they look down on Bai Ye? Just this? Just this? How delightful. He could use more of such interactions. In the end, Bai Ye couldn't escape the delightful law. Come, let's all sit down and talk. Bai Ye gestured for the two to take a seat. Otherwise, if Lu Yin kept swaying in front of him, he might not withstand the temptation, as such profound allure was no joke. Upon hearing Bai Ye speak, Jiang Diyun and Lu Yin promptly sat down beside him. Director Jiang, does our bank really have such beautiful employees like Miss Lu? Bai Ye glanced at Lu Yin again and asked Jiang Diyun, who smiled while Lu Yin shyly lowered her head. Haha, Lu Yin is our bank's most outstanding employee, and she is also a senior manager. She has never specifically served private clients before. Even other billionaires couldn't have her as a personal secretary. Only truly distinguished clients like Mr. Bai can enjoy such treatment. As Lu Yin just mentioned, she will be dedicated to serving you from now on. You can ask her for anything, and she will also be responsible for communication between you and our bank, Jiang Diyun explained with a smile. Indeed, it was true that when receiving such a distinguished client as Bai Ye, Jiang Diyun couldn't bring along just any socialite. He wouldn't waste the precious opportunity to connect with a heavenly strong person on such individuals. Lu Yin's presence here was not only due to her exceptional abilities and appearance, but also because she was his niece. Opportunities to connect with such a young, heavenly strong person were rare, let alone being close to such a powerhouse. Naturally, he wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Moreover, his own daughter was not well-versed in financial matters and was indeed somewhat lacking compared to Lu Yin. Otherwise, he would have sent her instead. Such an excellent personal secretary was not something just anyone could have. Bai Ye pondered this and understood. Mr. Bai, the purpose of today's invitation is to simply get to know a young talent like you. and also to discuss the matter of your exclusive secretary and the various services our bank provide for top clients like you. We appreciate your choice of our bank and hope you enjoy the best and most distinguished services here. Regarding your privileged services, you can present your requests later, and we can customize them for you, Jiang Diyun said sincerely, with a respectful attitude, entirely devoid of the high and mighty demeanor he might have shown to other CEOs. In fact, he couldn't maintain such an attitude in front of a heavenly strong person. Bai Ye smiled and nodded in response. Subsequently, the two began to chat casually, while Lu Yin would occasionally pour tea for Bai Ye, obediently like a little maid. Chapter 12. The Space Ring. While Bai Ye and Jiang Diyun were casually chatting, a beautiful waitress in a cheap how from high-end private kitchen entered in succession, each carrying a beautifully presented dish that looked like a work of art. Mr. Bai, the owner of this high-end private kitchen, is a true national banquet chef. His ancestors were once imperial chefs, passing down many secret recipes. Many of the dishes are carefully crafted by him, and they are delicious. You should eat more later, Jiang Diyun said with a smile. The first dish served was an appetizer. Dear guest, this Tang-style ice-baked 3-layer pork is our latest appetizer. It combines the traditional method of ice-baked 3-layer pork with a secret sauce passed down through generations, crafted with exquisite culinary skills. The meat is in 3 layers. The top layer is crispy, the middle layer is tender, and the bottom layer is smooth and not greasy. This dish tests the chef's skills, and I hope you enjoy it. The round plate on the dining table slightly turned, bringing the dish in front of Bai Ye. A woman wearing a manager's badge smiled and introduced it to Bai Ye, who was seated in the main position, looking at the exquisitely plated Tang-style ice-baked 3-layer pork. Bai Ye picked up a piece of the top layer and put it in his mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, Bai Ye's first impression was the crispiness. An extreme crispiness, followed by the aroma of the meat, accompanied by the fragrance of the ingredients. After Bai Ye started eating, Jiang Diyun followed suit, and then Lu Yin, with a clear distinction of priorities. Not bad. Bai Ye nodded slightly and praised. Upon hearing this compliment, Jiang Diyun's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, blooming like a chrysanthemum. Mr. Bai, would you like to open a bottle of red wine and have a drink? Wang Dushing suggested appropriately, as drinking is one of the easiest ways to enhance relationships. Let's skip the wine. I drove here. Drink and drive is a no-go, Bai Ye replied. No problem. We can have Xiaoyan drive for you later. Her driving skills are quite proficient, Jiang Diyun said, seeing Bai Ye's hesitation. After a moment of thought, Bai Ye slowly nodded. Then let's have a small drink, but we won't have red wine. Let's try the wine I brought. As soon as he finished speaking, a ring that Bai Ye wore on his hand, which had gone unnoticed by anyone, seemed to emit a flash of light. Immediately, a crystal wine bottle appeared on the dining table, containing a fruit wine. Lu Yin was taken aback and covered her cherry-like mouth in surprise. Even the beautiful waitresses who were waiting to serve more dishes were astonished, though they had been trained not to gasp. Mr. Bai, is this the legendary storage treasure? Jiang Diyun asked, surprised, his tone filled with astonishment and envy. He had only heard about space rings from others and had never seen one in person. This was the first time he witnessed someone using a space ring, which was said to be extremely precious. Even powerful warriors might not possess one. However, Jiang Diyun was aware of Bai Ye's identity and background, so he didn't panic too much. Yes, this is indeed a space ring. It makes going out much more convenient, Bai Ye said, shaking the ring in his hand with a smile, no longer fearing exposure. In fact, this space ring was given to him by Zhang Wei. Otherwise, with his previous contribution value, he wouldn't have been able to exchange for it, even if it was on the exchange list of the War God Palace, due to the high price. Indeed, the space ring on the War God Palace's exchange list required a whopping 300 contribution points. The fruit wine inside was also complimentary, brewed by the wine master in the War God Palace using some ordinary spiritual herbs and fruits, and it had an excellent taste. Although it didn't help with a warrior's cultivation, it had great benefits for ordinary people, significantly enhancing their physical quality and regulating their bodies. Zhang Wei gave him this space ring, reasoning that he had better ones and that keeping it would be a waste. But Bai Ye understood that this was an investment from Zhang Wei. With his talent as a young, heavenly-level powerhouse, Zhang Wei certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to invest in him while he was still relatively weak, expecting to reap benefits once Bai Ye grew stronger. The reality was that if you had potential and strength, you could earn the attention of others. Come try this fruit wine from the War God Palace. Not only does it taste great, but it's also beneficial for you ordinary people, Bai Ye said with a smile. In fact, it was true. He had given a few bottles to his parents when he first got it, and they had significantly strengthened and regulated their bodies after drinking it. This time, Bai Ye took out the fruit wine because he saw Jiang Diyun's extremely sincere and friendly attitude, combined with the beautiful woman beside him, and he was pleased. You should know that on the War God Palace's exchange list, such fruit wine could only be exchanged for 10 bottles with 1 contribution point. And in terms of external currency, it was worth over 10 million a bottle, and it wasn't available for public purchase, making it extremely hard to acquire. However, for Bai Ye now, it was merely for taste and had no real effect on him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Diyun's smile grew even brighter. He was trying hard to please Bai Ye, not just because of Bai Ye's substantial savings, but more so due to Bai Ye's identity as a heavenly-level powerhouse. Such a strong person could change their fate by sharing even a bit of resources, bringing them immense benefits. He hadn't expected to gain something so soon. It seemed that inviting Bai Ye this time was an extremely correct decision. Jiang Diyun then gestured to the beautiful manager waitress, who immediately picked up the fruit wine and poured it for Bai Ye and Jiang Diyun. Jiang Diyun raised his glass to toast Bai Ye. After taking a sip, Bai Ye just wanted to taste it, but Jiang Diyun felt a unique energy filling his whole body, making him feel incredibly comfortable. Beside them, Lu Yan, having heard what Bai Ye and Jiang Diyun were saying earlier, looked at her uncle's performance and the fruit wine with a gaze full of desire. However, she still adhered to her duty to drive Bai Ye later and did not speak up to ask to taste it. Bai Ye naturally noticed Lu Yan's desire, but he didn't say anything for now, as he still needed her to drive. It was just a bottle of fruit wine. He could compensate her later. Being by his side in the future, she wouldn't lack such things. Chapter 13 Luxury Villa next. A series of exquisite dishes were served one after another, each showcasing the chef's exceptional culinary skills, worthy of a national banquet chef's title. Beside me was the stunningly beautiful Lu Yan, who acted like a maid, pouring wine and serving dishes with reverence in her eyes. The fine wine and beautiful woman created a truly comfortable atmosphere. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of flavors from the meal, I was almost full. Just as I set down my chopsticks, Lu Yan, with keen insight, handed me a napkin, and I used it to wipe my mouth. Director Jiang, I've understood most of the privileges you mentioned, but to be honest, I'm not particularly interested in those. Since you have some understanding of my background, you should also comprehend what the War God Palace represents. The War God Palace can meet any of my needs and solve all my troubles. If there are things that the War God Palace cannot accomplish, then surely your bank would not be able to do them either. Hearing this, Jiang Dajun maintained a smile. Mr. Bai is right. The privileges I just mentioned are merely embellishments for a distinguished guest like you. Wang Dushing paused and then said seriously, however, the War God Palace stands too high, and many matters are indeed handled through the influence of the War God Palace, making it less convenient for some minor issues. Upon hearing this, I pondered slightly. Jiang Dajun's words did have some truth. There is no need for me to trouble the War God Palace for everything. Instead, I could utilize their bank services. After all, the main purpose of the War God Palace is to cultivate strong individuals, and all services are centered around enhancing one's strength. Each bank's ultra-high-end private banking service is more like a club for China's top wealthy elite, possessing extensive connections and resources, linking them together to provide convenience for different distinguished clients. Now that I was starting to tap into this circle's resources and connections, they would serve me. Thus, it could indeed be of some help to me. Since that's the case, I will trouble Director Jiang for any future needs. I lifted my glass to signal Jiang Dajun. You're too polite. It's my honor to serve a distinguished guest like Mr. Bai. Jiang Dajun quickly raised his glass to toast to me, downing it in one go. As we continued to chat while exchanging drinks, Lu Yan's attentive service also caught my eye. Feeling my gaze lingering on her, Lu Yan's face gradually flushed with a hint of red. In a world of indulgence, it was simply like this. Jiang Dajun noticed his elegant and poised niece, and suddenly felt that his move was the right one. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours, during which I mostly listened to Jiang Dajun's anecdotes, which gave me some insight into the elite circle of China's top wealthy individuals. By the time the banquet concluded at 9 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Dajuan personally escorted me to the parking lot, repeatedly instructing Lu Yin to take good care of me. Only after watching us drive away did he leave. Inside the confined car space, I sat in the passenger seat while Lu Yin cautiously drove the SSC Tuatura, a luxury car she had never driven before, as her own vehicle was a million-level entry-level sports car. Outside the window, the vibrant city lights and neon signs dazzled, while inside was a stunning career woman. So beautiful. The scenery outside was beautiful, and the person inside was even more beautiful. "Mr. Bai, where are we going now? Which way should we drive?" Lu Yin asked softly, slightly nervous as she glanced at me. Her fingers tightened around the steering wheel, and a blush crept onto her face upon hearing my words. "Home. To do what needs to be done." My heart raced like a drum, and her unique feminine intuition led her to imagine countless possibilities, interpreting my ambiguous words in various ways. "On the bed? Comfortable things?" "Mr. Bai, what comfortable things do you want to do?" Lu Yin stammered, her beautiful eyes filled with tension and shyness. "What do you think? And from now on, don't call me Mr. Bai, just call me boss." I leaned slightly closer to Lu Yin, speaking in a voice that carried a hint of magnetism. A breeze blew in through the open window, lifting a strand of her hair. The alluring scent wafted in, whether from her hair or her body, I couldn't tell. Lu Yan's body stiffened slightly, while her heart was plunged into a fierce struggle at that moment. Should she agree or not? Young, wealthy, handsome, mysterious, and powerful background. These attributes made it hard for Lu Yan to resist, and she believed that any other woman would find it difficult to refuse as well. Moreover, she began to faintly understand her uncle's good intentions. However, she was also very clear that a man like me was not someone she could bind or control. It was very likely that my future women wouldn't just be her, and I might already have multiple women even now. Should she choose material wealth or love? Perhaps she could grasp both? As Lu Yin was lost in her thoughts, the vehicle quickly left the city and arrived at a luxurious villa on a mountaintop. Following the navigation to a grand entrance, the villa covered over 10 acres, with a gate 8 meters wide. The main building had 3 floors above ground and 1 basement level, featuring 15 rooms, 8 bathrooms, 6 shower rooms, 8 dressing rooms, 4 maid rooms, 2 studies, 2 private cinemas, 2 KTV rooms, along with a kitchen, dining room, living room, etc., all adorned with antique paintings and calligraphy. Upstairs, there was a private helipad and an indoor swimming pool. The exterior featured both above-ground and underground parking lots, an outdoor swimming pool, 2 small gardens, and a mini golf course. The villa boasted a rich classical Suzhou garden style and had clearly undergone post-construction modifications to fit a unique feng shui layout. It could be said that this was the most luxurious villa Lu Yin had ever seen. Chapter 13. Black silk high heels. The villa is the one that Bai Ye exchanged from the god of war palace, which he calls Yunding Jiangnan, also known as Yunding Villa. The villa has already been renovated and furnished with various furniture and daily necessities, ready for immediate move-in, except it lacks servants and maids. Bai Ye had visited it before, but for some reason, he did not move in at that time. Tonight is his first official stay here. Indeed, what Bai Ye mentioned in the car about doing something comfortable is practicing cultivation. In fact, he is not wrong. This process of cultivation and strength improvement is indeed a pleasurable experience. As for Lu Yan's wild thoughts along the way, Bai Ye believes that it is definitely Lu Yan's own overly imaginative mind that led her astray, and he would not admit to having said anything ambiguous on purpose. Regarding Lu Yan's misinterpretation, Bai Ye just wants to say that one cannot be too anxious. Haste makes waste. Everything requires a gradual process, whether fast or slow. There must at least be a process, even though there are certainly things that can be achieved in one step. As for Lu Yan, who was initially filled with tension and was continually encouraging herself, after hearing Bai Ye's words, her struggling heart calmed down and she let out a long breath. But at the same time, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Just as Lu Yan was about to turn and leave, the door behind her opened again. Seeing Bai Ye close the door once more, Lu Yan twisted her curvy hips and happily walked towards the cloakroom. No woman would refuse beautiful designer clothes and bags. Today's events have made it clear that only with strong personal strength will people come to curry favor with you. Money, power, and beautiful women will naturally flock to you, and your status will rise. Those who were once high and mighty will have to lower their stance to befriend you. In life, one must row against the current. If you do not advance, you will retreat. Bai Ye will not become arrogant and complacent just because he has achieved a little success. Otherwise, it would be like letting horses run on a plain. Easy to let go, but hard to catch. After a night of cultivation, Bai Ye's skills progressed slightly again, but he was still a bit far from breaking through. After washing up and arriving in the living room, the first thing that caught Bai Ye's eye was a pair of straight and long, beautiful legs, paired with semi-transparent black stockings, and on her feet were a pair of white high heels, adorned with dozens of tiny diamonds at the toes and a noticeable Chanel crystal logo at the heels. The beautiful legs were perfectly shaped, and further up was a light purple spaghetti strap dress, with delicate straps circling her fair neck, extending down to just 3 centimeters above her knees. The dress undoubtedly accentuated Lu Yan's slim waist and her proud curves, as well as her full, rounded backside, while the open-back design of the dress revealed about 1/3 of her fragrant shoulders. Her long hair, which was styled up last night, was now let down, cascading like a black waterfall over Lu Yan's flawless back. Bai Ye recognized that this was indeed the clothing from the cloakroom, clearly showing that Lu Yan had listened attentively to her boss's words. Such a grand outfit highlighted Lu Yan's stunning beauty even more. Seeing Lu Yan appear slightly shy under Bai Ye's intense gaze, her cheeks flushed and her nervous hands occasionally brushed away stray hair from her ears. Boss, noticing that Bai Ye was still staring at her legs, Lu Yan couldn't help but call out playfully. Cough, cough. Good morning, Lu Yan. Let me show you around here, Bai Ye said, clearing his throat. He then began to take Lu Yan on a tour of the villa. Can you make breakfast? Yes, boss. From now on, prepare a simple breakfast for me at this time every morning. The kitchen is well equipped with ingredients, and you can add anything you find lacking. As for lunch and dinner, there will be a dedicated chef to prepare and deliver them. During your free time, you can focus on your own things. And when I need you, I will arrange it. Here, as my secondary card, I have set a limit of 10 million. You can use it for your daily expenses, and any expenses I arrange will be deducted from here. Let me know if it's running low. Standing at the kitchen door, Bai Ye said to Lu Yan, who was following closely beside him, and then handed her a black card. There are a few cars for daily use in the garage, and the keys should be in the living room. You can look for them yourself later. Now, let's go have a nice meal and maybe do some shopping. Upon arriving at the private underground garage, the first thing that caught their eyes was dozens of luxury cars, including brands like Mercedes-Benz, Ferrari, Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini, Bentley, BMW, Porsche, and more, featuring sedans, sports cars, vans, off-road vehicles, and SUVs. Bai Ye chose a Mercedes-Benz S800 Pullman Guard, this year's flagship model from the company, boasting a series of high-tech protective features such as explosion-proof alloy steel plates and bulletproof glass, equipped with automatic cruise and recognition systems, ultrasonic radar, smart voice, smart refrigerator, smart screens, and more. The luxurious interior is priced at a staggering 18 million, making it one of the most expensive luxury vans in the world. The cars in the underground garage were all purchased by Bai Ye through efforts made via the god of War Palace, costing him several small goals. After all, before his cultivation, Bai Ye was also a car enthusiast with a dream of collecting luxury cars. However, at that time, he could only think about it, hoping to buy a million-level luxury car after entering society and with help from his family. He would have to rely on his future efforts and development for anything beyond that. Now that he has strength and conditions, Bai Ye naturally would not forget this dream. After spending some effort, he easily realized it and collected a large number of luxury cars. Now, Bai Ye has even bigger dreams, not just collecting luxury cars. Still dawdling? Get in the car. Bai Ye called to Lu Yan outside the window, choosing this van mainly for convenience to put things in. After that, Bai Ye took Lu Yan to enjoy a luxurious breakfast and then went on a shopping spree. They bought many items, including things for himself, daily necessities, and gifts for Lu Yan. Seeing Lu Yan's delicate white hand, Bai Ye felt something was missing. So he gifted her a Vacheron Constantine Patrimony Series Ladies Manual Mechanical Watch 83570000R 9915. After all, giving gifts is also a way to strengthen the relationship. Chapter 14. Earth Spirit Crystal. A week passed quickly, and Bai Ye and Lu Yin became more familiar with each other, their relationship advancing rapidly. During this time, the little girl Yang Kursin also visited this villa. She encountered the graceful and beautiful Lu Yin, who also carried a hint of mature charm, and nearly became extremely jealous. In the end, thanks to Bai Ye's strong reassurance, she didn't cause any trouble. She ended up occupying a room, claiming that she would often come here to live, saying it was convenient for studying. Bai Ye was well aware of Yang Kursin's little thoughts, but he didn't mind. Just letting her be happy was enough. Currently, Bai Ye was standing at the bottom of the sea, continuously waving the sword in his hand, digging into the soil, having already excavated dozens of meters deep. Suddenly, his movements paused as he felt that his sword had struck something hard. Knowing that this sword was exchanged from the War God Palace, it could easily penetrate through ores like iron without any hindrance. Bai Ye carefully cleared the soil in front of him, and some energy fluctuations and a fragrance came through, revealing a deep blue crystal about the size of 2 fists. This is the Earth Spirit Crystal? Such a large piece? Bai Ye found it hard to believe what he saw, his tone questioning yet unable to hide his excitement. The Earth Spirit Crystal was recorded in the exchange list of the War God Palace, but it was never available for exchange. Only 2 people in the world had ever obtained it. After refining their Earth Spirit Crystals, both had broken through from the heavenly level to the War God level. The Earth Spirit Crystals they obtained were only the size of a finger. There had been bounties offered in the hundreds of billions, yet no one could acquire even a single piece. Bai Ye didn't expect that just like any other day, while visiting the seabed and sensing a special fluctuation here, he would unearth such a huge surprise. He picked up the blue crystal and carefully examined it, confirming that it was indeed the Earth Spirit Crystal, exactly as described in the records of the War God Palace. He stored the Earth Spirit Crystal in his spatial ring and began digging again. If he could unearth another piece, it would be unimaginable wealth and could help him rapidly improve his cultivation. He deepened the pit beneath his feet by another 10 meters and expanded it significantly around, but he did not find a second Earth Spirit Crystal. After carefully sensing, he found no more of that special activity. Bai Ye was not disappointed. Obtaining such a large Earth Spirit Crystal was already an extremely fortunate event. He had struck it rich. It was normal not to find a second piece, and he didn't want to be overly ambitious. Bai Ye surfaced and found an uninhabited small island. He activated the energy within his body to evaporate the water on his clothes and then sat cross-legged on a stone. Bai Ye began to operate his cultivation method to absorb the energy from the Earth Spirit Crystal in his hand. The special source energy inside the crystal continuously flowed into Bai Ye's body, entering his blood, circulating, and delivering spiritual power to his limbs, making it extremely easy to absorb and refine. After half an hour, the Earth Spirit Crystal in Bai Ye's hand visibly shrank by a circle, while his rate of energy absorption was increasing rapidly, and he began to absorb a large amount of cosmic source energy from the surrounding space. Boom! The speed of his cultivation method accelerated, and rich cosmic source energy continuously entered Bai Ye's body. Under the influence of this cosmic source energy, Bai Ye felt his physical quality continuously strengthening, and the energy within him became more abundant. Gradually, he seemed to sense a change in the surrounding void, a peculiar connection in the air, allowing him to feel a marvelous fluctuation within the void. This fluctuation was fierce and fiery, resembling a wondrous energy present in the world, filling the space as if it were everywhere, as though it composed a part of the universe. Bai Ye's physical body was undergoing a profound transformation. His perceptions were changing, and his understanding of the world was also evolving. This seemed to be a leap in the level of life, and the entire process was devoid of any pain. Instead, Bai Ye felt quite comfortable. As he enjoyed this comfortable transformation process, time continued to pass, and soon an hour had gone by. During this hour, strands of deep blue flames unexpectedly appeared around Bai Ye's body. After these flames emerged, his speed of absorbing the Earth Spirit Crystal and the energy of heaven and earth became even faster. With the entry of these energies, Bai Ye's body underwent an even more intense change. His internal organs, blood, meridians, bones, flesh, cells, and even the depths of his genes were undergoing unknown changes, resulting in a dramatic transformation. Especially the genes that had been enhanced by 100 times. A peculiar energy was generated from deep within his body's genes, rapidly promoting his physical transformation. If a war god level expert were present, they would be able to determine that Bai Ye was currently undergoing the most critical life leap to break through to the war god level. And this transformation was more intense than a typical breakthrough to war god. Boom! The surrounding void continuously filled with cosmic source energy flowing into his body as Bai Ye completed his final transformation. This realm corresponded to the war god level, the strongest beneath the war god palace. At the pinnacle of Earth's martial arts, Bai Ye finally achieved it. Bai Ye, sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. What a marvelous feeling. Bai Ye sensed that he now seemed to have a connection with the surrounding void, as if he could see through a part of its essence. Through this essence, he felt a fierce and violent energy within the void. Crackle. In Bai Ye's right hand, strands of deep blue flames appeared out of nowhere, burning in the air. They looked like small flames, but upon closer inspection, they exhibited an incredibly terrifying power that would instill fear even in heavenly level cultivators. Seeing this terrifying power, Bai Ye felt quite satisfied, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. He then began to carefully assess the situation within his body, and his smile blossomed into an incredibly radiant one. After practicing for so long, he had finally stepped into the war god realm. Was this the special ability gained after breaking through to the war god level, resulting in a transformation of the body? At this moment, Bai Ye clearly understood that he had officially entered the war god level, becoming one of the top martial artists on Earth. Even before, there were no more than 20 war god level experts worldwide. In other words, he had now become one of the top 20 powerful figures globally. This realm, which posed a challenge to many cultivators and blocked the path of numerous heavenly level experts, presented no difficulty for him. After satisfying the resources, he naturally broke through. Bai Ye looked at the Earth Spirit Crystal in his hand and found that it had shrunk by a third. It's worth noting that this Earth Spirit Crystal was not small. A normal heavenly level expert might only achieve a reduction of 110 or even 120 to break through. Bai Ye's absorption of energy during his breakthrough was several times that of an ordinary person, which was also due to his previously deep accumulation. Chapter 15. Late stage of the war god. Suddenly, the mysterious small tower in Bai Ye's sea of consciousness began to tremble gently, and another stream of information emerged. What is this? The subsequent techniques of the eternal heavenly skill. The laws chapter? There are actually some secret methods for cultivation and combat. After organizing the information in his mind, Bai Ye realized that it was precisely what he needed. As for the laws chapter, he wasn't too familiar with it. It seemed to involve the analysis of certain laws of heaven and earth. However, with the new techniques, Bai Ye's mood improved significantly. These techniques and secret methods were much stronger than those from the War God Palace, allowing his cultivation speed to increase even more. Combining the information he had previously gathered from the War God Palace, he understood that the War God level is divided into 4 small realms: early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and peak. The power gap between each small realm is several times greater, and only 3 people in the entire world stand at the peak of the War God realm, 2 from Huagua and 1 from Megua. Bai Ye looked at the Earth Spirit Crystal in his hand and decided to continue his cultivation. He resumed, sitting cross-legged to absorb the energy from the Earth Spirit Crystal, which still had 2/3 remaining, possessing ample energy. This is indeed a great item. After sensing it slightly, he found that the Earth Spirit Crystal could still rapidly enhance his strength, and a look of delight appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. Boom! Filled with joy, Bai Ye began to fully activate a technique. Dense energy continuously flowed into his body. Even though Bai Ye had just reached the early stage of the War God level, he could feel his physical body gradually strengthening, and this enhancement was even clearly perceptible. Although the progress wasn't very significant, it was steadily increasing. The source energy absorbed from early to mid-stage was 3 to 4 times greater than what a cultivator would absorb from the yellow level to the peak of the heavenly level. One can imagine how difficult it is to break through the small levels of the War God. even with Bai Ye's previous breakthrough speed, without the aid of rare materials. It would take 2 to 3 months of cultivation to possibly break through from the early stage to the mid-stage of the war god level. But now, with the Earth Spirit Crystal providing source energy, these issues were no longer a problem. Streams of source energy entered his body, and Bai Ye's strength continued to steadily improve. Time passed by, and the Earth Spirit Crystal in his hand was visibly shrinking. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours had passed, and it was now nighttime. In fact, it was proven that while the Earth Spirit Crystal is precious and can assist in breakthroughs, it is also difficult to refine. If it were another rare material, Bai Ye wouldn't have to spend so much time refining it. The Earth Spirit Crystal is not like ordinary spiritual fruits or herbs that, even if not refined, can still produce some effect without adverse consequences. Ordinary people cannot refine the Earth's Spirit Crystal at all, and it could very likely lead to their demise. As he continued to absorb and refine, Bai Ye's aura fluctuated increasingly stronger, reaching the peak of the early stage of the war god level, then the mid-stage. When the Earth Spirit Crystal in Bai Ye's hand completely disappeared, his aura reached a powerful peak, finally achieving the late stage of the war god level. Late stage of the war god. Bai Ye stood up, sensing his own strength, and a smile appeared on his lips. After fully absorbing and refining the Earth Spirit Crystal, his strength had surged from the early stage of the war god to the late stage, which could be described as a significant increase. There are no more than 5 late-stage war god experts in the world, excluding the 3 at the peak. One could say that Bai Ye's strength had risen from the top 20 to the top 10, though this was merely a comparison of cultivation realms. True combat strength would only be known after actual battles. Taking out his phone from the spatial ring, Bai Ye checked the time. Buzz. A strange fluctuation began to emanate from Bai Ye, and his body unexpectedly floated up, instantly reaching an altitude of 100 meters. Flying in midair? As Bai Ye felt this instinctive flying ability, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. This ability, which he once envied, he could now perform himself in no time. As Bai Ye sensed the situation in this world, he discovered that there seemed to be a special connection with the void around him. It was this connection that allowed him to float and fly effortlessly, as if it were an innate instinct. Next, Bai Ye began to experiment with these abilities. He found that his current speed could easily break the sound barrier, reaching several times the speed of sound, allowing him to escape 1,000 meters in an instant. Such speed means that most conventional weapons on Blue Star cannot pose a threat to war god experts, which might be one reason for the war god's intimidating presence. Bai Ye then began to test his sword techniques. A battle blade appeared in his hand, and as he swung it, beams of blue flames mixed with visible sword light shot out, creating waves over 100 meters high on the sea surface. The attack was released, and the energy was almost materialized. This is a characteristic of war god-level experts, who can manipulate a strand of energy from heaven and earth. And it is one of the most powerful attack methods of war god-level experts. With a final powerful slash, 2 loud booms echoed through the heavens and earth, and a flaming sword light cut across the surface of the sea, as if styling it down the middle. Even the small island where Bai Ye had just been was cleaved in 2. Fortunately, there were no ships or people in this sea area. Otherwise, it could have caused panic. This power was infinitely greater than before his breakthrough. This is the power of a war god expert, truly worthy of standing at the pinnacle of Earth, and now I have finally reached it. Continuing to experiment with his newly acquired abilities, Bai Ye couldn't help but laugh loudly at the terrifying power that had increased dozens of times. He hadn't expected that a routine underwater trip would lead to such a significant breakthrough, leaping across 1 major realm and 2 minor realms, resulting in a tremendous enhancement of his strength. Now, his power could rank among the top 10 globally, even the top 5, representing an extraordinary leap compared to before, with a vast difference. Moreover, the transformation in life level upon breaking through to the war god tier had allowed him to master various extraordinary abilities. Flying in midair, mastering flames, attacking externally, slicing the sea with a single blow. These various extraordinary abilities could easily be considered divine powers in ancient times. Whoosh! Calming his joyful emotions, Bai Bai Ye flew rapidly towards the Cloud Summit Villa. Chapter 16. Youth-enhancing pill returning to the Cloud Summit Villa. He took the opportunity to pull her into his arms, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, and lowered his head to kiss her enticing red lips. Luyan was caught off guard by this series of actions, momentarily unable to react, her mind feeling a bit hazy. Then, out of modesty, she struggled slightly with her hands in front of Bai Ye's chest, but with her little strength, how could she possibly break free from Bai Ye's embrace? After struggling a bit, faced with Bai Ye's passionate kiss, Luyan gradually fell into it, wrapping her arms around Bai Ye's neck, actively extending her little tongue for him to savor. After a long time, their lips parted. They exchanged a glance, and as soon as Luyan met Bai Ye's fiery gaze, she buried her head back into his arms. "Boss, you're so bad." At that moment, Luyan's face was flushed, her eyes filled with a dreamy look. Bai Ye pinched Luyan's delicate chin, lifting her face to admire her exquisite features, and said, "The boss has even worse things in store." As he finished speaking, amidst Luyan's exclamations of surprise, he swept her up in a princess carry and headed toward his bedroom. "Boss, don't. I'm not ready yet. Please don't." Bai Ye ignored Luyan's protests, knowing that girls often say the opposite when they feel shy. If she truly didn't want it, it would be foolish to provoke her. Bai Ye carried Luyan into the bedroom and tossed her onto the 8-meter-wide bed. "Boss, be gentle. It's my first time." As Luyan's cries echoed, the bedroom gradually filled with a vibrant spring atmosphere. Half an hour later, the sounds of Luyan begging for mercy rang out. But it was of no use, and only after over an hour did the sound in the bedroom finally subside. After the storm passed, Bai Ye lay on the bed, holding Luyan, who was nestled in his arms, drawing circles on his chest with her hands. "Boss, you're so bad. You've completely taken advantage of me." Bai Ye held the beauty in his arms, knowing that she needed comfort the most at this moment, and said, "Isn't it because you, little enchantress, are too charming? When your boss was happy today, he couldn't help but take you, little enchantress. Besides, you're my personal secretary. ISNT, they're saying that when their S work, the secretary does it, but when their S none." Bai Ye teased while pinching Luyan's delicate chin. "Boss, you're so bad, always bullying me." Before Bai Ye could finish, Luyan wriggled in his embrace, playfully pouting. "Boss, did you have bad intentions from the very beginning? How can you say I had bad intentions? I call it love at first sight. And just like that, you've gone from being my personal secretary to my close secretary. Don't worry, from now on, you are my woman, not just my close secretary, but also the boss lady. I will definitely not let you down." Bai Ye genti risusuretev. After all, having completely taken advantage of her, it was only right for her to hear some sweet words. If you dare to let me down in the future, I'll bite you to death." Luyan showed a row of little white teeth, trying to look fierce, but failing adorably. A young, wealthy, and handsome man like Bai Ye, with powerful abilities and a strong background, was hard for any woman to resist, and Luyan had easily fallen for him. However, she also knew that it was nearly impossible to possess a man as outstanding as Bai Ye all to herself. Without going far, there was Yang Kursin nearby, eyeing her closely, but she felt no regret about what happened with Bai Ye today. She didn't seek to fully possess Bai Ye. That was just a luxury. As long as she had a place in his heart, that was enough. Moreover, after experiencing Bai Ye's prowess, Luyan understood that trying to completely monopolize him would be beyond her capability. That would be like courting death. Seeing Luyan's fierce but cute appearance again intrigued Bai Ye. He then rolled over and pinned her beneath him amidst her surprised exclamations. The room was once again filled with continuous pleas for mercy. After everything calmed down, Luyan felt completely exhausted, as if her whole body had fallen apart. The two fell into a deep sleep, only to wake up the next day at noon. After washing up, they prepared to eat something to replenish their energy. Mainly, Luyan needed to recover, while for Bai Ye, yesterday's battle had no effect on him at all. With Bai Ye's strength, just absorbing the cosmic source energy was enough to meet his bodily needs. He didn't need food for energy, and he only ate to satisfy his cravings. The energy contained in Earth's food was no longer of much use to him, unless it was some rare treasure. While they were having lunch, Luyan recalled her question from yesterday, and couldn't help but ask again, "Boss, why were you so happy yesterday?" Even though she had become Bai Ye's woman, Luyan still preferred to call him boss. Bai Ye thought for a moment. There was really nothing to hide from his woman about what happened yesterday. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of exposing anything. So he said, I remember I told you some things about martial artists before. You should have some understanding of the realms among martial artists, right? Your boss broke through to the war god level yesterday. What? Boss, you broke through to war god? Bai Ye's sudden announcement nearly startled Lu Yen. Since she was a martial artist, she didn't know much about the specifics, but from what little she understood, she knew the significance of a war god, someone considered as powerful as a nuclear bomb. Previously, when Bai Ye had become the youngest heavenly level expert, she thought that was already impressive, and now he had become a war god? That meant he was at the top tier globally. Boss, you really became a war god? I heard war gods can fly. Can you take me for a fly? Lu Yen ran to Bai Ye's side, clinging to his arm and acting cute. Didn't you fly all night yesterday? Aren't you tired of it yet? Bai Ye teased, looking at the adorable Lu Yen. Boss, you're so mean. You're so bad. Hearing Bai Ye mention last night's embarrassing moments made Lu Yen blush, lightly punching him with her small fists. All right. I'll take you out for a fly later. By the way, remember to drink the fruit wine I gave you last time regularly. When it's finished, come ask me for more. I've reformulated that fruit wine. It helps strengthen your physical constitution and lays a good foundation. After that, you might have the chance to become a martial artist. Your body is too weak now to bear too much affection from me. The notion that ordinary people could hardly become martial artists had gradually begun to seem hopeful in Bai Ye's eyes as his strength grew stronger. He would not only help Lu Yen, but also gradually help his parents and family become martial artists. Bai Ye thought for a moment, took out a pure white jade bottle from his space ring, and handed it to Lu Yen, saying, inside is a youth-enhancing pill. Taking it will keep you youthful and your appearance forever unaging. The youth-enhancing pill was something that could maintain one's youth, and Bai Ye had exchanged it from the War God Palace using the contribution points he earned during this period, costing him a full 10 points. Originally, he planned to give it to his family, but he hadn't had the chance yet. Now that Lu Yen has become his woman, Bai Ye naturally won't be stingy with her. After all, what man doesn't hope that his woman can remain youthful forever? So he decided to give her the beauty elixir first, and he could exchange it for his family later. The beauty elixir, although it can only maintain a person's youth without prolonging their life, is still an incredibly powerful item that could drive any woman who knows about it crazy. Just like Lu Yen now, upon hearing Bai Ye's words and seeing that jade bottle, her eyes lit up, and she was so excited that she could hardly speak. She quickly took the jade bottle, opened it, and swallowed the pill inside in an instant. Smack, smack. Boss, thank you so much. You're really too good to me. Am I dreaming? After taking the elixir, Lu Yen kissed Bai Ye's face several times, almost incoherent with excitement. Haha, you're definitely not dreaming. This is all a piece of cake for me. Do you like the gift I gave you? Make sure to perform well tonight to thank your boss. Bai Ye said, while looking at the excited Lu Yen, giving a playful pat to her prominent features and laughing heartily. Indeed, no woman can resist the beauty elixir. Chapter 17. Island ruins in the blink of an eye. 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, Bai Ye, besides engaging in some favorite exercises with Lu Yen, was familiarizing himself with the powers he currently possessed. After 3 days of skilled application, Bai Ye's strength had significantly improved compared to when he had just broken through. Today marked the day the ruins would begin. Bai Ye prepared himself and flew swiftly to the agreed-upon location. His flying speed far surpassed that of driving, making it much more convenient. Soon, Bai Ye arrived at the meeting point with Zhang Wei and saw Zhang Wei, who had been waiting there for a long time. At that moment, Zhang Wei looked up in shock as Bai Ye descended from the air and exclaimed, flying in midair, Bai Ye, have you broken through to the war god level this time? Good kid, you truly are a genius. This is a huge surprise for us. Now that you've broken through to the war god level, we have 11 war god level powerhouses in Huagua, which further solidifies our dominant position internationally. The palace master will reward you for this. Zhang Wei stepped forward and patted Bai Ye on the shoulder, speaking with some excitement. He hadn't expected Bai Ye to break through to the war god level so quickly. Just then, a futuristic battleship appeared above them. This high-speed battleship was manufactured based on the technology excavated from the ruins. It can reach speeds of dozens of times the speed of sound. Let's board it, Zhang Wei said, looking at the ship hovering above them. Bai Ye nodded in agreement. These high-speed battleships were also available for exchange on the list, but their prices were too expensive, so Bai Ye hadn't opted for them before. The two boarded the battleship. "Hey, is someone here?" Upon entering the room inside the battleship, Bai Ye was taken aback. There was another person sitting inside who looked quite ordinary in appearance and attire, yet exuded a sharp, imposing aura, as if he were a wolf king mixed among a pack of huskies. Bai Ye glanced at him and felt the air around him condense, as if space had solidified and time had stopped, leaving him frozen in place, as if he were unable to control his body. However, this feeling was fleeting. In just a moment, Bai Ye returned to normal, as if everything that had just occurred was merely an illusion. Yet, he clearly understood that what had just happened was real, simply due to the overwhelming presence of the man before him. What kind of strength does this person have? So powerful. A hint of shock appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. Having reached the late stage of the war god level, he felt no pressure from Zhang Wei, who was also at the war god level, but the man before him instilled a powerful sense of pressure. It felt as if he had no ability to resist if the man wished to act. "Bai Ye, this is our war god palace's master, Jiang Jin," Zhang Wei introduced. The master of the war god palace? Bai Ye was momentarily stunned upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had heard of this legendary figure when he had just joined the war god palace, but he had been informed that the master had been in seclusion, so he had never had the chance to meet him. Otherwise, with his talent, he should have met the founder of the war god palace long ago. This person was currently the strongest on Earth, a terrifying existence capable of withstanding even the most intense challenges without injury. The elevated status of martial artists today was largely due to him. He had raised the status of martial artists to a level where ordinary people and major powers dared not offend them. Now, Huagua could attain a dominant position in international extraordinary matters, with Jiang Jin's presence being a significant key. One person could stand against a nation, nothing more. In fact, as long as Jiang Jin was willing, even becoming a legendary figure for movies would be no problem at all. Faced with such a powerful figure, even Bai Ye felt a hint of reverence. After calming his shock, Bai Ye respectfully said, "Master." He smiled and said, "Bai Ye, achieving the war god level before turning 19 makes you the youngest war god level powerhouse in Earth's history. You are truly impressive. Even I wasn't as good as you at your age. You deserve the title of a monstrous genius." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye was once again astonished. When he had flown here, Jiang Jin hadn't been present, yet he could see through Bai Ye's cultivation level at a glance. "Master, you flatter me." Bai Ye appeared quite humble in response to Jiang Jin's praise. Jiang Jin smiled lightly and said, "No need to be modest. A genius should show it. In the upcoming exploration of the ruins, with your strength, you should be able to gain some good rewards. Work hard." Jiang Jin then gave Bai Ye some specific guidance regarding his abilities before leaving. As the master of the war god palace, he had many matters to handle and would not be joining the exploration of these ordinary ruins, as they no longer held much value for him. With Jiang Jin's departure, the high-speed battleship continued to travel at dozens of times the speed of sound, quickly arriving at the destination. Upon reaching the gathering point, there were 2 men and 1 woman present. The 2 men looked ordinary, though their clothing was decent, at first glance. They appeared to be just 2 ordinary men dressed in relatively expensive clothing. However, the woman looked quite pure and beautiful. These 3 were the other 3 practitioners from Tianhai. Aside from Bai Ye, 1 man appeared to be in his 30s and was at the Earth level, while the other man and woman looked younger, probably in their 20s, and were at the mysterious level. "Bai Ye, this island ruin was just discovered recently. It contains many dangers but also many opportunities. It was exposed shortly after being found, and then major top forces united to seal it off. There are still 2 hours until the official opening. However, given your status as a war god powerhouse in our war god palace, you have the privilege to enter early, or you can choose to stay here and get familiar with these people." Chapter 18. The Secret Realm. Hello, brothers. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Yong. The man who looked like the leader, about 30 years old, approached Bai Ye as he walked over and spoke. "This is Zhang Ye, my cousin. And this is Zhao Kuan. We are all from Tianhai City." Li Yong then pointed to the man and woman beside him and continued with the introductions. "Bai Ye is also from Tianhai City. After he finished introducing them, Bai Ye also introduced himself. Since they exchanged greetings, it was equivalent to getting to know each other. Bai Ye, I just saw you came with the Inspector General. Have you joined the War God Palace? Zhang Ye looked at Bai Ye's handsome face, her curiosity evident. So, Bai Ye, what is your current strength? Let's exchange contact information. Since we are all from Tianhai City, it will be convenient to contact each other later. Zhang Ye asked again, taking out her phone to open the martial artist as home app to add friends. Meanwhile, she thought to herself, could it be that Bai Ye's strength is too low, making him hesitant to speak? After all, Bai Ye looked very young, probably not even 20 years old. At such an age, having Huang-level cultivation is already impressive. Xiaoya, don't talk nonsense. A martial artist's strength is their trump card. How can it be casually mentioned? Hearing Zhang Ye's words, Liang quickly stopped her and then turned to Bai Ye, saying, I apologize, brother Bai Ye. Xiaoya is young and doesn't know better. She tended to speak thoughtlessly. It's okay. Bai Ye waved his hand. He wouldn't take such small matters to heart. Next, Bai Ye asked Li Yong about the cultivation circles in Tianhai and the surrounding cities. The two then began to engage in conversation, with Li Yong being very enthusiastic, continuously sharing what he knew, answering Bai Ye's questions without reservation. However, Bai Ye didn't pay much attention to this. After understanding the situation, he turned a bid farewell and walked towards the entrance of the island. This action left the three of them looking bewildered. Wasn't the ruins about to begin? Why was he going over there? Before the three could recover from their confusion, a group of people approached the gathering place from a distance. Cousin, do you think that's Zhao Ziwei? Is she also coming to explore the island ruins? Zhang Ye was the first among the three to look at the group, suddenly calling out excitedly, her gaze fixed on a woman among them. The woman, dressed in green, had a picturesque face, delicate hands, skin like cream, teeth like carved jade, and a graceful appearance, resembling a fairy descended from the heavens. This woman was Zhao Ziwei, the daughter of the chairman of Shanghai Group. Not only did she come from a prestigious family with immense wealth, but she was also exceptionally talented, being one of the strongest among the younger generation, having just turned 20 and already reached the peak of Earth level. The peak of Earth level. I wonder when I will have the chance to reach that. Zhang Ye's eyes reflected awe and longing as she looked at Zhao Ziwei. She was a peak Earth-level expert, the strongest apart from war gods and heaven-level experts. And there were very few of them in the entire Huagua. No one would not aspire to become such a powerful figure. Let us go say hello. Just as Zhang Ye was about to pull Li Yong and Zhao Kun over to greet her, Zhao Kun, who had been focused on Bai Ye, quickly spoke up. What are you greeting for? Let us wait. Look at Bai Ye. The three then turned their attention back to Bai Ye. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the island ruins, over 20 martial artists were guarding it, half of whom were from the War God Palace, while the others were from some top foreign powers. Bai Ye approached the entrance and was stopped by a middle-aged martial artist. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye did not choose to back down, but presented an identity verification card. After the martial artist took the card, he scanned it on a strange machine. Soon, shock and astonishment filled the martial artist's eyes, as if he had seen something incredible. The peculiar machine displayed the photo of the man before him along with 4 characters. War God, pass. At the same time, the temporarily set gate automatically opened. Sir, please proceed. Bai Ye then passed through the gate and officially entered the island ruins. This scene was captured by Li Yong and the others. This. Bai Ye actually went in? Zhang Ye's eyes were filled with disbelief as she witnessed this scene. He really went in directly. Could he be a heaven-level expert? Li Yong's tone was also full of incredulity, mixed with a hint of shock. That's right, Bai Ye must at least be a powerful heaven-level expert. I saw that guard verify his identity just now. He could pass the verification, so he must be at least heaven-level, Zhao Kun said affirmatively, having witnessed the entire process of Bai Ye entering. According to the World Martial Artist Agreement, any public ruins discovered can only be accessed 2 hours in advance by heaven-level experts from the War God Palace. Even war gods from other countries and forces cannot enter before the official opening. This rule was set by a certain master from the War God Palace based on strength, and no one can violate it, not even war gods from other countries. Now that Bai Ye could pass the verification to enter, he must be a heaven-level expert. As for being a war god-level expert, the 3 of them couldn't even imagine it. Even this was already incredible. Zhang Ye, realizing this, was filled with regret. She had just neglected this young heaven-level expert and missed the great opportunity to befriend what could be the youngest heaven-level expert. Chapter 19. Secret Realm Space. At this moment, Bai Ye's figure was swiftly moving through the island, while his spiritual energy was extended outward, observing the surrounding situation. He discovered some spiritual fruits and herbs, but their quality was relatively low and did not help improve his strength, so he collected them into his spatial ring. Instead, he encountered a number of exotic beasts, but they were generally of low strength, with the strongest being only of earth-level cultivation. All were easily slain by Bai Ye, and the corpses of the exotic beasts became his spoils of war. It was no wonder that not many high-level warriors came to explore this ruin. Suddenly, Bai Ye stopped at a certain location. His keen spiritual energy sensed a slight discord in the surrounding space, but he couldn't figure out exactly what it was. Suddenly, Bai Ye's eyes lit up as if he had discovered something. He took out his battle knife, infused it with energy from within, and a layer of deep blue flames enveloped the blade. He slashed toward the sensed location. To his surprise, a crack suddenly appeared in the previously empty space, resembling a portal through which the backspace could be seen. The space crack truly connected to a secret realm. The slight discord Bai Ye felt earlier was indeed related to this crack. Upon careful sensing, he discovered that the spatial integrity at this location was extremely weak, and there was even a faint crack opening as if something was trying to squeeze in from the outside. These features reminded Bai Ye of the descriptions he had seen in the data from the War God Palace regarding the opening of secret realms. Upon comparison, he found them to be extremely consistent, which is why he had slashed out in an attempt to test it, and unexpectedly, it actually opened a small crack leading to the secret realm. Secret realms are generally remnants from unknown eras, containing numerous resources and various spiritual medicines and fruits, presenting unimaginable great opportunities. With a clear understanding of secret realms, Bai Ye's eyes revealed a strong sense of excitement. Bai Ye began to attack the crack violently again. After several rounds of attacks, the crack grew larger but still wasn't wide enough for a person to pass through. However, subsequent rounds of attacks did not cause the crack to enlarge further, and it even showed signs of gradually healing. It was not until Bai Ye used the power enhancement techniques he had learned, amplifying his attack several times, that he managed to stop this healing trend. Suddenly, Bai Ye seemed to remember something and began to activate his genetic enhancement. Previously, when he broke through his realm, his genes had been enhanced to 100 times that of an ordinary person by the small tower, using gray life energy. This also meant that he could enhance his attack by 100 times through genetic amplification. This attack from Bai Ye was terrifyingly more powerful than before. With just one slash, he tore open a huge gap in the space crack, wide enough for him to pass through easily. Watching the space crack begin to heal again after he stopped attacking, Bai Ye wasted no time and stepped through the crack. Bai Ye knew that once this island ruin officially opened, the situation would easily be discovered by others. When those people were unable to open the space crack, they would naturally spread the news, inevitably attracting those war god-level powerhouses. Therefore, with the opportunity to enter early and gain an advantage, Bai Ye would not hesitate and chose to enter directly. Buzz! After Bai Ye passed through the space crack, it began to heal slowly, and within just a few seconds, it was almost invisible. The surroundings fell quiet once again, as if nothing had happened, but in reality, the discord in this space was even more apparent than before. Any warrior passing by and observing carefully would easily notice something unusual. Now, what lay before Bai Ye was a desolate scene. The ground was parched. The sky was dark, clearly due to a long time without care, leading to the entire secret realm's decay. Is this the secret realm space? Although Bai Ye had learned about secret realms before, this was his first time entering one. At the same time, Bai Ye was cautious, as any secret realm could harbor dangers. Many powerful warriors had perished during the exploration of secret realms, including several war god-level powerhouses. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only about 20 war god-level powerhouses in the world today. No, it should now be 21. However, with danger comes opportunity. Even if the secret realm appeared dilapidated, some precious resources would still remain. After all, the strong beings capable of creating secret realms far surpass the war god level. At least Bai Ye, at present, was still a long way from being able to create a secret realm like this. Only those far beyond the war god level would leave behind precious resources. Bai Ye even suspected that certain mythological powerful beings had once truly existed, their tales merely passed down through embellishments by people. Not long after, Bai Ye discovered a plant that was almost completely withered. Its leaves had fallen off, resembling a small, dead shrub, with 3 slightly shriveled purple fruits hanging lonely from it, each about the size of fist. Although this ruin was in decline and the purple fruits were somewhat wilted, Bai Ye still sensed abundant cosmic primal energy within them. He picked all of them, carefully feeling them, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. These were fruits that could enhance strength. He stored 2 of them in his storage ring and did not choose to swallow the third one, but instead held it in his hand for refinement. Bai Ye activated his cultivation method, and the cosmic primal energy within the purple fruit began to flow continuously into his body, promoting his strength's advancement. In less than a minute, Bai Ye absorbed all the energy. He carefully sensed the condition within his body. The absorption efficiency of this spiritual fruit was much faster than that of Earth spirit crystals. Just 1 fruit significantly improved his strength. He felt that with just 5 more of these fruits, he could break through to the peak of the war god level. This was still due to the fact that a considerable portion of the cosmic primal energy within the fruit had leaked away. Had it been a complete fruit, he felt he might only need 2 to reach the peak of the war god level. Having absorbed the spiritual fruit, Bai Ye felt unprecedentedly good. However, he did not linger to absorb the remaining 2 fruits, but set off again to search for resources. After all, once the external island ruin officially opened, the spatial crack leading to the secret realm could be discovered at any moment, which might attract war god-level powerhouses to come in and compete for resources. Therefore, he needed to search for as many resources as possible while he was alone, to avoid having to compete with others later, or even risk having resources taken away before he had a chance to discover them. Chapter 20. Significant improvement in strength soon. More than half an hour had passed. This secret realm was too desolate and dilapidated, and the space was extremely vast. After more than half an hour, Bai Ye had only found 20 spirit fruits, of which fewer than 10 could enhance strength. The rest were related to healing or enhancing explosive power, and there was even a poisonous fruit among them. Moreover, this relic seemed to suppress soul perception abilities, making the search range much smaller than outside. However, perhaps because it was too ruined, Bai Ye did not encounter much danger. The only attack he faced was from a mysterious level beetle, which he easily crushed with a single finger since it was of no use. Oh, he detected another source energy fluctuation ahead. Bai Ye quickly flew toward the sense location. However, when he arrived at that spot, he found no spirit fruits or spirit plants. Strange, that strong source energy fluctuation was clearly here. So why was there nothing? Bai Ye looked at the empty space in front of him, filled with confusion. Could it be underground? Gazing at the area, a flash of inspiration struck Bai Ye's mind. He immediately began to dig up the empty ground. The soil layer was not very deep. In less than a minute, he had dug through the topsoil, revealing hard rock underneath. However, the hard rock was as fragile as tofu in front of Bai Ye and was easily excavated. What appeared before Bai Ye was a hollow space with a pool of purple golden liquid on the ground. Is this purple spirit marrow? Bai Ye approached to examine it carefully, confirming his guess, and a wave of ecstatic joy flashed through his heart. Purple spirit marrow, a top-tier heavenly material on Earth. Just a drop is enough to turn an ordinary person without any talent into a cultivator. And only 10 grams is enough for a yellow-level cultivator to break through to the war god level. It is a heavenly treasure that would drive any earthling crazy. It had only appeared once before when a lucky ordinary person obtained it. After swallowing it, that person directly transformed from an ordinary individual into a war god-level powerhouse. Due to suddenly gaining terrifying power, that person became extremely arrogant, disregarding any forces. Unbeknownst to him, without having learned any cultivation techniques, his strength was at the bottom among war gods, and he was quickly killed after becoming too arrogant. This incident made purple spirit marrow known to the public, and it was subsequently recorded by the war god palace. The pool of purple spirit marrow in front of Bai Ye likely contained thousands of drops, representing an astonishing fortune. far exceeding the value of all the spirit fruits he had previously discovered, making Bai Ye suddenly rich. Indeed, fortune does not come without risks. This secret realm unexpectedly yielded such a great harvest. Bai Ye suppressed his joy and took out several large jade bottles from his spatial ring, carefully pouring the purple spirit marrow into them without missing a single drop. This time, Bai Ye did not continue searching, but instead took out a jade bottle and poured a few drops of purple spirit marrow into his mouth. Bai Ye activated his cultivation technique and felt a powerful yet gentle energy continuously flowing into his body, filling his limbs and bones. In just a moment, those few drops of purple spirit marrow transformed into a massive energy that he could absorb and refine, continuously strengthening his body. Boom! Bai Ye's aura suddenly changed, becoming even more powerful, and a sharp momentum was released. Just 3 drops of purple spirit marrow allowed Bai Ye to break through his realm and reach the peak of the war god level. Now, Bai Ye was one of the strongest individuals aside from the war god palace master, and one could even say he was the strongest under the war god palace master. Because, boom! Countless stones around Bai Ye began to levitate and then shot out in all directions at high speed. Boom, boom, boom! The area around Bai Ye stirred up countless clouds of dust, creating a chaotic scene. What Bai Ye had just displayed was his mental power. Every time he broke through a realm, his soul received a significant enhancement, far surpassing other cultivators of the same level. Naturally, Bai Ye also awakened his mental abilities, learning how to manipulate his mental powers to further enhance his strength, resulting in another explosive increase in his combat power. It could be said that with this terrifying mental ability, even when facing other peak war god-level powerhouses, Bai Ye was now confident he could kill them. Chapter 21 Discovery. Bai Ye continued to explore the ruins, searching for various treasures, while time kept slipping away. Half an hour. Before long, he had unknowingly spent over 2 hours since entering the secret realm, and outside, the island ruins had already attracted a large number of martial artists. Outside the island ruins. Little guy, you can't escape this time. A middle-aged man in black swiftly moved through the jungle. Not far in front of him, a large spirit deer, standing 1 meter tall, was frantically fleeing, its agile and nimble form leaping through the trees. Suddenly, the middle-aged man in black leaped forward, his speed increasing dramatically, and he quickly closed the distance to the spirit deer. He struck with a weapon resembling a military dagger, piercing it through the neck and causing it to collapse instantly. The spirit deer fell to the ground, its eyes filled with helplessness and reluctance to leave this world. After struggling a few times, it completely lost its life. The middle-aged man hurriedly approached, taking out a jade bottle from his backpack and carefully collecting the blood flowing from the spirit deer into the bottle. This was a mysterious grade spirit deer, and the most valuable parts were its blood and antlers, both of which could be consumed directly or made into medicinal wine. Although they did not improve a martial artist's strength, they could enhance the physical condition of ordinary people. Most importantly, they could help middle-aged men regain their peak in that area, making them highly sought after by wealthy individuals, often selling for high price. The middle-aged man, named Zhao Yan, was an ordinary loose cultivator. Decades ago, by chance, he became a martial artist, but due to his poor aptitude, he was nearly 50 years old and had only just touched the threshold of Earth-level strength, far from meeting the standards to join the War God Palace. Normally, loose cultivators like him, who were weaker, were supported by small, wealthy patrons, while stronger ones were recruited by larger, wealthy families. Most of the time, they enjoyed the patronage of these wealthy individuals, living a luxurious lifestyle, only needing to assist their patrons at critical moments or sell some supplies to them. Particularly, spiritual fruits and medicines that helped enhance physical health and strength, or even extend lifespan, were highly coveted by ordinary wealthy individuals, but difficult for them to access. Thus, they could only purchase through these martial artists. When exploring ruins, the rare cultivation resources were often too difficult to obtain, frequently snatched away by powerful cultivators, leaving ordinary exotic beasts and treasures as their targets. Although these could not enhance their strength, they could be sold for money to maintain their luxurious lifestyles. Because of this special demand relationship, Although loose cultivators were insignificant in front of powerful martial artists, they still managed to live decent lives. After carefully collecting the deer blood, Zhao Yan used a small knife to harvest the antlers and other valuable parts to put into his backpack. As for the entire spirit deer body, while it held high value even for ordinary people, loose cultivators like him lacked spatial equipment and needed to continue exploring the ruins, so they could not take it with them. However, this did not mean that the spirit deer body would go to waste. He marked the body with a special sign, then took out his phone to take a photo and send the location. A professional team from a martial artist house would come to collect it, and he would receive half of the proceeds. Once Zhao Yan completed all this and planned to leave to continue searching for precious resources, he had only walked a few meters before stopping again, right at the spot where Bai Ye had entered the secret realm. At this moment, the spatial portal, having been damaged by Bai Ye earlier, was already unstable, with fine spatial cracks appearing, visible to the naked eye. These are spatial cracks? Seeing these cracks, Zhao Yan naturally halted. Could this be the portal to the secret realm? Is there a secret space here? Although Zhao Yan's strength wasn't strong, he had been in the martial artist community for decades and had explored many secret realms alongside others. But he had never obtained any precious treasures due to bad luck and the fact that others had already explored them. Coupled with his poor aptitude, he was not powerful, but he still had some experience and knowledge. Looking at the scene before him, it increasingly resembled the portals he knew. Zhao Yan took out his phone and quickly checked descriptions of secret spaces and portals, finding that the scene matched almost perfectly. This was indeed a portal to a secret realm. There really was a secret space here. Could it be that Zhao Yan's luck had turned? Excited, he thought about the unimaginable opportunities and wealth that an unexplored secret realm represented. Being the first to discover it meant seizing the initiative, and if he could enter alone to explore, it could lead to incredible fortune, possibly allowing him to easily enhance his current strength. Just obtaining a heavenly great spirit fruit would significantly boost his power. Oh, but the portal to this secret space hasn't been opened. My strength is not enough to unlock it. I can't get in at all. After calming down, Zhao Yan realized a fatal flaw with his current strength. He couldn't open the spatial crack at all and couldn't gain entry. This felt like a bolt from the blue, causing his vision to darken as if he might faint from the shock. He was overwhelmed with both joy and despair. The portal to the secret realm could only be stabilized and opened through the cooperation of 5 or more god-level experts using secret techniques. With his strength, he had no hope whatsoever. In fact, he wouldn't even dare to attack the portal, as the spatial crack could easily obliterate him. Waiting here for it to open automatically was also hopeless. Given the trend of the spatial cracks expanding, it would take a long time to fully open. And in the meantime, other powerful martial artists might pass by and discover it. If those powerful martial artists decided to eliminate him to keep the secret for themselves, he would truly be wronged. So he planned to directly announce it. If he could contact powerful martial artists or strong forces, perhaps he could make a deal. Unfortunately, while he knew powerful martial artists, they did not know him. Such connections were beyond his level, and he had no contact information for those martial artists or forces. Chapter 22. The Open Secret Realm on the newly discovered island ruins. A secret realm gate has appeared, which has not yet been opened. The coordinates are as follows. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and move. Zhao Yan directly chose to post anonymously on the martial artist home forum, announcing the secret realm gate and attaching several photos. At this time, there were still many people posting in the martial artist home forum, discussing various issues while closely monitoring news about spiritual herbs and fruits, fearing they might miss out on some precious opportunities. Naturally, when Zhao Yan's post about the secret realm gate was published, it was quickly pushed to the top, causing a stir. A new secret realm has appeared. Is it true or false? The poster must be trying to deceive people. Be careful when going out. Don't think that being anonymous means you're safe. Look at those photos. They don't seem fake. They should be real. I'm a professional PS master, and I've examined the photos. There are no signs of editing, so they should be authentic. Where is the new island ruin? Does anyone know? I seek the great God to inform me. Didn't someone just post the coordinates? Don't just practice martial arts and make yourself foolish. This should be the small ruin recently discovered on Firepower Island. A few days ago, a small ruin was discovered. But it didn't attract many strong individuals to explore it. Those further away didn't rush over, so we still have a chance. A chance? Nonsense. Once the poster published this, the entire martial artist community will be stirred. The appearance of a new secret realm is bound to attract strong individuals from all over the world. And since this secret realm hasn't been opened yet, it requires the strong from the War God Palace to arrive to unlock it. Everyone, rush over. The secret realm opened by the War God Palace gives us a chance to enter. Although we might not get the big prize, we can still collect some leftovers. If we obtain some spiritual fruits and herbs, it would be a profit. Ligua Gang is a War God level powerhouse of the War God Palace, having entered the War God level 10 years ago. However, due to suffering severe injuries during an exploration of a secret realm at that time, he damaged his foundation. As a result, his realm has not improved in the past 10 years, remaining at the early stage of War God. Consequently, he has not been able to become one of the 4 inspectors of the War God Palace, and is now only responsible for managing the martial artist home. Sigh. I still haven't broken through my realm. After finishing his training, Ligua Gang opened the martial artist home for him. Besides training, he always keeps an eye on the martial artist home. Ligua Gang saw the post pinned at the top and was momentarily stunned, then revealed an expression of immense joy. This is actually a secret realm, one that has never been opened before. Ligua Gang's face was filled with excitement. A new secret realm often represents infinite opportunities. Perhaps there are precious spiritual herbs, fruits, or treasures inside that could heal his injuries, or even some potions left behind by ancient civilizations. The Earth is very mysterious, with many ruins and secret realms left by prehistoric civilizations, often containing numerous precious resources. Things like rare treasures and precious potions can make even War God-level powerhouses go crazy for them. The last time a new secret realm opened was many years ago, and it yielded a life potion capable of healing any injuries of a War God-level powerhouse. However, that life potion was obtained by a late-stage War God powerhouse who had a conflict with him and was unwilling to trade the potion to him. Moreover, both were War God-level powerhouses from France, making it difficult for the palace master, Jiang Jin, to intervene and demand it. Now that another new secret realm is opening, there might be a chance to obtain treasures that can heal his injuries. Each time a secret realm opens, there are always lucky individuals who seize opportunities and experience rapid growth in strength, soaring to great heights. Suppressing his excitement, Ligua Gang carefully read the information on the post again and compared the coordinates. As a War God powerhouse of the War God Palace, he naturally had some knowledge of that island ruin. Since the scale of this island ruin is not large, it has been used by the War God Palace to train some low-level martial artists, typically those at the Xian level or Earth level. Although Bai Ye, being a celestial-level powerhouse, was invited to explore, it was because he had never explored a ruin before. The occurrence of a secret realm in such a small ruin is truly rare. The probability is very low. This matter needs to be reported to the palace master. Lin Guodong stepped out of the room, and with a swift motion, he soon arrived in front of the palace. This palace differs from ancient palaces. It is filled with a sense of technology, resembling a large spaceship situated on the ground. And this is the residence of the War God Palace's master, Jiang Jin. You say that a secret realm has appeared in the newly discovered small island ruin? Jiang Jin, after listening to Chun Guodong's report, was slightly surprised. He had previously paid some attention to that small island ruin, but only superficially and had not conducted any serious investigation. His interest was primarily due to Bai Ye, the genius who had recently joined the War God Palace, planning to explore there. Otherwise, such a small ruin would not be enough to attract his attention. Yes, Palace Master, that secret realm gate has not truly opened yet. It was discovered by a loose cultivator. He should have tried accessing it, but since he couldn't enter, he chose to directly announce it on the martial artist home forum. Lin Guodong respectfully said, "A new secret realm indeed has exploration value. Very well. You and Jiang Xinyu should take instruments and lead a team to explore." Jiang Jin instructed after a moment of thought. "Understood, Palace Master." Lin Guodong respectfully replied. Jiang Xinyu, one of the 4 inspectors of the War God Palace, possesses peak War God level strength, making him the strongest force under the Palace Master. With him, a peak war god-level powerhouse, leading along with Lin Guodong, a war god-level early-stage powerhouse. They would be enough to intimidate any force. Palace Master. That instrument requires 5 war gods to operate. The 2 of us may not be enough to open that secret realm gate. Lin Guodong raised his concern. While the 2 of them could certainly intimidate the weak, they might not be sufficient to control that instrument. Rest assured, other war god-level powerhouses will assist you. Go! Jiang Jin waved his hand, signaling him to depart. Yes, Palace Master. Lin Guodong once again replied respectfully, and then left the palace respectfully. Chapter 23. The opening of the secret realm soon. News about the secret realm spread rapidly within the martial artist community, causing quite a stir. This is another feast for us martial artists. The Palace Master has already sent someone to open the secret realm. Let's go. Let's go. Opportunities, incredible opportunities. This time, I must seize enough treasures to step into the war god level. It's another chance to change my fate. From now on, I'll soar to great heights, marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reach the peak of life again. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Let's charge in. Let us go, we should check it out. Maybe there are treasures that can help us break through our limits. In fact, even those war god-level powerhouses were feeling excited. After all, every time a secret realm opens, the treasures inside are unknown until explored. There might be something that could benefit them. These war god-level powerhouses managed to remain calm, while martial artists below the war god level were all filled with excitement. This is because the chances of obtaining treasures useful to war god-level powerhouses from the secret realm are relatively low and dependent on luck, while there are far more treasures that could benefit those below the war god level. I must seize this opportunity to gain their attention. The 3 of us have been stuck at the peak of the heaven level for many years. This time might just be our chance to break through to the war god level. As long as we have some gains in the secret realm, perhaps we can directly break through to the war god level. Inside the island's secret realm, Bai Ye was exploring tirelessly. After breaking through to the peak of the war god level, his mental power had also received a boost, allowing him to explore a much larger area than before. In a short time, the treasures he had obtained were already comparable to all the treasures he had before, except for the purple spirit marrow. This secret realm exploration has yielded incredible rewards. After I go out, with these gains, perhaps I can break through again and become a powerhouse above the war god level. Moreover, my family can also become martial artists thanks to these spirit fruits. Although he didn't need his family to fight, it was still good for them to become martial artists, as it would give them some self-defense capability. If they could break through to the war god level later, it would further extend their lifespans. Bai Ye laughed heartily, his face full of uncontrollable joy. This time, he was exploring the secret realm alone, and with his war god-level strength, he naturally reaped great rewards. Not only had he successfully broken through to the peak of the war god level before, but there were also a large number of treasures in his spatial ring. Moreover, Bai Ye discovered that he didn't seem to have any bottlenecks in breaking through these realms now. As long as he absorbed enough energy, he could directly break through. Therefore, with the gains from the spatial ring, there was a high possibility that he could break through to the war god level after going out. By that time, he would be one of the strongest among the 2 on Earth. Since I came in, over 2 hours have passed. The secret realm on the outside has already opened, and the portal may be discovered by someone at any moment. I should hurry and continue exploring. He had only explored 1/3 of the secret realm so far, and there was still a large number of treasures waiting for him to discover. Perhaps there were treasures even more valuable than the purple spirit marrow among them. He needed to speed up his exploration to obtain more treasures. Bai Ye quickened his exploration speed again, his mental power extending outward, constantly sensing the situation outside. The range of his exploration at one time was much larger than before. Soon, Bai Ye discovered a somewhat shriveled spirit fruit, a deep red fruit used to enhance strength. And it was more than he had ever found before. There were a full 13 of them. Bai Ye approached and picked them, placing them into his spatial ring before continuing his exploration forward. As time passed, during Bai Ye's exploration of one treasure after another, more than an hour had gone by since the secret realm on the island was exposed, and a large number of martial artists were rushing towards the island ruins. At this moment, A large group of martial artists had gathered at the portal of the secret realm on the island. However, these martial artists were all waiting around, as the war god-level powerhouses from the War God Palace had not yet arrived. With just their strength, they could not possibly open the portal to the secret realm. The eyes of these martial artists were filled with fervor as they stared at the spatial rift. As soon as the War God arrive, we will be able to enter and compete for opportunities. Haha, a secret realm that has never been opened before is definitely a feast for us martial artists. The path of martial arts is incredibly difficult without resources to assist. I have been stuck at the peak of the earth level for 5 years. If I have the chance to obtain a top-tier spirit fruit, I could break through to the heaven level and become a member of the top martial artist club. These people were filled with anticipation and desire for the soon-to-be-opened secret realm. They would be among the first to enter the secret realm, just like those who had previously been the first to explore would have significant gains. After all, these treasures are first come, first served. If you're even a day or two late, or even just a few hours late, everything will be cleaned out, and you might as well say you won to even get a sip of soup, let alone any big gains. Suddenly, 3 figures flew through the sky, 2 men and a woman, before finally stopping above the entrance to the secret realm. The war gods have arrived. It was Zhang Xuancha and war god Yanluo, along with war god Tianyu. Zhang Wei scanned the crowd below and then slightly frowned. Bai Ye isn't here? Is he delayed by something? Or does he not know about this? I can't reach him by phone. However, Zhang Wei only frowned slightly before relaxing again. With Bai Ye's strength, he wouldn't encounter any danger here. There was no need to worry about his safety. Moreover, with so much commotion, Bai Ye would eventually notice and come over. It was just that if he arrived a bit late, his gains might be less. But that was a big problem, since Bai Ye was still very young. As for not being able to reach Bai Ye by phone, that was also quite normal. After all, if communication tools were placed inside the spatial ring, they would lose contact. Zhang Wei knew Bai Ye had spatial equipment, so he didn't see it as an issue. Before long, 2 more figures flew in from the distant sky, one of whom was Li Guogang, Inspector Jiang. Seeing those 2 figures, everyone slightly bowed in respect. Even the 2 war gods who had accompanied Zhang Wei showed a hint of respect. The strength gap between war gods is also vast. Jiang Xinyu is one of the 3 peak war gods. Even Zhang Wei's strength is somewhat inferior to him, so he could be considered the strongest under the palace master of the War God Palace. Naturally, everyone showed respect to such a powerhouse. Old Jiang, you finally made it. I didn't expect you to be the one leading this time, Zhang Wei said warmly as he approached. As one of the 4 inspectors, he naturally had a good and familiar relationship with Jiang Xinyu. Yes, Li Guogang replied, then took out a peculiar device from his storage treasure. The device stood upright on the ground, having 6 sides with one side facing the secret realm door, while Jiang Xinyu and the 5 others positioned themselves at the other 5 sides, simultaneously channeling energy into the 6-sided device. At the same time, the side facing the secret realm door emitted a special wave, causing the spatial rifts of the secret realm door to slowly expand upon contact with this wave. The spatial oscillation device, originating from a mysterious relic, can emit special waves to expand spatial rifts and open the secret realm door. It is an essential key for exploring the secret realm, but although the spatial oscillation device is extremely powerful, it is also very difficult to operate, requiring at least 5 war god-level powerhouses to activate it. It's opening. Look, the secret realm door is about to open. As expected of the spatial oscillation device, it can easily open the secret realm. If only I had one, I could effortlessly explore and discover the secret realm. Even if I gave you a spatial oscillation device, you wouldn't be able to operate it. You might as well take a piss and look at yourself. Let me think, that won't do. Watching the secret realm door slowly open, many warriors began to stir restlessly. Chapter 24. Unbelievable harvest. The spatial rift grew larger, gradually revealing a glimpse of the scenery beyond. After several minutes, the rift expanded to a size of 3 meters, and the portal to the secret realm was fully formed, finally ceasing its expansion. Since the portal to the secret realm is open, let's rely on our own abilities, said Jiang Xinyu with a charming smile. He then moved swiftly and entered the secret realm through the portal. Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Wei, Li Guigang, Yanluo, and Tianyu followed closely behind, entering the secret realm as well. Haha, the opportunity is right in front of us. Hurry up. I'm coming for the treasures. Everyone step aside. Don't block me. The martial artists behind, seeing these battle gods rushing in, were naturally excited, each demonstrating their speed and quickly darting into the portal. A grand feast for martial artists had begun. Inside the secret realm, Bai Ye had arrived at the center of this realm, where he encountered an extremely magnificent and grand palace. However, this palace seemed to be protected by a powerful barrier, enveloped in an enormous pressure. It was difficult to even approach within 100 meters. After several failed attempts, Bai Ye had no choice but to leave the area near the palace. He then made his way to a small lake not far from the palace. The lake was not large, only about 10 meters wide, surrounded by many plants. However, this was the only small lake Bai Ye had seen during his exploration of half the secret realm, like an oasis in a desert, drawing Bai Ye's attention from afar. Upon reaching the plants, Bai Ye found that they were not like the nearly withered plants he had encountered before. Instead, they were lush and vibrant, bearing numerous fruits. These fruits were not shriveled like the previous ones, but appeared crystal clear and full of life. This is the Holy Heart fruit. There are so many of them here, and they're growing so well. Bai Ye recognized the spiritual fruits before him. Shocked to discover they were the legendary Holy Heart fruits. The Holy Heart fruit, a type of spiritual fruit that almost only exists in legends, is said to be able to enhance the cultivation aptitude and comprehension of an ordinary person, transforming them into a martial genius, easily walking the path of a martial artist. When combined with various rare treasures to brew spiritual wine by a master brewer, the effects are even better. Even a peerless genius can slowly improve their comprehension and transformation aptitude with long-term consumption, becoming a monstrous talent, though achieving this requires a considerable amount. To find so many Holy Heart fruits here was a huge windfall for Bai Ye. He looked around and saw that the majority of the spiritual fruits were Holy Heart fruits, with at least 1,000 of them. With these spiritual fruits, he no longer had to worry about how his family could become martial artists, and their future paths in martial arts would be much smoother. Moreover, just taking one out to auction would be enough to drive the wealthy mad and acquire unimaginable wealth. Bai Ye quickly harvested these spiritual fruits, totaling 825 Holy Heart fruits, along with a few other types of spiritual fruits, but their numbers were not significant, adding up to only 152. However, compared to the Holy Heart fruits, this was still a far greater harvest than before. After all, these spiritual fruits were rich in spiritual energy. Unlike the previous ones that were withered, one of these was worth 3 or 4 of the former. In addition to the spiritual fruits, there is also a type of spiritual herb called purple heartgrass, known for its remarkable healing properties, which Bai Ye also harvested. Unlike the previous withering plants, the spiritual plants here were flourishing with life. After harvesting the spiritual fruits, Bai Ye dug up the Holy Heart fruit trees and other spiritual plants, including the soil, and stored them in his spatial ring. Although his spatial ring could not store living beings like animals, it could store spiritual plants, which would not die when placed in such a regular spatial ring as long as they were transplanted properly. Once Bai Ye had finished harvesting all the spiritual plants, he finally had time to inspect the small lake, and he was once again shocked. The lake water was actually formed from the liquefaction of cosmic source energy. No wonder these spiritual plants could grow so vigorously, maintaining such rich vitality. Could it be that this lake gathered all the essence of the secret realm? Although the lake water did not possess the miraculous effects of the spiritual fruits, it contained a vast amount of energy. Soaking in such water could greatly increase the efficiency of energy absorption and quickly replenish one's energy expenditure, making it an excellent auxiliary material for brewing spiritual wine. Wow, it's happening so quickly. Bai Ye had no time to think further and began to absorb the spiritual liquid using his cultivation technique. As the trace of spiritual imprint, he left at the portal since the opening of the portal. The source liquid from the spiritual lake began to swirl like a small tornado, converging into Bai Ye's palm and disappearing. Stored in a specially organized area of his spatial ring, separated from other items. The lake water visibly decreased in volume, and in less than 5 minutes, it was nearly completely dried up, revealing the rocky lake bed. On the lake bed, There were fist-sized crystals, and when Bai Ye examined them, he found they were indeed crystallizations formed from cosmic source energy. He collected all of them into his spatial ring, totaling around 3,000. At this point, Bai Ye's spatial ring could be considered quite full, having been filled with a considerable amount of items. He could say that this exploration of the secret realm yielded an incredible harvest, with items that were unimaginable. Just taking out one would drive martial artists crazy, and any single item could be exchanged for a vast fortune. No wonder all the powerful martial artists were so wealthy. As Zhang Wei had mentioned before, once one became a powerful martial artist, there was no need to worry about money. However, Bai Ye knew well that his immense harvest this time was not only due to the uniqueness of this secret realm. Previous explorations had never yielded such results. It was also because of his incredible luck in discovering this secret realm alone, combined with his strong enough strength to forcibly open the portal and explore it by himself. He was reaping all the rewards alone, which naturally resulted in a huge harvest. For ordinary martial artists, obtaining 1 or 2 spiritual fruits is already considered a good harvest, and only some powerful martial artists might harvest more. But compared to his current situation, they were far behind. Could it be that the palace master Jiangjin had such an unbelievable opportunity in the past? Bai Ye thought randomly, recalling the founder of the Battle God Palace, which established rules among martial artists globally. The opportunities here had been thoroughly swept away by Bai Ye. One could say he had dug 3 feet into the ground, leaving nothing behind. Bai Ye quickly scanned the center of the secret realm and found that aside from the palace, the largest opportunity was indeed that lake he had just visited. The surrounding areas yielded only a few spiritual fruits, which Bai Ye casually harvested, resulting in a meager but slightly better harvest. Bai Ye began to leave this area, heading off to explore other places. There was still a small portion of the secret realm he had not explored. Although he had already achieved a significant harvest, the portal had opened, and a large number of martial artists had rushed in. It did not hinder him from continuing his exploration. Who would complain about having too many resources? Bai Ye quietly explored in a particular direction, planning to naturally blend into the treasure-seeking army of martial artists. Chapter 25. What a heavenly being can do, the god of war cannot. In the following time, Bai Ye discovered a spirit fruit every 10 to 20 minutes. However, these spirit fruits were somewhat shriveled, far inferior to his previous harvests. Yet, even though he felt a bit disdainful, he still picked them all, adhering to the idea that even a mosquito's leg is meat. This was actually the norm for exploring the secret realm. While others might need to fight fiercely to obtain a single spirit fruit, Bai Ye's previous harvest could be considered a miraculous opportunity that had never occurred before. Ahead was another spirit fruit. Bai Ye moved swiftly, arriving in front of a crimson fruit tree, picking the spirit fruit and sensing that it still had about half of its efficacy. However, he was not disappointed. He had already gained a tremendous amount from this expedition, and any further gains would be a bonus, while lacking them would not be a loss. Bai Ye continued on his exploration. However, for the next half hour, he had no further gains. He did encounter a few nearly withered spirit plants, but they no longer bore any spirit fruits. Judging by the traces on them, it was clear they had just been harvested by someone not long ago. Had someone explored this place so quickly? Bai Ye felt a bit puzzled, but after some thought, he understood. After the secret realm gate fully opened, many warriors entered, exploring in various directions. And since some high-level warriors were not slow, it was not surprising that someone had made it here. Get lost, this is mine. Die for me. Battles were raging in that place, with several warriors fighting each other for supremacy. Bai Ye looked towards the center of their conflict, and suddenly his eyes lit up. There was a spirit plant there, bearing 6 crystal-like fruits. This was actually a jade spirit fruit. Bai Ye's eyes brightened. This item could help break through bottlenecks, and even increase the probability of advancing to a war god by at least 30%. Such fruits had only appeared a few times in the past, yet here 6 had suddenly emerged. This secret realm was indeed extraordinary. Although he couldn't use it himself at the moment, he still had his family, and even his woman would be able to benefit from it in the future. Moreover, Bai Ye felt that rather than letting them fight to the death here, it would be better for him to take it forcefully and end this unnecessary conflict, preventing a river of blood and innocent casualties. He considered himself kind-hearted, truly a great good person. Boom! In the center of the battle, a figure reappeared, previously excited by the 6 spirit fruits, his eyes filled with surprise. Ha! Wang Tianhu's luck is indeed extraordinary. This secret realm truly holds incredible opportunities. My chance to step into the God of War level has finally arrived. Wang Tianhu laughed heartily, filled with ecstasy. He had been stuck at the heavenly level bottleneck for a full 10 years, and his accumulation was quite substantial. Yet he had always been unable to break through to the God of War level. With these jade spirit fruits, he would definitely be able to make a decisive breakthrough to the God of War. Wang Tianhu was overjoyed. He had already obtained several spirit fruits earlier, and now he was about to acquire 6 jade spirit fruits. He felt that his luck today was simply too good, as if the goddess of fortune was smiling upon him. With these gains, he would surely be able to break through to the God of War level and become a powerful God of War, which is completely different from the heavenly level. What he didn't know was that if this was the goddess of fortune smiling at him, then for Bai Ye, the goddess of fortune was laughing heartily at him. Boom! At that moment, a figure quickly approached. When Wang Tianhu saw who it was, his expression changed. Zhang Yan, what are you doing here? Wang Tianhu looked at the newcomer with a grim expression and said, Ha! Wang Tianhu, what you said is true. Who doesn't want the Yuling fruit? After Zhang Yan clearly saw the appearance of the spiritual fruit, he laughed heartily and said, Heaven and earth have spiritual treasures, and those who see them have a share. There are 6 jade spiritual fruits, and we'll each take 3. Otherwise, if we fight, neither of us will get anything in the short term. At this moment, Wang Tianhu's face was quite grim, but even though he was reluctant to part with the 3 jade spiritual fruits that were about to be divided, he could only helplessly reply, all right. Zhang Yan and he were both peak heavenly level powerhouses, and it would be difficult to determine a winner in a short time. Moreover, Zhang Yan practiced an extremely powerful sword technique, which actually gave him a slight edge in strength. In a prolonged battle, the one likely to lose would be Wang Tianhu. Furthermore, if the battle dragged on and the fluctuations attracted god-level powerhouses, they might end up with nothing, ultimately resulting in a fruitless effort. At this moment, obtaining 3 jade spiritual fruits would significantly increase his chances of breaking through to god level. If only he had found all 6 jade spiritual fruits by himself, but unfortunately, he now had to share half with this guy Zhang Yan. Seeing Zhang Yan's face at that moment, he suddenly found it quite detestable. Meanwhile, the few warriors who had been fighting earlier also stopped, their expressions extremely grim as they stared at Wang Tianhu and Zhang Yan. Damn it, how do we run into these 2 peak heavenly level powerhouses? It's over. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has slipped away, and there's no hope left. How infuriating! The strongest among them was merely at the peak of the earth level, and they couldn't possibly contend with the 2 powerful beings at the peak of the sky level. There is no hope of snatching the spirit fruits from the hands of these 2 sky-level experts. Those who recognize the situation are truly wise. Faced with 2 powerful beings they could not provoke, these few could only reluctantly and begrudgingly retreat. Ha, come, let's split these spirit fruits. Zhang Yan laughed heartily as he saw these people retreat, and then he reached out to pick the 3 spirit fruits that belonged to him. Wang Tianhu beside him did the same. Boom! However, at that moment, a powerful pressure surged from the distance, directly sending the 2 flying and crashing to the ground, both spitting out a mouthful of blood. You 2 get lost. I want that jade spirit fruit. A voice came through, accompanied by a figure swiftly flying towards them. The newcomer was extremely young, resembling a handsome boy, and it was none other than Bai Ye. War god level. Feeling the intense pressure and seeing the flying figure, Wang Tianhu and Zhang Yan both revealed expressions of pain and unwillingness. The newcomer was too strong, a war god level expert they had never encountered before, and just the pressure alone had sent them flying and severely injured. There was no hope left. At that moment, they felt like the previous martial artists who had encountered them. A tremendous opportunity was right in front of them, yet it was already out of reach, leaving them filled with helplessness and resentment. In fact, they felt even more grief and unwillingness than those previous years. As they had been stuck at the peak of the heavenly level for a long time, and they only needed a single opportunity to break through. However, now that breakthrough hope was slipping away right before their eyes. How could they not feel pain? Earlier, Bai Ye had hesitated about whether to seize the spirit fruit, as he was aware that using his strength to snatch it could seem like bullying the weak, especially since it was discovered by others first. However, when he saw Wang Tianhu and Zhang Yin make their move to seize it, Bai Ye understood the state of the cultivation world and no longer had any hesitation in his heart. He chose to directly release his pressure to repel the two and seize the fruit himself. After all, if those two heavenly-level experts could do it, why couldn't a peak war, god-level expert like him? Chapter 26. I heard you're very brave. Bai Ye stepped forward and directly picked 6 jade spirit fruits, storing them in his spatial ring, then turned around and left without giving a second glance to Wang Tianhu and Zhang Yinren, who were on the ground filled with resentment. Although Wang Tianhu and Zhang Yin were seen as untouchable big shots by others, Bai Ye's current strength made him regard the 2 peak heavenly class fighters as insignificant. He thought, so what if I snatch them? What's the big deal? Am I supposed to be afraid of their retaliation? In the world of martial artists, strength is respected, and power is defined by the fist. Wang Tianhu and Zhang Yin, seeing Bai Ye injure them, and then directly take the jade spirit fruits before turning to leave without acknowledging them, were filled with frustration. However, they dared not voice any complaints. Otherwise, if they angered Bai Ye, given the strength they had just witnessed, he could easily kill them. If it came to that, they might truly die of frustration. Who is this war god? He looks so young. I feel like I've never heard of him before. His strength is indeed formidable. Wang Tianhu and Zhang Yin had no resistance against him. The few martial artists who had been driven away earlier, now witnessing this scene, began to whisper among themselves, a hint of glee in their voices. They had been forcefully expelled by Wang Tianhu and Zhang Yin, and now these two faced the same fate they had just experienced, naturally feeling a sense of schadenfreude. What they couldn't obtain, Wang Tianhu and Zhang Yin also couldn't have. At this moment, Bai Ye, with a flicker of his figure, had already disappeared from sight. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Ye had explored the entire secret realm, and during this hour, his gains were minimal, having only obtained a few spirit fruits, which could be considered barely worthwhile. However, Bai Ye wasn't overly disappointed. The secret realm wasn't particularly large, but it wasn't small either. He had already searched most of it and had achieved significant gains. Now that a large number of martial artists had entered with their strength and numbers, the entire secret realm could be said to have been explored, and this expedition should come to an end, especially with those war, god-level fighters. Their formidable strength allowed them to fly. Each of them chose a different area for exploration, and together they had already explored the entire secret realm. Even the palace at the center had been discovered, but after attempting to enter, they found they still couldn't get in, so they retreated. In previously explored ruins, similar palaces had appeared. Some could be entered directly, while many could not be accessed no matter what. Even the Lord of the War, God Palace, couldn't force his way in. There are instances of war, god-level fighters relentlessly trying to break into palaces and attacking them, only to be obliterated by the restrictions inside. So now, when they encounter such palaces, they would try to enter and then choose to leave if they couldn't. Thus, the exploration journey of these war gods and strong fighters came to an end, since they had all made good gains. The advantage of their strength allowed them to enter first and quickly, enabling them to reap the rewards, while others who came in later could only sip on some broth. There might still be some spirit fruits and herbs left in the ruins, but certainly not many. It depends on which lucky ones can pick them up. Whoosh! Several figures soared past the entrance of the secret realm. The martial artists near the entrance changed their expressions upon seeing these figures fly out. The departure of these war, god-level fighters indicated that the exploration of the secret realm was basically concluded. Those latecomers would not only miss out on the meat, but would also be left with nothing. It's over. There's no hope left. I was too late to get the news. Even if I rushed over immediately, I still couldn't make it in time. I really missed a huge opportunity. Damn it. These guys were just too fast, leaving us with nothing. How unfortunate. I initially planned to explore this island ruin, but I ended up getting too comfortable with the service, perfectly missing the opening time, and a great opportunity slipped through my fingers. What use is this meager reward to me? Some people were sad, while naturally, others were delighted. The joys and sorrows of people are different after all. Those who were not well informed, or due to various reasons couldn't arrive at the first opening of the secret realm, mostly ended up with nothing. They traveled a long way only to return empty-handed, perfectly missing a great opportunity, which left them feeling frustrated. Meanwhile, those who had good gains and hoped for a significant increase in strength were naturally happy. At this moment, Bai Ye also decided not to continue exploring. This expedition in the secret realm could be said to be exceptionally fruitful. The treasures within his spatial ring were beyond what even war god-level fighters could imagine. Whoosh! Bai Ye flew swiftly towards the exit of the secret realm. Below, some martial artists who were still stubbornly searching for treasures looked up at Bai Ye flying in the air, their eyes filled with awe and desire. It's a war god-level fighter. No, wait, didn't only 5 war god-level fighters enter this time? Haven't they all left? How come there's still one here? Perhaps it's a peak heavenly class fighter who got lucky and broke through to war god level within this secret realm. Maybe one day I can also break through to war god level while exploring a secret realm. Dream on. In dreams, anything is possible. The martial artists below who saw Bai Ye flying were filled with awe, mixed with intense envy and desire. As martial artists, who wouldn't want to soar freely like a war god? They all speculated below, but since Bai Ye was flying too high, they couldn't see his exact appearance, making it impossible to confirm their guesses about whether he was a lucky heavenly class fighter who had broken through to war god level. Bai Ye paid no attention to them, focused solely on flying towards the entrance of the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, he flew past the area. Suddenly, Bai Ye's gaze shifted, looking down not far away. He saw 4 familiar faces, 3 real acquaintances, and 1 fake acquaintance. At that moment, the 4 people below were in a chase, 3 were fleeing, and 1 was pursuing. The 3 being chased were Li Yong, Zhanya, and Zhao Cohen, whom Bai Ye had encountered when entering the ruins. These 3 had originally been in the island ruins, so when the secret realm opened, they entered immediately. It seemed they had gained quite a bit. The strongest among them, Li Yong, had broken through from Earth class to Heavenly class, and the other 2 had also improved their strength, reaching Earth class. The one chasing the 3 was someone Bai Ye had seen before, Wang Tianhu, who had previously been wounded by Bai Ye's aura. Despite his earlier embarrassment in front of Bai Ye, he was indeed a peak heavenly class fighter. It seemed that he had also encountered some kind of opportunity, as his injuries had fully healed, explaining why he was now able to chase after the 3. Seeing Wang Tianhu, Bai Ye couldn't help but frown slightly. This guy had already seen him snatching the spirit fruits, and now he was chasing Li Yong and the others in front of him. He might be a habitual offender. How audacious! He still dares to act so arrogantly in front of me. Where's the justice in this? Little brother, what is going on? You're quite brave. Chapter 27 Wang Tianhu. Am I not brave enough? The 3 guys in front stop right there and obediently hand over the spiritual fruit to me. If you don't, just wait until I catch up to you. You'll suffer the consequences. Bah! Wang Tianhu, as a senior, how can you shamelessly rob us juniors? Zhanya couldn't help but spit disdainfully upon hearing Wang Tianhu's shameless words. Hey, you little girl, it seems you want to shed tears until you see the coffin. Wang Tianhu chuckled, a mix of charm and lewdness on his face, and yes, even more lewd. Wang Tianhu, I've already broken through to the heavenly level, and you still dare to rob us of our spiritual fruits and chase after us? Aren't you afraid we might fight to the death? Aren't you afraid of the punishment from the War God Palace? Ha ha. Don't think that just because you just broken through to the heavenly level, even if another one comes, it won't be enough for me to handle. The fish may die, but the net won't break. What evidence does the War God Palace have? Let them come find me. Who knows, by then I might have broken through to the War God level. And why would I fear the War God Palace? Wang Tianhu laughed loudly again, speaking with an air of arrogance, as if the War God Palace meant nothing to him. Bai Ye, who was still in the sky, couldn't stand it any longer. Arrogant. Too arrogant. In his sight, there shouldn't be anyone so arrogant and laughing like that. To him, it was truly, little brother, you are very brave. Wang Tianhu. Nonsense, I am super brave, okay? At this moment, Wang Tianhu was completely unaware that his arrogant words were bringing him disaster, and a great calamity was about to befall him. Xiaoya, Xiao Kun, why not just give him the spiritual fruit? Li Yong looked at the two people fleeing with him, gritted his teeth, and spoke. If this continues, we will be caught sooner or later, and he might still escape with his life, but my cousin and Zhao Kun might not fare so well. They could even lose their lives. It's not worth sacrificing their lives for these spiritual fruits, and he couldn't allow himself to do such a thing. No, cousin. These spiritual fruits are your hope for breaking through to the war god level in the future. With the help of these spiritual fruits, you might have a chance to break through to the war god level. If you lose them now, it will be very difficult to get another chance later. Zhang Ye directly rejected him, showing no concern for her own safety. That's right, Li Gu, if you become a war god, it would not only be a great benefit to us, but also to the development of Tianhai City. As long as we can escape to the secret realm exit, I don't believe Wang Tianhu would dare to continue chasing us. Zhao Kun also refused, as the warriors in Tianhai City were already few. Their small group had a rare hope of producing a war god, and they couldn't just give up because of some danger. No, I can't risk your lives. Li Yong thought for a moment and shook his head firmly. He couldn't gamble with the lives of his cousin and brother. So he said, if we lose the spiritual fruits, there will be other opportunities to find them in the future, but there is only one life. We might as well give up the spiritual fruits. Wang Tianhu, we will hand over. Just as Li Yong was about to say they would hand over the spiritual fruits, suddenly his gaze turned to the sky, where he saw a figure flying swiftly toward them. A war god level expert. Zhang Ye and Zhao Kun also noticed the figure flying in, and they realized that whoever could fly must be a war god level expert. They couldn't help but show a hint of joy. Although they hadn't seen who it was yet, the arrival of a war god level expert might mean they were saved. At this moment, the three of them stood still, no longer fleeing, but standing in awe, watching the figure flying toward them. Haha, why aren't you running? Can't you run anymore? Die for me. Behind them, Wang Tianhu hadn't noticed the situation in the sky, nor did he pay attention to the three's unusual behavior. Seeing them stop, he couldn't help but laugh loudly, then instantly exploded with speed, raising his previous speed even higher. Then he swung his battle knife down toward Li Yong, intending to eliminate this strongest combat power first. Seeing the knife coming down, Li Yong wanted to block it, but suddenly, before his eyes, a figure appeared in front of him. A hand easily caught Wang Tianhu's domineering strike, and then a palm gently pressed against Wang Tianhu's chest, causing him to spit out blood and fly backward. Wang Tianhu. I spat blood and flew back again. What the hell? Wang Tianhu was dumbfounded, unable to understand why his confident strike was easily caught with one hand, and he was directly sent flying while spitting blood. Family, who understands? What has this world become? Am I, a dignified peak heavenly level expert, losing face? When did I become a fly that others could swat away so easily? Is this world really that difficult now? After Bai Ye casually swatted Wang Tianhu away and saved Li Yong, he turned to the three and said, Li Yong, I didn't expect to run into you here again. Lord Bai Ye, you're actually a war god level big shot. Hey, big shot is actually beside me. No. It should be said a giant shot. Li Yong and the others were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. They had thought Bai Ye was at most a heavenly level expert, but they never expected him to be a legendary war god level. It was truly hard to believe. Just call me Bai Ye. I saw you were in a bit of trouble, so I came down to take a look, Bai Ye said with a smile. Bai Ye had a good impression of Li Yong. Their previous conversation had been fruitful, and now seeing him in trouble, a small problem he could easily solve, he came down to take a look and resolved it. Moreover, the different actions of the three also gave Bai Ye a good impression. After speaking, Bai Ye looked again at the heavenly level warrior Wang Tianhu, whom he had seen before during the struggle for the jade spiritual fruit. Meeting again was indeed a kind of fate. At this moment, Wang Tianhu had also gotten up from the ground, and when he saw who had knocked him away, his first thought was how he encountered this calamity again. He was truly unlucky to run into this unknown war god twice in a row. At this moment, he understood why he'd been defeated so badly. His second thought was to escape, but then he realized he could never escape in front of a war god. So the next moment, his body, which had been standing, instantly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. This war god, I didn't know these three had a relationship with you. I was just joking with them. Please spare my life. Yes, I was really just joking with them. I saw they were new to the world and didn't understand the dangers of society. So I thought to toughen them up a bit to let them experience the harshness of society. I didn't really want to kill them or rob them of their spiritual fruits. I swear I'm telling the truth. Please see clearly. Spare me. Wang Tianhu was not only begging for mercy, but was also continuously bowing his head. Chapter 28. Super brave? Is that it? Hearing this, Bai Ye was astonished. How could there be such shameless people in the world? Truly, they are the worst, completely lacking the demeanor of a heavenly level powerhouse. They have truly brought shame to heavenly level powerhouses. Others might rather die than submit. Weren't you acting all brave before? Not even afraid of the war god palace? And now this? You weren't afraid of the war god technique before, were you? Bai Ye spoke again, not in a hurry to act. It was just a big joke. I was merely trying to scare them. How could I dare to provoke the war god technique? Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare. Wang Tianhu repeatedly denied. All right, if you want me to spare you, then give me a reason. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, Bai Ye said calmly, actually taking an interest in the conversation. I heard them calling you Bai Ye. Respected sir. There is no Bai family among the martial families in Huagua, and you are so young and unfamiliar, not like any famous martial artist before. With your talent, if you had been exposed to martial arts early on, you would have already made a name for yourself. After all, martial artists are all about exploring ruins and secret realms. Whether they are exceptionally talented or lucky, they will eventually become famous. How could I have no reputation at all? I also heard that the War God Palace recruited an unparalleled genius during their inspection. So I dare to guess that this unparalleled genius is you, sir. You must have only recently entered the martial arts circle. But due to your outstanding qualifications and some fortuitous encounters, you became a powerhouse of the war god at such a young age. Wang Tianhu hurriedly expressed his guess, which was crucial for his plea for mercy. He dared to make this guess because there were factual precedents, although they were not as outrageous. They merely became heavenly level powerhouses and were not as young. Now, he had merely amplified this guess a bit. Bai Ye slightly nodded. Although this doggo man was shameless, he surprisingly observed things quite carefully and had a quick mind, deducing so much from a few facts. So, sir, you must lack some manpower to handle troubles in the cultivation world. I, a mere nobody, am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. I have been in the cultivation world for decades, and I believe I can still be of some use. Moreover, my Wang family also has considerable power in the secular world and can help you deal with some troubles. Of course, those troubles might not be difficult for you, but your time is so precious. Why waste it on trivial matters? Leave them to me. Wang Tianhu felt that he was soaring to great heights. Although Bai Ye had injured him twice, he not only begged for mercy, but also performed a reverse operation by choosing to directly ally with Bai Ye. A young powerhouse like Bai Ye, destined for a bright future, might even become the next leader of the War God Palace. Pleading for mercy and allying with him could not only save his life, but also allow him to cling to Bai Ye's strong leg. As for losing face as a heavenly level powerhouse, how much is face worth? Can it be eaten? Bai Ye also fell in a deep thought after hearing this. He might indeed need some manpower to handle things in the future, and there might be some matters that are inconvenient to handle openly. Wouldn't it be better to entrust these matters to this shameless fellow before him? However, the issue of trust still needed to be addressed. Although he believed that this guy wouldn't dare betray him given his strength, some guarantees were still needed. Suddenly, he remembered a secret method recorded in his cultivation technique and immediately came up with an idea. Bai Ye straightforwardly stated it and then instantly appeared in front of Wang Tianhu, placing a finger on his forehead. Energy surged from within him, drawing a peculiar rune on Wang Tianhu's forehead, which then merged into his body. Wang Tianhu felt as if something had instantly bound his entire soul, but it disappeared in an instant. I have set a control rune within you. As long as you have any thoughts that are detrimental to me, it will directly explode your soul, Bai Ye openly threatened. This was like the whisper of a demon in Wang Tianhu's ears, yet he dared not show any signs of defiance and quickly replied, "Yes, I have decided to serve you faithfully, sir." Of course, Bai Ye understood the principle of giving a stick to get a sweet date, so he continued, "If you perform well in the future, this restriction can be lifted. Here is a spirit fruit for your injuries. In the future, Don't go snatching things from some juniors to avoid embarrassing me. Bai Ye took out a healing spirit fruit from his spatial ring and tossed it to Wang Tianhu. Thank you, sir. Wang Tianhu respectfully accepted the spirit fruit and hurriedly chose to swallow it. Immediately, a gentle energy spread throughout his body, and the injuries he had just sustained began to heal at a visible speed. After the two exchanged contact information, Bai Ye waved his hand, somewhat impatiently dismissing Wang Tianhu. You can leave now. I will contact you if I need anything. Bai Ye then turned to Li Yong and the others and said, All right, your troubles are resolved. I should be leaving now. Thank you, Lord Bai Ye, the three said in unison, respectfully. They didn't dare to say anything more about how Bai Ye dealt with Wang Tianhu. Looking at the three of them, Bai Ye shook his head, turned, and soared into the sky, flying away. Watching Bai Ye's receding figure, Li Yong was filled with joy. This trip to the secret realm not only allowed him to break through to the heavenly level, but also preserve the spirit fruit in his hand. Moreover, he had met a genius-level powerhouse like Bai Ye. Having any connection with such a strong figure would greatly benefit his future. Suddenly, Fang yaslapped herself. Xiao Ya, what are you doing? Li Yong asked in confusion, looking at Zhanya's actions. Cousin, I regret it so much. I didn't expect Lord Bai Ye to be a war god. I missed such a good opportunity before to make friends with him, and instead ignored him the whole time. Zhanya said, her face full of regret. They had traveled together, and both came from Tianhai City, which was a great opportunity for connection, but she had foolishly let it slip away. Now she could only regret it alone, but it was already too late. It's fine. Lord Bai Ye is not that petty. He won't hold it against you. You have his contact information, so you can make friends next time you have the chance. Li Yong comforted, patting Zhanya's head. Zhanya took out her phone to check and then tightly gripped it. Meanwhile, Bai Ye had already arrived at the exit of the secret realm. Chapter 29. Sister Flowers? At this moment, at the location of the portal to the island ruins, Zhang Wei, one of the war gods who had previously emerged, did not leave, but gradually guarded the portal, as if waiting for someone. This scene attracted the attention of many martial artists, but no one dared to approach and ask. Although Zhang Wei appeared so kind and approachable in front of Bai Ye, it was only because of Bai Ye's talent and strength. As a late-stage war god and an inspector, Zhang Wei still held great authority in front of these ordinary martial artists. Another figure emerged from the portal, and it was Bai Ye. Bai Ye, you indeed entered the secret realm, and in such a short time, your aura seems even stronger. It seems you have gained quite a bit in the secret realm, Zhang Wei said with a smile as he stood before the portal. At this moment, a hint of shock appeared in Zhang Wei's eyes because he sensed the fluctuation of Bai Ye's aura, which was faintly stronger than his own. This indicated that Bai Ye's strength had likely surpassed his own. Could it be that Bai Ye had reached the peak of the war god so quickly? In response, Bai Ye smiled and humbly said, It's just luck. I happened to have an opportunity and broke through to the peak of the war god. You actually broke through to the peak of the war god. You are truly a genius, really too extraordinary. Zhang Wei could not hide his shock in his words. He did not expect his guess to be true. Bai Ye had indeed reached the peak of the war god. Sometimes luck is also a part of strength. Bai Ye, you don't need to be modest, Zhang Wei said again with a smile. Since Bai Ye was brought into the war god palace by him, the stronger Bai Ye became. The greater the benefits for him, of course. Zhang Wei, were you specifically waiting for me at the entrance? Bai Ye asked, voicing his curiosity. Yes. Although I didn't find you when the secret realm door opened earlier and couldn't contact you, I thought with your strength, you surely wouldn't miss it. Just as I came out, I heard other martial artists mention that a strange war god-level powerhouse appeared in the secret realm, and I thought it must be you. So, I waited here to see if I could catch you coming out and see what you gained. Then Zhang Wei asked Bai Ye, your current strength can be said to be among the top few in the world. What are your plans for the future? Have you considered becoming an inspector? With your strength, being an inspector would be more than enough. Bai Ye nodded, and then the two figures moved swiftly, flying off into the distance, quickly disappearing, leaving behind the shocked martial artists on the scene. Ah, the young man, just now, was actually the one that Inspector Zhang personally waited for. Oh my god, what did I just hear? That young man is actually a peak war god powerhouse? Is this true? How could it be false? Didn't you see Inspector Zhang confirm it? Plus, you just saw them fly away with your own eyes. How could it not be a war god if they can fly? So young, I haven't seen him before. I'm afraid this time, the martial arts world in Huagua will have a big stir. I heard that a strange young war god powerhouse appeared in the secret realm before, but I didn't believe it. Now it seems it must be this one. I also heard that Wang Tianhu and Zhang Yin, these two peak heavenly extreme powerhouses, were severely taught a lesson by this war god, being flicked away with just a finger. No, I heard it was kicked away with a foot. Facts prove that rumors only get more absurd as they spread. So, we need to avoid spreading rumors and not believe in them. At this moment, in the office of the president of the Bank of Communications in Tianhai City, Jiang Diyun was originally enjoying the service of his secretary leisurely. But after he answered a phone call, the content of the call shocked him so much that he hurriedly sent his sexy secretary, who was working under the table, out. Jiang Diyun, shocked, said, "What did you just say?" "Say it again." On the other end of the phone, it was said, "Uncle, didn't you ask me to pay attention to Bai Ye's news earlier? I just ran into him at the newly opened portal to the secret realm. I didn't expect he has already become a war god, and he is at the peak of the war god. Is what you said true? Are you not trying to make fun of your uncle?" Jiang Diyun's tone was still full of disbelief. Although he was not a martial artist, there were martial artists in their family, and with his status, he could access a lot of related information. He knew the significance of a peak war god, and that was why he felt so shocked and incredulous. "It's absolutely true. How could I joke about you, uncle?" At that time, Bai Ye and Zhang Wei spoke directly, and I even saw them fly away with my own eyes. Many martial artists were present to witness it. Jiang Diyun's nephew, Jiang Tiansheng, said firmly on the other end of the phone, Good. The peak war god, this is really great. That previous move was indeed the right one," Jiang Diyun said excitedly upon hearing the confirmed news. Earlier, he used his niece, Lu Yin, as Bai Ye's personal secretary with the intention of building a closer relationship. And recently, he learned that his niece had become Bai Ye's woman, which further tightened their relationship. Previously, Bai Ye was only a heavenly extreme powerhouse, but now Bai Ye had become a peak war god powerhouse. That was a figure standing at the top of the world. Having even a slight connection with a peak war god would bring tremendous benefits to their family. How could he not be excited? Wonderful, too wonderful. The previous decision was simply too right. The peak war god, that is a top figure in the world, no matter which family or force. Having a connection with such a powerhouse will bring enormous benefits, raising both their own and their family's status significantly. No one would dare to provoke them. But relying solely on Lu Yan's connections may not be strong enough, and a young and handsome powerhouse like Bai Ye will surely attract countless fans and butterflies. If other families get wind of this, they will surely go to great lengths to send beauties to Bai Ye. Relying solely on Lu Yan might make it hard to win Bai Ye's heart. Let me think, what outstanding women are there in the family? But after thinking for a while, he couldn't come up with good candidates. Although there were a few decent women in the family, they were just decent. Perhaps they could be considered beauties in the eyes of ordinary people or even campus queens in some universities, but they were far from stunning. And compared to his niece Lu Yan, they were lacking greatly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen Lu Yan in the first place. After all, no matter how close he was to Lu Yan, she was primarily from the Lu family, and it would always be more convenient to have someone from the family. If there were candidates within the family, they would naturally be prioritized. Sigh. Why couldn't I have a few outstanding daughters back then? On the other end of the phone, Jiang Tiansheng, who had been quietly listening for a long time, suddenly spoke up. "Uncle, while our generation doesn't have any outstanding women, isn't there still one from your generation? My little aunt, ISNT, she's still unmarried. She is only 30 this year and is also beautiful. Graduated from the top Tianhua Academy in the country. She is talented and possesses both beauty and wisdom. In recent years, she has been helping the family manage the business, and she hasn't even looked at any boys, not even having a boyfriend, which has worried the old man to death. But I don't believe that someone as outstanding as Mr. Bai would be overlooked by my little aunt. Also, I heard from my cousin that Bai Ye intends to establish a company. Wouldn't my little aunt be able to help? As long as you introduce them to each other a bit, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Moreover, which man would not be tempted by the allure of an aunt and her niece? Which man could resist? And isn't there a cousin at the fourth aunt's house, who is also extraordinarily beautiful? Although she may be a bit lacking in asset management, she is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Isn't she also a good candidate? The cousin and the niece, a pair of unparalleled sisters. Which official could withstand such a test? Which man would not be attracted? Jiang Tianqing's long speech left Jiang Diyun dumbfounded. What nonsense are you talking about? Your aunt and your cousin, isn't that a bit out of line? Although Jiang Diyun said these reproachful words, there was an inexplicable sparkle in his eyes. Oh my God! Suddenly there is a peak warrior who is not even 19 years old. It's simply unbelievable. A prodigy, too much of a prodigy. Bai Ye is truly terrifying. It's hard to believe that a peak warrior under 19 could achieve this. I heard that Bai Ye is from Tianhai City, and his family is also there. Quick, send someone to Tianhai City, and remember to bring valuable gifts. Although we can't contact Bai Ye now, we must establish a good relationship with his family. I heard that the Jiang family in Tianhai City has already connected with Bai Ye. That old guy Jiang Diyun is still as cunning as ever. He discovered this super potential stock early on without revealing a hint, quietly making a fortune for himself and sending his niece to Bai Ye's side. His niece is indeed outstanding. It seems the Jiang family has truly latched onto Bai Ye's strong support, and they are about to soar to great heights. But his niece Lu Yin is exceptionally talented and beautiful, coming from a scholarly family where both parents are university professors, and there aren't many others in the family. The influence she borrowed from Bai Ye will ultimately be used for the Jiang family. My daughter from the Yi family is also very outstanding. Maybe she will also have a chance to connect with Bai Ye. Nonsense. Your Yi family's daughter can't compare to my Lu family's. Just look at those odd-looking ones in your family. How can they compare to our Lu girls? You should take a good look in the mirror. Damn, old Lu. Are you looking for death? Just wait until you see my fist the size of a sandpot. With your small frame, try taking a punch from me first. Chapter 30. Brewing spiritual liquor. Bai Ye entered the gym. In the center, Lu Yin and Yang Kursin were doing yoga. At this moment, both women were displaying their hot bodies to the fullest. From Bai Ye's perspective, he happened to see that basket of peaches. Bai Ye, brother. Yang Kursin beside him called softly. What should an ordinary person do when encountering such a situation? Boom. What happened next was not something to be shared with outsiders. Experienced people would know what happened. It was something that could only be understood, not spoken. At this moment, Yang Kursin dared not face the two women anymore, not even daring to lift her head to look at them. Bai Ye, brother, you are too outrageous. It's simply. Yang Kursin leaned against Bai Ye, murmuring softly while lightly punching his chest with her small fist. All right, Kursin, be good. Bai Ye comforted her gently, while taking out a pill and a spiritual fruit from his space ring. Come, Kursin, eat this pill and this spiritual fruit. Bai Ye, brother, what is this spiritual fruit? Yang Kursin blinked her cute big eyes and asked in confusion. Seeing the pill, Lu Yin exclaimed, Isn't this the beauty pill that Bai Ye gave me last time? I found one after I first handed it to Bai Ye. Since this is Bai Ye's childhood friend and my future sister, she naturally deserves one too. She quickly said, Kursin, this is the beauty pill. Eating it will keep you young forever. Is this true, Bai Ye, brother? Yang Kursin exclaimed in surprise, quickly taking the pill and looking up at him, her eyes filled with joy and disbelief. Yes, indeed. This is the beauty pill. Eat it, and after that, take this sacred heart fruit. The sacred heart fruit can improve your physique, and you can become a martial artist in the future. Bai Ye gently patted Yang Kursin's little head. Hearing this, Yang Kursin couldn't help but feel excited. After learning about the existence of martial artists, and that her Bai Ye, brother, could also become one, she had longed to become a martial artist herself. Meanwhile, Lu Yin looked at the sacred heart fruit with envy and desire in her eyes. Don't think that women don't aspire to be strong. There are so many female heroes in movies and TV shows. And Lu Yin naturally also yearned to become a powerful martial artist. Unfortunately, she had no talent in that area before. But what did she just hear? Just a single spiritual fruit could allow someone like Yang Kursin, who also had no talent, to become a martial artist. If that could happen to her, wouldn't she also be able to become a martial artist? So she naturally desired a sacred heart fruit as well. Bai Ye noticed Lu Yan's longing and envious gaze and treated both his women equally. He wouldn't favor one over the other or neglect anyone. So he took out another sacred heart fruit from his space ring and handed it to Lu Yan. After all, the sacred heart fruit was one of the most abundant spiritual fruits he had harvested in the secret realm, and he wouldn't be stingy with his women. Liu Yin received the spiritual fruit with delight and consumed it alongside Yang Kursin. After that, the two women began to practice the cultivation technique Bai Ye had exchanged for them from the god of war palace. The techniques that were originally very difficult to cultivate were easily mastered this time. With joy, the flames of war reignited. The battlefield was spread across various locations. However, with Bai Ye's formidable strength, how could he be defeated? Instead, he taught his opponents a harsh lesson, easily achieving victory in battle. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, Bai Ye delivered a portion to the two women. Then he went to a room in the basement of the villa, where there was a large wine vat. But the vat didn't contain wine. Instead, it was filled with high-quality spring water, transported from the god of war palace. Bai Ye used a jade bottle from his space ring to extract a bottle of cosmic source liquid. The cosmic source liquid contained extremely terrifying energy. Even a single drop could not be easily absorbed by ordinary people, as there was a high chance of being blown apart by the violent energy within. Bai Ye dropped a single drop of cosmic source liquid into the wine vat, allowing it to dissolve. Then he gently scooped a cup and drank it. What was originally just ordinary spring water now radiated pure energy throughout his body, no less than the energy contained in those high-quality spiritual liquids. In fact, one drop of cosmic source liquid could turn 1 cubic meter of water into high-quality spiritual liquid, sufficient for god of war level cultivation. If it were added to 10 cubic meters of water, it would become medium-quality spiritual liquid, suitable for cultivation below god of war level. If added to 100 cubic meters of water, it would be low-quality spiritual liquid, which was what the god of war palace used for brewing spiritual liquor. High-quality spiritual liquid was extremely rare even in the god of war palace. Therefore, the small lake of cosmic source liquid that Bai Ye had harvested in the island's secret realm was an unimaginable fortune. Next, Bai Ye took out various spiritual fruits and herbs, adding them to the spiritual liquid in the vat according to a specific ratio. Finally, he added 9 sacred heart fruits. After the trip to the island's secret realm, Bai Ye had become immensely wealthy. He no longer looked up to the spiritual fruits and wines from the god of war palace, so he decided to brew a higher-grade spiritual fruit wine himself, one that could enhance and improve people's qualifications. This vat of fruit wine was extravagantly luxurious in terms of ingredients, not to mention the various rare spiritual fruits and herbs. Just the large vat of high-quality spiritual liquid was wealth beyond the imagination of ordinary martial artists. All of this combined would be difficult even for a god of war to bear. Chapter 31 Zhangzimeng, Bai Ye separately administered the holy heart fruit to each of them, and not just one, but 3 fruits each. The effects were evident. The parents, who originally had no martial arts aptitude, were now rapidly cultivating the techniques Bai Ye exchanged for them. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoyao, who had already embarked on the path of martial arts, had her cultivation speed increased significantly and even developed a unique mental ability. It turned out that Bai Xiaoyao's previous illness was due to her naturally strong mental power, which was too overwhelming for her weak constitution, putting pressure on her brain's nerves. The previous use of the rebirth potion had repaired the pressured brain nerves and strengthened part of her constitution, allowing her to bear that mental power, thus alleviating her symptoms. Now, these 3 holy heart fruits not only improved Bai Xiaoyao's aptitude, but also stimulated her mental power, guiding it out so that she could initially control it. However, Bai Xiaoyao was still not very skilled in controlling this mental power. She could only sense her surroundings within about 10 meters and manipulate a 1-kilogram object, with the resulting attacks being merely at the yellow level. Such strength was still insignificant in Bai Ye's eyes. Yay, brother, I'm a genius now too. Watch me work hard to protect you and mom and dad in the future. The enhancement of her talent, the rapid increase in her cultivation speed, and the awakening of her mental ability made Bai Xiaoyao very happy, like a frolicking little deer. Good. Xiaoyao, work hard to cultivate and strive to surpass me. In the future, you will be the one to protect your brother and parents. Bai Ye nodded repeatedly with a smile, also reaching out to pat Bai Xiaoyao's little head in encouragement. Although Bai Ye didn't truly believe that Bai Xiaoyao could catch up with him, he acknowledged that her talent was outstanding compared to ordinary people, and she had awakened an unheard-of mental ability at the yellow level. However, Bai Ye still didn't think she could catch up with him. Only Bai Ye himself could understand how terrifying the transformation from the mysterious small tower was. Both his life level and soul essence had been transformed, and his current talent was unimaginable for ordinary people. Moreover, he believed that the mysterious small tower's function was far from over, and it would help him go further and faster in the future. After finishing matters at home, Bai Ye returned to the headquarters of the War God Palace. When the aircraft landed in a huge complex, a woman walked toward him as he disembarked. The woman was about 30 years old, with delicate features and a tall figure, dressed in a tight black combat suit that accentuated her voluptuous curves, exuding a mature and enchanting aura. This person was Jiang Zimeng, the only female among the 4 inspectors of the War God Palace. At that moment, Jiang Wei was not at the headquarters, so she came to greet Bai Ye. However, for some reason, Bai Ye always felt that the way this woman looked at him was extremely fiery. Little brother Bai Ye, I hope you don't mind me calling you that. I wanted to meet you for a long time, and I didn't expect it to happen now. I'm Jiang Zimeng. You can call me Sister Jiang or Jiang Jia. Jiang Zimeng walked up to Bai Ye and extended her hand in greeting. Bai Ye also reached out to shake hands, but to his surprise, her delicate hand lightly traced his palm, and she even winked flirtatiously, making Bai Ye internally exclaim fairy. I'm not a little brother. But Sister Jiang is indeed a caring older sister. No wonder Jiang Wei calls you the most beautiful woman in the War God Palace. It seems we've hit it off. Bai Ye decisively refuted Jiang Zimeng's little brother remark, while also taking the opportunity to admire her impressive figure. Hearing this, Jiang Zimeng couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, saying, "It seems that Bai Ye is not so easy to deal with, not willing to lose out at all. What good words could Jiang Wei have said about me? He wouldn't have said anything bad about me, right?" This time, Jiang Zimeng did not include little in her address. Jiang Wei didn't say anything bad about you, but seeing you now is much more beautiful and charming than what Jiang Wei described. Seeing that Jiang Zimeng was no longer fixated on the little title, Bai Ye took the opportunity to draw closer. This made Jiang Zimeng giggle again. All right, let's talk about this next time. Bai Ye, you're such a busy person with your cultivation. It's rare for you to come to the headquarters, so you must have something to attend to. You should go handle your matters first, so you don't blame sister for delaying your important business later. But remember to contact me when you have time. I'm very interested in your matters. After stopping her laughter, Jiang Zimeng became serious. Yes, we'll talk later. I'm here to ask the palace master about something. As Bai Ye recalled his purpose for coming after Jiang Zimeng became serious, he began discussing business. The palace master is in the main hall. Follow me, and I'll take you to see him. After saying this, Jiang Zimeng led the way. Bai Ye followed closely behind. Come in. When the two arrived at an unusual palace, before Jiang Zimeng could report, a voice came from inside. As Bai Ye entered the palace with Jiang Zimeng, the scene before him was completely different from what he had imagined. He had thought that such a palace would be ancient and elegant, but it was now filled with a sci-fi atmosphere and modern style. The palace master of the War God Palace, Jiang Jin, was sitting on a genuine leather sofa in the hall, seemingly having prepared tea, as if he knew Bai Ye was coming. Palace master, upon seeing Jiang Jin, both Bai Ye and Jiang Zimeng respectfully greeted him at the same time. Milimita, seat. Jiang Jin looked at Bai Ye, and as he met Jiang Jin's gaze, Bai Ye felt a heavy pressure, as if he were being seen through completely, just like last time. Bai Ye's strength had already reached the peak of the War God level, a significant increase compared to when he last met Jiang Jin. Yet, this only made him feel Jiang Jin's power even more. He sensed that, even with all his strength, he wouldn't be Jiang Jin's opponent without using Jin enhancement combat power. Is this the realm above the War God? Bai Ye silently pondered it. Not bad. No wonder Jiang Wei thinks so highly of you. You've quickly reached the peak of the War God level. Looking at Bai Ye and sensing his genuine peak War God level, Jiang Jin couldn't help but smile. After all, Bai Ye was a member of the War God Palace and a martial artist of Huagua. The more outstanding Bai Ye was, the happier Jiang Jin felt. It seems your trip to the island's secret realm was quite fortuitous, and you've made great gains. Perhaps that explains your rapid progress. Although he hadn't entered the island's secret realm himself, many powerful figures from the War God Palace had, so he was still quite aware of the situation inside. This secret realm indeed had abundant resources, better than most previous secret realms, so it was no surprise that Bai Ye had made significant gains with his strength. Chapter 32. Division of the Universe. In fact, Bai Ye indeed gained a lot from that secret island, far beyond their expectations. Members of the War God Palace receive different degrees of rewards upon breaking through their realms. Since you have now reached the peak of the War God level, I will grant you a reward of 500 contribution points. The War God Palace truly offers great benefits to its internal members. As long as they work hard to cultivate and break through their realms, they will receive considerable rewards. Thank you, Palace Master. Upon hearing about the contribution point reward, Bai Ye's eyes lit up, and he felt a hint of joy in his heart. He had long spent the contribution points he received when he first joined the War God Palace. The contribution points he exchanged for his family's cultivation methods were earned later. But he currently had very few contribution points left, although he could use precious resources to exchange for contribution points now. It required him to part with valuable resources. Nothing beats getting them for free right now. Previously, Zhang Wei should have asked you if you were willing to become an inspector. Have you considered it? Zhang Jin asked Bai Ye again. I am willing to become an inspector. Bai Ye voiced his decision that he had already thought through. He realized that becoming an inspector would only bring him benefits, not drawbacks, so he naturally would not refuse. Good. You were born in Tianhai City, and now that you have become an inspector, you will be responsible for the 12 provinces surrounding Tianhai City. I will still grant you 500 contribution points as a reward. In a short period, Bai Ye received 10 times the rewards he had obtained from joining the War God Palace. If he wanted to earn so many contribution points through tasks, he would have to complete dozens or even hundreds of tasks. And that would only be the result of having strong abilities and specifically choosing high-difficulty tasks. For low-level martial artists, even completing hundreds of tasks might not yield so many contribution points. Having 1,000 contribution points is already a wealth that is difficult for low-level martial artists to earn. It is worth noting that outside, the rebirth potion, which is hard to buy and costs over 100 million, can be exchanged for just 1 contribution point within the War God Palace. With these 1,000 contribution points, the joy on Bai Ye's face grew even stronger. With just the gains from today, this trip was far from in vain. Go ahead and tell me, what brings you here this time? Seeing Bai Ye's joyful expression, Jiang Jin couldn't help but ask about the purpose of his visit. I would like to inquire about the realm beyond the War God level. Although Bai Ye had already obtained the next step of the Eternal Heaven technique, he found that the Eternal Heaven technique was completely different from the cultivation methods currently on Earth. There was no specific division of realms. Just like the current rules chapter, Bai Ye found its content vast and extremely profound. Aside from some specific cultivation methods, the rest was filled with esoteric and difficult-to-understand content. These contents seemed to guide him in understanding something, and this part of the content was as vast as a sea of smoke. Even now, he had only managed to organize a small portion of it, without having truly comprehended it. From what he knew, the current Palace Master should be the only one on Earth who is a powerful figure above the War God level, and she should have some understanding of the realms beyond the War God level. So he came today to inquire and gain some direction regarding these higher realms. Well, you are already at the peak of the War God level. Given your qualifications, you should indeed consider the realm beyond the War God level. All along, Bai Ye firmly believed in the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. Moreover, as his strength grew, he came across more secrets, and many prehistoric relics have been discovered on Earth. Therefore, he did not ponder this question for too long and remained resolute in his previous thoughts. The reason I can surpass the War God level and lead Earth's martial artists to rise, achieving their current status, is because I have gained numerous benefits from past explorations of secret realms and relics. I once obtained an alien spaceship in a relic, and now, the palace you're standing on is actually this spaceship. Hearing this, Bai Ye couldn't help but be astonished. This enormous ancient palace was actually an alien spaceship. However, the power system of this spaceship had been damaged, and with current Earth technology, it was impossible to repair it, so it could only serve as a palace. But within the intelligent core of the spaceship, there are extensive records about the universe, and it was there that I learned about the classification of realms in the universe. The realms of cultivation in the universe are divided from low to high into mortal level, nova level, law level, star master level, galaxy level, realm master level. and the eternal divine. As for whether there are higher realms beyond that, it is beyond our knowledge, and the intelligent core does not have any records on it. For example, martial artists below the war god level on Earth are uniformly classified as mortal level in the universe, while the war god level on Earth corresponds to the nova level in the universe. The last levels are law level, star master level, and so on. The first two levels are not significant in the universe and have no real standing because there are numerous treasures in the universe that can easily elevate one to these two levels. It might only take a spiritual fruit for someone to easily reach the pinnacle of the nova level, and some people might even be born at the pinnacle of the nova level. However, the law level is completely different. This is a realm that is entirely distinct from the previous ones. It is not merely about absorbing energy and strengthening the body. The law level requires something very crucial, which is the comprehension of laws. In the universe, there are 7 basic laws and 4 advanced laws. Only with a preliminary understanding of any one of these systems can one step into the law level. The grasp of this one law is not truly the entrance to the laws. It merely represents a slight understanding of the law's essence. Only by fully comprehending this essence can one thoroughly master this understanding of the law. However, if one merely breaks through to the law level, comprehending that one essence of the law is already sufficient. In fact, the vast majority of those who break through to the law level in the universe have only grasped a slight essence of one system of laws. Truly mastering one essence of the law in the law level, regardless of the system, is sufficient to be regarded as a true genius in the universe. And in the inheritance I received, it only extends to the law level. Regarding the realms beyond that, I have only learned a name from the intelligent core. We can only imagine the powers of those realms from their names. Chapter 33. Understanding the Laws and Fact. The vast majority of life forms in the universe break through to the level of laws by grasping a sliver of the essence of those laws. These individuals are still far from completely mastering a sliver of the laws. Even as their realms continuously improve, their understanding of the laws merely reaches the threshold corresponding to their realm, just barely satisfying the requirements for a breakthrough. Such individuals are often defeated by geniuses who have a deeper understanding of certain laws when crossing realms. Therefore, the understanding of laws is the most critical aspect for future realms. When we break through to the God of War level, which is a new star level in the universe, we often awaken a unique ability, and the attribute of this ability usually represents the law we are most aligned with. Subsequently, attempting to comprehend that particular law becomes much easier. So, Bai Ye, if you want to break through to the next realm, you just need to try to comprehend your own law. The universe is home to countless civilizations and life forms, yet the prevailing rule is survival of the fittest. Whether it is civilization or individuals, only those with powerful strength can stand firm and survive in the universe. The universe is dominated by cultivation civilizations. Whether advanced technology or anything else, it all serves those who cultivate. A powerful cultivator can easily destroy an entire galaxy. Thus, Earth is constantly facing danger. If Earth is exposed and discovered by extraterrestrial civilizations, and there are not enough strong individuals on Earth, the fate waiting for it could very likely be to become a slave planet. Generations of Earthlings would be sold into slavery. The universe is that dark, without strength. One has no voice. That is why I founded the God of War Palace, to elevate the status of martial artists and cultivate generations of warriors, hoping to nurture 1 or 2 strong individuals who can stand in the universe. Then Earth would have hope. Now, I see that glimmer of hope in you. You are the most talented genius I have seen in decades, Jiang Jin said, looking at Bai Ye in the end. So, work hard in your cultivation. The stronger your displayed talent, the greater the training you will receive. Earth is small, and the universe is vast. There are wide worlds outside waiting for you to explore. Hearing Jiang Jin's words, Bai Ye was deeply shocked and somewhat dazed. He did not expect that after simply inquiring about the next realm, he would hear so many unimaginable things. Earth is constantly facing threats from the universe. Countless brilliant civilizations, a magnificent yet brutally harsh universe. Under the urgency in his heart, Bai Ye did not pay attention to the company that Lu Yan had prepared to set up, but entrusted everything to Liu Yin to handle, while he busied himself with preparing for cultivation, getting ready to break through to the next law realm. In the past few days, Bai Ye has been organizing the cultivation information in his mind. Among the vast sea of cultivation information, he has sorted out the most suitable law information for himself. He had previously awakened a fire-type ability, and although it was a deep blue flame, according to Jiang Jin, his closest law should be fire-related. Therefore, he planned to prioritize comprehending the fire law based on the guidance of the public law to break through to the law realm. He would not neglect his main cultivation technique, as it was crucial for absorbing energy to strengthen his physique concerning his rapid advancement after breaking through the law realm. Bai Ye sat cross-legged on the balcony of the villa, operating his technique, connecting with the subtle link he formed with the world when awakening his ability during his previous breakthrough to the god of war. At first, Bai Ye did not know what this link was, but now he understood that it was a connection to the source of the fire law in the world. Following this connection and combining it with the guidance in his mind, he could more easily comprehend the fire law, which was far easier than trying to grasp other laws out of thin air. Slowly, Bai Ye seemed to feel that the surrounding void was filled with strands of flames, constantly flowing and intertwining, with mysterious waves emanating from them. Time continued to pass. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours passed. Boom! The flames that had been faintly visible around Bai Ye suddenly surged violently, radiating an extremely terrifying power. Bai Ye slowly opened his eyes, raised his hand, and a flame appeared in the palm of his hand, freely rotating and controlled at will. The moment this flame appeared, a terrifying wave surged forth, far stronger than the previously awakened fire ability, and he could manipulate it freely, covering the power of the flames over his various attacks. Unlike before when he could only attach the flames to a blade and strike, Bai Ye quietly looked at the flame in his palm, feeling the powerful wave, thinking to himself, "Is this the fire law? It is indeed much more powerful than ordinary flames." There were no difficulties or twists. Bai Ye simply followed the guidance of the technique and relied on his innate talent to easily comprehend a sliver of the fire law. He was still a bit away from breaking through to the law realm and needed to continue contemplating the law. Bai Ye murmured to himself. Although he had many precious resources and the universe's source liquid, a treasure filled with endless energy, he still needed to deepen his understanding of the law to break through to the law realm. Time slowly passed again, and gradually Bai Ye's mind immersed itself in the understanding of the law. Before today, Bai Ye had never comprehended the law, but now, as he began to comprehend for the first time, it was as if endless mysteries of the universe unfolded before him. He was like a sponge encountering water, eagerly absorbing various mysteries of the universe, slowly becoming immersed in it, as if he had forgotten the flow of time in the outside world. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, Liu Yin and Yang Kursin had come to find Bai Ye multiple times, seeing him motionless in a cross-legged meditation on the balcony, although they were extremely worried. As Bai Ye's cultivation exuded increasingly terrifying waves, Liu Yin and Yang Kursin, with their strength, could not approach at all and could only observe from a distance. Chapter 34. Breaking through to the realm of laws, a week passed in the blink of an eye. Today, the fluctuations emanating from Bai Ye were growing stronger, and the mysterious flames radiating around him were continuously swirling. Boom! Suddenly, the mysterious fluctuations on Bai Ye intensified greatly, and the flames surrounding him displayed even more changes. At that moment, Bai Ye, who had been meditating with his eyes closed for 7 days, suddenly opened his eyes. "I have finally comprehended that strand of the law of fire. I can now break through to the realm of laws," Bai Ye murmured to himself. Throughout this week of intense cultivation, Bai Ye had completely immersed himself in the understanding of the laws. The experience of continually grasping and analyzing the mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth brought him immense joy. Gradually, Bai Ye delved deeper into the understanding of the laws, making rapid progress in his comprehension of the strand of the law of fire. His speed of understanding accelerated, as if aided by divine intervention, and today he fully mastered that strand of the law of fire. In fact, on the second day of comprehending the laws, Bai Ye's level of understanding was already sufficient to break through to the realm of laws. However, he did not want to abandon the feeling of enlightenment he had experienced. He did not awaken from the deeper understanding of the laws, but continued to immerse himself in it until he fully grasped that strand of the law of fire today. Only then did he awaken and stop his cultivation to prepare for the breakthrough to the realm of laws. Bai Ye took out a jade bottle containing a crystalline liquid, which could not hide the intense energy fluctuations even when contained within the bottle. This was the cosmic source liquid. Bai Ye directly dripped a drop of the cosmic source liquid into his mouth, and a strong cosmic source energy spread throughout his body. He quickly operated his cultivation technique to absorb this surging energy. At the same time, relying on the strand of the law of fire he had previously comprehended, he sensed the violent flames of energy that filled the surrounding void. These violent flame energies were everywhere in the void, seemingly endless and omnipresent. This was the fundamental energy of fire that permeated the heavens and earth, the most primal material and laws that constituted this universe. Even now, Bai Ye could only initially touch upon this primal fire energy through his comprehension of the strand of the law of fire, and he was still far from being recognized by the primal fire energy. Boom! As the law of fire operated, strands of primal fire energy began to enter Bai Ye's body, simultaneously activating the properties of the cosmic source liquid he had just consumed, transforming it into fire source power. Meanwhile, a large amount of cosmic source energy from the surrounding void began to converge towards Bai Ye's body. At this moment, Bai Ye's rate of absorbing cosmic source energy reached a terrifying level, with the surrounding cosmic energy in the void converging towards him in large quantities. The energy contained within a 1,000-meter radius of the void was completely absorbed by him, creating a small energy vacuum zone. In the distance, a large amount of energy surged towards this vacuum, forming a small tide of energy. However, even with this, the replenishment of energy still far from met Bai Ye's needs. Bai Ye drew 3 more drops of cosmic source liquid from the jade bottle and swallowed them, which transformed into a large amount of energy containing a strand of primal fire and was quickly absorbed by him. Boom! 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 As a large amount of energy was absorbed into his body, Bai Ye's physical body was continuously strengthened. As time passed, Bai Ye could clearly feel his strength rapidly increasing, growing stronger and stronger. Suddenly, flames erupted from Bai Ye's body, emitting mysterious fluctuations as if the previous flame illusion had become solid. The moment the flames emerged, Bai Ye focused his mind and controlled the flames, preventing his clothes and the villa from turning to ashes, while the surrounding void seemed to be burned through by the flames, creating a sense of distortion. With the emergence of the mysterious flames, Bai Ye's speed of energy absorption increased even further, and his demand for energy grew larger. The replenishment of energy from a void could not keep up with Bai Ye's absorption rate. Bai Ye took out the cosmic source liquid again, this time choosing to swallow 10 drops directly. With a large amount of cosmic source energy replenishing him, Bai Ye's transformation speed accelerated even more. This transformation lasted for over 2 hours, longer than any of Bai Ye's previous breakthroughs. When Bai Ye finally retracted the last trace of fluctuations, this transformation came to an end, successfully breaking through to the realm of laws. Is this the realm of laws? Bai Ye silently felt his condition. Both the strength of his body and the energy contained within him were far superior to what they had been before the breakthrough. Bai Ye operated his energy and carefully sensed it. He felt that now, with just a strand of energy, he could easily defeat his former self. It would have had no resistance whatsoever. Even 10 of his previous selves would not be able to match him now. Bai Ye felt that he was now terrifyingly powerful, as if he could easily explode the earth. However, he also knew that this was merely an illusion caused by his recent breakthrough, and he had not fully mastered this power yet. But he could clearly sense that his post-breakthrough self was much stronger than what Jiang Jin had described as the realm of laws. This was not Bai Ye's illusion. In fact, it was true. Bai Ye's current strength was indeed much greater than that of the vast majority of ordinary individuals in the realm of laws. Even without relying on his 100-fold genes, purely based on his own energy and understanding of the laws, Bai Ye could now easily defeat most ordinary individuals in the realm of laws, even if that individual had a higher minor realm than Bai Ye. Most individuals in the realm of laws had only comprehended a strand of the law's essence before breaking through. The amount of cosmic energy they could absorb and contain during the breakthrough was extremely limited. When they reached the realm of laws, their understanding of the laws was minimal. Far from mastering a complete law, which naturally made their strength far inferior to Bai Ye's current self. This explains why the genius Jiang Jin referred to could easily fight beyond their level. No wonder Jiang Jin could easily suppress martial artists globally and face nuclear bombs without any harm. The realm of laws was indeed much more powerful than the stellar level. Bai Ye pondered silently in his heart. At the same time, as Bai Ye sensed his own condition, he could clearly feel his lifespan. He discovered that his lifespan had significantly increased compared to before. He could easily live to 1,000 years old. Chapter 35. 1,000 times life gene. Just as Bai Ye was getting up to conclude this round of cultivation, the mysterious small tower in his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled again. The mysterious gray airflow that he had been unable to control no matter how hard he tried seemed to become manageable at this moment. With a thought, a small stream of gray airflow was drawn down from the small tower and entered Bai Ye's body. Ooh. Bai Ye let out a few sounds from his mouth, resembling elementary school students reading pinyin. His expression twisted, as if he were in extreme pain. Once the gray airflow entered his body, it seemed intent on completely destroying his life genes and cellular particles, annihilating everything in its path. At the same time, wherever the mysterious gray airflow passed, there was a residue of mysterious energy left on the destroyed cellular gene particles, which continuously repaired the gene particles in Bai Ye's body, reconstructing entirely new life gene particles. Destruction and rebirth kept repeating within Bai Ye. At this moment, he felt both the pain of the destruction of his life genes and a sense of comfort accompanying the construction of new life genes. Additionally, he sensed a stream of mysterious gray airflow entering the depths of his soul's origin. But this gray airflow was not as rough and violent as it had been when entering his physical body. Instead, it was as if the dry soil of his soul's origin was meeting rainwater, frantically and desperately absorbing the mysterious gray airflow, producing a strong sense of comfort emanating from his soul's origin. Whoosh! Uncertain of how much time had passed, this small stream of mysterious gray airflow was completely absorbed by Bai Ye. He let out a long sigh of relief. The extreme pain during the destruction of his life genes had nearly been unbearable. However, now that the suffering followed by sweetness had come, he carefully felt the state of his entirely new body and found it unprecedentedly good. Is my current life gene 1,000 times? Bai Ye carefully sensed his body's condition, and combined with the information in his mind, he realized that he had now reached 1,000 times the life gene level of an ordinary cosmic being. At the same time, after absorbing the mysterious gray airflow, Bai Ye's soul origin felt significantly enhanced, his mind clear. He distinctly sensed that his comprehension had received a tremendous boost, but the specific effects would only be felt when he later contemplated and understood the laws. Bai Ye carefully felt his current strength and found it unprecedentedly good. His life gene level was 1,000 times that of an ordinary cosmic life, proving that without using any amplification secret methods, his strength could reach 1,000 times that of ordinary life. Moreover, the enhancement of the life gene brought him benefits not only in terms of strength, but also greatly benefited his comprehension of techniques, understanding of laws, an improvement in cultivation speed, among other aspects. Cosmic beings with high life gene levels have a starting point that is naturally higher than that of ordinary life gene level beings, giving them a tremendous advantage in cultivation. Some special cosmic beings have innate gene levels that are hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times higher. For these special beings, comprehending and mastering laws is as simple as eating and drinking, easily reaching realms that ordinary beings find difficult to attain or even imagine. In fact, some powerful special life groups can achieve eternal divinity merely upon reaching adulthood due to their strong life genes and innate talents. However, the rules of the universe are relatively fair. Some special life forms and powerful groups, born with strong genes and talents, are destined to have difficulties in reproduction, resulting in a scarcity of their kind. In some cases, there may only be one of these powerful special beings in the entire universe. While some powerful groups may naturally achieve eternal divinity, yet their populations are extremely small, and their cultivation may be more challenging than for other life forms after becoming divine. Thus, those who truly dominate the universe might actually be some groups with ordinary life genes, but a large population base, which increases the chances of producing cosmic-level prodigies and more strong beings. The rarity of special cosmic life forms is due to the fact that these beings are miracles of the universe. The level of life genes is innate and difficult to change later, and the advantages of strong life gene levels are so significant that they determine the preciousness and rarity of treasures that enhance life genes in the universe. Just elevating a life gene to 10 times is considered a rare encounter in the universe, enough to drive countless powerful beings to madness in pursuit. Cases like Bai Ye's, where one can easily elevate their life gene to 1,000 times, are extremely rare in the universe, if not non-existent. Therefore, the effect of this mysterious gray airflow is simply against the heavens, as if it defies the basic laws of the universe. Bai Ye has undoubtedly gained immense benefits from this transformation. After Bai Ye's transformation concluded, the mysterious small tower in his mind transmitted another piece of information. After digesting this information, Bai Ye couldn't help but show a look of joy on his face. It turned out that the mysterious small tower has 9 layers of spatial worlds, each containing endless mysteries. One must comprehend a trace of the laws and elevate their life gene to a certain level to unlock and enter the first layer of the mysterious small tower. After digesting the information in his mind, Bai Ye was extremely happy. He had previously felt that the mysterious small tower was not so simple, and now it seemed indeed so. This mysterious small tower contained endless mysteries waiting for him to explore. Previously, his strength was too low. Although he unexpectedly became the master of the mysterious small tower, he could not control or utilize its functions due to his weakness. Now that his strength has improved, having grasped a trace of the fire law and elevated his life gene level to 1,000 times, he could finally unlock the first layer of the small tower. However, after digesting the information, Bai Ye did not immediately enter the mysterious small tower. Instead, he took out the jade bottle containing cosmic source liquid again, planning to continue cultivating and first elevate his realm. Bai Ye had now broken through to the realm of laws. This realm is no longer simply divided into early, middle, late stages, and peak. It is divided into 19 levels with 9 small realms. Bai Ye had now broken through this major realm of laws, and the next step was to break through the 9 small realms within the realm of laws. Bai Ye had thoroughly comprehended and mastered a trace of the law, and his understanding of the law was sufficient. The breakthroughs between the small realms only required the accumulation of energy, and, coincidentally, Bai Ye happened to have an abundance of energy. Bai Ye directly took a large sip of the cosmic source liquid, and a surge of immense energy flowed into his body. First level, second level, third level, until the final 9th level. Relying on the vigorous energy contained in the cosmic source liquid, Bai Ye quickly broke through each of the small realms within the realm of laws. After consuming several mouthfuls of cosmic source liquid, even though Bai Ye's genes were 1,000 times that of ordinary life, the energy requirements for breaking through realms were significantly larger than those of ordinary life. Yet it still met the energy demands for the realm of laws, allowing him to directly break through from the first level to the 9th level, achieving the perfection of the realm of laws. However, this spiritual liquid was still insufficient to meet the demands of his cultivation. The energy absorbed during his usual hard work was adequate before reaching the realm of laws. But once in the realm of laws, it became a drop in the bucket, difficult to meet the needs for breakthrough. Moreover, Bai Ye still had a war god palace to cultivate, which required him to contribute some resources. Although most of these were resources he no longer needed, it would still somewhat slow his cultivation speed. Thus, Bai Ye has yet to reach the peak of the realm of laws and is merely at the 7th layer of the realm of laws. Therefore, Bai Ye's current strength can already be considered as the strongest person on Earth, having surpassed Jiang Jin, at least in terms of realm. Moreover, Bai Ye believes that even in terms of strength, he is far stronger than Jiang Jin at present. This is because he possesses a 1,000-fold life gene, giving him a significant inherent advantage. Relying solely on Jiang Jin's combat experience and secret techniques, it is fundamentally difficult to bridge such a vast gap. Unless Jiang Jin also had a 1,000-fold life gene, but Bai Ye knows that this is impossible. His achievement of the 1,000-fold life gene is due to the mysterious small tower. He does not believe that Jiang Jin could have such a fortuitous encounter. If Jiang Jin really had an opportunity comparable to the mysterious small tower, he would not still be at the 7th layer of the lower realm. He would have long since left Earth and ventured into the universe. The means to enhance life genes are extremely rare and precious. Even countless powerful beings in the universe find it hard to obtain, let alone on Earth. Therefore, Jiang Jin might not even have a 10-fold life gene, merely possessing an ordinary life gene level. With such a Jiang Jin, how could he still be Bai Ye's opponent? Thus, it is completely reasonable to say that Bai Ye has become the #1 person on Earth. Chapter 36: The space inside the first layer of the tower and the world tree with a thought. Bai Ye disappeared from his original location and reappeared in a mysterious space. Is this the world inside the first layer of the tower? Bai Ye looked around and found himself on a small island, with an endless view all around. The sky stretched high above, indistinct and vast, as if he had entered a new world, spanning countless miles, covered by a layer of gray mist. There were no sun, moon, or stars. It was as bright as the outside world. He felt the energy concentration in this space, which was dozens to hundreds of times that of the outside world, even forming a kind of hazy mist. Upon closer examination of the soil beneath his feet, he discovered that it also contained immense energy, rare, top-grade spirit soil, which could be used as precious materials immediately if taken out. If spiritual plants were to be planted in such an environment, the effects would be unimaginable. However, aside from a towering giant tree that was thousands of feet tall, there were no other plants on this massive island, let alone spiritual fruits or medicines. Bai Ye walked to the edge of the sea, wanting to examine the seawater. But before he could fully approach the vast ocean, a terrifying force emanated from the sea, like a strong pressure radiating from the water. The seawater could release such a terrifying pressure that even a powerful being in the realm of laws could not approach it. Can you believe that? However, it was indeed the case. He could not get close to the seawater, and even attempting to collect some from a distance proved impossible. Despite trying his best, he couldn't extract even a drop of seawater. After half a day of fruitless efforts, he had no choice but to give up, planning to return when he had improved his capabilities. Afterward, Bai Ye explored the small island. Although it was called a small island, it covered millions of square kilometers. And aside from that giant tree, no other life existed. He then approached the giant tree. As Bai Ye stood before it, he felt an inexplicable attraction coming from above. He slowly walked forward and reached out to touch the giant tree. Instantly, a wave of information flooded into his mind. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his hand. A wound had appeared on his previously solid body, and blood began to flow out, seeping into the giant tree, which absorbed it. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable pulling force, tugging at his soul consciousness, as if trying to pull it out of his body. The flow of blood from his hand quickened, and his consciousness began to sink gradually. Eventually, after an unknown period, the large amount of blood loss made his powerful body feel weak, prompting him to unconsciously circulate his cultivation technique to absorb the energy from the void to replenish himself. As Bai Ye's consciousness was about to completely sink, the flow of blood from his hand suddenly stopped, and his awareness instantly became clear. Upon regaining consciousness, Bai Ye felt an extraordinarily peculiar sensation, as he realized he had two bodies, his original body and the giant tree before him. He found himself able to control both bodies without any sense of disharmony. Have I successfully recognized the world tree as my master? The information he received in his mind earlier explained the origin, function, and recognition method of the giant tree before him. It was this information that had prevented him from resisting earlier. This is a world tree that was born at the beginning of the universe, a special life form in the cosmos. However, it was collected by the mysterious small tower right after its birth, which suppressed the world tree's consciousness and growth, keeping it in its original state and modifying it with its unique energy. This was the first cultivation item prepared by the mysterious small tower for its host, allowing for direct recognition of the world tree as one of his avatars. Moreover, the function of this world tree is to cultivate avatars. After the special modification by the small tower, every time he breaks through a realm, the world tree can cultivate an avatar. Currently, he is in the realm of laws, and the world tree is likewise in the realm of laws, so he now has two opportunities to cultivate avatars. At this moment, Bai Ye had not yet decided what kind of avatar to cultivate, which he would have to think about later. However, the world tree also had a significant benefit for him. It possessed extraordinary talents in the wood and life laws, allowing it to produce items related to these laws. Meanwhile, his main body comprehends the fire law, enabling him to cultivate and comprehend laws with two bodies simultaneously. Furthermore, with this world tree avatar inside the mysterious small tower, his life's safety would be greatly ensured. Even if he were to accidentally perish in the outside world, he could be reborn through the world tree avatar, effectively granting him countless lives. This was truly a miraculous opportunity. Chapter 37. The little ant Bai Ye was still unclear about what kind of avatar to cultivate. So he planned to create a world tree avatar first and comprehend the laws within the small tower world. He had previously tested this and found that the laws of heaven and earth in this small tower were extremely complete, just like the outside world, which had no impact on comprehending the laws. As for the idea of taking the world tree avatar outside, he had never considered it. Only in this small tower world was the world tree avatar truly safe, and his own safety could also be fully guaranteed. Going outside would inevitably lead to unexpected incidents. Bai Ye took out the holy heart spirit fruit trees and other spiritual plants he had excavated from the island's secret realm from his spatial ring. Originally, he intended to plant these spiritual plants inside the villa, but he had been too busy with cultivation, and the environment of the villa was actually not suitable for planting these spiritual plants. If the soil and environment were not artificially transformed, the chances of successful cultivation were minimal. Earlier, he had checked the soil here and found that the cosmic source energy content was extremely rich, making it a rare spiritual soil, perfect for planting heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Therefore, he decided to plant the various spiritual plants he had harvested in this place. Bai Ye quickly dug small pits in the ground and planted the spiritual plants one by one. When he planted the last one, he suddenly found that the originally dug pit could not accommodate it. This last spiritual plant was several times larger than the previous ones, something he had not noticed before. With no other choice, Bai Ye could only continue to dig deeper and widen the area around him. However, after digging down just 3 meters, he uncovered a large number of cosmic source crystals, as the underground area over 4 meters deep was entirely composed of condensed cosmic source crystals. After digging for just a moment, Bai Ye obtained thousands of standard-sized cosmic source crystals, which left him astonished. If this was just a casual dig, how many would there be in the entire island? How many would there be in the entire tower world? It should be noted that this tower world was not just this solitary island. Previously, Bai Ye had discovered a mysterious bridge on the island that connected to unknown distant places. However, due to the world tree's influence, he had not explored further. Now, with just a casual dig, he had gathered as much as he had before. In the secret realm of the island, he had only obtained over 3,000 cosmic source crystals from a small lake that condensed the essence of the entire secret realm. However, after a moment's thought, Bai Ye understood. The relic was incomparable to the mystery and power of this small tower. The first layer of this small tower was vast and boundless, with an energy concentration in the air so high that it could capture the world tree at the beginning of creation. Its power was unimaginable, and perhaps these cosmic source crystals were nothing compared to the tower. Bai Ye stopped after digging around 100,000 cosmic source crystals, as this was temporarily enough for him. Currently, he didn't have any immediate use for these cosmic source crystals. He still had a large amount of cosmic source crystals and cosmic source liquid harvested from the island that he had not used. Moreover, in the tower world, he could come and take them at any time, so there was no need to store too many. He could just come back when needed. After planting the last spiritual plant, Bai Ye planned to leave the small tower. His time spent in seclusion and in the tower had already been quite long, and he needed to understand the situation outside and check on his family to avoid worrying them. As for exploring other areas of the tower, Bai Ye decided to do that next time. When Bai Ye disappeared from the tower world and reappeared, he was back in his original position. He also learned something. When he entered the tower world, the mysterious small tower would not manifest in the outside world, but would instead retreat into the endless void, existing between the void and reality. Earlier, when Bai Ye was cultivating, strange phenomena frequently occurred, but they were still too weak to understand what was happening with Bai Ye. They could only worry silently. Finally, after seeing Bai Ye stop cultivating last night, they found that he had suddenly disappeared again. Now, seeing Bai Ye suddenly reappear, their hearts finally relaxed. As for Bai Ye's sudden appearances and disappearances, they had become accustomed to it. After all, with their strength, they could not detect Bai Ye's movements. They only felt that their own strength was lacking. Yes, I made a breakthrough in my cultivation realm and went out to handle some matters. Sorry for making you worry. Bai Ye softly reassured them, but he did not explain where he had been, nor did he mention anything about the tower world. The mysterious small tower was of great importance. Although he was unsure what level of treasure it was undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure, so he would not tell anyone, even those closest to him. The cultivation world had various secret techniques, and once exposed, there was a possibility of being discovered, which could lead to unexpected issues. Nothing major happened. It's just that the few companies you asked to register have been set up according to your requirements. The few companies you wanted to acquire are also in the process of negotiations. Currently, 3 acquisitions have been completed, and 2 more are nearing completion. I'll bring you the specific information shortly. Due to our series of actions, combined with the massive funds used for both setting up companies and acquisitions, it has indeed caused quite a stir in the circle. However, some real big capitalists are aware of your background. With your backing, no one dares to cause trouble. How did Wang Tianhu perform? Bai Ye suddenly remembered Wang Tianhu when he heard Lu Yin mention the company matters. The Wang family was quite powerful in this regard, and before his seclusion, Bai Ye had asked him to provide assistance to Lu Yin. Otherwise, why take him as a little brother? The Wang family did provide a lot of help and handled some inconvenient matters for us. Otherwise, our acquisitions wouldn't have gone so smoothly. It might have taken quite a bit of effort, as some small characters don't understand your background, boss. Also, with so many companies established and acquired, I couldn't manage everything alone, so I had my little aunt come to help me manage the company. If you agree, I want my aunt to become the CEO of the group, while I stay by your side to handle matters. Speaking of her little aunt, Lu Yin felt a bit helpless. Her little aunt was indeed extremely outstanding. Not only wise and commercially capable, but also had enterprise management skills that surpassed most elite executives of large companies. She was a true businesswoman, and on top of that, she was incredibly beautiful, making her an almost perfect person. However, perhaps due to being too perfect, her little aunt had very high standards and looked down on many elite men and high-quality boys, which led to her being 30 years old without ever having a boyfriend. When it was learned that Bai Ye was going to establish a group company, her uncle recommended her little aunt. Lu Yin was well aware of her uncle's intentions. However, given Bai Ye's current strength, status, and his formidable nature, Lu Yin understood that she could not monopolize Bai Ye. Moreover, now there was also Yang Kursin, and her little aunt was indeed perfect and would likely meet Bai Ye's requirements, so she did not refuse. Additionally, because the age difference between her and her little aunt was not too great, and both were extremely outstanding girls, their relationship was actually very good. Although Bai Ye was flirtatious, he treated his own people very well. With Bai Ye's strength and status, her little aunt would only benefit from following him. Not to mention that her little aunt could also help share some of her pressure once she arrived. Although Lu Yin felt a bit uncomfortable with her uncle's actions, she did not refuse. Now, she even directly recommended her aunt to Bai Ye, suggesting that her aunt take on the role of CEO for the group, as she really could not handle the affairs of such a large corporation by herself. Bai Ye was even more of a hands-off manager, so it would be better for her to continue as Bai Ye's secretary, handling matters for him, and thus having more time to spend together. Lu Yin had a clever plan in her heart. She understood that everything she had now came from Bai Ye. As long as she stayed close to him, she would not lack anything and could also receive his care. How could she just give up such an opportunity to run a large corporation? Many people didn't even have the chance to manage a big group. Bai Ye patted Lu Yan's little head and said, as for Yang Kursen beside them, she was massaging Bai Ye's shoulders, as she did not yet understand how to manage the company and could only help with these small tasks. Well, such a large company. I can't handle it either. My aunt is more professional. I will also serve as the vice president of the group and participate in some management. But I will spend more time by your side, handling matters for you. Lu Yan nodded and said, as long as you're happy. Since I entrusted everything to you before, I naturally trust your judgment. Let's go with your arrangement, and I'll meet your aunt when I have time, Bai Ye replied. Then comforted them to ease their worries. The whole night passed. Bai Ye had already asked his parents to quit their jobs, so Bai Guohua and Zhao Ting spent their free time either cultivating a home or going out for walks and visiting friends. Bai Xiaoyao, since her health was restored and she chose to pursue cultivation, completely dropped out of school. Bai's parents initially planned to let her return to school after her health improved, but they couldn't persuade Bai Xiaoyao. Moreover, Bai Ye saw that his sister truly enjoyed cultivating and had considerable talent, so he allowed her to continue. However, she still needed to learn the necessary knowledge. When Bai Xiaoyao was not cultivating, Bai Ye hired several tutors to help her catch up on what she should learn in school. Xiaoyao, it seems you've been working hard in your cultivation lately. You've already reached the peak of the yellow level. It looks like you'll soon break through to the Xian level, Bai Ye said with a smile, gently patting Bai Xiaoyao's head. At the same time, he took out a small accessory from his spatial ring for her to wear. It was a small deer, which looked incredibly cute on her. This was carved by Bai Ye himself from a piece of cosmic source crystal. Although Bai Xiaoyao could not directly use the cosmic source crystal for cultivation yet, wearing it for a long time would greatly benefit her training and accelerate her cultivation speed. He had also prepared gifts for his parents, taking out a jade pendant and a bracelet for each of them. Thank you, brother. Bai Xiaoyao was very fond of the little deer. Holding it made her feel extremely comfortable. Chapter 38. Searching for relics with the resources Bai Ye currently possesses, he could easily elevate his parents and younger sister to the level of a war god. However, Bai Ye did not do this. He has achieved his current strength through his own hard work and training, so he understands the benefits of self-cultivation. Although Bai Ye is confident in himself, he is uncertain about how far he can go in the future or whether he will have abundant resources to easily elevate his family to higher realms. Therefore, it is essential for them to accumulate a certain amount of cultivation experience in the early stages. Blindly using resources to boost their levels now would not be a wise choice and could potentially have negative effects in the future. Since Bai Ye started his cultivation journey, it has gone smoothly without any major setbacks, nor has he made any enemies. His parents and younger sister live in a villa community for warriors and do not go out much, with warriors from the War God Palace responsible for their protection, ensuring their safety. Thus, there is no urgency to raise their levels. What? Xiao Yi, you've broken through to the law realm so quickly? Ha, great. That's wonderful. No wonder you are my son. Bai Guohua and Zhao Ting were both stunned to hear Bai Ye say he had reached the law realm. They had heard Bai Ye mention this realm before and had some understanding of what it represented. The current world's #1, Jiangjin from the War God Palace, is at this level, dominating all nations by himself. Now, their son has also reached such a level, which means he stands at the pinnacle of the world. Initially shocked, Bai Guohua soon broke into a big smile. Brother, you've become a powerhouse in the law realm, which means you've reached the palace master level, comparable to the world's strongest. My brother is actually a master on par with the world's top powerhouse. Brother, you're amazing. Bai Xiaoyao was also taken aback when she heard the news, followed by an expression of excitement. Bai Ye then took out some cultivation resources to give to his parents, including the spiritual wine he had brewed from the sacred heart fruit and various precious resources. Although it hadn't been brewed for long, the effects of these rare materials had already manifested. Consuming this spiritual wine would greatly assist their cultivation and help regulate their bodies, gradually improving their cultivation aptitude. For Bai Ye, who currently has a 1,000-fold life gene level, the spiritual wine no longer has any effect on him. Although the wine was freshly brewed and its taste was slightly inferior to aged wine, it would still far surpass any ordinary wine. You only need to take a small cup of this spiritual wine every day, and it will be greatly beneficial for your cultivation. When it runs out, just ask me for more or have Xiao Yao come over to handle it." Bai Ye then reminded them of some cultivation precautions, pointed out some key aspects of training, and chatted about some family matters before leaving again. After Bai Ye left, Bai Guohua and the others abandoned their plans to go out and play. After Bai Ye's motivation, they all felt they couldn't be too complacent. Each of them began to work hard on their cultivation. After all, their son, brother, had already become the top cultivator on Earth, yet he was still working so hard, they couldn't afford to slack off. Parents can't say they want to support their son too much, but they certainly can't be a hindrance either. It can't be said that they were aimless. They just didn't have a clear, fixed goal. Bai Ye first flew around in the sky above the sea and then headed towards some remote mountains and forests, seemingly searching for something. Ever since he gained a lot of benefits from the secret realm on the island and learned from Jiangjin that there are extraterrestrial relics on Earth, Bai Ye has been filled with interest in such ancient relics. This time, he intended to see if he could discover some special relics. However, after searching all night, Bai Ye found nothing. Not only did he not find any special relics, but he didn't even see an ordinary one. All he found were sites that had already been explored and developed, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. But thinking about it, it made sense. If relics were that easy to find, they might have already been excavated by the War God Palace, just like the relics that had already been explored. There may still be undiscovered relics on Earth, but they are likely in places that are rarely visited and extremely dangerous, or in extremely secretive locations that are hard for ordinary people to discover, such as deep-sea trenches and the ocean floor. Only in such places, which are difficult for ordinary people to reach, hard for the strong to sense, and impossible for technology to detect, can they remain hidden. However, Bai Ye did not have high hopes for this search. He was merely taking a chance. Moreover, he did not bring any detection equipment, relying solely on his spiritual sense. Sometimes, if a relic storage location was too deep or too far away, he would not be able to sense it. If there was any force in the world that understood the secret realms and relics on Earth the best, it would undoubtedly be the War God Palace. Bai Ye did not forget that he had an organization behind him, so he chose to go directly to the War God Palace to inquire with Jiangjin, who had previously mentioned that he had obtained extraterrestrial relics. Chapter 39 News of Alien Relics at the headquarters of the War God Palace, inside the Spaceship Palace. White Knight, are you looking to find alien relics? Jiangjin asked, looking at White Knight while suppressing his intense shock. He initially thought he had highly estimated White Knight's talent, but now it seemed he had greatly underestimated the extraordinary abilities of this young man. How long had it been since they last met? A week? Or a little over a week? But he never expected that in such a short time, White Knight had successfully comprehended the laws and broken through to the realm of laws. He originally thought White Knight would take at least a year or two to get through this stage, yet White Knight had made a breakthrough in such a short time, which was simply unimaginable. If one were to say that White Knight could so easily break through his realm purely because of talent and without any secrets, Jiangjin would never believe it. However, he also understood that everyone has some secrets. Some may be known to others, while some are impossible to reveal. Moreover, as the only one supporting Earth's martial artists, he hoped more than anyone else for the emergence of more powerful warriors on Earth. Therefore, he did not inquire too deeply about White Knight's rapid breakthrough. Yes, White Knight nodded slightly. You want to enter the universe through the alien relics? Although it was a question, Jiangjin's tone carried certainty. Earth today was still too backward and weak. Since there were alien relics on Earth, it meant that alien civilizations had once visited, although it was unknown why they all perished in the long river of history. There was no telling when another alien civilization might visit Earth again. At that time, the fate of Earth could be uncertain. Currently, the only ones on Earth who could be considered strong were the two of them, and even their strengths would hardly count in the universe. If a real crisis were to come, their powers would be far from enough to protect Earth. What should the future of Earth be then? The fate they would face would likely not be good, but rather cruel. Thus, it was necessary to prepare for the future. Furthermore, the environment on Earth had limited the development speed of their powers. It was like the age of discovery. They could only step outside to face a broader world and future. The alien relics held the hope for their journey into the universe. Only by finding spaceships and star maps from these alien relics, could they possibly enter the universe and contact other civilizations? White Knight slowly expressed his thoughts. For this idea, he even gave up his plan to establish an entertainment group himself, choosing to hand it over to Liu Yin to complete while he focused on training. After listening to White Knight, Jiang Jin fell into silence. He did not expect that this young man before him had such far-reaching vision and awareness of potential dangers, and that he had acted on it after just one previous conversation. After a long silence, Jiang Jin finally spoke. We have indeed discovered many alien relics. Some are completely ruined, while others are relatively intact. We have gained something from them. Many of the cutting-edge technologies on Earth today, and even many of the legacies of our cultivators, have come from these relics. However, we have not made significant gains regarding spaceships. We did find a few in the past, but they were all completely destroyed. The one we are standing on, this palace spaceship, is the best preserved, but is still far from being able to be activated. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment appeared on White Knight's face. Without a spaceship, it would be impossible for him to leave Earth and enter the universe with his current strength. Did he have to wait until he could traverse the universe to make contact with it? But he had no idea when he would reach the strength to traverse the universe and find other civilizations. Seeing the disappointment on White Knight's face, Jiang Jin smiled and continued. However, although we have found many damaged spaceships, there is still hope. We have discovered 2 special relics. These 2 special relics are not like the others that can be explored at will. They've set up multiple examination checkpoints, as if they are testing and selecting something. Only those who pass the examination can receive rewards. One of these relics likely contains a complete spaceship, but until now, no one on Earth has been able to pass the examinations of these 2 relics. However, with your talent, passing the examination shouldn't be a problem. If White Knight couldn't pass, Jiang Jin couldn't imagine what kind of existence could. Was there even a possibility for such an existence to be born on Earth? You didn't pass either, Palace Master? White Knight asked in surprise. Jiang Jin shook his head and said, let alone passing the examination. There are not many martial artists on Earth who even have the opportunity to take the examination. I was eliminated in a daze back then, having only passed the first checkpoint. White Knight was even more surprised after hearing this. He knew Jiang Jin's talent. Although it was far from his own, it was still quite exceptional. He understood that his situation was unique and couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. On Earth, Jiang Jin's talent was at the very top. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the #1 person on Earth. Even with resources, it would be difficult to reach Jiang Jin's level without talent. Have these 2 relics been opened? Can we enter now? White Knight asked, feeling a surge of joy. He had been disappointed, but now it seemed there was a glimmer of hope. Jiang Jin shook his head and said, one of these 2 relics opens once every 3 years, and the other once every 10 years. Currently, neither of them has been opened. There are still 3 months until the earliest opening, and the other one won't open for another 9 years. It's far from the opening time. White Knight calmed his excitement and nodded, saying, okay, just inform me when the relics open in 3 months. He could wait for 3 months. Good, but the difficulty of the examination is most suitable for the realm of laws. So you should focus on comprehending the laws in these 3 months and not break through your realm yet. Spending more time in the realm of laws to understand them will be very beneficial for your future cultivation, Jiang Jin reminded White Knight. With White Knight's extraordinary talent, he was afraid that if he didn't remind him, he might break through again by the next time they met. Staying in the realm of laws to comprehend them was not just his random suggestion. It was recorded in the inheritance he received. However, it didn't mean one had to stay in that realm forever to comprehend the laws. This realm was not the most suitable for comprehending the laws before becoming a god. But one could stay in this realm to comprehend the laws to a certain extent before making a breakthrough. Chapter 40, the opening of the #1 ruins soon. 3 months passed. Tianhai City, Yunding Villa. Bai Ye, the #1 ruins are ready to open, and the coordinates have been sent to your phone. You can come directly. Came the voice of Jiang Jin through the communicator. Okay, I'm ready to go, Bai Ye replied and hung up the phone. During these 3 months, Bai Ye had been diligently comprehending the laws. The group company under his command had also completed its acquisition and establishment and was now on the right track. The current CEO of the management company was Jiang Shuai, the aunt recommended by Lu Yin. Since Lu Yin recommended her aunt to Bai Ye last time, Bai Ye found an opportunity to meet her in person. Upon seeing Jiang Shuai for the first time, Bai Ye decided that she would be the CEO and no one else would do. The reason Bai Ye made this decision was not because Jiang Shuai was exceptionally beautiful or had a sexy figure, but because of her genuine talent and skills. In fact, Jiang Shuai did not disappoint Bai Ye's expectations. She was indeed capable and had organized the group management very well shortly after taking on the role of CEO. Lu Yin remained by Bai Ye's side as a small secretary, responsible for communication between Bai Ye and the group, as well as handling various affairs for Bai Ye. As for the little girl Yang Kersin, she went to school under her mother's strong insistence. Originally, she did not intend to go to school, but she couldn't go against her parents. Meanwhile, her parents and younger sister had also been focused on cultivation over the past 3 months, occasionally contacting each other. Currently, they had all broken through to the Xian level, which was a result of Bai Ye encouraging them to focus on the basics and slow down their cultivation. Otherwise, Bai Xiaoyao might have reached the Earth level or even the Heaven level long ago. Bai Ye left Yunding Villa and flew towards the coordinates of the number 1 ruins, opting not to take the intelligent fighter jet. Bai Ye was now a peak expert in the realm of laws, and his speed was more than 10 times faster than when he was a war god, surpassing that of the intelligent fighter jet. In less than 10 minutes, Bai Ye arrived at his destination. What's the situation? Bai Ye just landed in a hall and asked Jiang Jin. It's ready to open in about half an hour. Including you, there will be 36 people entering the ruins. However, the other 35 will likely take the ordinary route, while you will face the elite trial due to your talent. Even those 35 people taking the ordinary route may not all make it out, and the elite trial will definitely be more difficult and dangerous. Are you sure you want to participate in this trial? Jiang Jin said, once again asking Bai Ye, as there were indeed some dangers inside the number 1 ruins, even for those in the realm of laws. Bai Ye nodded without saying anything. Half an hour later, in the center of the hall, a huge passageway slowly appeared on the previously seamless alloy wall, deep and seemingly capable of swallowing any existence. Bai Ye and the others, who had never seen the opening of the number 1 ruins, were all astonished. You will enter a light gate about 20 meters into the passage. Stepping into the light gate means entering the number 1 civilization ruins, and once you step into the ruins, the assessment will begin. I wish you all good fortune in martial arts and smooth sailing, said the host of the number 1 ruins to Bai Ye and the other 35 people. Choosing to enter the number 1 ruins not only represented their outstanding talent, but also their courage and spirit of dedication. Entering the No. 1 ruins meant facing unpredictable life and death. At this moment, many personnel guarding the number 1 ruins, as well as numerous high-ranking officials from the War God Palace, all turned their gazes towards them. Everyone, I will go in first, Bai Ye said, glancing at the 35 martial arts experts beside him. He then stepped into the passage. The remaining 35 martial arts experts exchanged glances and followed him into the passage. Is this the closing door to the ruins? Bai Ye looked at the light gate before him. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward and entered. The 35 martial arts experts followed Bai Ye and stepped into the light gate as well. Click, click, click. When the last person entered the gate, the external alloy passage slowly began to close. Bai Ye crossed the light gate and appeared in a black hall. The entire hall was about 1,000 square meters, with a semicircular ceiling embedded with unknown luminous bodies, and colorful beams of light illuminated the hall, creating a mesmerizing scene. Is this the interior of the number 1 ruins? Bai Ye looked back, but saw no sign of the 35 martial arts experts who should have entered with him. It seemed that this place was indeed different from the assessment halls recorded in the documents. When Bai Ye walked to the center of the hall, a beam of light scanned over him. Triple X, XXXXX, XX, a mechanical voice echoed throughout the hall. Bai Ye could not understand the content of the voice, as it was not any language he was familiar with. According to the alien civilization data obtained by the War God Palace, it was a universal language of the cosmos. Although Bai Ye could not understand this universal language at all, he remained calm and slowly activated the intelligent communication translator on his wrist. This was a high-tech device obtained from an alien ruin by the War God Palace, capable of inputting voice packages and translating various languages in real time, including the universal language of the cosmos. Warning, warning, target detected. The intelligent communication translator relayed the translation result. Since it's this simple, it has already detected my situation. Bai Ye smiled slightly, not surprised that he met the requirements for the elite trial. The brilliant lights at the top of the hall dimmed, and, at the same time, a peculiar beam of light shone down, enveloping Bai Ye, accompanied by a strange fluctuation. The light lasted for half a minute, and when it disappeared, a mechanical voice echoed in the hall again. XXZ. Meanwhile, the intelligent communication translator on Bai Ye's wrist also provided a translation result. Congratulations, your soul strength meets the requirements, and you can participate in the elite trial of our Ida Star. Only those whose strength and soul strength meet the requirements can qualify for the elite trial. The elite trial has not been open for 13,000 years, so please wait a moment. As time slowly passed, after several minutes, a dark passageway gradually appeared on the stone walls of the black hole. The elite trial passage has been opened. Please enter the passage to complete the assessment. Chapter 41 Practical Assessment. Instant kill. Bai Ye looked at the passage in front of him, nodded without hesitation, and chose to enter. In just a moment, Bai Ye reached the end of the passage, and what appeared before him was yet another black hole. Inside the hall stood 18 black figures. 18 black-robed individuals wearing black masks. Humans, mechanical puppets. Seeing these 18 black-robed figures, Bai Ye was slightly surprised, but he quickly confirmed their identity. They were all mechanical puppets, as there was no sign of life emanating from them. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded again, demanding Bai Ye to defeat the 18 puppets in front of him. 18 first-level rule realm. Bai Ye sensed the rising momentum from these 18 puppets, which was far stronger than that of a God of War level, but seemed slightly weaker than what he knew of first-level rule realm. This was not because the puppets were weak, but rather because Bai Ye had not seen many strong individuals in the rule realm and subconsciously compared them to himself. Any one of these puppets could easily kill a God of War level expert. Boom! The 18 black-robed puppets moved in unison, their figures ghostly, transforming into afterimages. The speed they unleashed at that moment reached 10 times the speed of sound, far surpassing that of ordinary first-level rule realm experts. Clang! A black battle knife appeared in Bai Ye's hand, the long knife unsheathed, and his figure moved like lightning, impacting the 18 black-robed puppets. The blade light cut through the night sky like a flash of lightning, emanating a bone-chilling coldness, instantly covering several dozen meters, directly slashing towards one of the black-robed puppets. Ninefold wave, 9 times force. With the activation of 5 times his life gene enhancement, the total force was 45 times. Bai Ye then kicked into the air again, sending the half-damaged puppet's body flying, instantly crashing into another puppet, the terrifying force transmitting through the damaged puppet's body, directly causing it to shatter. The remaining 16 black-robed puppets, seeing 2 of their companions disappear in an instant, showed no signs of fear in their eyes. Undeterred, they charged at Bai Ye once more. The speed of these black-robed puppets was clearly not on par with Bai Ye. Now they surrounded him from all 4 directions. The 4 directions were all blocked. No matter which direction Bai Ye faced, he would simultaneously face attacks from 4 black-robed puppets. Weak too weak. You don't even qualify to make me take this seriously. All of you die. After killing 2 black-robed puppets, Bai Ye had roughly grasped their strength. In terms of speed, these black-robed puppets far exceeded ordinary first-level rule realm experts. But in terms of power and attack, they merely matched ordinary first-level rule realm. Such strength against him, even without activating any enhancement skills, he could easily kill these puppets. The bright blade light flashed again, and in an instant, Bai Ye unleashed 4 strikes. In that brief moment, the blade light passed, and the puppet had already become motionless. Clang! Bai Ye did not look at the results of his 4 strikes, and in the next instant, he shifted his position again, the blade light representing death slashing out, reaping one black-robed puppet after another. It sounds slow, but all of this happened in the blink of an eye. From the outbreak of battle to the end, the entire process took only a short moment. Boom! Bai Ye's final kick shattered the chest of the last black-robed puppet, ending the battle. All 18 black-robed puppets were killed. All 18 black-gold puppets were defeated in 3. For seconds, perfectly passing the first assessment. Reward: one heavenly soul fruit. The mechanical voice presiding over the first relic sounded again, and at the same time, a small platform slowly rose in the center of the hall, upon which sat a fruit. Unexpectedly, after passing a trial, there was even a reward. Bai Ye stepped forward and slowly took the dark golden fruit. According to the information left on the small platform, this heavenly soul fruit, as the name suggests, enhances the soul origin of the consumer, which is extremely precious even in the universe. Please proceed to the next trial. After Bai Ye put away the heavenly soul fruit, the mechanical voice sounded again, and at the same time, a pitch-black passage appeared again on the wall. Bai Ye walked into the passage again, entering the next level. However, the second assessment was still a practical combat test. This time, Bai Ye faced a total of 36 black-robed puppets exuding the aura of late rule realm. 9-fold wave, 9 times force, 10 times gene enhancement, the same formula, the same secret. However, Bai Ye was now activating the 10 times life gene enhancement combat power, boosting his combat power to 90 times. Bai Ye intended to end the battle quickly. Without waiting for these black-robed puppets to make a move, he took the initiative to strike. The dazzling and deadly blade light once again cut through the air, targeting each of the black-robed puppets. With a 90 times increase in strength, Bai Ye's speed was now almost invisible to the naked eye, leaving countless afterimages in the surrounding void. Clang! Puffed! 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 The sounds of collisions and bodies hitting the ground rang out. In just a few moments, all 36 black-robed puppets with late rule realm strength were decapitated without leaving a single one behind. A full 36 late rule realm puppets posed no trouble for Bai Ye and were completely wiped out in just a few moments, even faster than the previous level. Ding! Passed the second practical assessment. Rating: perfect. Reward: 1/4 tier source power battle knife. As expected, when Bai Ye completed the assessment, the mechanical voice sounded again. At the same time, in the central position of the hall, a small platform rose again, on which lay a dark golden battle knife. From now on, you shall be called the Heavenly Fall Battle Knife. Bai Ye happily stroked the battle knife. This knife was far superior to the one he had used before. Compared to the Heavenly Fall Battle Knife, the previous one was simply worthless, truly worthy of the reward given for an elite assessment. Please proceed to the next trial. The mechanical voice sounded again. Chapter 42, Death Assessment, 36 times power, is that it? Bai Ye walked into the passage, and when he reappeared, he found himself in a room of about 200 square meters made of a special metal. Bai Ye scanned the room and saw that the walls were covered with various complex carvings and many unknown characters, as well as hundreds of different diagrams of human anatomy. Congratulations, trial taker. You have successfully passed the previous 2 levels and reached this final stage. This is both your fortune and misfortune, as your death assessment task will begin here. During the assessment, you will be cut off from all external contact. You will only receive water and food and no other assistance. The carvings on the wall depict the basic 648 techniques of warriors from my Holy Fallen Star lineage. Mastering these 648 techniques will enhance your power exertion skills. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye checked the smart communication wristwatch on his wrist. Despite being a high-tech product from an alien civilization, it still had no signal at that moment. He then scanned the wall's markers and the complex human anatomy diagrams and characters, silently complaining that such complicated things were merely basic. Even with his exceptional comprehension, it felt somewhat complex at first glance. However, despite his complaints, Bai Ye used his smart translation wristwatch to scan the patterns and characters on the wall and projected the translated content. The Elite Death Assessment requires you to reach a power exertion level of 36 times. The assessment period is 3 years. If you do not reach the 36 times power exertion level within 3 years, you will be considered a failure, and failure means death. Meanwhile, deep within the first relic, as Bai Ye stepped into the 3rd level and began the Elite Death Assessment, a bright light suddenly emerged in a special room. At the same time, a mechanical voice that Bai Ye had heard earlier sounded in another special room. The Elite Core Assessment has started. The awakening conditions are met. Ding! Honored intelligent life. Lord Atada, welcome to your awakening. In the room, a small, illusory figure resembling a human appeared in a special crystal ball. The figure had a single horn on its head and a small tail behind it. Little G, How long have I been asleep? Lord Atata, it has been 13,000 years since your last slumber. 13,000 years have passed. Finally, a human has appeared on this planet who can reach the third level. I hope this little guy can succeed this time. The intelligent life, known as Atata, stared at the images displayed on the wall, silently saying that it had waited too long for that day. The content on the screen was precisely Bai Ye's previous trial and the current scene he was in at the third level. On the other side, Bai Ye focused on the translated content and images projected by the smart translation wristwatch, feeling a sense of complexity. After contemplating briefly, he realized that fully comprehending the techniques was not a simple task. It was not like cultivating a method to absorb energy. The basic 648 techniques of warriors, although labeled as basic, were extremely complex, involving various power exertion techniques, muscle control, energy utilization, and the intercombination of these elements. Mastering all 648 techniques would enable one to enhance their power exertion level to 36 times, easily amplifying their strength by that factor. It was worth noting that the strongest power amplification technique on Earth was the 9 layers of wild waves from the War God Palace, which only allowed a 9-fold increase in strength. Even so, many war gods found it difficult to reach that level, with most only able to achieve a 6 or 7 times amplification. If Bai Ye wanted to fully comprehend and learn the basic 648 techniques of warriors here to achieve a 36 times power exertion, it would require a significant amount of time for him to study and comprehend. However, Bai Ye did not want to waste time here. He wanted to complete the assessment and exit quickly. He had already scanned the basic 648 techniques of warriors, and he could take his time to comprehend and learn them later. It seemed that the mechanical voice regarded him as an ordinary life form at the law level, simply requiring a 36 times power exertion to break through the sealed room and complete the assessment. Although he could only achieve a 9-fold power exertion with the 9 layers of wild waves, he also had the enhancement of life gene levels. As long as he activated a 4-fold life gene enhancement, he could easily achieve a 36 times power exertion. Should I try it first? Perhaps I can directly pass the assessment and complete the trial? Bai Ye pondered. After some thought, Bai Ye decided to give it a try. If it worked, he would pass directly. If not, it wouldn't matter much. Bai Ye's eyes were fixed on a raised area on the alloy wall with a special pattern, which was the testing area for power exertion techniques. Then, Bai Ye held the celestial fallen blade he had just obtained and struck it with a blow in this testing area. 9 layers of wild waves, 9 times power exertion, combined with the activated 4-fold life gene enhancement that made a total of 36 times power exertion. Boom! Accompanied by a loud roar. A terrifyingly brilliant blade of light containing immense source power pierced through the special alloy wall, creating a huge hole. Bai Ye walked out somewhat dazed. In fact, he had only intended to try it out and hadn't held out much hope, but the result far exceeded his expectations. He had indeed split the special alloy wall with one strike and completed the assessment. The legendary elite assessment, the death trial. A level that had not been passed for countless years. Is that it? Just that? At that moment, the familiar mechanical voice sounded again. Bai Ye looked at the smart communication translation wristwatch on his wrist, which projected the translated content once more. Congratulations! You have completed the death assessment task and successfully passed the elite trial assessment. Please continue down the passage. Here you will receive the rewards you deserve. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye walked straight into the deep passage and eventually arrived in a special room. The intelligent life, Atata, smiled upon seeing Bai Ye enter and said, "Hello, human Bai Ye." Chapter 43. The Holy Fallen Star and Rewards. Bai Ye looked astonished, as the virtual figure was speaking in Chinese and an extremely standard Mandarin at that. Let me introduce myself. I am Atata, an intelligent life form from the Holy Fallen Star. You can call me Lord Atata. We have been monitoring your planet for a time far beyond your imagination. The development of human civilization, the cycles of civilization and war, the changes in writing and history, and the diversity of languages on your planet are all within our surveillance. Therefore, I am familiar with any language on your planet. I am using Chinese now to facilitate our communication. Seeing Bai Ye's surprise, the intelligent life form Atata specially explained. Bai Ye listened quietly, He was not surprised by what this self-proclaimed intelligent life form Atada said. Given the technology displayed by the remnants of this civilization, monitoring the globe would be easy. In fact, if they wanted to control the entire planet, they probably could have done so easily in the past, given that the trial puppets could appear on Earth. We, from a holy fallen star lineage, have been on your Earth for over 10 million years. We have witnessed the birth, prosperity, destruction, and rebirth of human civilization on your Earth, in a cycle of development and renaissance. Moreover, your planet was not originally called Earth. The purpose of our relics that have persisted for over 10 million years is to select geniuses, sufficiently powerful geniuses. During this time, we have conducted the elite trial assessments a total of 322 times, but without exception, no one has passed. All have failed. The consequence of failure is death. Only those who pass the elite trial assessments have the opportunity to join the holy fallen star lineage. 10 million years, and not a single person passed the assessments? A flicker of shock passed through Bai Ye's eyes. He did not expect that an assessment could persist for over 10 million years, which greatly differed from his worldview and values. Moreover, the assessments that seemed simple to him had seen no one pass among the hundreds conducted over millions of years, which was beyond his expectations. Indeed, the inheritance of both the genetic warrior faction and the mentalist faction among your Earth humans is very imperfect. According to my surveillance, the current inheritance of mentalists has already been severed. Genetic warrior faction, mentalist faction. Bai Ye heard two new terms and couldn't help but feel puzzled. The genetic warrior faction focuses on the physical body, cultivating genetic source energy, and excels in close combat. The mentalist faction, on the other hand, possesses strong mental power, emphasizes mental cultivation, and specializes in controlling objects with their minds, Atada explained, noticing Bai Ye's confusion. Bai Ye's heart stirred at the description of the mentalist. It was strikingly similar to his sister's situation. Could it be that his sister had awakened the talent of a mentalist? Moreover, from the tone of the intelligent life form Atada, it was clear that he valued mentalists even more, indicating that this talent was not ordinary. The life level of your Earth human race is considered the most ordinary among cosmic races and beings. To elevate oneself postnatally is extremely difficult, not only on Earth, but even in the cosmos. Thus, if you Earth humans want to improve your strength at the same level, you need to focus on understanding the laws and the techniques for exerting power. The three assessments of the elite trial. The first two focus not only on practical combat ability, but also greatly test the candidate's understanding of the laws. Without profound understanding of the laws, it is impossible to defeat those guardian puppets. In the previous 322 assessments, the vast majority of people failed at these first two stages. The third stage assesses a person's character, comprehension, talent, and other aspects, and it is also the most difficult. Even if someone miraculously passes the first two stages, they may still fail at this third one. And you're the only Earth human to pass the assessment in the past 10 million years. Now, based on your passing the assessment, you have two choices. The first choice is to join the Holy Fallen Star lineage, and you will receive the following rewards. At this point, the intelligent life form Atada waved his hand, and several virtual images appeared in the sky. A battle knife, a set of battle armor, a book with a faint golden glow, a silver wrist guard, and a shrunken spaceship. This first item is a 5th-tier source force battle knife, a unique source weapon of our Holy Fallen Star lineage. Even those at the Realm Master level can enhance their strength by 30 using it. The second item is a 4th-tier source force battle armor, capable of withstanding attacks from a 5-layered star system level powerhouse. The third item contains many secret methods of our Holy Fallen Star lineage. The fourth item is an intelligent light brain, which is also my intelligent recognition core. The fifth item is an F3 level spaceship. The second choice is simply not to join our Holy Fallen Star lineage, but you must make an oath not to disclose the circumstances here. At the same time, this choice will only grant you a 4th-tier source force battle knife, a 3rd-tier source force battle armor, and a combat-type secret method. You can make your choice now. After explaining everything, the intelligent light brain, Atada, quietly waited for Bai Ye to decide. Can you tell me more about the Holy Fallen Star and the responsibilities and obligations after joining? Bai Ye did not make an immediate decision, but instead asked, Although the rewards for joining the Holy Fallen Star were very tempting, Bai Ye would not make a blind decision without fully understanding the specifics. Hearing this, the intelligent light brain Atada spoke with a tone of reverence. The Holy Fallen Star is a mysterious place in the universe, inherited from the great Holy Fallen King. The Holy Fallen King is a great deity-level powerhouse, a being that transcends immortal gods, and even in the cosmic divine kingdoms, is among the top existences. Under the Holy Fallen King, there are also 18 great immortal gods. In the universe, the cosmic kingdoms are divided into low-level, medium-level, and high-level civilizations, as well as cosmic divine kingdoms. Each cosmic divine kingdom encompasses countless high-level civilization cosmic kingdoms, while the number of medium and low-level civilization cosmic kingdoms is even larger. The Holy Fallen Star, even within a cosmic divine kingdom, is considered a dominant power. At this point, Atada's eyes revealed a fervent expression, perhaps fearing Bai Ye would not understand the greatness and strength of the Holy Fallen Star. Atada made sure to explain the division of cosmic civilizations. As for the responsibilities and obligations of joining the Holy Fallen Star, Atada paused, and there was a hint of loneliness in his tone. Even the sparkle in his eyes dimmed significantly. Chapter 44. The World Ring and the Spaceship. You don't need to bear any responsibilities or obligations. No responsibilities or obligations. A hint of confusion and disbelief flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. The information he learned from the intelligent life form Atada about the Holy Meteor Star shocked him. A civilization relic on Earth actually came from a dominant force in a vast universe, which was even home to legendary immortal deities and possibly even greater beings above them. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the sky. Anything you gain has already been priced by fate in the dark. Yes, you heard it right. Joining the lineage of the Holy Meteor Star requires nothing from you right now. Just one day in the future, when you grow into a top powerhouse in the universe, you'll be able to bring fame to the Holy Meteor Star lineage again and carry on its legacy. All of this is predicated on the condition that you become a top powerhouse in the universe. If you cannot reach that point in the future, there are no responsibilities or obligations involved, because the lineage of the Holy Meteor Star has already gone extinct in the universe. Only this relic on Earth remains for assessment. At this point, Atada sighed, and his tone became even more desolate, completely unlike a mere intelligent life form. The Holy Meteor Star perished? Shock flickered in Bai Ye's eyes. The powerful Holy Meteor Star had countless strong beings, nearly 20 immortal deities, and even one great existence above the immortal deities, referred to as the Lord God by Atada. Such a powerful force could actually perish? Was the universe so dangerous? That's right. When I first received this information, I could hardly believe it. The great Holy Meteor King led all the elite of the Holy Meteor Star into a cosmic secret realm to compete for treasures. But they were ambushed by powerful beings from hostile races. Ultimately, after slaying 3 Lord God-level beings, they all fell. After all the top powerhouses of the Holy Meteor Star fell, the news spread, leading to attacks from many powerful forces, and ultimately, the lineage of the Holy Meteor Star suffered devastating blows, nearly going extinct. Bai Ye remained silent after hearing this. He never expected that a single expedition into a cosmic secret realm could bury all the powerhouses of a top force. Witnessing the demise of this great force, it was evident that the universe was indeed a place where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. To protect Earth from the threats of alien powerhouses, he would inevitably need powerful strength. Have you made your choice now? Atada asked again. I choose to join the lineage of the Holy Meteor Star. This time, Bai Ye did not hesitate and directly chose to join the Holy Meteor Star. Although the powerful Holy Meteor Star had already perished, this did not hinder Bai Ye's choice to join them. In fact, it was the reason he did not hesitate. Because the Holy Meteor Star had been destroyed, there would be no powerful beings to manage or constrain Bai Ye, which would not affect his ability to join even stronger forces. If there were various constraints, he might have considered other options. Even if he did not join the Holy Meteor Star, with the existence of the mysterious small tower, he still believed he could become a powerhouse in the universe. Another important reason that prompted Bai Ye to choose to join the Holy Meteor Star was not because of the advanced battle knife and battle suit, nor because of the countless secret methods. And certainly not because of the intelligent life form Atada's core of recognition, but because of that spaceship. This was the most important goal of Bai Ye's exploration of the relics, perhaps even the only one. Therefore, this spaceship was extremely important to Bai Ye, concerning whether he could explore the universe as soon as possible. This is a world ring, inside which is a small world that can store anything, including life, battle knives, battle suits, secret classics, and the spaceship, all placed inside. The crystal in front of you is the core of my intelligent computer, and the intelligent light brain can be said to be an essential item for every human cultivator in the universe, providing great help to both gene warriors and mentalists. Perhaps you currently cannot use the intelligent light brain on Earth, but once you enter the universe, it will be extremely inconvenient without one. You can drop a drop of blood on this crystal and imprint a trace of your mental mark, and you will successfully activate the dual recognition program for gene and mental fluctuations. Bai Ye first put away the world ring, then followed the steps described by Atada to complete the operation. In an instant, Bai Ye felt a special connection with the crystal in front of him, and soon the crystal transformed into a small communication wristwatch. Bai Ye first tried the communication wristwatch he had been wearing, stored it in the world ring, and switched to the watch transformed by the intelligent light brain. After a series of operations, the virtual figure of the intelligent life form Atada, which had disappeared when Bai Ye recognized it, reappeared. Master, you can give me a new name. When Atada reappeared, it had already changed its address and spoke with great respect, because once an intelligent life form is recognized, it will be 100 loyal to its master. It is said that this was imprinted into the rules of heaven and earth by a top-level powerhouse among humans, eternally unbreakable, and unlike some films where intelligent life forms betray their masters. Atada, are there other treasures in this base? Bai Ye couldn't help but ask the intelligent life form Atada, feeling that this relic shouldn't only have these few items. Yes, there are indeed some treasures left. But among these treasures, except for copies of the secret classics, the rest are far inferior to what the master has obtained. The few items the master has received are the most precious and valuable ones here. The remaining treasures in this base are for the later testers. The trials here will not stop after we leave. They will continue to open regularly to select geniuses. So I can only provide the master with the most valuable few treasures within my authority. For the rest, I cannot access them, as this has been preset, and even I cannot violate it. In fact, the master doesn't need to be concerned about the remaining treasures. The value of your 5th-tier source power battle knife exceeds that of all the remaining treasures combined, except for the secret classics. Moreover, in your world ring, there are over 100,000 cosmic currencies, which can serve as your starting capital when you step into the universe. When you truly have demands, you can also sell the source power battle knife. The intelligent life form Atada, which had possibly existed for countless years, could guess Bai Ye's thought from just one of his words and could only explain. Chapter 45. The Ruins. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye could only reluctantly dismiss the small thoughts in his heart. He actually had a bit of a hamster-like trait, enjoying hoarding various treasures. Unfortunately, all the powerful figures of the Holy Fallen Star lineage had perished, even if his master obtained the sacred inheritance texts of the Holy Fallen Star. He could only comprehend them alone. Otherwise, with his master's talent that even I cannot understand, if he had a powerful guide, he could probably cultivate even faster. However, based on the talent his master had previously displayed, he should be able to quickly master several secret techniques through solo cultivation. Although I don't know what level of comprehension of the laws my master has reached, judging by his previous performance, at this level, his comprehension of the laws is not weak. Coupled with his force application techniques, even among the geniuses in the history of the Holy Fallen Star lineage, my master could be considered a strong individual. With his master's talent, if he has sufficient resources in the future, works hard, has good luck, and receives guidance from a great teacher, there might be a glimmer of hope for him to become a realm master-level powerhouse. Bai Ye nodded, but he did not take Atada's last sentence seriously. With the assistance of the mysterious little tower, he did not believe that he only had a slim chance of becoming a realm master. Moreover, with the mystery of the little tower, and is currently far beyond ordinary 1,000 times life gene level, he also did not believe that he would stop at the realm master level. On the path of cultivation, The most important and difficult aspect is the comprehension of the laws. In the future, it will be best for my master to first achieve a divine-level understanding of a certain system of laws, and only after becoming an immortal deity should he comprehend other laws. After all, human energy is limited, and before achieving the status of an immortal deity, everyone's life is also limited, with only a brief 10 million years. Only after becoming an immortal deity can one have infinite time to explore other laws. So, Adada, as an intelligent being left behind from the holy fallen star, and knowing so much, can you guide me in my cultivation? Bai Ye asked, looking at Adada, who was earnestly lecturing him. Upon hearing this, Adada's small face fell, and then she nodded and shook her head, reluctantly saying, I do know some knowledge about cultivation, but with my limited knowledge, it's fine to guide an ordinary disciple, but to guide a genius like you is far beyond my capability. I can only share some common knowledge about cultivation with you. If you want to grow quickly after entering the universe, the best method is to join a powerful force or find a strong teacher. Can I still join another force or find another teacher since I have already joined the holy fallen star lineage? Bai Ye asked in confusion. As according to Earth's common sense, wouldn't that mean betraying his sect? Of course, within the human domain, the most important and prioritized identity is being part of a human race, followed by being part of a certain force. In the universe, some geniuses from smaller forces often find it difficult to grow due to scarce resources, so they're often sent to stronger forces for training, to be taught by even stronger teachers. As long as these geniuses do not betray the human race and do not abandon their current or former forces and teachers, there will not be any problems. Moreover, these geniuses, after being nurtured in more powerful forces, often contribute back to their original forces and teachers after becoming strong. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye thought for a moment and understood. Then, seeing that Adada had nothing more to say, he followed her guidance and opened the passage to the outside world. Outside, in the hall of the number 1 ruin, the high-ranking officials of the War God Palace had all left. After all, passing the assessment is not that easy in the past. It was usually only after 3 full months that someone would come out. Currently, only a little over an hour had passed, and they could not possibly wait here the whole time. They only left the original management staff of the number 1 ruin and a portion of the guards, waiting to be notified if anything happened. I wonder how many people will pass this ruin assessment. One of the management staff at the No. 1 ruin chatted with a colleague beside him. In the past, there were usually only 5 or 6 at most. I wonder how many will pass this time? There are more people going in this time than before, so there should be more who can pass the test, right? But even if someone passes, it's still early. It won't be so quick. Moreover, I heard that a peerless powerhouse also went in. What news? Hurry up and say it. I heard it from my second uncle's little aunt's neighbor's son, who said that a high-ranking official from the War God Palace, and also a big shot at the War God level, is involved. A figure of such stature would actually choose to take risks? A hint of surprise and doubt flashed in the eyes of the colleague beside him, but more was a sense of awe. If someday I could also become a war god, that would be fantastic, another colleague said with longing in his eyes. You might as well wash up and sleep. Everything exists in dreams. The colleague beside him rolled his eyes and mocked. Just then, the originally silent wall slowly opened again, revealing a passage. This scene left the public staff dumbfounded. What is happening? It looks like the passage in the number 1 ruin is opening. But this passage just opened a little over an hour ago. It shouldn't be possible to open again so soon. In the past, it would take at least 3 months. But this time, it has only been a little over an hour. Has someone passed the assessment so quickly? Impossible. It's simply unbelievable. If Bai Ye knew their thoughts at this moment, he could only say that he actually passed the assessment even faster. If it weren't for listening to Atada's lengthy explanations, he might have come out much earlier. As the moving staff stared in astonishment, a figure flew directly out of the passage and did not stop at all, soaring into the sky and leaving the site of the ruins. How did this adult come out so quickly? Could it be that he has already completed the assessment? Has there ever been anyone so quick? It should be, right? Although there hasn't been anyone like that in the past. This passage shouldn't open unless the assessment is passed. We should report this. Subsequently, the staff used a system to confirm the identity and name of Bai Ye, who just exited through the passage, and then chose to report the situation here. Chapter 46. Surprise crowd at the headquarters of the War God Palace. In a spacious training room on the top floor of a giant flying ship palace, a middle-aged man dressed in a black training suit was slowly practicing his spear techniques while holding a long spear. Although his movements appeared ordinary and slow, each action seemed to resonate with some natural laws of the universe, as if he could stir the space around him, containing immense power. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the middle-aged man, Jiang Jin, was immersed in his training, an anxious knocking sound suddenly came from outside the door. Jiang Jin frowned slightly, sensing that something urgent had occurred. He had previously instructed that no one was to disturb him during his training, and for a long time, unless it was an emergency, no one dared to break his orders. Only a few inspectors had the authority to come here. "Come in," Jiang Jin said, putting away his spear. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened automatically, and a middle-aged man dressed in a purple robe, wearing a half-gold mask, entered. This man was Luo Yang, another inspector of the War God. "What is the matter?" Jiang Jin asked, frowning. He believed that if there was no pressing issue, even the 4 inspectors would not dare to disturb him at this time. Moreover, Luo Yang was not very well informed about Bai Ye and had barely exchanged a few words with him. The fact that Bai Ye had emerged so quickly from the assessment in the first relic clearly shocked him and left him confused. What? Jiang Jin was slightly taken aback. Even though he had some understanding of Bai Ye's extraordinary talent, he was still surprised that it was so fast. The previous ordinary assessments took at least 3 months. Bai Ye's was presumably an elite assessment, so how could it be so quick? When Jiang Jin checked the time on his smart terminal, he found that just over an hour had passed, and he could only believe it. In the mysterious first relic, he had managed to come out so quickly. He wondered if he had undergone the elite trial. Did he gain anything special? Jiang Jin shook his head, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He knew Bai Ye's purpose for entering the relic. Both Bai Ye and he hoped to obtain the spaceship. The stage for martial artists on Earth was ultimately too small. Given Bai Ye's talent, he needed to venture out. Only in the vast universe could Bai Ye better grow. Moreover, the rewards from each relic were greater for those with stronger talents. Given Bai Ye's monstrous talent, even if he didn't obtain a spaceship, he would surely receive some precious rewards. Where's Bai Ye now? Is he still in the first relic? Let's go find him. Jiang Jin asked Luo Yang about Bai Ye's whereabouts, eager to know if Bai Ye had achieved his goal and found what he was looking for. After Bai Ye came out of the first relic, he flew directly away, based on his flight direction and the situation monitored by our satellites. He should be heading straight to the War God Palace headquarters, Luo Yang replied. Okay, let us go out and see when he arrives, Jiang Jin said, not choosing to wait inside the flying ship palace. Instead, he opened the door and flew toward the palace's exterior. Just as Jiang Jin stepped outside the palace, Bai Ye had also just arrived. Bai Ye, how did you come out so quickly? Did you gain anything? Jiang Jin immediately asked as Bai Ye approached. A small elite trial assessment, very simple. With my extraordinary talent, it was a piece of cake. I could pass it even with my eyes closed, Bai Ye said, starting to ramble as he saw the curious look on Jiang Jin's face. Jiang Jin's forehead was covered in black lines. He believed Bai Ye was indeed a prodigy and had no rebuttal to that claim. However, he did not believe that the first-level assessment was simple, especially the elite trial. If it were really that easy, why had so many people failed the ordinary trials? The legendary elite trials had never seen anyone pass. If it were that simple, how could Jiang Jin have passed with such difficulty? He, the dignified master of the War God Palace, wouldn't want to lose face. Although he did not possess the strength he had now when he took the assessment, nor did he have his current achievements, even so, if it were truly as Bai Ye said, it would be a significant black mark in his history. Jiang Jin silently complained to his heart. Looking at your expression, it seems you gained quite a lot from the first relic this time. Did you get that thing you were looking for? Despite his inner thoughts, a smile appeared on Jiang Jin's face as he grabbed Bai Ye's arm and said, "Come on, let us go inside and talk." With that, he walked directly into the palace, and Bai Ye could only shake his head and follow helplessly. So, did you undergo the elite trial? Did you get the spaceship you wanted? Once the two entered the flying ship palace, Jiang Jin eagerly asked Bai Ye. He was desperate to know the answer, even more so than Bai Ye himself. Indeed, I did undergo the elite trial, and it was indeed not difficult for me, but for ordinary people. The trial is almost a life-or-death situation, with a pass rate of less than 1%, Bai Ye explained, shaking his head. There is indeed a spaceship inside the first relic, and it's in perfect condition. I came directly to the War God Palace after exiting the relic because of this reason. Chapter 47. The Shock of Jiang Jin. Indeed, it is the elite trial. Jiang Jin's face showed joy, as the trial represented better rewards. What could the rewards of the trial be? They should be different from those of ordinary trial participants. Previously, the ordinary trial participants of the first alien relic received rewards after the trial, which included a set of Black God armor capable of defending against God-level attacks, and 3 Xianling fruits that could enhance celestial-level strength. Although these were helpful for gods and those below, they were of no use to Jiang Jin now. There were indeed some different gains. Bai Ye nodded, having not only received some fruits and equipment that could enhance strength, but also some martial arts cultivation secrets. Bai Ye obtained not only the cultivation secrets, but also a complete inheritance from a powerful faction. However, he did not intend to disclose all the specific gains from within the relic, and the many secrets contained in the Sacred Meteor Star inheritance could not be easily shared. However, there was one secret technique that could be taught, which was the Martial Artist Foundation 648 style used for assessment in the elite trial. Martial arts secret technique? I wonder if it will be helpful for cultivation and strength enhancement. Jiang Jin asked with a hint of meaning in his words. As the #1 martial artist on Earth, he had naturally explored many relics, but most of those relics only left behind some technological creations or fruits. Very few were related to martial arts inheritance. Given his current strength, he was not interested in those ordinary technological creations. The only thing that piqued his interest was martial arts inheritance, and the first relic happened to be related to martial arts inheritance. Although those fruits and equipment could also enhance strength, he knew that these things were limited. If Bai Ye took a portion, he would have less. Therefore, he did not pry into Bai Ye's gains. However, inheritances like martial arts secret techniques could be replicated, and Bai Ye would not suffer any loss, which was why he specifically inquired. As the original #1 martial artist, he understood the difference between having an inheritance and not having one. Without an inheritance, it was like a blind person touching an elephant, feeling their way through without direction. A single realm could trap you for a long time, preventing your strength from improving. Whereas with a complete inheritance, it was like standing on the shoulders of giants, easily achieving accomplishments that others found difficult to reach. Palace Master, I have directly transmitted the secret technique to your smart terminal. It should be helpful to you. Bai Ye understood Jiang Jin's insinuation and directly used the smart device on his wrist to send the Martial Artist Foundation 648 style to Jiang Jin. Huh, it can be done like this? Jiang Jin, upon receiving the secret technique, immediately chose to check it out. However, as he continued to examine it, it stirred his heart, and blue arcs of electricity radiated around him. This was due to his emotions being stirred, leading to an imperfect control of the genetic source energy within, causing the changes. As the original #1 martial artist on Earth, perfectly controlling his internal power was usually a simple task for him. But at this moment, due to his excitement, he lost a bit of control over his internal power. From this, one could imagine how shocking this Martial Artist Foundation 648 style was to him. Incredible, truly incredible. There is actually such a secret technique in this world. Jiang Jin's tone and expression were filled with disbelief and excitement, as it could enhance his explosive technique by a full 36 times. The more Jiang Jin looked at the Martial Artist Foundation 648 style, the more excited he became, his expression growing crazier. A full 36 times of explosive force completely shocked him. Compared to his proud 9 times, it was nothing at all. Is this how it works? Jiang Jin muttered to himself, realizing that his previous explosive technique was wrong. With the reference and guidance of the Martial Artist Foundation 648 style, Jiang Jin discovered many errors and shortcomings in the Raging Waves ninefold he had originally created. Bai Ye smiled at this scene, not surprised at Jiang Jin's reaction. The original Jiang Jin practiced on Earth like a blind person touching an elephant, combining the fragmented inheritances he received to create the Raging Waves ninefold. a secret technique that could enhance explosive force by 9 times, which was already considered a strong talent. One could imagine how important a complete martial arts secret technique inheritance was to Jiang Jin and how shocking it was for him, especially since this was not an ordinary martial arts inheritance, but one from a powerful faction that surpassed immortal beings. Although it was just a foundational martial arts secret technique, it was at least created by immortal beings, or even possibly by a great existence that surpassed immortal beings. Even the universe, it was a top-tier secret technique. Now, with the guidance and reference of the Martial Artist Foundation 648 style, it was like solving math problems with a formula for Jiang Jin. Although the Raging Waves ninefold he created achieved 9 times explosive force, according to the inheritance records he received, it was in line with the cosmic trend. However, it still had many shortcomings and errors. The gap between 9 times and 36 times was too far. Now, with his secret technique, he could recomprehend explosive techniques. And in the inheritance of the sacred meteor star that Bai Ye received, it was recorded that the limit of explosive techniques for any life form in the universe was 100 times. It could be said that currently on Earth, ordinary martial artists who had not mastered explosive techniques could only exert about 1% of their physical potential. Even among the few like Jiang Jin who mastered the Raging Waves ninefold, they only exerted about 9% of their physical potential. This meant that under equal strength, those who mastered 100 times explosive techniques could unleash their physical potential fully, being 100 times stronger than ordinary martial artists who had not mastered explosive techniques. However, truly reaching the limit of 100 times explosive force was extremely difficult. Even after fully mastering the Martial Artist Foundation 648 style, it was only 36 times. Although there was a secret technique in the Sacred Meteor Star inheritance that could achieve 100 times explosive techniques, Bai Ye could not practice it now, as he had not yet mastered the Martial Artist Foundation 648 style. The reason he was able to achieve 36 times explosive force quickly during the assessment was due to the clever method he used, relying on the amplitude brought by the life gene level. Chapter 48. Millions of life planets. Jiang Jin truly deserves the title of founder of the War God Palace, leading the rise of martial arts with his considerable talent. Although he may not compare to legendary prodigies, he is still far superior to ordinary martial artists. After reading through the 648 basic martial arts techniques just once, it felt as if he had glimpsed the path forward. This is the way ahead, the true direction for progress. Jiang Jin couldn't help but laugh heartily, his laughter like thunder, resonating throughout the entire War God Palace. This drew the attention of others in the palace, who were astonished. They had never seen the palace master so happy before. What could have caused such joy? To Jiang Jin's thunderous voice, Bai Ye could only show a slightly disdainful expression. This secret technique has been of great help to me. Although it can't directly help me break through my realm, it has allowed me to find a way to improve my strength and move forward once again. Your martial arts secret technique is far superior to the texts we have in the War God Palace. Such contributions cannot be overlooked or left unacknowledged. However, the War God Palace currently had nothing of equivalent value to offer him. Let me think. I'll directly transfer you 2,000 contribution points. You can exchange for whatever you like later. Although this amount wasn't much compared to the value of the martial arts secret technique, it was meant as a token of goodwill. Stopping his laughter, Jiang Jin spoke up. Many things may be hard to buy with money, but can be easily exchanged with contribution points. For example, a rebirth potion that costs billions outside can be exchanged here for just 1 contribution point. And the Black God armor, which can withstand attacks at the War God level, would cost hundreds of billions outside, but here it only requires 80 contribution points. Now that you have obtained the number 1 relic, you came directly here, so you must have something to say. Jiang Jin recalled what Bai Ye had mentioned earlier and asked. Yes, I obtained a complete spaceship from the number 1 relic. Bai Ye didn't hesitate to state the purpose of his trip. Once I'm prepared, we plan to go to space directly, and it shouldn't take too long. So I would like you to look after my parents during my absence. Although Bai Ye was excited about the upcoming journey into space, he had never been to space before. While he had the intelligent life form Atata with him, it meant that this journey would be filled with uncertainties. Though he wasn't overly worried about his parents' and younger sister's safety, he still wanted to make adequate preparations. You don't need to worry about that. I remember your parents live in the martial artist community, which is quite safe and unlikely to have any accidents. Plus, I will arrange for a war god-level expert to guard the community, so there shouldn't be any issues. Just give them my contact information. If anything urgent comes up, they can contact me directly. I heard you also have a few close female friends, and I will send a few female martial artists to protect them as well. Jiang Jin clearly took Bai Ye's request seriously and offered strong support. Okay, that makes me feel more at ease. Bai Ye nodded, feeling satisfied with Jiang Jin's arrangements. With such protective measures in place, it should help prevent any unforeseen problems. After all, his parents, younger sister, and close female friends had all developed considerable strength through his training. They were not weaklings without any ability to protect themselves. The two then chatted about cultivation matters for a while before Bai Ye bid farewell and left the war god palace. The next morning, Bai Ye summoned the intelligent life form Atada, intending to gather some knowledge about the universe. Otherwise, if he entered the universe without understanding anything, he could easily encounter unknown dangers. Atada, you said you've been the #1 relic for millions of years. Does that mean your knowledge of the universe is outdated? Not all. Although millions of years is a long time for you on Earth, it's quite short in the context of the universe, especially for some immortal beings. A million years might just be a single meditation period for them. Therefore, the universe doesn't undergo significant changes in just a million years. Moreover, even though I've been in the #1 relic as an advanced intelligent being, I am still connected to the virtual network of the universe, allowing me to keep up with changes in the universe without any lag in information. The virtual network of the universe? Bai Ye showed a puzzled expression but didn't ask further, trusting that Atada would clarify. Now, let me explain some specific knowledge about the universe. Master, how many life planets do you think there are in the Milky Way? Instead of directly answering, Atada posed a question. There should be tens of thousands, right? Bai Ye replied uncertainly. While he believed there were other life planets in the Milky Way, he wasn't sure of the exact number and could only provide a rough estimate. Upon hearing this, Atada revealed a strange smile and said, "The reality is that the number is far greater than that. There are over 1 million life planets in the Milky Way alone, each with varying degrees of human civilization." What? There are over 1 million life planets in the Milky Way? Bai Ye was filled with shock. He had estimated tens of thousands, thinking he had overestimated, only to find he had greatly underestimated the number of life planets. And you say these all have human civilization? What's so surprising about over 1 million life planets? There are countless galaxies like the Milky Way in the universe, and life planets are simply innumerable. It's just that your Earth's technology is too backward to detect them. Moreover, your predictions of the universe's Big Bang being only a few billion years ago are also far from accurate. Who knows how many epochs have passed since the birth of the universe? The galaxy you are in is within the realm of humanity. So what's so surprising about having human civilizations? Atada spoke calmly, but inside, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Although he had pledged loyalty to Bai Ye, as a highly advanced intelligent being, he had developed some emotions of his own. He found a peculiar pleasure in Bai Ye's astonishment. The nearest civilization to your Earth should be on K2 star, which is about 30,000 light years away. However, this planet is relatively backward, and we won't be choosing to go there. Chapter 49. 10 million years of life. Bai Ye took a deep breath and listened carefully. He had been intensely curious about the starry sky since he was a child. During his previous studies, he had discussed alien topics with many classmates, but back then, it was more about indulging in fantasies or imagining things from textbooks. Now, he finally had the opportunity to understand the real situation of the universe. Not only did extraterrestrial life exist in the universe, but there were also countless civilizations that were extremely brilliant. In the universe, the human race occupied an extremely vast territory, possessing endless life planets. Over a long period of development, these life planets had given rise to countless powerful beings. Seeing that, Bai Ye was digesting this information. Atada continued to speak. According to the levels and numbers of powerful beings born on life planets, these planets were classified into barbaric planets, low-level life planets, and high-level life planets. On these planets, naturally born powerful beings do not exceed the new star level, which belongs to barbaric planets. A planet that remains at the barbaric planet level for a long time may be judged as worthless. Once such planets are discovered by certain forces, they are likely to become slave planets. Is a new star level still considered a barbaric planet? Is a new star level very weak in the universe? Bai Ye asked in confusion. The new star level, known as the war god level on Earth, could fly and control powers like thunder and fire. In ancient times, it was already regarded as a superior level, and even in modern society, it was considered high and mighty. In ancient times, such beings were like land deities. Only upon reaching the rule realm, making preliminary contact with the rules, and possessing a lifespan of thousands of years, could one be considered a true cultivator in the universe. Only life forms that could naturally achieve the rule realm could be classified as low-level life planets. The rule realm is also the first threshold on the cultivation path, separating countless life forms. Among them, those with outstanding talent would rise rapidly, while those with poor talent often remain stuck at the peak of the new star realm without breakthrough. You Earth are extremely lucky in this era, having given birth to you and Jiangjin, two beings at the rule realm. According to the standards of the universe, your Earth can barely be considered a low-level civilized planet. Planets above low-level civilizations in the universe are protected by human group regulations, having certain rights to develop freely, and extraterrestrial forces cannot interfere at will. The ruling power of the planet belongs to its strongest being. Only life planets that can naturally give birth to star master-level beings will be rated as high-level civilized planets. Such planets will periodically receive certain resource allocations from the human group to support them. As for galaxy-level powerhouses, they possess lifespans of millions of years and can dominate a low-level civilized cosmic nation that contains several galaxies. Above them, the world realm, known as the realm master level, can create a small world, has a lifespan of 10 million years, and can dominate a medium-level civilized cosmic nation that includes dozens or even hundreds of low-level civilized cosmic nations. 10 million years? Creating a small world? Upon hearing that realm masters could live for 10 million years, Bai Ye was shocked. He knew that the civilization heritage of Huagua was only about 5,000 years. So what does it mean for a person to live for a full 10 million years? He had heard of these realms before, but he only knew the names. He had no idea what they specifically represented. Now he was directly shocked. He could understand the rule realm, where one could live for thousands of years. But what about the later realms that spanned millions or even tens of millions of years? What concept was that? What era was Earth in tens of millions of years ago? Was it the age of dinosaurs? Or the era of single-celled life? This was far beyond his imagination. Could it be that immortal beings really could be eternal, as their names suggested? Atada ignored Bai Ye's shock and continued. After the realm master level, one achieves the status of an immortal being, but this is still too far for you now. Your most critical task now is to comprehend the rules and strive to reach the world realm, grasp a complete system of rules, and ultimately become an immortal being. Only after becoming an immortal being will you have endless time to cultivate and comprehend deeper rules. Otherwise, even the 10 million years of a realm master will eventually pass. In a short period, Bai Ye's worldview was once again refreshed. Information about living for millions or tens of millions of years, if spread to the outside world, would be enough to drive the entire Earth crazy. After all, the history of civilization on Earth is only a few thousand years, not even reaching 10,000. Whether it was 1,000 years or 10,000 years, in the span of 10 million years, it all seemed insignificant. A strong ambition appeared in Bai Ye's eyes. He longed for a lifespan of millions, tens of millions, or even endless years. He wanted to traverse the universe and see its grandeur. Atada noticed the glimmer of ambition in Bai Ye's eyes and felt a sense of satisfaction. He had gone through great lengths to explain all this to Bai Ye, not just for him to gain an understanding of the universe, but also to ignite Bai Ye's desire to become stronger. Because having talent alone was not enough. One also needed sufficient effort and a firm goal to strive for, constantly moving towards that goal to grow rapidly and become stronger. Is it difficult to reach these realms? Bai Ye, firm in his goal, couldn't help but ask Atada. The difficulty is naturally great. Atada replied without hesitation. The hardest part of breaking through these realms is comprehending the rules. The later you go in understanding the rules, the harder it becomes. For example, the difficulty of breaking through to the Star Master level is dozens or even hundreds of times harder than breaking through to the Rule Realm. It's possible that thousands of Rule Realm beings won't be able to break through to the Star Master level. And for those above, like Galaxy level and Realm Master level, the difficulty increases at least 100-fold. If you break through to the Realm Master level, you could walk through the entire Milky Way with ease. Although the Milky Way has millions of life planets, the number of truly powerful beings that have broken through to the Realm Master level is likely less than a handful. One can imagine how great the difficulty of breaking through to the Realm Master level is. However, you don't need to worry too much. With your talent, plus the inheritance of the Holy Meteor Star lineage, you still have a great hope of breaking through to the Realm Master level in the future. After informing Bai Ye about the difficulty of breakthrough after reaching the Rule Realm, Atada did not solely discourage Bai Ye's confidence, but rather gave him some encouragement. Chapter 50. Exploding Fire Dragon. Once a person has a goal in their heart, they often strive to move towards it. Bai Ye has now set a small goal for himself, such as becoming an immortal deity. Apprentice level, Nova level, Law level, Star Master level, Galaxy level, World level, Realm Master. There are several major realms that Bai Ye still needs to cross before reaching his small goal. Just as Bai Ye was thinking about how to quickly cultivate, he suddenly remembered something that might help him comprehend the laws. Atada, have you heard of nurturing avatars? Bai Ye recalled a miraculous ability of his world tree avatar, which is nurturing avatars. However, he had no idea what kind of avatar to nurture. The life forms he knew were only some ordinary ones on Earth. Nurturing these would be too wasteful, as he only has one opportunity to nurture an avatar at the Law level. Creating an avatar of Earth's life forms would not help him, which is why he had not recklessly nurtured an avatar before. If the nurtured avatar does not significantly aid his comprehension of the laws, it would be a huge waste of that opportunity. However, he did not know what kind of avatar would help him understand the laws, so he planned to ask Atada to see if he had relevant information. Of course, I've heard of it. There are countless races in the universe, and some special races have the ability to nurture avatars. For example, the Celestial Star Beast race has the innate talent to nurture an avatar, able to create one with a genetic level not exceeding its own. The Lightning Golden-Winged Bird race is even more extraordinary, being able to nurture 2 avatars naturally, and their genetic level is extremely powerful. However, the Lightning Golden-Winged Bird race belongs to a special life group in the universe, and their numbers are extremely rare. So, although this race has a powerful talent, the truly extraordinary beings born from it are very few, making it a strong group in the universe. As for your human race, although generally lacking in talent and having very ordinary genetic levels, your large population means that throughout the long course of time, there have always been extraordinary prodigies born in every era. With these prodigies continuously growing, the number of strong human beings has increased, eventually making you one of the top 10 peak races in the universe, surpassing countless others. While humans do not have the innate talent to nurture avatars, the universe is full of miracles and countless opportunities. There will always be some lucky individuals who can nurture avatars through various adventures. However, these opportunities vary in strength, and due to the limitations of human genetic levels, the nurtured avatars can also vary in strength. Is the master asking this because there's an opportunity to nurture an avatar? As an intelligent being that has existed for over 10 million years, Atada could naturally see that Bai Ye wouldn't ask this question for no reason. So although he was curious, he spoke with a tone of affirmation. Yes, I do have an opportunity to nurture an avatar. Bai Ye had no intention of hiding from Atada about his ability to nurture avatars. After all, he planned to make Atada his intelligent assistant, who would be completely loyal to him, and he would eventually discover this. Moreover, he needed Atada's references, so there was no need to hide it, as long as the secret of the mysterious small tower was not exposed. These were minor issues. Does the master have any limitations on the avatars to be nurtured? Atada quickly inquired. As this question concerned the potential of the avatars Bai Ye could nurture and even his future achievements. There are no limitations. If there are no limitations, then it would be possible to choose some races with strong talents for nurturing. In the universe, there are countless races, some with weak talents and others with strong talents. Races with strong talents can comprehend the laws as easily as eating and drinking, and their comprehension speed is extremely fast. Once an avatar with such strong talent is nurtured, the master will have a greater assurance of becoming a realm master or even an immortal deity in the future. Just like the flame laws that the master currently comprehends, they are divided into 4 basic aspects: flame domain, flame avatar, ultimate burning, and world of fire. As long as any one of these 4 basic laws is comprehended, one can become a realm master. The exploding fire dragon race in the universe has an exceptionally strong talent for the flame laws. Even without cultivation, as long as they grow naturally and reach adulthood, they can grasp the flame avatar aspect of the laws. Therefore, as long as an exploding fire dragon reaches adulthood, they can achieve the realm master level. If the master can nurture an exploding fire dragon avatar, it will significantly accelerate his comprehension of the flame laws, and it is almost certain that he will reach realm master level in the future. The benefits are obvious. At this point, there was a hint of excitement in Atada's tone. Originally, he thought Bai Ye's talent was outstanding, but he was not too confident about whether he could reach the realm master level. As for becoming an immortal deity, Atada did not hold out much hope. Reaching realm master level just by becoming an adult? Is there such a miraculous life in the universe? Bai Ye's eyes were filled with shock and excitement. Although he was confident in his talent, if he could nurture an exploding fire dragon avatar, wouldn't that save him many years of detours? Where can I find an exploding fire dragon? Is there one on Earth? Bai Ye calmed his emotions but still asked with slight excitement. Avatars cannot be nurtured out of thin air. You must obtain some biological material, that is, life genes from the race you want to nurture, Atada explained. Naturally, there are none on Earth. Atada shook his head directly. Hearing this, Bai Ye felt a flash of disappointment in his eyes, although he had not held out much hope initially. However, it made sense. A race like the exploding fire dragon would not appear on Earth. If the Saint Fallen Star lineage had not been destroyed, it would have been very easy to obtain part of the exploding fire dragon's biological structure. There were ready materials in the treasury of the Saint Fallen Star that could be directly requested. However, now that the Saint Fallen Star lineage was extinct, and its treasury had long been lost, it was naturally impossible to talk about it. Currently, to obtain the biological structure of the exploding fire dragon, one would have to go to the universe and acquire it through trade. Some large stores or auction houses might have them for sale. Bai Ye's heart stirred at this, realizing that a journey to the universe was essential. Chapter 51, 10 Quadrillion Atada. What currency is used for transactions in the universe? Do we have any money? To engage in trade or purchases, currency is necessary. However, Bai Ye only possesses Earth's currency, which makes him a wealthy individual on Earth, but essentially useless in the universe. Therefore, in the universe, Bai Ye can only be regarded as a pauper. Whether Bai Ye wants to buy items or participate in auctions, it is impossible without money. In the universe, low-level civilization, cosmic nations, medium-level civilization, cosmic nations, high-level civilization, cosmic nations, and cosmic divine nations all issue their own currencies. However, the currencies issued by these cosmic nations typically circulate only within their own territories. This is similar to the various countries on Earth issuing their own national currencies. The difference is that the currencies issued by higher-level civilization cosmic nations can also circulate in the cosmic nations under their jurisdiction, with an exchange rate of generally 1,000 between the two. The only currency that can circulate throughout the entire human territory is the cosmic coin jointly issued by the 4 major hegemonic forces of the human race: the Virtual Wormhole Company, the Cosmic War Department, the Cosmic Bank, and the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. One cosmic coin can be exchanged for 10,000 units of the currency from the Cosmic Divine Nation. Currently, we have 100,000 cosmic coins and 230,000 Tianyu coins. If we convert all of them into Tianyu coins, we would have just over 1 billion Tianyu coins. With such a small amount of money, it is nearly impossible to purchase the bodily tissues of the explosive fire dragon. Atada then carefully introduced Bai Ye to the currencies circulating in the universe. After listening attentively, Bai Ye furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. 100,000 cosmic coins might convert to a lot of yuan coins, and if converted to Lan Yu coins, it would be 10 quadrillion. However, this amount is far from enough to buy high-level items like the bodily tissues of the explosive fire dragon. Master, perhaps we can sell that 5th-level source power battle blade first. By doing so, we can easily gather enough money for the purchase of the explosive fire dragon's bodily tissues. Moreover, compared to a source power battle blade that is of no current use, nurturing the explosive fire dragon's avatar is much more important, Atada suggested, noticing Bai Ye's furrowed brow and understanding his concerns. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's eyes lit up, and he asked, is the 5th-level source power battle blade really valuable? Can it really raise enough money to buy the explosive fire dragon's bodily tissues? The 5th-level source power battle blade can enhance the overall strength of a realm master-level powerhouse by 3 levels, making it something that realm masters would fiercely compete for, and its value far exceeds that of the explosive fire dragon's bodily tissues. A star-level powerhouse might not even be able to buy a 5th-level source power battle blade, even if they offered their entire worth, which generally ranges between 10 billion to 100 billion cosmic coins. In contrast, a realm master-level powerhouse's worth is typically between 100 billion to 1 trillion cosmic coins. Therefore, a 5th-level source power battle blade is worth at least 100 billion cosmic coins. Bai Ye was dazzled by this information. He hadn't anticipated that the reward for completing the elite trial would be so valuable. No wonder Atada said that the reward he received was worth more than all the treasures left in the first relic combined. With a solution to the money problem at hand, there was now only one issue left to address before entering the universe: the universal language. For someone like Bai Ye, who comes from a backward planet, revealing his identity could be very dangerous and make him an easy target. However, given Bai Ye's current level of life gene, learning a universal language shouldn't be too difficult for him. In the following days, Bai Ye focused on learning the universal language with Atada's assistance, setting aside his usual training. Bai Ye did not disappoint his thousands of times life gene level. In less than 5 days, he had mastered the universal language fluently. Atada couldn't help but exclaim that Bai Ye was a prodigy. From what he knew, some beings who learned the universal language from scratch took over a month at the shortest, while Bai Ye accomplished it in less than 5 days. Master, now that you have mastered the universal language, are you planning to head to the universe? Atada asked Bai Ye, his tone filled with anticipation. Yes, it's about time to set off for the universe. However, I still have some matters to attend to first, Bai Ye replied, then directly removed the smart holographic device on his wrist, which was Atada, and stored it in the world ring. There were some matters that were not convenient for Atada to know, and the world ring could shield exploration from anything outside of its master. Once stored inside the world ring, Atada would be unable to sense anything happening in the outside world. After completing this, Bai Ye vanished from his original location. When Bai Ye reappeared, he found himself on the World Tree Island within the mysterious small island. A message had reached Bai Ye's mind 2 days ago, indicating that some opportunity had successfully formed within the world of the first-level tower, though the specifics were not detailed. However, at that time, Bai Ye had been focused on studying the universal language and had suppressed his impulse to check it out. Now that he had fully mastered the universal language, he decided to investigate, which was also why he had stored Atada in the world ring. After all, the mysterious small tower was too extraordinary and was one of his most crucial assets, and he didn't want anyone to know about it. Just as Bai Ye was about to head towards the teleportation bridge, according to his memory, he felt something in the world ring vibrating, as if it wanted to fly out. When Bai Ye probed with his spirit, he discovered that it was the 5th-level source power battle blade. This battle blade, which had previously been calm within the world ring, was now vibrating wildly and trying to fly out, as if something outside was attracting it frantically. Bai Ye was puzzled. Why had this battle blade been fine for such a long time, and what was causing the situation now? Chapter 52. The Pillar of Law, the 5th-level source power weapon, has already acquired a trace of spirituality, but this spirituality is extremely weak, making it impossible for it to autonomously revive under normal circumstances, let alone exhibit such unusual behavior. With a thought, the 5th-level source power battle knife, which was trembling within the world ring, appeared in the outside world. Once the 5th-level source power battle knife emerged from the world ring, It instantly cut through the sky without any obstruction and, to Bai Ye's astonishment, plunged into the distant, mysterious ocean. At this moment, the fifth-level source power battle knife was submerged in the mysterious seawater, barely breaching the surface, and was positioned at the top. Moreover, this battle knife was frantically absorbing the peculiar power from the seawater, slowly undergoing some kind of transformation. Its devouring appearance resembled that of a traveler who had been thirsty in the desert for 3 days and nights, encountering a clear spring. Bai Ye felt a stir in his heart and, inexplicably, moved toward the seaside. This time he discovered that the world inside the tower seemed to have undergone a peculiar change, allowing him to come directly to the water's edge. However, after attempting to collect the seawater, he found he still could not do so. Each time he prepared to reach out to touch the seawater, a faint sense of danger arose in his mind, as if touching it would lead to some hazardous consequence. It also seemed like an unseen force was obstructing him. With no choice, Bai Ye had to give up on the idea of collecting the seawater. He then took out a 4th-level source power battle suit and the heavenly meteor battle knife from the world ring. However, after staring at these 2 items for a long time, he saw no sign of movement from them. He considered throwing these 2 items into the ocean to see what would happen, but worried about damaging them, ultimately having to helplessly put them back into the world ring. He then quietly watched what would happen to the 5th-level source power battle knife. Time slowly passed for 3 to 4 hours as Bai Ye patiently waited. Just as he was about to leave due to impatience, the battle knife, floating on the ocean's surface, finally reacted again. The knife flew off the water surface and plunged straight into the ground. Bai Ye stepped forward to grasp the knife, noticing that the previous trace of spirituality seemed to have vanished, and the knife appeared to have undergone some peculiar transformation. He could distinctly feel a terrifying and extraordinary energy contained within it. However, he could not comprehend the specific changes that had occurred. He could only sense that this battle knife seemed much stronger than before. The most important thing now was to check the area where changes had occurred, as he had already wasted a lot of time. After a flight, Bai Ye finally arrived at the location of the teleportation divine bridge. Looking at the boundless teleportation divine bridge before him, seemingly connecting to a soft starry sky, Bai Ye stepped onto it without hesitation. As he stepped onto the teleportation divine bridge, he felt a peculiar wave passing around him, and the surrounding space seemed to be moving rapidly. It was not the instantaneous disappearance and reappearance he had imagined. Instead, it felt like he was moving on the bridge, only much faster than he could comprehend, seemingly faster than light itself. In an instant, Bai Ye traversed an immeasurable distance. How amazing! The speed is astonishing. No wonder it's called the teleportation divine bridge. Bai Ye marveled at the ground beneath his feet. After observing the scene for a moment, he flew high into the air for a closer inspection. He discovered that this land was countless times larger than the previous island, with more than a dozen pillars of light reaching from the ground to the sky. Among them, one red pillar of light appeared particularly solid. Bai Ye quickly approached the red pillar of light and examined it carefully. As he stood before it, he involuntarily reached out his hand and touched the pillar, instantly receiving a surge of information. In the moment he digested the information, a deep sense of shock, excitement, and exhilaration surged in his eyes. However, after the initial shock and excitement, a strong sense of regret appeared on Bai Ye's face, and he couldn't help but give himself a hard slap on the face. Damn, why did I choose to come here so early? Oh, what a huge loss. Truly a massive loss. Bai Ye couldn't help but wail, sounding as if he had lost billions. After all, for him, billions and hundreds of billions were just numbers. With his current wealth, any problem that could be solved with money on Earth was no longer an issue. The information that had just been transmitted to his mind introduced him to the existence of these pillars of light. These pillars, known as the pillars of law, allow one to receive the inheritance of laws. They contain various interpretations of the laws within a certain system, presenting the laws clearly and greatly accelerating the speed of comprehension, providing immense benefits for understanding the laws, truly an unimaginable boon. However, among the more than a dozen pillars of law before him, only the flame law pillar was fully formed, allowing entry for the inheritance of the flame law. The other pillars were mere phantoms and currently had no function. The reason for this was that when Bai Ye first entered the mysterious tower world, he had only comprehended the flame law. The current pillars of light were formed based on the laws Bai Ye comprehended during his first entry. For example, if Bai Ye had comprehended both the flame and space laws upon his first entry into the tower world, there would now be both a flame law pillar and a space law pillar. If Bai Ye had comprehended 3 laws before entering the tower, there would now be 3 formed pillars of law. However, since Bai Ye had only comprehended the flame law during his first entry, only the flame law pillar had formed. As for whether the other law pillars would ever form, it would depend on Bai Ye's future opportunities. They could not be actively formed. Therefore, after the excitement, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret. He now wished he had comprehended a few more laws before entering. Chapter 53. Inheritance of the Flame Law. Thinking about these things is of no use anymore. The key now is to test the effectiveness of the place where the law is inherited. Bai Ye took a watch from his world ring and put it on. It was an ordinary watch, without any communication or smart programs. The watch had only one function, to set a time and remind him when the time came. Bai Ye set a time and then wore the watch on his wrist. After doing all this, Bai Ye directly entered the Pillar of Law and soon found himself in a vast space. Although the Pillar of Law did not seem large from the outside, the space inside was extremely vast. This staircase was the inheritance of the Flame Law. The moment Bai Ye saw the staircase, a flash of enlightenment crossed his mind. Boom! As Bai Ye stepped onto the first step, a wave of mysterious fluctuations instantly transmitted into his mind. He felt as if the secret patterns of the law and the mysteries of the law were vividly presented before him. These secret patterns of the law and the mysteries interwove and combined, forming intricate diagrams of law and branches of law. At that moment, these secret patterns and mysteries were being dismantled one by one, clearly displayed before him, while they intertwined and combined, showing him the construction process of the intricate diagrams and branches of law. Bai Ye was shocked by this scene. The secret patterns of the Flame Law were the foundation of the Flame Law. To comprehend the Flame Law, one must first understand the secret patterns of the law. Only by analyzing and mastering these secret patterns could one begin to attempt to construct the Flame Law. At this moment, everything was presented clearly before Bai Ye, and the originally profound secret patterns of the law now appeared incredibly simple after continuous analysis. Comprehending them was no longer obscure and difficult. It became extremely easy to understand. The difficulties Bai Ye encountered when comprehending the Flame Law before were now all laid out, allowing him to understand effortlessly. The challenges he faced previously felt so easy now. This wonderful feeling of rapidly comprehending the law made Bai Ye completely immersed. If comprehending the law in the outside world was like walking on foot, then comprehending it here was like driving a supercar. This rapid comprehension gave him a unique sensation. If he stayed here to ponder, perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could master a complete system of the Flame Law. However, Bai Ye also knew this was just an illusion. Even with the help of the inheritance staircase, which greatly accelerated the speed of comprehension, mastering a complete system of the law was still not that simple. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a week had gone by. Crack! A sound echoed in the silent space. Then, the watch on Bai Ye's wrist began to vibrate wildly. Lost in the wonderful feeling of comprehending the Flame Law, Bai Ye felt a strong vibration on his wrist. Has the time come as quickly? However, Bai Ye knew that there would always be opportunities to comprehend the law. He had something more important to do now. It was time to embark on his journey to the universe, which had already been delayed for so long. He had previously worried about getting lost in the comprehension of the law and wasting too much time. So he set a time on the watch to remind himself. Now, it seemed that this was indeed very necessary. But now, because of the inheritance of the Flame Law, Bai Ye could not delay the plan to nurture the explosive fire dragon avatar any longer. After all, once he nurtured the explosive fire dragon avatar, with its talent for the Flame Law, the speed at which it would comprehend the inheritance of the Flame Law here would far exceed the speed Bai Ye himself experienced. Moreover, the explosive fire dragon avatar could continuously accept the inheritance for 24 hours without interruption. So it would not delay Bai Ye's other matters because of the need to comprehend the law. As for Bai Ye's world tree avatar, it had no significant talent for comprehending fire laws. Bai Ye took a reluctant glance at the place of inheritance of the flame law. Then his gaze became firm, and his figure instantly vanished. When Bai Ye reappeared, he had left the little tower world and appeared in the outside world. Bai Ye sensed the villa with his soul and found it empty. Lu Yin was not there at the moment. He took out his smart light brain watch and checked, discovering that Lu Yin was dealing with company matters together with her aunt, Jiang Shuya. Then, Bai Ye checked on his parents and younger sister, finding that the three of them spent most of their time cultivating, except for occasional outings for entertainment, shopping, and visiting friends and relatives. There were no special circumstances, which reassured Bai Ye. As for the fact that Bai Ye had disappeared for more than a week due to comprehending the law and could not be contacted, those around him did not feel anything unusual. Before disappearing, Bai Ye had mentioned that he was going to the universe and was preparing to depart. It was just that the sudden appearance of the inheritance of the law delayed him for 7 days, and during this time of disappearance, they naturally thought Bai Ye had already gone to the universe, so it was normal for them not to be able to contact him. After all, they were unclear about what it meant to pilot a spaceship to the universe, and the communication tools they used were not like Bai Ye's smart light brain. Once he confirmed that everyone was fine, Bai Ye felt relieved. Now he needed to check the results of his comprehension of the law over the past 7 days. Bai Ye slowly unfolded his flame law domain. Chapter 54. Flame domain with a thought. Bai Ye unleashed his flame domain. Once the domain was fully released, a look of shock appeared on Bai Ye's face. At this moment, his flame domain had astonishingly reached 60 meters, a significant increase from the previous 10 meters. An enhancement of a full 50 meters, which was truly astonishing. In just 7 days, his comprehension of the flame law had led to such a remarkable improvement in his flame domain, and he felt that the power of his flame domain had increased several times compared to before. Bai Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. This law inheritance ladder was indeed incredible, almost akin to directly instilling the comprehension of the law into his mind. The impact on understanding the law was immense. He must quickly cultivate the explosive fire dragon clone and send it to accept the inheritance from the law ladder, which would undoubtedly accelerate his comprehension of the flame law. Given the current speed of comprehension on the law ladder, it might not be long before his flame law domain reaches the second level. Thinking of this, a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Soon after, Bai Ye summoned the intelligent life form, Atada. Master, Atada respectfully called out the moment it appeared. As for being left in the world ring for 7 days, Atada, an intelligent life form that had existed for millions of years, felt nothing unusual. Atada, check if there are any changes in this source power battle blade, Bai Ye said, summoning the 5th tier source power battle blade from the world ring. Huh. As soon as Bai Ye took out the 5th tier source power battle blade, Atada exclaimed in surprise, as if it had discovered something peculiar. Immediately, a beam of light shot from Atada's intelligent terminal, scanning the 5th tier source power battle blade. Strange, how did it change like this? It shouldn't have happened. This kind of change is impossible. Did I make a mistake in the detection? After completing the scan, Atada's eyes showed confusion, and it continued to exclaim. What's the result? Did you find anything? Bai Ye asked, feeling a bit anxious to know what changes had occurred with his 5th tier source power battle blade, especially after seeing Atada's reaction. Master, I can't be sure if it's what I think. I need specialized equipment to conduct a proper assessment before drawing any conclusions, Atada replied, shaking its head with a frown. Then, Atada's tone shifted to one of excitement as it said, if it really is as I suspect, then we might be in for a huge profit this time. Bai Ye furrowed his brow at this. What specialized equipment do we need? Is there any on Earth? Although Bai Ye asked this, he already had a suspicion. If even Atada's intelligent core couldn't detect it, it would be difficult to find any equipment capable of detection on Earth. There are no such devices on Earth. Atada confirmed Bai Ye's suspicion. Then, before Bai Ye could ask again, Atada continued. However, while there isn't any on Earth, the spaceship we plan to take has a set of specialized detection equipment. We can choose to enter the world ring and then conduct the detection on the spaceship. However, this approach may have some flaws because the world ring is a self-contained small world and does not connect directly to the outside world. Therefore, conducting the detection inside the world ring may have some influences, and the results could be somewhat skewed. Our other option is to release the spaceship first and then conduct the detection on the ship which would yield results much closer to the correct answer. Bai Ye didn't hesitate and chose the second option directly. We need to take the spaceship to the universe anyway, so let's go with the second option. Find a spot to release the spaceship first, and then we can conduct the detection and head to the universe right after. It's killing two birds with one stone. After saying this, Bai Ye flew out of the cloud-top villa, heading towards an uninhabited island he had previously discovered. When Bai Ye arrived at the uninhabited island, he directly released the spaceship from the world ring. It was an F3 class small spaceship, with a diameter of 320 meters and a height of 110 meters, presenting an oval shape. The surface was pitch black and smooth, and it appeared to have no visible weaponry like cannons. However, the edges of the spaceship were extremely thin, resembling a blade, looking exceedingly sharp. At this moment, the small spaceship was quietly parked on the uninhabited island. On the right side of the spaceship, there was a door, which had been opened under Atada's remote control. Bai Ye flew inside and, guided by Atada, arrived at a special hatch. With Atada's control, he opened the hatch and stepped inside. Once inside, Bai Ye found himself in a space of about 100 square meters, filled with various precision instruments that he knew he wouldn't be able to operate. There were also many sci-fi-looking and high-end scientific devices. Following Atada's guidance, Bai Ye approached a device that consisted of a triangular prism about 1 meter high and 3 small cylindrical rods. From the exterior, it didn't seem to have any technological features, nor did it have any operational buttons or instructions. Bai Ye felt completely clueless about how to operate or use it. But he didn't need to know how, because all he had to do was place the 5th-tier source power battle blade on the triangular platform, and the rest would be handled by the intelligent life form Atada. Under Atada's remote control, the 3 small cylindrical rods on the triangular platform emitted beams of light, continuously scanning in an intersecting manner for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, ding! Chapter 55. Half artifact. It really is a half artifact. Master, we are truly going to make a fortune this time. Although Atada had some guesses about this outcome, the actual detection of this 5th-tier source power battle knife, transforming into a half artifact, still left Atada's tone filled with uncontainable excitement. Atada understood very well the value of a half artifact. The value of a 5th-tier source power weapon compared to a half artifact is simply worlds apart. If the Holy Meteor Star still existed, Atada might not have been so excited, as a half artifact would not be significant for the Holy Meteor Star. But now that the lineage of the Holy Meteor Star has been extinguished, and the master he follows is only at the Law Realm, the value of a half artifact has become extremely precious for them. What is a half artifact? Is it related to the immortal gods? Bai Ye, however, was unclear about what a half artifact truly was and couldn't help but ask. It is indeed related to the immortal gods, Atada explained. The master should know that above the realm of the realm master is the immortal god level, and the weapon corresponding to the realm master level is the 5th-tier source power weapon, while the weapon corresponding to the immortal god level is the artifact. The power of an artifact is incredibly terrifying. It not only greatly enhances the strength of an immortal god, but can also lead a family to glory for millions of years. Such terrifying weapons can only be forged by immortal gods and those above them. The more powerful the item, the harder it is to forge. Forging an artifact requires a massive amount of divine power to allow the original 5th-tier source power weapon to absorb and evolve, ultimately becoming a half artifact. And then a complete law must be imprinted within it to transform it into an artifact. Divine power is a force that can only be possessed after becoming an immortal god, and every ounce of divine power is extremely precious to an immortal god. An immortal god can only absorb the ocean of primordial divine power from the universe in unlimited quantities once they break through from the realm master to the immortal stage, converting it into their own divine power. During normal times, they can only slowly absorb source energy to convert into divine power, aside from consumption during cultivation and battle. There won't be too much surplus. Accumulating divine power takes a long time. If an immortal god loses a large amount of divine power in battle and has no treasures containing divine power to absorb for recovery, it will take a long time to recover slowly. To evolve a 5th-tier source power weapon to the point of becoming an artifact, the amount of divine power required is enormous and requires a long time for an immortal god to accumulate. Conversely, imprinting their understood laws onto it is not a difficult task for an immortal god. An immortal god wishing to forge an artifact, besides using their own time to accumulate divine power, has other methods. One way is for some exceptionally gifted realm master-level powerhouses, upon breaking through to the immortal god level, to absorb vast amounts of primordial divine power from the universe. After shaping their divine body, they can forge their own artifact in one go. Another way is to use an existing half-artifact. As long as they imprint a complete law onto it, it can become an artifact. Both methods are rare and hard to come by, which is why many newly ascended immortal gods do not possess their own artifacts, except for a few lucky ones who have acquired artifacts nurtured by the heavens. Given how difficult it is to forge an artifact, its power justifies the cost. An artifact can not only enhance an immortal god's strength several times, but can also serve as a family's foundation for inheritance. Even if an immortal god falls, if an artifact is left behind, it can still exert a trace of immortal god-level combat power under the use of a realm master-level powerhouse, providing protection for a family. Thus, the value of a half-artifact that can be forged into an artifact is evident. Both realm master-level powerhouses and immortal gods will compete fiercely for it. Once auctioned, it will surely sell for a terrifying price, far exceeding that of a fifth-tier source power weapon. After listening, Bai Ye fell into deep thought. Could it be that the battle knife absorbed the so-called divine power from that mysterious ocean? But that mysterious ocean is boundless, if it really is divine power. How terrifying would that quantity be? And the divine power that Atada mentioned is so precious. However, considering the changes in this battle knife and the terrifying power and might contained in that seawater, he sensed, it seems like this is the only explanation. Atata, are you saying that besides being forged by gods, there are other methods to create a half-artifact? Naturally, there are. The production of half-artifacts is not particularly difficult. It only requires sufficient divine power and a fifth-tier source power treasure. If one possesses a massive amount of divine power, even a realm master can easily absorb and evolve their fifth-tier source power weapon into a half-artifact. However, realm masters cannot absorb and convert divine power. They can only obtain it from external sources. But as previously mentioned, divine power is not only extremely versatile, but also incredibly precious. Even an immortal god finds it difficult to accumulate a large amount of divine power, let alone a realm master. Therefore, for a realm master to possess a large amount of divine power, they must either come from a large force or have significant opportunities. Otherwise, it is nearly impossible. This also leads many ordinary powerhouses to believe that only immortal gods can forge half-artifacts. The fifth-tier source power battle knife that the master possesses might have absorbed a large amount of divine power for some reason, which is why it evolved into a half-artifact. Master, if we auction off the half-artifact, not only will we have enough money to purchase the body tissues of the explosive fire dragon, but we will also be able to buy many precious resources for cultivation. Perhaps if the master is reluctant, he can keep this half-artifact to use once he becomes a realm master. This way, once the master achieves the immortal god level, he will directly possess an artifact of his own, and the body tissues of the explosive fire dragon can be dealt with separately. Sell it? Who knows when I will become an immortal god? Right now, the most important thing is the body tissues of the explosive fire dragon. Bai Ye decisively shook his head and directly rejected Atada's suggestion. What he valued most at the moment was indeed nurturing the avatar of the explosive fire dragon to accept the inheritance of the flame laws and enhance his understanding speed of the flame laws. As for keeping it to forge his own artifact after becoming an immortal god, Bai Ye had no such thoughts because, as Bai Ye said, who knows when that will be? It is far less important than nurturing the avatar of the explosive fire dragon. Moreover, Bai Ye had another idea in his heart. Once this speculation of his turns out to be true, perhaps he would not lack artifacts in the future. Since we already know that this battle knife has transformed into a half-artifact, we should set off to the universe to complete our plan. Chapter 56. Journey to the Universe, guided by Atada. Bai Ye first arrived at the energy chamber of the F3 class spaceship, replenishing it with ample energy. This spaceship does not use electrical power, nuclear energy, or oil like those on Earth, but instead relies on cosmic source energy crystals. Bai Ye filled the energy tank with a total of 100 standard-sized cosmic source energy crystals. A fully charged energy tank allows the spaceship to maintain its maximum speed for 3 years. However, activating other functions will consume energy and reduce the duration of the journey. For example, initiating a wormhole jump consumes different amounts of energy based on the distance of the jump. Soon, Bai Ye stood outside the command room. The door opened automatically, and he walked directly to the command console. His gaze fell on the central start button on the console, and without hesitation, he pressed it. The spaceship automatically detected and started. Detection complete. Spaceship integrity 100. Remaining energy 100. Spaceship status optimal. Would you like to initiate takeoff immediately? A mechanical voice, reminiscent of the one in the number 1 relic, echoed, speaking in the peculiar universal language of the cosmos rather than any Earth language. However, this time Bai Ye didn't need to rely on the intelligent communication wristwatch for translation. Initiate takeoff, Bai Ye said in standard universal language. After days of learning, he was now quite proficient in it, not just limited to comprehension. Would you like to conceal the spaceship's traces? Would you like to select the nearest optimal location to initiate a wormhole jump? The mechanical voice from the spaceship's central system sounded again. Conceal, select the optimal location, and initiate a wormhole jump, Bai Ye replied calmly. As soon as Bai Ye's words fell, a special glow enveloped the spaceship, making it appear from the outside as just an empty island, with no trace of the spaceship visible. In reality, the spaceship had not left its original position yet. Then, this massive spaceship, over 300 meters long and more than 100 meters high, vertically ascended into the sky in an instant, and then suddenly transformed into a beam of light, speeding into outer space at an astonishing rate, under the hiding system of the spaceship. Even such a colossal object traveling at high speed within Earth would leave no trace detectable by current Earth technology. According to Atada's introduction, although the F-3 class spaceship does not possess powerful offensive capabilities, it is extremely fast, with a maximum speed reaching half the speed of light. At this speed, it takes only a little over 10 minutes to travel from Earth to the Sun. Such speed is difficult for many spaceships to achieve, as it greatly tests the material of the ship. While there are faster spaceships, they require even higher material standards, and, generally, passengers must possess exceptionally strong physical fitness to ensure safety. However, Bai Ye's F-3 class spaceship is equipped with an internal circulation protection system, allowing ordinary people to travel safely even at half the speed of light. Moreover, this F-3 class spaceship is also equipped with a wormhole control engine issued by the Virtual Wormhole Company, capable of opening a wormhole for spatial jumps at any suitable location. Throughout the human territory, all wormholes, whether natural or artificially created, are under the supervision of the Virtual Wormhole Company. Any spaceship without permission to initiate a wormhole jump is prohibited from doing so. Without authorization, no wormhole equipment can be activated within human territory. This is also the strong and domineering aspect of the Virtual Wormhole Company, one of the 4 dominant forces of humanity. When Bai Ye first learned of the situation, he was shocked and astonished, unable to imagine such a colossal force could monitor and control the entire human territory. Upon reaching maximum speed, under Bai Ye's command, the spaceship's intelligent core immediately increased its speed to half the speed of light, almost instantaneously breaking free from Earth's gravity and entering space, disappearing into the depths of space in the next moment. Bai Ye looked outside the spaceship. Although it was traveling at half the speed of light, he was still awestruck by the scenery outside. The magnificent view stirred a sense of pride within him, prompting him to want to compose a poem. The great wind rises. Clouds soar. That's it. Perhaps his parents, little sister, and Lu Yin, Ku Xian would also be amazed by these scenes. Bai Ye thought to himself, regretting that he was the only one to appreciate this magnificent scenery. Perhaps one day, he could take his family to explore the cosmic starry sky and witness this splendid and colorful view. Before long, the spaceship flew past Mars. Bai Ye did not linger, merely glancing at the red planet below. However, that glance seemed to reveal something to Bai Ye, causing his pupils to constrict. Preparing to initiate spatial wormhole jump, please get ready. The mechanical voice sounded again. The universe is vast and boundless, unimaginably large. Not to mention the positions of various star regions. Even the distances between individual star systems are incredibly far. The Milky Way alone spans a full 100,000 light-years. If one were to rely solely on spaceship travel, even a light-speed spaceship would take a full 100,000 years to traverse the entire Milky Way, making such a journey far too lengthy and a waste of time. It is impossible to rely on flight speed for timely communication between different star systems and regions. Thus, the virtual wormhole company's spatial wormhole jump engine was developed. By setting a three-dimensional coordinate in the universe and utilizing technologies like spatial folding, spatial opening, and spatial wormhole jumping, a wormhole can be constructed to facilitate rapid travel through space to the designated coordinate. Chapter 57, Doka Star Boom. The space wormhole has been activated, with the target destination being Doka Star, and the spatial jump is in progress. A mechanical electronic voice sounded. Bai Ye chose Doka Star based on the star map provided by Atada. It is a relatively developed planet close to Earth, belonging to the Blue Universe Empire, and is a trade star where most people within thousands of light years prioritize going for trade. It has many major corporations establishing branches there, making it an excellent choice for Bai Ye, whether he wants to purchase the structural body of the exploding fire dragon or sell a semi-artifact. Every time the wormhole is activated, it consumes enormous energy. After the wormhole jump engine absorbed a significant amount of cosmic energy, crystal energy, a giant blue-black vortex suddenly appeared in front of the spaceship, and in an instant, the spaceship entered the vortex channel. As the spaceship entered a few minutes later, the space wormhole vortex slowly closed again. Whoosh! Bai Ye felt a sudden change in the scenery before him and instantly found himself in a peculiar passage, surrounded by bizarre and fantastical sights, while the F-3 spaceship continued to travel at half the speed of light. 10 days later, jumping out of the wormhole space, arriving near the target docking port, "Please prepare, Captain." The mechanical electronic voice sounded again. Immediately, with a burst of movement from the spaceship, the F-3 spaceship instantly exited the wormhole space and arrived in outer space. Soon, a planet several times larger than Earth appeared before Bai Ye, and this was his destination. Doka Star. At the vast docking port of the giant planet, the F-3 spaceship slowly descended and finally landed on the ground. As the spaceship's hatch opened, Bai Ye stepped out slowly, accompanied by two guards. The two guards were over 2 meters tall, and their aura seemed even stronger than Bai Ye's. They were puppet guards brought out by Atada from the number 1 relic, possessing the strength of a level 9 Star Master. These were the most powerful puppets in the number 1 relic, with only 2 in existence, brought out by Atada to serve as Bai Ye's facade. As soon as Bai Ye set foot on Doka Star, he noticed the differences compared to Earth. The gravity, air composition, and other factors were vastly different. The gravity was about 4 times that of Earth, and the oxygen content in the air was extremely low, but there were several unique elements present. Ordinary Earthlings would find it extremely difficult to survive here without equipment. However, these external conditions had no effect on Bai Ye. With his current strength, he was not overly reliant on the external environment. At the Star Master level, he could even walk freely on a neutron star. Dear Sir, welcome to Doka Star. The docking fee for your Tianqi F-3 spaceship for 1 year is 10,000 Blue Universe coins. If you dock for less than half a year, you only need to pay half the docking fee. If it exceeds half a year, it will be charged at the yearly rate. Here is your docking card. A blue-skinned man about 2.5 meters tall, dressed in a black uniform with a few scales on his forehead, flew over and spoke in the universal language of the universe. While speaking, he respectfully handed a golden card to Bai Ye. The card had the special emblem of Doka Star and a unique number for Bai Ye's docking location. Bai Ye took the card, pulled out a 1 yuan Tianyu coin, and casually tossed it over, indicating no need for change. 1 Tianyu coin is equivalent to 1 million Blue Universe coins, so paying the docking fee was more than sufficient. Although Bai Ye's wealth wasn't considered much now, relatively speaking, he had 100,000 universe coins, which converted to Tianyu coins was equivalent to 1 billion. Tossing out a single coin was nothing to him. On the way here, Atada had already explained to him that not only should the guards maintain an imposing presence, but he should also conduct himself with grandeur and embody the demeanor of a prominent family, so as not to be underestimated and to avoid many dangers and troubles. As for the so-called wealth should not be displayed, it could instead invite danger, as such behavior did not align with the conduct expected of the owner of the Tianqi F-3 spaceship. Tianyu coin. The blue-skinned man's eyes lit up with intense surprise. A Tianyu coin, with an official exchange rate of 1,000,000, had a severely limited number of exchanges allowed each year, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to use Blue Universe coins to exchange for Tianyu coins. If exchanged on the black market, it might reach over 1.2 million. The docking fee for the spaceship was only 10,000. If he personally fronted this 10,000 Blue Universe coins, he could earn over 1 million, which was more than his 10 years of salary here. He had only heard about such things from his seniors and envied them, but now such good fortune had actually come to him. Riding in the expensive Tianqi F-3 spaceship, with 2 powerful guards behind him and being so generous, he must come from an incredibly powerful force. The blue-skinned man felt extremely envious. For someone from a prominent family, casually tossing out a bit of wealth was something he could hardly earn in his lifetime. "Thank you, sir." The blue-skinned man felt very joyful in his heart, but his demeanor remained even more respectful. Ignoring the blue-skinned man's flattery, Bai Ye, accompanied by the 2 puppet guards, directly flew away from the docking port, heading toward the most prosperous main city of Doka City, based on the planetary map received by Atada. Although Doka Star gathered countless life planets for trade, the security environment was far better than that on Earth. Bai Ye flew here, witnessing many different cultural sites, but encountered no obstacles, successfully arriving at Doka City. "Master, we need to register your identity information first to become a citizen of the Blue Universe Empire, and then register your virtual universe account. This way, you will have legal identification and be able to log into the virtual universe network." Atada's voice echoed in Bai Ye's communicator. Bai Ye nodded and followed the direction indicated by Atada, heading towards the administrative building of the Blue Universe Empire. Along the way, Bai Ye saw all sorts of peculiar buildings and various races of people. Although they were all human, the different bloodline branches led to great differences in appearance. Some were 7 or 8 meters tall, while others were less than 1 meter. Moreover, not only were their body shapes varied, but their skin colors and hair colors were also different, including blue, white, black, gold, and even green. Additionally, some had horns or scales on their heads, and among those who most resembled earthlings, Bai Ye noticed a few beast-eared girls. Chapter 58. Imperial Citizen. Along the way, Bai Ye saw that the weakest humans were at the Nova level, and beings at the Law level, of which there were only 2 on Earth, were also everywhere here, with many others whose strengths Bai Ye could not discern. "Atada, the people here are so strong." Bai Ye communicated with Atada through his mind. Just as they were conversing, Bai Ye soon arrived before a giant building. This was a colossal structure covering an area of several square kilometers, towering into the clouds. This was the administrative center of the Blue Universe Empire, located on Doka Star. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" As Bai Ye entered the building, a young girl with a small horn on her head, at the Nova level, hurried over to greet him politely. "Is this where I apply for citizenship?" Bai Ye inquired. "Yes, sir. Are you looking to apply for citizenship in our Blue Universe Empire?" The horn girl asked Bai Ye. "Yes," Bai Ye nodded. "All right, sir. Please follow me." The horn girl led Bai Ye into a spacious office, where a tall man over 2 meters with purple skin was sitting. Judging by his aura, he was likely at the Star Master level. "Mr. Angel, this gentleman needs to apply for citizenship in our empire," the horn girl said directly to the tall man. "Sir, are you looking to change your nationality to that of the Blue Universe Empire from another?" "Mr. Angel," the tall man asked Bai Ye. Cases like Bai Ye's were not uncommon, as the Blue Universe Empire was relatively strong among the medium cosmic civilizations, often attracting people for various reasons to become citizens. "No, I have not joined any cosmic nationality before. I hope to directly join the Blue Universe Empire and become a citizen." Bai Ye shook his head and said, having just come from Earth, he wouldn't have another empire's nationality. "You have never joined any cosmic nationality?" Angel wondered internally, but did not say much. as cases like Bai Ye's, while rare, were not unheard of. All right, sir, registering for Blue Universe Empire citizenship requires a payment of 20,000 Blue Universe coins. Angel said with a smile. Bai Ye nodded and directly paid the 20,000 Blue Universe coins. Earlier, he had exchanged a Tianyu coin for 1 million Blue Universe coins at a self-service exchange machine. Such machines could only exchange higher civilization currency for lower civilization currency, and not the other way around. After Bai Ye completed the payment, Angel quickly processed the relevant business for him. In just half an hour, Bai Ye's citizenship in the Blue Universe Empire was registered. Subsequently, Bai Ye's smart light brain received an electronic citizen ID certified by the Blue Universe Empire. From the moment Bai Ye obtained this electronic citizen ID, it meant he had become a legal citizen of the Blue Universe Empire. When Bai Ye walked out of the administrative center building, he called out to Atada again. Although the citizenship issue had been resolved, he still had many things to do. Following Atada's guidance, Bai Ye began heading towards the Virtual Wormhole Company. As one of the dominant forces of humanity, the Virtual Wormhole Company controlled all wormhole passages within human territory. Any spaceship wishing to open a wormhole needed authorization from the Virtual Wormhole Company and had to pay a fee. In addition to that, the Virtual Wormhole Company possessed an incredibly advanced technology, the Virtual Universe technology, which covered the entire universe. This technology was even more powerful than the wormhole technology it controlled and was the core technology of the Virtual Wormhole Company. It not only covered the human territory, but the entire universe. It was said that anywhere in the universe, as long as one had a Virtual Universe account, they could log into the Virtual Universe at any time. In the virtual world, everyone's consciousness could be nearly 100 simulated, with tactile sensations feeling almost completely real. One could even fight, cultivate, practice secret techniques, and enjoy food in the virtual universe. Apart from being unable to actively comprehend new laws, one could simulate the laws they had already comprehended along with their own realm powers, much like a second world. Those with weak consciousness might even struggle to distinguish between the real world and the virtual world. Moreover, some cultivators who reached a bottleneck and could not break through would become immersed in the virtual universe for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Because of this virtual universe, various factions across the cosmos, star domains, and human territories were closely connected. This virtual universe facilitated countless human powerhouses, allowing their information to be rapidly transmitted, making humanity the fastest group for information dissemination in the entire universe. Bai Ye's purpose for this trip was to go to the branch of the Virtual Wormhole Company on Doka Star to apply for his Virtual Universe account. Only by having a Virtual Universe account could he log into the Virtual Universe. When Bai Ye arrived at the Virtual Wormhole Company's Doka Star branch, what greeted him was a building several times larger than the Blue Universe Empire's administrative office. Upon entering, he found that the number of staff was far greater than that of the Blue Universe administrative office, and their strengths were also more formidable. Following the guidance of the staff inside, Bai Ye arrived at the Virtual Universe account application area. "Hello, sir. Do you need to apply for a Virtual Universe account?" asked a blue-haired woman with pointed ears at the application area, as almost everyone who came here needed to apply for a Virtual Universe account. "Yes. Please help me set up my Virtual Universe account. Here is my identity information." Bai Ye nodded and opened his smart light brain. "Okay, sir. The usage fee for the Virtual Universe account is 5 cosmic coins per year. Do you confirm the activation?" The blue-haired woman asked Bai Ye politely. Each person who could apply for a Virtual Universe Company account and afford the usage fee represented a considerable fortune. Bai Ye nodded again. The usage fee for the Virtual Universe account was not cheap. It required 5 cosmic coins a year, equivalent to 50,000 Tianyu coins, or 500 billion Blue Universe coins a year, which was not affordable for most people. However, for Bai Ye, he could still manage it, so he said without hesitation, "Please activate the usage rights for 10 years. He then paid 50 cosmic coins. Chapter 59, Virtual Universe Account. All right, sir. Your Virtual Universe account has been activated and is now linked to your Smart Light Brain. You can directly enter the virtual world through your Smart Light Brain. We wish you a pleasant life in the virtual universe." The blue-haired woman with pointed ears smiled as she helped Bai Ye complete all the procedures. Bai Ye checked his smart light brain and found that a virtual universe account had indeed been added, showing a login status with 10 years remaining. As long as Bai Ye wanted, he could enter the virtual universe anytime and anywhere within these 10 years. Satisfied, Bai Ye nodded and then walked out of the virtual universe office building. Once outside, Bai Ye couldn't help but complain to Atada. This virtual universe company is really greedy. They charge 5 cosmic coins per year for internet fees. If converted to blue universe coins, that's a staggering 50 billion. How many people can afford that? There might not even be many people in the virtual universe. Upon hearing this, Atada couldn't help but laugh. The virtual wormhole company is in a monopoly position among all humanity, so everything must be done according to its standards. Contrary to the master's expectations, the number of people using the virtual universe network is not just numerous, but countless. How is that possible? With such expensive internet fees, it would be difficult for anyone on an ordinary life planet to afford it, Bai Ye exclaimed. Just like on Earth, without Atada's help, no one would be able to afford it. Atada explained, Master, you underestimate the vastness of the human realm and the sheer number of humans, not to mention life planets. Even in star systems as large as the Milky Way, there are countless within the human realm, making it hard to count. The number of people who can afford 5 cosmic coins per year is as numerous as the stars. Moreover, the virtual universe account you have activated is a high-level account with most functions, not just for simple communication. It can perfectly simulate your physical condition and the laws you comprehend, allowing you to engage in battles and training. That's why the fees are so high. Ordinary accounts can only be used for entertainment, shopping, and communication, lacking features like battle simulation, which are much cheaper, requiring only a few feather coins or even just tens of thousands of blue universe coins, based on account privileges. So the virtual wormhole company is quite fair and realistic in this aspect. The more you pay, the more privileges you get. Additionally, various cosmic nations provide certain subsidies for their citizens, or large companies can apply for discounted accounts for some employees. In any case, the number of people in the virtual universe exceeds anyone's imagination. It is already a second world for humanity. Next, under Atada's guidance, Bai Ye went to the Cosmic Bank to apply for a Cosmic Bank card. In the bank, he was greeted not by a staff member, but by a female intelligent robot. With the robot's assistance, Bai Ye smoothly completed the initial password input, divine power fluctuation verification, and mental wave verification, successfully obtaining his Cosmic Bank card. After depositing 100,000 cosmic coins into the card, he upgraded to a 2-star user status. Congratulations! You have become a 2-star VIP of our bank, the female intelligent robot said respectfully. The 100,000 cosmic coins were exactly the requirement for a 2-star user. While reaching a 3-star status required funds to reach 10 million cosmic coins. For Bai Ye, being a 2-star customer at the Cosmic Bank held a status far above his own strength and granted him certain privileges, such as entrusting the bank to sell items. I would like to sell some items, Bai Ye said with a smile after checking his account. The female intelligent robot bent slightly and smiled. Dear 2-star customer, our Cosmic Bank offers item consignment services, and we have very strong sales channels in every nation across the vast universe. We can consign any item for you. Whether you want to sell quickly or sell long-term, we can meet your every requirement, and we only charge a commission of 1,000th of the sales amount. I want to quickly sell this semi-artifact. Bai Ye took out the semi-artifact and placed it in front of the female intelligent robot. Immediately, 2 beams of light lit up in the robot's eyes as it scanned the semi-artifact. Ding! Item confirmed. A semi-artifact forged from the Apocalypse B-Level 3 Series Source Energy Sword. 100 integrity, no damage, sufficient divine power, evaluation, perfect. Please confirm whether you would like to consign the item before you. Once confirmed, we will auction it at the Tianyu auction in 3 days. Confirm, Bai Ye nodded. Transaction confirmed. The female intelligent robot smiled. Please sign the consignment document. A contract floated before Bai Ye, detailed with various clauses covering the responsibilities and obligations of both parties, as well as penalties for breach of contract, etc. After confirming everything was correct, Bai Ye signed the contract. Ding! Consignment document signed. The female intelligent robot smiled. Dear 2-star customer, 3 days from now, when the auction begins, You can log into the virtual universe and use your bank account to watch the auction. Dear two-star customer, do you have any other needs we can assist you with? No, I'm good. Bai Ye smiled and shook his head, then stood up and walked to the door, which opened automatically as he exited. Unfortunately, at the Tianyu auction in 3 days, he would only have the right to watch and could not directly participate in the auction. Bai Ye felt a bit regretful, thinking that with 100,000 cosmic coins, even if converted to Tianyu coins of the Tianyu universe god nation, that would still amount to 1 billion, which was quite a fortune. However, he didn't expect that in the universe. It wouldn't count for much, and now he couldn't even qualify to participate in an auction. The Tianyu auction is the top auction of the Tianyu universe god nation, held only once every 3 years, and those who can participate are all billionaires or regional overlords. The weakest among these powerful individuals would likely be realm masters, so it's quite normal that the master cannot participate now. However, once the master sells the semi-artifact, he'll be able to upgrade his customer level at the Cosmic Bank, and then he will qualify to attend the auctions organized by the Cosmic Bank. Bai Ye nodded, realizing that this was the only way, and he also needed to purchase the explosive fire dragon's body structure at the auction. He had already learned that there were no explosive fire dragon body tissues for sale on the Mocha Star. He could only look for opportunities at the auction. Chapter 60. 3 million realm lords in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. Bai Ye was half reclining on an unknown beast skin sofa, finding the most comfortable position, and then directly clicked on the login interface of the virtual universe on the smart light brain on his wrist. Wow, this was a vast login plaza corresponding to the blue medium civilization cosmic nation of Dokastar in the universe. At this moment, looking around, people were continuously logging in every second. Some had curious expressions, while others seemed quite familiar with the process. During the previous 3 days, Bai Ye did not rush to log into the virtual universe, but instead got acquainted with various goods on Dokastar, so he also appeared relatively curious at this moment. Is this the virtual universe? It indeed feels very real, with no significant difference from the real universe. Bai Ye felt his physical condition and the surrounding environment, and sensed an incredible realism, if he hadn't known in advance that this was the virtual universe. Many people might not be able to distinguish reality from the virtual. Hello, Mr. Bai Ye. Welcome to the virtual universe for the first time. Suddenly, a small intelligent life form, resembling a little sprite, appeared before Bai Ye and smiled, saying, I am your intelligent guide, Lolo. You can ask me anything you don't understand. Although the virtual wormhole company charges exorbitantly, in terms of service, both the attitude and quality are undoubtedly excellent. Lolo, please give me a brief introduction to this virtual universe. Bai Ye said, although he could also get this information from Atada, having a guiding intelligent life form to ask was undoubtedly better. Okay, Mr. Bai Ye. The virtual universe has many login plazas corresponding to the central planets of every star domain in the real universe. The location you are currently in is the login plaza of Dokastar. Every person logging into the virtual universe from Dokastar and nearby star domains will appear here. Of course, you can also purchase or rent a property in the virtual universe and then bind your login location to that property. Purchased properties have permanent ownership and can be permanently bound, while rented properties can only be bound within the rental period. Moreover, you have a premium account. In addition to engaging in virtual entertainment, goods trading, gatherings, and chatting, you can also enter the training space to practice secret techniques and compete with others. And because this is virtual, even if you get injured or even die during a competition, it won't matter at all. You can be revived immediately without any impact on your physical body or soul in the real world. Of course, you can also teleport to other star domain areas, and you can purchase various rare treasures here. As long as you set the delivery location, an intelligent system will go to deliver the goods. Any legal transactions completed in the virtual universe will be protected by the virtual universe, and the little sprite-like intelligent life form, Lolo, continued to explain to Bai Ye. Lolo, I want to have my own property in the virtual universe. What should I do? Bai Ye inweeded. Owning a property in the virtual universe means that the next time he logs in, he won't appear in the login plaza, but will directly appear in his own house, which would be much more convenient. Subsequently, under the guidance of the intelligent life form Lolo, Bai Ye went to the sales office of the virtual wormhole company. After paying 500 cosmic coins, Bai Ye acquired his first virtual universe property in his life. Although it wasn't large, only a little over 400 square meters. It was enough for Bai Ye to settle down. After parting with Lolo, Bai Ye arrived at his own house. The intelligent system of the house automatically recognized Bai Ye's identity and opened the door for him. Bai Ye walked inside, went to the sofa, selected a comfortable position, and then opened the virtual operation interface to input his cosmic bank account. In an instant, the surrounding scenery changed, transforming into the scene of the Tianyu auction house, making it feel as if Bai Ye had truly arrived at the auction venue, giving him an immersive experience. Not only was the scene perfectly simulated, but there were also sounds from the venue. The 3D projections of Earth seemed weak compared to such technology. The entire auction venue was suspended above a million-zhong-tall snow mountain, with a total of 36 entrances to the auction hall. At this moment, all these entrances were packed with a dense crowd of people, giving a feeling of being overwhelmed by the masses. It should be noted that this was the Tianyu auction house, and the minimum requirement to participate was being a 3-star client of the Cosmic Bank, with at least 10 million cosmic coins and assets. For 4-star clients, the requirement was even higher, needing assets of 100 billion cosmic coins. Most of the people present were actually 4-star clients, as the vast majority of them were Realm Lord level powerhouses, and the worth of a Realm Lord was almost always above 100 billion. So many Realm Lord powerhouses attending an auction. This scene made Bai Ye sigh. The number of strong beings in the universe far exceeded his imagination. What now seemed unattainable to him, Realm Lords, were abundant here, which also made Bai Ye realize his own poverty. Naturally, over the course of 3 days, the Cosmic Bank would promote the news of the upcoming semi-divine artifact auction, which would undoubtedly attract a large number of Realm Lord-level powerhouses. Among these people, there might even be quite a few immortal beings, Atada, who had appeared out of nowhere. Said, according to statistics, during the last ordinary Tianyu auction, there were a full 1 million Realm Lord-level powerhouses in attendance. Given the current atmosphere, this time there might be at least 3 million participating in this auction, which highlighted the powerful influence of the Cosmic Bank. 3 million? Bai Ye's eyes widened in surprise, feeling extremely astonished. This number greatly exceeded his expectations. Chapter 61. Immortal class spaceship and 18 trillion. Wow, there are so many strong participants at this auction. It probably rivals the annual auction held every 10 years, said a burly man with a deep voice, his muscular body evident. Yes, that's for sure. According to the promotions from the Cosmic Bank, this time there is a semi-artifact up for auction. It has been many years since such treasures have appeared at an auction, and in the past, they would be bought at sky-high prices the moment they were available. Many realm masters here are specifically coming for this semi-artifact, and quite a few immortal-level experts are also present, as there are certainly many immortal deities lacking suitable artifacts, replied a man in a black cloak beside the burly man. As the primary participants entered the auction venue, Bai Ye's visual scene shifted to the inside of the auction hall. The auction hall was incredibly vast, with the auction stage at its center surrounded by countless seats arranged like a tiered football field on Earth. Each seat was over 10 meters in length, width, and height, and there were a full 10 million such enormous seats layered upon each other, stretching as far as the eye could see. At this moment, about 1/3 of these 10 million seats were filled. Boom! A dull sound echoed throughout the auction venue, signaling the official start of the auction. As the auction time officially arrived, the originally noisy venue instantly quieted down. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tianyu auction. A clear and pleasant female voice resonated throughout the hall. A stunningly beautiful woman in a purple dress, with 3 pairs of transparent wings on her back, appeared at the auction stage. Here, we would first like to thank the Virtual Wormhole Company, the Cosmic War Department, the Cosmic Bank, and the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance for their strong support of our Tianyu auction house. We also appreciate everyone taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this auction. The beautiful woman with 3 pairs of transparent wings smiled sweetly, exuding an inexplicable charm. I believe many of you are familiar with me, Chris. I will once again be hosting the auction for everyone. Without further ado, I know you all have been eagerly anticipating this auction and want to quickly bid on your desired items. So let's officially start the auction. Next, let us introduce our first item for auction. Chris pointed at a nearby screen, which instantly displayed a gigantic spaceship along with various detailed specifications. This is a C3 class spaceship from the Kita series. This C3 class spaceship is entirely made of Kinna alloy, capable of withstanding attacks from ordinary immortal deities who have comprehended a complete law. It can reach a speed of 1.5 times the speed of light, making it difficult for even immortal deities who have comprehended 2 complete laws to catch up. It can also perform wormhole jumps across cosmic divine realms, making it an essential spaceship for home travel. Chris excitedly introduced. The starting bid is 50 immortal units, a higher measurement unit, where 1 immortal unit is equivalent to 1 trillion cosmic coins, and each subsequent bid must be no less than 1 immortal unit. The auction venue erupted into a clamor. It was unexpected that the first item up for bid was an immortal-class spaceship. Although such a spaceship would not enhance the combat power of an immortal deity, it could significantly improve the survival capacity of ordinary immortals. Additionally, such a spaceship could be used by anyone, meaning that even someone below the immortal realm could escape from an immortal-level powerhouse if they had enough energy. It seemed that the Tianyu auction house had brought out many valuable items to cooperate with the Cosmic Bank for this auction. Next to the screen displaying the immortal spaceship, another screen showed a large number 50. In the next moment, this number changed to 80. The price was rapidly soaring. Bai Ye in astonishment. There were really too many wealthy people who treated money like nothing. 110 immortal units. 200 immortal units. In the blink of an eye, the price reached 1,800 immortal units. The increase began to slow down at this point. 1810, 1815, 1880 immortal units. Countdown 3 seconds, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to the customer numbered HDF 52853985 for successfully bidding on this C3 class immortal spaceship, Chris announced in her melodious voice, accompanied by the sound of her hammer striking down. With the hammer's fall, the atmosphere of the auction reached its peak. Next, we have our following item for auction: 10 drops of life spring water from the Cosmic Life Secret Realm. 1 drop can fully restore all injuries of a Realm Master level expert. The starting bid is 1 million cosmic coins. 1, 5 million, 3 million, 7 million, 9, 5 million. As Chris's voice faded, the venue once again erupted with a flurry of bidding. One item after another was continuously presented, and people kept bidding. Bai Ye perspective apondit, and he even saw many treasures he desired. However, he currently had shallow pockets and could only watch, having no right to bid. The lowest prices were in the thousands of cosmic coins, with most prices above tens of thousands, including several treasures Bai Ye liked but could not bid on, leaving him feeling regretful. Next was the 280th auction item, a 5th-tier source power weapon, the Xianyu Spear. I believe everyone is familiar with 5th-tier source power weapons. They can perfectly unleash the full power of a Realm Master and greatly enhance their strength. Owning a 5th-tier source power weapon means your starting power level is higher than that of the vast majority of Realm Masters, making it hard to find an opponent among the many Realm Masters in the universe. Chris continued to entice the crowd, constantly stirring the atmosphere. Now let us start the bidding for this 5th-tier Xianyu Spear, with a starting price of 300 billion cosmic coins. As Chris finished speaking, the numbers on the screen began to change rapidly. 4,600, 5,500, 6,400, 7,580, 9,000, 12,000, 15,000. The final price settled at 23,000 billion. Now at 23,000 billion, starting the countdown, 3, 2, 1. Let's congratulate the customer number GDS 1255480 for successfully bidding on this 5th-tier source power weapon. Crazy, this is too crazy. I'm really going to strike it rich this time. Bai Ye was extremely excited. The final price of 23,000 billion cosmic coins for a 5th-tier source power weapon was staggering, and he couldn't help but wonder how much higher the price of the semi-artifact he planned to auction would be. Chapter 62, 97 trillion next. One treasure after another was continuously auctioned off, while Bai Ye could only watch. With his current worth, even if he could participate in the bidding, he might only be able to afford 1 or 2 ordinary items. Perhaps his 100,000 universe coins could be considered a fortune in some small star systems. But at a high-end venue like the Tianyu auction house, he was undoubtedly a pauper, unable to even meet the entry threshold. However, although Bai Ye couldn't auction anything, the detailed information about these precious items indeed opened his eyes and allowed him to learn many secrets of the universe, things that ordinary powerful beings found difficult to access. The Tianyu auction house lasted a total of 12 days, with thousands to tens of thousands of precious auction items being sold each day. Among them, Bai Ye saw many peculiar races being auctioned. Some were complete living beings, while others were just parts of their bodily structures. Among these was the body tissue of the ferocious fire dragon that Bai Ye longed for, which sold for an astonishing price of 360 billion universe coins for just a small piece, leaving Bai Ye utterly shocked. On the 12th day, which was also the last day of this Tianyu auction, various final items were to be auctioned off, including the semi-artifact that Bai Ye was going to auction. At this moment, Bai Ye's heart was increasingly excited because, according to the auction list, there were not many items left, and it would soon be Bai Ye's turn to auction the semi-artifact. The auction site became lively again, with calls and cheers echoing, and even the powerful realm masters, who were usually high and mighty in the outside world, lost their aura of authority, expressing their excitement like ordinary people. Next, one precious final item after another was auctioned off. Each of these final items was extremely precious, and the prices they fetched were terrifying, far exceeding the imagination of ordinary people. For instance, one egg of the devouring golden insect, once hatched and cultivated to maturity, would possess the combat power of a realm master, far surpassing that of an ordinary realm master, and even had a chance to become immortal in the future. This egg sold for a staggering 300 immortal units. Another example was a Genesis fruit that could revive a life formed below the immortal level, whose death did not exceed a week and whose body was relatively intact, which sold for 800 immortal units. As these precious final items were auctioned off one by one, the Tianyu auction gradually approached its conclusion, getting closer to the target in the hearts of countless powerful beings, and also the item Bai Ye longed for. Here, there were millions of realm master-level powerful beings, as well as numerous immortals, all targeting this one item, including many powerful beings who had come from other divine nations. These individuals were all renowned figures in the outside world. Some were leaders of powerful factions. Some were rulers of certain cosmic nations, and others were CEOs of intercosmic groups. Their most important goal for coming this time was this last final auction item. The auction proceeded quickly, and before long, 98 final items had been auctioned off. The last final item to be auctioned was the one everyone had been eagerly anticipating, a complete semi-artifact. This semi-artifact had been nurtured to perfection with abundant divine power. As long as it was imprinted with the laws one mastered, it would be easy to obtain a highly compatible artifact that could at least amplify one's strength by 400. Moreover, an artifact represented the foundation of a family, a transferable immortal-level combat power, enough to protect a family or faction from decline for a long time. I believe everyone is now eager and can't wait to possess this semi-artifact. So now, let us officially announce the auction of this final item, this semi-artifact, with a starting bid of 300 immortal units, and each bid must increase by no less than 10 immortal units. The official bidding starts now. With the sound of Chris's voice falling, the whole auction hall instantly erupted, although they had already received the news. Seeing the semi-artifact actually go up for auction still excited these people immensely. Meanwhile, the numbers displayed on the screen showing the auction price were rapidly climbing. 1,800. 2, 300. 2, 700. 3, 900. 7, 800. 9, 900. 12, 300. 34, 800. 45, 800. 97, 000. Boom. Let's congratulate customer number FJ5287 for successfully auctioning this semi-artifact. With the sound of Chris's hammer striking, this last final item was sold for a terrifying price of 97 trillion universe coins. The auction was completed successfully, and all auction items have been auctioned off. Thank you for your participation. I now solemnly announce that this auction has been a complete success and is officially concluded. As Chris announced the end of the auction, Countless powerful beings began to leave, and the scene around Bai Ye instantly changed, with the auction hall's appearance disappearing and restoring to his original living room. 97,000 immortal units. A semi-artifact actually sold for 97,000 immortal units, which translates to 97 trillion universe coins. With the announcement of the final price of the semi-artifact, the shocking figure of 97,000 immortal units completely stunned Bai Ye. Such a worth. Even if Bai Ye wanted to purchase a low-level civilized cosmic nation, he wouldn't even spend a fraction of that price. Even after paying a fee to the cosmic bank, the remaining amount was still an unimaginable number for an ordinary person, enough to bring about a tremendous change in Bai Ye's wealth. He would have more than enough money to buy the body structure of the explosive fire dragon, and purchasing other items wouldn't require the same meticulous budgeting as before. Ding! Not long after the auction ended, while Bai Ye was still in excitement, he received an email. Bai Ye opened it to see, "You have just received a remittance of 96,903 trillion universe coins into your account bound to my bank. Your account balance has reached the threshold of 10,000 immortal units and has been automatically upgraded to a 6-star account. You have also automatically become a distinguished 6-star customer of our cosmic bank. As a 6-star customer, you enjoy more privileges than the previous 2-star level. Changes to privileges are as follows." At the bottom of the email were explanations of various privileges. After checking them one by one, Bai Ye directly logged into his consciousness-bound cosmic bank account, and the balance indeed showed 96,903 trillion universe coins. Chapter 63 Purchase. After Bai Ye finished reading the email, he found several new emails in his inbox. He opened one and read, "Hello. The moment you become a customer of 3 stars or above, you belong to the elite class of humanity. You have elite privileges and the qualification to attend high-end auctions. In the universe, many precious items are classified as restricted, and there are many items that are strategic level goods, which are difficult to purchase even with money. Our virtual wormhole company and the Universal Bank hold auctions that provide opportunities for them to acquire many precious items. Virtual wormhole company, Universal Bank. Virtual universe. Bai Ye's residence." After checking the emails and confirming the arrival of the 96,903 immortal unit, Bai Ye immediately went out. He called for a single-person flying vehicle and headed directly to the fixed teleportation point in the virtual universe. He needed to go to the Universal Bank's office in the virtual universe, but it was quite far from his current location, and just relying on the single-person flying vehicle would take a long time. The fixed teleportation point could instantly transport him nearby, but the cost of using it was much higher than that of the single-person flying vehicle. Once Bai Ye arrived at the fixed teleportation point, he searched for the nearest Universal Bank and teleported there. In an instant, he was transported next to the entrance of the Universal Bank. "Welcome." As Bai Ye walked into the Universal Bank, he was greeted by 2 intelligent beings at the entrance. He then followed the self-service processing channel into a self-service room. Once inside, the room was completely sealed, empty except for a large screen displayed in front of him. "Please enter your account and password." Suddenly, a mechanical electronic voice echoed in the empty room. 525-885-25-45625-428425 FTGFY 4245-52722-4225. Bai Ye quickly entered his account password, which was not fixed but changed every moment. Only by using the base password and the key could he calculate the password. Password entered correctly. Please proceed with the divine power fluctuation scan. The detectors in the room instantly began scanning as Bai Ye released a trace of divine power, simulating his divine power fluctuations. Divine power fluctuations correct. Please proceed with the mental wave scan. Bai Ye extended a trace of his mental energy, which was immediately captured by the scanning instruments in the room. Mental wave scan correct. 3-layer verification passed. "Welcome, esteemed 6-star customer." Boom! The scene in the room changed dramatically, instantly transforming from an ordinary room into an extraordinarily luxurious one. And a stunning intelligent being appeared. "Hello, esteemed 6-star customer. I am intelligent being number 052. Pleased to serve you," the beautiful intelligent being said respectfully. "Hello. I need to inquire about some auction items." Bai Ye smiled and said, the treatment of a 6-star customer was indeed different when he first entered. It was just an ordinary room with a mechanical voice. But now, upon confirming his identity as a six-star customer, the room became extraordinarily luxurious. And a beautiful, intelligent being was there to assist him. As a six-star customer, you have the authority to inquire about all auction items within the Tianyu Empire in the past 100 years. Would you like to proceed with the inquiry? Please specify the inquiry period. Inquire about all auction items from large-scale auctions and above within the past year. Bai Ye nodded and said, large-scale auctions are those that include at least several star domains, and the body structure of the explosive fire dragon he wanted to purchase would only appear at large-scale auctions. Ding! Instantly, a screen popped up in front of Bai Ye, listing all large-scale auctions and above within the Tianyu Empire in the past year, totaling 139 events. Bai Ye clicked on one of the pieces of information, and a multitude of item details appeared instantly. He quickly scanned them with his mental power. After checking this auction and finding no related auction items for the explosive fire dragon, Bai Ye proceeded to examine the item information of other auctions. After reviewing all 139 auction events, he couldn't help but frown. None of the auctions in the past year had any items related to the explosive fire dragon. I remember that after upgrading to a six-star customer, I had the right to directly purchase restricted items 3 times within a year. Bai Ye relaxed his brow and asked the beautiful, intelligent being in front of him. Only after Bai Ye became a six-star customer did he realize that the body tissue of the explosive fire dragon was classified as a restricted item, which ordinary stores were not allowed to sell. Therefore, the body tissue of the explosive fire dragon could almost only be purchased at high-end auctions, which is why he couldn't find it on Duoka Star. Yes, esteemed six-star customer, you still have 3 opportunities to directly purchase restricted items this year. Would you like to use one? As Bai Ye asked his question, the beautiful, intelligent being instantly obtained the relevant information and confirmed Bai Ye's inquiry. I want to use one opportunity to directly purchase a portion of the explosive fire dragon's body tissue. Bai Ye nodded and said again, ding! We have found information regarding the explosive fire dragon's body tissue. The Tianyu branch of the virtual wormhole company has stock of the explosive fire dragon's body tissue. The direct purchase price for each unit of explosive fire dragon body tissue is 1 use of restricted item purchase authority and 300 billion universal coins. Would you like to confirm the purchase? In just an instant, the intelligent being found the information about the item Bai Ye wanted to purchase. Confirm purchase, Bai Ye nodded. A unit for 300 billion universal coins seemed cheaper compared to the auction, as the recently concluded Tianyu auction had sold a unit of explosive fire dragon body tissue for 360 billion. However, this time the real cost was the use of one opportunity to directly purchase restricted items. If given a choice, Bai Ye would prefer to spend a higher price at the auction to preserve this opportunity to purchase restricted items. After all, as a six-star customer, he only had 3 chances a year. If used wisely, it could lead to acquiring some extremely precious items. The few 100 billion universal coins were nothing compared to Bai Ye's current situation. Okay, please confirm the receiving location and time, the beautiful, intelligent being said with a smile. Tianyu Cosmic Divine Kingdom, Blue Universe, Medium Civilization, Cosmic Nation, Taiha, Star Domain, Galaxy, Duoka Star within the Universal Bank of Duoka City. Time within 3 days. Bai Ye quickly reported the time and location. Time and location confirmed. Please sign the purchase document. The beautiful, intelligent being smiled. Immediately, a document appeared in front of Bai Ye. The contract was very detailed, including the rights and responsibilities of both parties, as well as breach of contract clauses and penalty conditions. After carefully checking that there were no issues, Bai Ye smoothly signed the document. Purchase document signed. The intelligent being smiled and said, esteemed six-star customer, do you need any other services? No, that's all. Bai Ye shook his head and ended the service. Turning to leave the Universal Bank. Chapter 64. The explosive fire dragon organization acquired 3 days later. In the real universe, on the planet Doka, at the branch of the Cosmic Bank in Doka City. Bai Ye entered the super VIP lounge of the Cosmic Bank through a special secret passage. At this moment, there were already 3 men in Cosmic Bank uniforms waiting inside the super VIP room. The leading man exuded a powerful aura that was almost identical to that of a realm master Bai Ye had sensed earlier. The 2 men behind him also emanated a stellar-level aura. For just one transaction, The Cosmic Bank had dispatched one realm master and two stellar-level beings. "Sir, here is your item. Please check," the leading realm master said with a humble and polite smile. Although he could tell that the man before him was merely in the realm of law, and he himself was a realm master, he knew that this individual was a high-level VIP client of the Cosmic Bank, and this transaction was of a very high level. Not only was he dispatched for this, but his every move would also be monitored and recorded by the bank's intelligence system. So he had to maintain a smile, humility, and politeness at all times, without any mistakes. Bai Ye took the box handed to him by the realm master and placed his hand on the current sensor screen, inputting a trace of divine power. Beep, item receipt confirmed. With an electronic sound, the box opened, revealing a spatial ring inside. Bai Ye then picked up the spatial ring and held it above his intelligent light brain. The intelligent light brain emitted a special wave, and when the wave contacted the spatial ring, it began to change, successfully lifting the seal on it. Bai Ye extended a wisp of spirit into the spatial ring to confirm the unit of the explosive fire dragon's biological tissue. Item confirmed. No issues. Bai Ye nodded and clicked to confirm receipt. Transaction complete. Thank you for your support of our Cosmic Bank. The leading realm master smiled. However, before acquiring the explosive fire dragon's biological tissue, Bai Ye was not in the mood to buy other items. Now that he had the gene sample of the explosive fire dragon, he naturally needed to go buy some things he had his eyes on. First, Bai Ye arrived at the virtual wormhole company on Doka's star. "Sir, how may I assist you?" A beautiful woman in a white uniform from the virtual wormhole company, with a pair of pure white wings on her back, smiled and slightly bowed to Bai Ye. "I would like to open 1000 anonymous accounts," Bai Ye said directly. Currently, Earth had not yet connected with the universe, so understanding the current state of the universe through the virtual cosmos was the best way. Therefore, Bai Ye planned to first establish 1000 anonymous accounts in the virtual universe for the people of Earth to use. The accounts he had previously opened with his identity information were specialized accounts and could not be used by outsiders, whereas these anonymous accounts did not require binding to individuals and could be used freely by anyone. The usage period for anonymous accounts is fixed at 20 years, supporting only entertainment communication and similar services, and cannot be used for cultivation or combat. Each account requires a fee of 200,000 blue universe coins. The receptionist smiled and said, "Okay, let's set up 1000 accounts," Bai Ye nodded. The anonymous accounts in the virtual universe for the people of Earth were only meant to give them a preliminary understanding of the universe and did not need combat functions. Such virtual accounts dedicated solely to entertainment communication were indeed inexpensive, costing only 200,000 blue universe coins for a 20-year usage period, which equates to just 10,000 blue universe coins per year. You should have virtual sensory helmets and intelligent light brains here, right? I need to purchase 1000 virtual sensory helmets, 100 intelligent light brains, and 10 advanced intelligent light brains, Bai Ye said again. Simply having accounts in the virtual universe was not enough. Relevant login devices were also needed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to log in with Earth's current technology. Yes, sir. A virtual sensory helmet costs 10,000 blue universe coins. An intelligent light brain costs 1 million blue universe coins, and an advanced intelligent light brain costs 100 million blue universe coins. Your total for the accounts and devices will be 31 billion blue universe coins, the receptionist said with a professional smile. 31 billion blue universe coins is equivalent to 310 celestial coins and 131 universe coins. No need for change. Bai Ye directly paid with 1 universe coin. "Sir, here are the chips for 1000 anonymous accounts. Just insert them into the login devices to use them directly. Here are your 1000 virtual sensory helmets, 100 intelligent light brains, and 10 advanced intelligent light brains. Thank you very much for your patronage." The receptionist handed the items to Bai Ye, stood up, bowed, and smiled, her face now filled with genuine warmth rather than a professional facade. Bai Ye casually took them and stored everything in his world ring. After leaving the virtual wormhole company, Bai Ye went to the treasure pavilion on Doka's star. Since most people on Earth lacked the strength of apprentices, if the master wanted to enhance their abilities, it would be better to purchase evolution potions. On the contrary, if he bought spirit fruits, not only would Earthlings find it difficult to absorb them, but they could also easily produce impurities. In contrast, evolution potions refined from various spirit fruits would allow an ordinary person to fully absorb them within a week. Reaching the peak of the new star realm, and the purification potions would not only have a fast absorption speed, but would also not have any side effects. Chapter 65. 400 billion slaves, what's the price of this evolution potion? Bai Ye asked. Give me 10,000 of them, he casually stated. Such potions, which could directly elevate an ordinary person to the peak of the Nova level, equivalent to the peak of a war god on Earth, were not something Bai Ye needed to purchase in large quantities. He was not a caretaker of Earth. Although he would provide Earthlings with the opportunity to gain strength through contact with the universe, he would not choose to elevate all of Earth's inhabitants to the Nova peak directly. He only needed to elevate a small portion of people on Earth, especially in China, to the Nova peak, enough to handle the chaos that might arise from the public's contact with the universe and the practice of cultivation. Moreover, if Bai Ye were to elevate all Earthlings to the war god level at once, allowing them to fly and wield elemental powers like wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, it would undoubtedly lead to massive chaos on Earth. Therefore, this was not something that could be achieved overnight. What Bai Ye intended to purchase next was for ordinary Earth people. You should have enhancement liquids available for purchase, right? Bai Ye asked again. Yes, give me 2 billion. Bai Ye nodded slightly, his expression calm, and he simply stated 2 billion. These enhancement liquids could elevate a person to the apprentice level, which in the previous Earth context could be considered a strong martial artist. The enhancement liquids that could directly elevate a person to Earth level or even heaven level were priced at only 1,000 blue universe coins each, indicating how undervalued the apprentice level was in the universe. 2 billion? The attendant beside him was shocked. At 1,000 each, 2 billion would amount to 2 trillion blue universe coins. Initially thinking he encountered a wealthy individual, he realized he was dealing with someone even more extraordinary. It should be enough, sir. You can rest assured about purchasing from us. However, for such a large quantity, I need to report to the manager to gather the goods from surrounding star regions. But don't worry, it won't take more than an hour to prepare 2 billion enhancement liquids. After realizing this, the attendant quickly and cautiously responded, even using respectful language at the end. After Bai Ye nodded, he hurried off to report to the manager. The attendant could not afford to be careless or slow. This was a business worth 2 trillion. And if it fell through due to his negligence, he wouldn't just lose his job. He might end up as a product on the shelf himself. Soon after, when the manager of the goods shop arrived, Bai Ye directly paid a portion of the deposit. The manager swiftly began to gather the enhancement liquids from the surrounding star regions. Sure enough, in less than an hour, 2 space rings were placed before Bai Ye, and upon scanning with his mental energy, he confirmed it contained exactly 2 billion enhancement liquids. After receiving the 2 billion enhancement liquids and the 10,000 evolution potions, Bai Ye paid the full amount. Sir, your spending has already reached our goods shop's 5-star customer standard. Here is your membership card, which allows you to enjoy a 5 discount at all our stores and VIP services. After Bai Ye completed the payment, the accompanying manager respectfully handed him a light gold VIP card. Bai Ye casually accepted it and stored it in his world ring. After that, he purchased a few more items before leaving the goods shop and heading to his next destination, the slave market. Multi-cost star, slave market. It was noon, and the slave market was bustling with people. The market was filled with various kinds of slaves, including strong minotaur slaves, savage rhinoceros slaves, physically powerful Black Mountain tribe slaves, and stunning female slaves. There were countless races, many of which were extremely cheap. Many tourists who visited the market would casually buy a few slaves. After observing the market briefly, Bai Ye entered a large slave trading hall. Dear sir, may I ask what type of slave you're looking to purchase? We have powerful slave warriors, beautiful female slaves, mentalists, and genetic warriors. Whatever you need, we have it. A blue-skinned person with a tail, who was in charge, quickly approached Bai Ye, noticing he was accompanied by 2 9th-level star masters. Bai Ye casually looked around and found that the most common people on Multicostar were blue-skinned humans. However, aside from having tails, horns, or wings, their other features were quite similar to Earth humans. Do you have slaves at the law level? Bai Ye inquired. Yes, sir. This way, please. We have various law-level slaves available. The blue-skinned person, feeling delighted, said, we could go to the VIP room to select slowly. There are audio-visual materials for various law-level slaves. He happily led the way, knowing that law-level slaves were priced much higher than Nova and apprentice-level slaves. Selling just one could be equivalent to hundreds or thousands of the latter. In the spacious VIP room, detailed information about various slaves appear before Bai Ye, including height, weight, appearance characteristics, racial data, strength traits, etc., with each one marked with a price. Different races, strength levels, and even appearance characteristics meant different prices. This man Iron Tribe looks good. Bai Ye pointed at the virtual image on the screen and said, I want 100 law-level 9th tier genetic warriors and 100 mentalists from a man Iron Tribe. The man Iron Tribe not only resembled Earth humans, but also had advantages in both physical and mental cultivation compared to other slave races. 100 law-level 9th tier genetic warriors and mentalists each? The blue-skinned person was astonished. That was quite a substantial order. Each law-level 9th tier genetic warrior was priced at 1 billion, so 100 would be 100 billion. Each law-level 9th tier mentalist was priced at 3 billion, so 100 would be 300 billion. Together, that amounted to a whopping 400 billion. Definitely a significant business deal. Chapter 66, The White Feather Clan. Additionally, 10 9th-level mentalists from the White Feather Clan, 10 from the Cat Ear Clan, and 20 from the White Jade Clan are required. I want the best quality. Also, please give me 10 9th-level apprentice White Jade Clan members as a bonus. Is that all right? Bai Ye pointed at the virtual image on the screen and said. At this moment, Bai Ye chose races that were all exceptionally beautiful, outstandingly attractive women, resembling Earthlings closely. The White Feather Clan had a pair of pure white wings behind them. The Cat Ear Clan had cat ears, and the White Jade Clan had skin as smooth as jade. These were all women Bai Ye purchased to care for his parents and family, as well as to manage his villa. The blue-skinned manager quickly calculated in his mind. The 9th-level mentalists from the Rule Realm that Bai Ye wanted to buy were all from races known for their beauty, which made them significantly more expensive than ordinary 9th-level mentalists from the Rule Realm. Each one cost 5 billion, totaling 140 billion for 40 individuals, plus the previous 400 billion. That would be 540 billion in total. The 10,000 9th-level apprentice White Jade Clan members he requested for free were also more expensive than usual due to their beauty, costing 100,000 each, totaling 1 billion. Even with the 1 billion as a gift, this deal was still extremely profitable. No problem, sir. We will definitely select the best quality. The 10,000 9th-level apprentice White Jade Clan members will also be the best quality women. If you are not satisfied upon inspection, we can exchange them until you are satisfied. This is our utmost sincerity. I believe no other slave shop will offer as many slaves as we do. After calculating the enormous profit from this deal, the blue-skinned manager felt ecstatic. Although he would only receive a small portion of the profit, the majority would go to the higher-ups. He would still make a significant profit. However, despite his joy, a slight pain could be seen on his face. Do you have any Star Master level slaves for sale? Bai Ye inquired. He felt that just having Rule Realm slaves was still insufficient, as he only had 2 Star Master level puppets by his side. Star Master level slaves were relatively rare on Duoka Star, and, currently, there were no slaves at that level available. The manager shook his head and said, Star Masters are considered strong in the vicinity of Duoka Star, and such slaves are indeed quite rare. I will pay a deposit of 10 billion. These slaves will be transported to the interstellar docking port for handover. After I complete the inspection, I will pay the remaining balance. Is that all right? Bai Ye said, slightly disappointed. Of course, no problem, the blue-skinned manager replied with a smile. Such a massive slave trade usually took place at the interstellar docking port, and payment was made only after inspection. Bai Ye nodded slightly, then silently calculated. This time, counting the bonus, he had purchased over 10,000 slaves. His spaceship had a diameter of over 300 meters and a height of over 100 meters, with a total of 5 levels. Each level could accommodate about 2,000 slaves. So if squeezed a bit, it would not be a problem to fit over 10,000 slaves. Master, what are your thoughts after visiting the slave market? After Bai Ye exited the slave market, Atada, who had been silent except for giving Bai Ye a bit of advice earlier, asked him again. The universe truly is a society where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Among the countless branches of the human race, some species are weak, and it is very difficult for them to reach the stellar level after maturity. Strong individuals in these races are quite rare, and once such a race is discovered by cosmic bandits, they often become a slave race. Some races might attract the attention of various powers due to their outstanding appearance or special talents, yet they are not strong enough to fend off cosmic invaders. Such situations lead to entire planets becoming slave worlds, where generations of people are enslaved, captured, and sold by those who exploit them for enormous profits. This situation is terrifying, and the situation on Earth is strikingly similar. Earth currently lacks strong individuals, and if cosmic invaders discover it, the consequences are unimaginable. Billions of lives could become slaves, and they would be enslaved for generations with no chance of recovery. We must not allow such a situation to occur on Earth. Thinking about this situation and the current state of the universe, Bai Ye felt a chill run down his spine. Although he had purchased slaves, he did not wish for Earthlings to become the slaves that were bought. The only way to prevent this from happening is to become stronger, and stronger before Earth is discovered. Bai Ye silently thought that as long as his strength was strong enough, no one would be able to bully Earth, let alone enslave it. 3 days later, at the interstellar docking port of Duoka Star, Mr. Toda, I am very satisfied with the quality of the slaves this time. I will come to you again for future needs. Bai Ye smiled at Toda, the name of the blue skin manager. At this time, Bai Ye had completed the inspection of the more than 10,000 slaves he purchased and had finished the recognition ceremony, with all of them entering his F3 spaceship. The quality of these slaves was excellent, and it must be said that Toda and his slave shop had gone all out to facilitate Bai Ye's order, selecting only high-quality slaves. Haha, Mr. Bai Ye, for a big client like you, we naturally provide the highest quality and the best service. You can rest assured when purchasing from us. We guarantee the best quality for you. Toda laughed as well. Clients like Bai Ye, who were so straightforward and generous, were rare on Duoka Star, even among many descendants of prominent families. Such high-quality clients still needed to be treated well to maintain a good relationship. Yes, I will. I will contact you directly for future purchases. Bai Ye nodded. He indeed might purchase more slaves. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Ye boarded the F3 spaceship. Atata, activate the spaceship and head back to Earth, Bai Ye ordered Atada. Immediately, under Atada's remote control, the spaceship was activated, sent a signal to the center of the docking port, and after receiving permission to take off, the spaceship swiftly departed from the docking port. Chapter 67, breeding the explosive fire dragon. The spacecraft was in the midst of a wormhole jump, and mechanical sounds rang out. In an instant, the ship entered the wormhole space. When Bai Ye reappeared in outer space above Earth, it was already 10 days later. This time, his alien journey took almost a month. Bai Ye activated the ship's invisibility mode and finally hovered above the cloud villa. Then, he led the 40 maids into the villa, while the other 200 members of the Man-Tai tribe remained outside. I miss you too. Look, you haven't eaten much and you've lost weight. Bai Ye smiled as he embraced Lu Yin and then picked her up. After a few hours of warmth between the two, Bai Ye then addressed the 40 maids. This young lady, Lu Yin, is one of your future mistresses. You will need to obey her commands from now on. Understood? Yes. Master, the 40 maids replied in unison. They belonged to Bai Ye, and any negative thoughts about him will be sensed by him, even leading to immediate termination via the chips in their minds, making it impossible for them to disobey any of his orders. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. After that, Bai Ye visited Yang Kursin at school and arranged for 2 maids to protect her. Since she was studying, he assigned her 2 members of the Bai tribe, who resembled Earthlings the most, to avoid any trouble. Such maids were not only for Lu Yin and Yang Kursin. He also arranged for Jiang Shuya and visited her as well, acknowledging her hard work in managing such a large corporation. When Bai Ye's parents first saw the appearance of these aliens and learned about their abilities, they were quite surprised. Bai Ye's younger sister, Bai Xiaoyao, couldn't help but tease her brother after seeing the 5 beautiful maids. "Brother, the maids you bought are so pretty. Aren't you afraid the 2 sisters-in-law will get jealous? Brother, do you have any ulterior motives? If you do, just see if there's something to block your sister's mouth. Otherwise, I might tell the 2 sisters-in-law one day," Bai Xiaoyao said, making a greedy gesture with her fingers. As a result, Bai Ye gave her a light smack on the head. He was the strongest on earth. How could he be threatened by a little girl? Cough, cough. Suddenly, something fell to the ground, and the strongest on earth, Bai Ye, turned to leave without noticing. Bai Xiaoyao, who was holding her head and about to cry, suddenly brightened up, stopped covering her head, hurriedly picked up the item from the ground, and smiled widely. While Bai Ye provided maids and guards for his family and several women, he did not forget to give each of them a virtual universe account and an intelligent light brain, along with an evolution potion that raised their strength to the peak of the Nova level, the peak of the War God realm. It is worth mentioning that his younger sister, Bai Xiaoyao, had directly broken through to the War God level during the month he was away, thanks to the resources he left behind. Although she was only at the initial stage of the War God level, her talent was not to be underestimated. After putting Atada into the world ring, Bai Ye flashed and disappeared from the spot, entering the first layer of the tower world. Bai Ye arrived next to the world tree, took out a spatial ring containing the body structure of the explosive fire dragon, and retrieved a unit of the explosive fire dragon's tissue. A peculiar wave was transmitted from the world tree's avatar, and as the wave passed, the unit of explosive fire dragon tissue in Bai Ye's hand disappeared, enveloped within the world tree's avatar. At this moment, Bai Ye's consciousness within the world tree's avatar could feel that a peculiar change was occurring in the breathing space within the world tree's avatar. As a unique energy enveloped and analyzed the genetic structure of the explosive fire dragon. After an unknown amount of time, a fiery red liquid slowly appeared, and a sense of explosive life began to form. The breeding was finally successful. Feeling all of this, Bai Ye's eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. This was his first time breeding an avatar. Although he knew failure was unlikely, he still felt a bit nervous. As the explosive fire dragon avatar was about to be successfully bred, he was naturally very happy and eager. Having personally experienced a hint of the universe's cruelty, Bai Ye was even more eager to quickly enhance his own strength. The successful breeding of the explosive fire dragon avatar would greatly accelerate his comprehension of the flame laws, not to mention allowing the explosive fire dragon avatar to receive the inheritance of the flame laws. Given the innate talent of the explosive fire dragon avatar, once it reached adulthood, it would naturally comprehend one of the 4 fundamental flame laws, easily becoming a realm master. In this small galaxy, a realm master level powerhouse would be in existence that could walk through the world unchallenged. Bai Ye carefully sensed that the explosive fire dragon avatar could not be bred successfully in a short time. Based on the breeding speed he perceived, it would take about a month. During this month, Bai Ye did not want to waste time waiting here. So after confirming that the World Tree's avatar was successfully breeding the explosive fire dragon with a high probability of no unexpected situations, Bai Ye exited the tower world and returned to the outside world. Chapter 68. Warmth in the cloud-top villa, inside the training room. Bai Ye was sitting cross-legged on the floor, opening his smart holographic computer and clicking on the virtual screen. He entered the virtual universe. With a wave of peculiar fluctuations, Bai Ye found himself in an ancient castle, a property he had purchased and bound to himself in the virtual universe, though it wasn't the first one he bought. After Bai Ye became wealthy, he found the first property too small and purchased this ancient castle, which occupied several square miles. At this moment, Bai Ye's parents and younger sister were also in this virtual universe. Bai Ye had made sure to bind their login locations to this castle. Brother, this virtual universe is so interesting and fun, Bai Xiaoyao exclaimed excitedly upon discovering Bai Ye. If you think it's fun, let your little maid and your smart assistant take you around. Feel free to buy whatever you want and eat whatever you like, Bai Ye said with a smile, ruffling Bai Xiaoyao's head. Although the food here is virtual, it tastes just like real food due to the 100 simulation, only lacking the spiritual energy that nourishes the body in reality. However, if you want to buy something, you can only choose system wormhole delivery. Got it. Bai Yao was thrilled, but she had only the Huaxia coins Bai Ye had given her, which obviously couldn't be used here. Bai Ye understood this and unhesitatingly gave her 10 million universe coins. Use it up, and I'll give you more. I won't be stingy with my family. The wormhole delivery mention for shopping meant that after purchasing items in a virtual universe, you could provide the coordinates, and the virtual universe system would directly transport the items through a wormhole to the specified location. This method could effectively hide both the recipient and the delivery location, though the cost of wormhole delivery was quite high. 10 million universe coins. How much is that? Am I going to get rich? Upon hearing the figure, even Bai Yao, a little money enthusiast, was momentarily stunned. She knew about various currency exchange rates, but her little head was spinning, and she couldn't calculate it quickly. Master, 10 million universe coins is equivalent to 100 billion Tianyu coins, 1 trillion yuan lon coins, and 10 trillion lon yu coins, chimed in her smart assistant. A small life form resembling a little sprite, sitting on Bai Yao's shoulder, excitedly reminding her. 10 trillion lon yu coins. Hearing this number, Bai Yao was instantly dumbfounded. Look at you, such a little money lover, Bai Ye remarked, seeing the drool forming at the corner of her mouth. He couldn't help but show a bit of disdain and gave her a light flick on the forehead. Ha ha ha! Bai Yao proudly laughed with her hands on her hips. Bai Ye, just pamper your sister. You've spoiled her to the heavens. Be careful she doesn't become too spoiled, Bai Ye's parents approached with smiles. Seeing Bai Yao laughing heartily, Zhao Ting couldn't help but say, Damn, Mom. Bai Ye greeted. It's fine. They say daughters should be raised with wealth. My little sister has suffered so much before. Who else should I spoil if not her? Besides, 10 million is just a small number for me. I've also transferred 100 million universe coins to you, so feel free to buy what you need. We don't need that much money. Just keep it for yourself. 200 million lon yu coins is enough for us. Zhao Ting hurriedly replied upon hearing Bai Ye had transferred 100 million universe coins to them. She didn't know exactly how much Bai Ye had, but she knew that his cultivation expenses would certainly be more than theirs. She didn't want Bai Ye to give them all his money and hinder his training. It's fine, Mom and Dad. You can use it without worry. The 200 million universe coins I gave you is really just a small amount for me. If you don't believe me, look. Bai Ye understood his parents' feelings. Most of their money had been spent on him and his sister since childhood, wanting their children to have a better life. If he didn't let them see his substantial financial strength, they wouldn't easily accept the 200 million universe coins. Even if they did accept it, they might not spend it and would rather save it. So to reassure them and let them spend it freely, Bai Ye directly showed them his account balance. The vast sum of money completely shocked both of them, just starting to understand the universe. Bai Guohua and Zhao Ting found it hard to digest. However, after realizing that 200 million universe coins were really not much for their son, they finally accepted the money with peace of mind. After all, having money is always good. They could buy things for the family and even for their future daughter-in-law. After briefly explaining the situation of the virtual universe to them, Bai Ye's parents and sister took a few maids and went out to explore the virtual universe. Atada, are there any places suitable for cultivation in this virtual universe? Bai Ye asked his smart life assistant, Atada, which was another purpose for his entry into the virtual universe. With a wave of her small hand, Atada instantly displayed a virtual map in front of Bai Ye. She pointed to one area and said, the best place for cultivation in the virtual universe, Tianyu Divine Country, is this virtual training arena. It not only has various training grounds and training rooms that can simulate all kinds of combat opponents, but you can also participate in arena competitions and challenge martial artists from across the universe. Atada continuously explained the various uses and advantages of the virtual training arena, noting that while there were many benefits, the only drawback was that it was too expensive. Daily usage fees range from 10 universe coins to 100 universe coins and even up to 1,000 universe coins a day, depending on the different functionalities used. Let us go to the virtual training arena. After listening to Atada's description, Bai Ye decisively waved his hand and decided to set off. This was exactly the kind of place Bai Ye needed, and as for the so-called drawbacks, they were not a problem for him at all. Chapter 69. One Punch Explosion. Bai Ye quickly arrived at the virtual martial arts arena. Upon entering, he discovered that the space inside was countless times larger than outside, featuring numerous training rooms, martial arts arenas, competition stages, and martial arts exchange rooms, all bustling with activity. "Hello, sir. How can I assist you?" A man with antennae on his head and special patterns on his face approached Bai Ye with a smile. "I need a training room that can simulate battles at the law realm level," Bai Ye replied directly. In simple terms, ordinary training rooms are for regular law realm practitioners who have little understanding of the laws. Advanced training rooms are for those talented practitioners who can grasp a bit of the laws at the law realm level. And these rooms help enhance their mastery of the laws, thereby improving their comprehension speed. "Give me an advanced training room," Bai Ye said without hesitation. He had already comprehended a trace of the flame law, so only a room that could simulate law comprehension would be of greater help to him. "All right, sir. An advanced training room costs 10,000 Tianyu coins per day. How many days would you like to book?" the attendant asked respectfully. Hearing this price, Bai Ye couldn't help but complain inwardly. As expected, this was the only downside to the virtual martial arts arena. The cost was genuinely high, making it difficult for most ordinary people to afford. "Just book me for 10 days, Bai Ye said directly. 100,000 Tianyu coins was nothing to him now, and he paid without hesitation. "Here is your VIP training card, sir. It will guide you to the training room, and you can check the status of your training room and remaining time on it. When the time runs out, it will prompt you to leave, and you can choose to recharge after the prompt to continue using it." The attendant handed him a light gold card, which had the virtual martial arts arena's logo and the room number on it. "Okay," Bai Ye nodded, then looked at the advanced training card in his hand. With a thought, he disappeared from his spot and appeared in a peculiar space, which was his training room. This was a vast white space, empty except for him. Bai Ye clicked on the advanced training card, and a virtual screen appeared in front of him, displaying two modes, ordinary mode and law mode, each with 5 difficulty levels to choose from: simple, normal, difficult, hell, and abyss. Each difficulty corresponded to a competitor of that level, and he could add more opponents within that difficulty. "I wonder how my combat power at the same realm stands in the universe?" Bai Ye pondered. Although he had a good grasp of the laws, an individual's combat power does not solely depend on their understanding of the laws. It also includes battle experience, combat skills, secret techniques, and other factors, all of which he lacked significantly, having not experienced much combat himself. In his previous battles, aside from relying on his comprehension of the laws and his strong physical abilities, his biggest trump card was the enhancement from his life gene level. However, after encountering the universe, he began to understand how incredible, unreasonable, and against the odds his life gene level changes were in the universe. Thus, he decided to keep this as his trump card and not reveal it easily. "I'll choose the ordinary mode with a difficult level to test it out," Bai Ye resolved and made a selection on the virtual screen. After confirming his choice, a virtual figure slowly appeared in front of him. This figure's realm and physical abilities were entirely simulated based on Bai Ye, but it was implanted with different combat skills and secret techniques. Bai Ye's fighting spirit surged as he chose to charge an unarmed rather than simulate a weapon. Boom! Bai Ye's speed was swift, and he almost instantly closed the distance to the virtual figure, delivering a powerful right punch. However, the virtual figure was equally fast, evading Bai Ye's punch with a strange twist of its body. "What?" Bai Ye was astonished. The virtual figure effortlessly dodged his attack. He recalled that during the elite assessment on the Holy Fallen Star, those assessment puppets had been unable to evade his attacks and had been easily defeated before him. Although he had enhanced himself several times with his life gene level back then, he felt that his strength had improved since then, not just in terms of law comprehension, but also in power and speed. In particular, his force application technique had reached 20 times its previous level, beyond the 9 times he had before. Yet, such strength was easily dodged by the virtual figure without inflicting any damage on it. Bai Ye did not feel disheartened and continued to charge forward, using both fists and feet to attack the virtual figure. He was not an arrogant person, given his strength. It was clear that the virtual figure had exceptional qualities that he could learn from. Bai Ye continued his battle with the virtual figure. Boom! In the 5th minute of their confrontation, The virtual figure seized a flaw and delivered a punch that shattered Bai Ye's head. Bai Ye instantly dissipated from the spot and reformed a short distance away. What, it's that strong? Bai Ye, now revived, found it hard to believe that without using the laws and life gene level, he not only failed to defeat the virtual figure, but was also killed by a single punch in just a few minutes. This was still only the difficult mode, with hell and abyss modes above it. At this rate, his practical abilities and skills might still be below average. Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. Let us try again. He was not one to give up and chose to start the battle again. However, in the next 5 battles, Bai Ye was continuously defeated by the virtual figure. Yet, Bai Ye did not show any signs of disappointment or discouragement. Instead, there was a hint of excitement, as he found that he could last longer in these battles. In the final battle, he even lasted 8 minutes. Moreover, Bai Ye recognized some of his shortcomings from these fights. He realized that while his strength and speed were extremely powerful at the peak of the Law Realm, he could not perfectly utilize that strength and speed, and aside from those, he had no advantage in other areas, such as combat experience and combat techniques. Chapter 70. Phantom Movement. The reason this virtual person can repeatedly defeat Bai Ye is not only because its realm and physical qualities are a copy of Bai Ye's, but also because this virtual person can exert its power extremely steadily, reaching its maximum potential every time, while Bai Ye cannot always do the same. Sometimes he can unleash his full strength, but at other times his attacks can only reach about 70 to 80% of their power. Therefore, the superiority of the virtual person over Bai Ye does not mean that Bai Ye himself is lacking. His foundational qualities are already very strong, certainly at the pinnacle level within the same realm in the universe, but he cannot perfectly unleash them. To fully utilize his own foundation, targeted training is necessary. In the universe, there are various methods to enhance one's strength within the same realm, and there are unique training manuals for aspects such as speed, strength, power techniques, neuroreaction speed, and martial arts. At this moment, Bai Ye needs to identify his shortcomings in order to engage in targeted training. Bai Ye's eyes sparkled, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face as a surge of fighting spirit rose within him, propelling him to charge at the virtual figure once again. Over the next 3 days, Bai Ye engaged in intense battles with the virtual figure, being killed repeatedly, yet standing up time and again to continue fighting. This frenzied battle frequency lasted for 3 full days, and it was not without gains. By the end of the 3rd day, Bai Ye was almost able to match the virtual figure in combat, even managing to nearly inflict serious damage on it once. Outside the virtual training room, the battle situation had already attracted the attention of the internal staff, as Bai Ye had activated a high-level training room, indicating that he had grasped a fragment of a law in the realm of law. Every entity that can grasp a fragment of a law at this level is potentially a genius, and such individuals often draw attention, as there is a hope to discover true talent. After 3 full days of combat in the virtual space, Bai Ye chose to exit the virtual combat space. Although he had recharged for 10 days, it did not mean he had to use it all at once. The remaining time would continue to be stored on the card for him to use again when he logged in later. Bai Ye felt that Atada's suggestion to train in the virtual combat space was extremely correct. Previously, his training on Earth had gone smoothly, with almost no opponents, and he reached an invincible level in a very short time, making it difficult for him to recognize his shortcomings. After exiting the virtual universe, Bai Ye did not leave the training room, but instead sat down cross-legged and pondered quietly. After a long while, he turned to Atada and asked Atada, "You must have seen the battle situation over the past few days. Do you have any suggestions for my upcoming training plan?" "Master, your physical qualities and understanding of the laws are already very solid at the foundation level. Next, you need to engage in targeted training, such as in aspects of body technique, neuroreaction speed, power control, power techniques, and the application of laws. The virtual training room has corresponding training functionalities for these areas, and some require secret techniques from the sacred falling star lineage, which have relevant manuals. I recommend." Bai Ye nodded, as his thoughts aligned closely with Atada's. The inheritance from the sacred falling star lineage would indeed help him greatly in the future. The eternal scripture he cultivated primarily promoted the evolution of his physical body and soul, as well as his understanding of the laws. But it did not provide much help in other areas. Later, Bai Ye found a body technique manual called Phantom Movement in the Sacred Falling Star Lineage's Inheritance Classics. After a brief study, he re-entered the virtual universe and entered the virtual training room once more, once again entering the vast white space. This time, Bai Ye chose not to engage in real combat, but opted for the body technique training function. He first selected the third level of body technique training in the realm of law. In the next moment, numerous light projectiles shot towards Bai Ye from different angles. Bai Ye easily dodged them using the phantom movement technique and found that the third level trial posed no difficulty for him. Next, he elevated it to the fifth level of the realm of law. This time, the number of light projectiles increased, their density increased, and their speed quickened. Yet Bai Ye still managed to dodge them with ease. Following this, he progressed to the eighth level, where the number of projectiles increased even further, their speed was greater, and the angles from which they shot were more tricky. Although Bai Ye could still evade them, it was noticeably more strenuous. Next came the ninth level of body technique training in the realm of law, where the number was greater, the speed was faster, and the angles were even trickier. The trajectory of the light projectiles was extremely erratic, creating a dense curtain of light. Upon entering this barrage, Bai Ye lasted only about 10 seconds before being hit and blown up by a projectile. After being blown up, Bai Ye revived not far away and re-entered the light rain, continuing to utilize the phantom movement technique. This time, he managed to last 3 seconds longer before being hit again. The phantom movement technique allows for flexible control of one's body in all aspects, maximizing speed and enhancing neural reaction capabilities, enabling one to adeptly evade various attacks. This is actually a very basic body technique training, but it is extremely suitable for Bai Ye at present, as he had not previously studied any manuals related to body techniques and was still a complete novice in this area. Although the phantom movement is merely a basic training technique, it comes from an immortal deity of the sacred falling star lineage and consists of 21 forms. The first 9 forms correspond to the 9 levels of the realm of law, while the 10th to 18th forms correspond to the 9 levels of the Star Master level, and the last 3 forms correspond to the Star System level techniques. If Bai Ye can fully comprehend these 21 forms of the phantom movement within the realm of law, his speed and body techniques will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle level of the realm of law. Chapter 71. Passing the level during the following time. Bai Ye continuously practiced the phantom movement technique in the training room. Soon, more than 10 days passed, during which Bai Ye's training room time expired, and he directly renewed it for another year. At this moment, in this vast space, there was a torrential rain of light coming from all directions, with countless tricky angles attacking a young figure. However, that figure moved like a phantom, constantly changing its form and skillfully dodging the light rain, with each beam nearly brushing past him. After 10 minutes, the light rain stopped, and Bai Ye remained in place, a smile appearing on his face. After 15 days, I have finally mastered the 9th level of the phantom movement technique. Bai Ye felt extremely joyful, as his original strength was at the peak of the 9th stage of the law realm, making the first 8 techniques of the phantom movement technique very easy for him to master. He fully grasped the first 8 techniques in just 3 days, but mastering the 9th level took him a full 12 days, and only today did he completely master it. Fully mastering the 9th level of the phantom movement technique meant that his movement level was now at the average level of the cosmic law realm. The reason Bai Ye was able to learn the phantom movement technique so quickly was largely due to his greatly enhanced soul and extraordinary comprehension, both of which significantly accelerated his understanding of the techniques. Otherwise, if an ordinary genius were to try, even with several years, they might not be able to comprehend the 9th level of the phantom movement technique. Next, Bai Ye could choose to continue practicing the phantom movement technique. But mastering the 10th level might take a considerable amount of time, as it belonged to the domain of Star Lords. Therefore, Bai Ye decided to continue training in other manuals to address his other shortcomings first. The next area he aimed to improve was his nerve reaction speed, which had a significant relationship with movement techniques, and both could complement each other. Thus, once Bai Ye's nerve reaction speed improved, practicing movement techniques would likely become easier. Over the next 10 days, Bai Ye focused on enhancing his nerve reaction ability, enabling him to evade various unexpected and elusive attacks in a timely manner. He needed to react instantly and respond accordingly. Only by achieving this level could he seamlessly combine nerve reaction with movement techniques to evade enemy attacks in an instant. Previously, Bai Ye was frequently overwhelmed by virtual opponents, often getting caught when he couldn't think of a countermeasure immediately. During these 10 days, Bai Ye significantly improved his nerve reaction ability. Then, Bai Ye spent another 10 days training his control over strength, as his previous strength output was unstable. Sometimes he could unleash his full power, while at other times he only managed to exert 70 to 80 of his strength. Particularly in urgent situations, he might even be able to release less power. The training focused on strength control, enabled Bai Ye to master every movement of his body, every structure, and even every cell, allowing him to easily control and mobilize the power from every part of his body and then converge it to unleash terrifying energy. After 10 days of specific training on strength control, Bai Ye was able to skillfully master his own strength, perfectly exerting it in most situations, with only occasional mishaps. But in those cases, he could still unleash over 90 of his strength. After more than a month of arduous training, Bai Ye's fighting spirit reignited. He chose the combat mode again and clicked on the difficulty setting for hard mode. Not far in front of him, a virtual opponent formed again. Seeing this virtual opponent after more than a month, Bai Ye's fighting spirit surged even more. This was the first time he had closed himself off for such a long period, and he needed to test the results of his training over the past month to see how much he had progressed. Bai Ye charged forward once more, engaging in battle with the virtual opponent. However, this time the fight lasted only 3 minutes before Bai Ye found a flaw in the virtual opponent and seized the opportunity to deliver a punch that defeated it. After this battle, Bai Ye realized that his current speed, reaction time, and explosive power were no longer inferior to that of the virtual opponent, which meant that his foundational qualities in these aspects had all risen above the average level of the cosmic law realm. The training results were quite evident. His current speed, reaction time, and explosive power were all above the average level for the same realm. To continue enhancing his combat power, his next goal was to conduct targeted training, practicing some manuals to elevate all these aspects of strength to the level of Star Lords, reaching the standards of a cosmic combat genius. Bai Ye silently calculated in his heart. However, these matters would have to be set aside for now, and he wouldn't spend the majority of his time on these aspects as he had before. His most important goal now was to test his practical ability with the laws and his control over them. Next, he would focus on targeted training in related law secret techniques to improve his practical ability with the laws and fully unleash his comprehension of them. Atada, has anyone passed the abyss mode in the practical combat space? After Bai Ye clarified his next goals, he couldn't help but feel curious and asked Atada if even the combat mode at just a hard difficulty was so difficult to pass, requiring a comprehensive surpassing of the average level for the same realm in the universe. Then how formidable would the hell-level difficulty be, where not only the virtual opponents were stronger, but their numbers also increased from 1 to 5? How challenging would it be to pass the hell-level difficulty? How strong would one need to be to succeed? It seemed unlikely that even with his rapid progress, he could pass in a short time. Moreover, there was an even more terrifying and perverse abyss level above that. It was likely that very few people had passed such difficulty. Atada replied, "Naturally, some have managed to pass, and the number is countless. In the entire universe, there are innumerable geniuses, and among these geniuses, some possess not only extraordinary comprehension of the laws, but also extremely terrifying combat qualities. Even such geniuses may only be born once in countless star systems, but over the vast universe and the long span of time, many such geniuses have emerged, and thus countless geniuses have indeed passed the abyss difficulty." Oh, I see. Bai Ye scratched his head, realizing that he had underestimated the talents of the universe. Chapter 72, The Fiery Sun Blade Technique and the Explosive Fire Dragon Avatar Master. You don't need to feel discouraged. After all, how long have you been cultivating? Those geniuses have all gone through a long period of practice before achieving extraordinary accomplishments. You, on the other hand, have made such significant progress in a short time. Given enough time, I'm sure you will catch up with those geniuses without any problem. You need to have enough confidence in your own talent. Seeing Bai Ye scratching his head, as if feeling a bit down, Atada couldn't help but comfort him. "It's okay, my endurance isn't that weak," Bai Ye replied. At this moment, he had gained some understanding of the talents of the universe, and his determination to grow stronger only became more resolute. "Atata, do you have any secret manuals to recommend for my cultivation of the fire law?" After the previous events, Bai Ye had developed full trust in Atada, an intelligent being that had lived for millions of years, so he chose to ask for Atada's opinion on certain matters. "You can choose the fiery sun blade technique," Atada suggested. Bai Ye looked over the introduction to the fiery sun blade technique and nodded, appearing quite satisfied. The fiery sun blade technique is a powerful blade technique specifically designed for geniuses who have comprehended the fire law, focusing on the fire domain and ultimate burning, which are two of the four fundamental aspects of the fire law. The fiery sun blade technique is not a unique inheritance of the Saint Meteor Heart lineage, but rather a powerful blade technique that has circulated within the human territories. Although it is widely known, its power is immense. Yet the difficulty of practicing it is also considerable. Many who lack talent may practice it their entire lives and still only master one or two moves. The fiery sun blade technique is divided into 8 forms. The first and second forms correspond to the Law Realm. The third and fourth forms correspond to the Star Master Realm. The fifth and sixth forms correspond to the Galaxy level. The seventh and eighth forms correspond to the World Master level. Each form of the fiery sun blade technique is extremely difficult to master, but correspondingly, each form's power is also extraordinarily strong. Once the first form is mastered, one can easily crush peak experts in the Law Realm, achieving near invincibility in that realm. Mastering the second form allows one to challenge initial stage experts in the Star Master realm. Mastering the third form grants invincibility in the Star Master realm. Mastering the fourth form enables one to kill initial stage experts in the Galaxy level. Mastering the fifth form grants invincibility in the Galaxy level. Mastering the sixth form allows one to rival some World Master level experts, and so on. Although these invincibilities are relative, they illustrate how terrifying the power of the fiery sun blade technique is. The fiery sun blade technique, based on the fire domain and ultimate burning, allows each strike to not only bind and suppress enemies with the fire domain, but also accompany explosive flames and extreme temperatures. It can even integrate with other laws, maximizing its destructive attributes. Atada explained. Bai Ye nodded, deciding that the next step would be to cultivate this manual. However, just as he was about to try practicing the fiery sun blade technique, he suddenly felt a sensation in his heart and vanished from the virtual universe. In the Cloud Summit Villa, within the training room, Bai Ye opened his eyes, a look of surprise flashing across them. He then stored Atada in his world ring and immediately disappeared from his original location. When he reappeared, he had entered the interior world of the first layer of the tower. The explosive fire dragon avatar was about to be successfully birthed. A wave of excitement swept over Bai Ye. He had initially intended to practice the fiery sun blade technique in a virtual universe, but unexpectedly received a message from the World Tree avatar, indicating that the explosive fire dragon avatar was on the verge of complete success. Thus, Bai Ye hurriedly exited the virtual universe and entered the tower's inner world to check. He quickly flew towards the World Tree avatar and soon arrived beside it. At that moment, he saw that a crack had suddenly opened at the base of the World Tree avatar's trunk, from which a creature the size of a small dog crawled out. This creature looked quite peculiar, resembling a Western dragon Bai Ye had seen before, but more ferocious and domineering, entirely fire-red, covered in scales, with a single horn on its head, a pair of disproportionately large wings, and a long tail. Additionally, intricate secret patterns resembling flickering fire runes were etched into its scales, captivating anyone who looked at it. The explosive fire dragon avatar, gazing at the small explosive fire dragon before him and feeling the will that belonged to him within it, Bai Ye felt an endless joy. After so many twists and turns and over 30 days of gestation, the explosive fire dragon avatar had finally been successfully birthed. At this moment, Bai Ye's consciousness within the explosive fire dragon avatar sensed its condition. He could clearly feel the avatar's desire to absorb energy, which was due to Bai Ye's main body having reached the peak of the Law Realm. Therefore, The explosive fire dragon avatar, as his clone, did not need to grow step by step. It only needed to absorb enough energy to rapidly elevate its strength to match Bai Ye's realm. This is one of the benefits of cultivating an avatar. There's no need to start from scratch. As long as there are sufficient resources, one can quickly have an avatar with strength comparable to their own, and some avatars might even be stronger than the main body. Absorb. As soon as the explosive fire dragon avatar was birthed, Bai Ye controlled it to lie on a giant rock and began absorbing the cosmic primal energy. The source energy concentration within the tower's inner world far exceeded that of the outside world. As the explosive fire dragon avatar absorbed the energy, it gradually formed an energy storm around it. The place where the explosive fire dragon avatar was located became the center of this energy storm, with a massive amount of energy converging here, even condensing into droplets of source energy that fell down. As time passed, the rate at which the explosive fire dragon avatar absorbed energy increased rapidly, eventually transforming it into something akin to a black hole, indiscriminately accepting the incoming energy and even actively devouring the falling source liquid. New star level initial stage. New star level intermediate stage. New star level advanced stage. New star level peak stage. Half a meter, 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters. In less than half an hour, the explosive fire dragon avatar had reached the new star level peak, and its size had grown to 5 meters long. Shortly after, the aura fluctuations from the explosive fire dragon avatar suddenly changed. It had broken through to the law realm. As the explosive fire dragon avatar broke through to the law realm, its energy absorption speed increased even further, and its strength and size rapidly escalated. Law realm first stage. Law realm second stage. Law realm third stage. Law realm fifth stage. Law realm peak stage. Size 6 meters. 7 meters. 10 meters. 15 meters. 30 meters. 70 meters. Time passed slowly, and soon half a day had gone by. As the explosive fire dragon avatar frantically consumed vast amounts of cosmic source energy, its aura fluctuations became increasingly intense, and its size grew more formidable. Eventually, at a certain moment, its aura fluctuations reached their peak, comparable to or even surpassing the peak pressure usually released by Bai Ye in the law realm, with a size of 73 meters long. Its wings were spread. They spanned over 200 meters wide. Chapter 73 Meeting, the pinnacle of the law realm, with a physique of 73 meters. Looking at the explosive fire dragon avatar in front of him, Bai Ye felt a surge of joy in his heart. However, it was not the strength of the explosive fire dragon avatar that made Bai Ye the happiest. He was about to test the speed at which the avatar comprehended the laws of fire. Immediately, Bai Ye took the explosive fire dragon avatar and stepped onto the teleportation divine bridge, arriving at the place of inheritance for the fire laws. As soon as the explosive fire dragon avatar stepped onto the inheritance steps of the fire laws, countless insights into the laws were instantly stored in Bai Ye's mind, and some previously unclear points were suddenly resolved. The explosive fire dragon was Bai Ye's avatar, and both the avatar and the main body shared the same soul, allowing for seamless communication between them. Thus, the insights gained by the explosive fire dragon avatar could be instantly perceived by Bai Ye, and what the main body comprehended would also be shared with the explosive fire dragon avatar. Therefore, no matter who went to receive the inheritance, it would allow the one with the strongest talent to gain understanding. What a powerful talent! What a fast comprehension speed! Bai Ye was shocked at heart, but his face was filled with deep surprise. At this moment, Bai Ye had the explosive fire dragon avatar go to receive the inheritance of the fire laws. And with the avatar's innate strong talent for the fire laws, combined with a soul equally powerful as his own, Bai Ye could clearly feel that the speed at which the explosive fire dragon avatar comprehended the fire laws was more than 10 times faster than his own body. Moreover, the explosive fire dragon avatar could remain here to receive the inheritance of the fire laws, focusing on comprehending the fire laws. Meanwhile, his main body could concentrate on other forms of cultivation, such as practicing various secret arts or even comprehending other laws. Back in the training room, Bai Ye did not choose to enter the virtual universe again, but instead took out his intelligent light brain, reopened it, and had a Tada contact Jiangjin. saying he was preparing to hold a meeting at the headquarters of the War God Palace. Next, Bai Ye not only notified the high-ranking officials at the War God Palace headquarters to prepare for the meeting, but he also dispatched one of his subordinates from the Manti tribe, a peak expert in the law realm capable of dominating on Earth, who soared into the sky and headed to various parts of the world. Their task was to invite the main leaders of the various countries on Earth to the headquarters of the War God Palace, as the upcoming changes and reforms concerning the entire Earth required their cooperation. As for whether they could invite anyone, Bai Ye had no worries at all. His peak law realm slaves would teach them how to do it. Moreover, the upcoming Earth reforms were already inevitable, whether these countries or their leaders were willing or not. The decisions made by Bai Ye with his current strength were trends of the times, unstoppable torrents. Anyone or any entity that attempted to block the tide of history would be crushed. An hour later, Bai Ye arrived at the headquarters of the War God Palace. This was the War God Palace, where a massive conference room was filled with all sorts of people. If someone who was concerned about international affairs were present, they would notice that these were the main leaders of some major powers and strong forces in the world. For instance, the president of the Eagle Sauce country, leaders from various EU countries, the emperor of the Arctic Bear, the prime minister of Little Sun country, the president of Kimchi country, and other main leaders, as well as the founder of the Titan Group, the head of Rockefeller, the CEO of the Titan Group, the president of the Life Foundation, and other powerful leaders. If it weren't for their current safety, without any accidents, and with the backing of the War God Palace, the world would have been in chaos by now. Why were we suddenly invited here? What is Jiang Jin thinking? Does he want to mediate a world war? Who are those suddenly appearing powerful figures? When did the War God Palace have so many strong experts? They quietly discussed among themselves, making the conference room noisy. The only ones who remained relatively calm were the leaders of Hua country, who had been invited by the War God Palace's experts and thus knew a bit of the relevant insider information. Silence. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the conference hall, completely drowning out the voices of the crowd and reaching everyone's ears, accompanied by a faint pressure that made everyone involuntarily stop speaking. At that moment, a young figure had inexplicably appeared on the podium, and that voice was emanating from him. Everyone, my name is Bai Ye, and I'm a practitioner. I believe that after I displayed my strength earlier, some of you have seen part of my relevant information and have a certain understanding of me. However, I still need to briefly introduce myself again. I, Bai Ye, am currently the most powerful practitioner on Earth, with hundreds of peak law realm servants and over 10,000 peak war god servants, just returned from the universe. As soon as Bai Ye's words fell, the prominent figures below expressed surprise, shock, disbelief, and even began to discuss among themselves. But under Bai Ye's pressure, no one dared to speak. You all are either national leaders or in charge of a large group, so you should understand the concept of the power I mentioned and even have witnessed such power recently. The reason I invited you all here is for an extremely important purpose. Chapter 74. Comprehensive Cultivation Transformation. It was only after coming into contact with the universe that I realized the vastness of the cosmos and the insignificance of Earth. Yet you, a small group of humans standing at the top of the Earth's pyramid, focus your main energy on how to compete for interests and resources, even willing to engage in mutual games, scheming against each other, and even waging wars. Your vision is entirely limited to this small planet, fighting to the death over the meager resources on Earth, never considering the broader universe that awaits your exploration. This may be because you have not encountered cosmic civilizations, which has limited your perspective, or perhaps due to technological constraints on your development in outer space. But what I want to tell you today is that cosmic civilizations are vast and brilliant, yet they are also extremely cruel. Although civilizations in the universe are highly developed, there are still many slaves prevalent. This is not merely about capturing individuals as slaves. Once these cosmic marauders discover a weak planet, they may enslave the entire planet for generations. Moreover, what prevails in the universe is the civilization of cultivators. All other technologies serve the powerful cultivators. Some powerful cultivators are capable of plucking stars and moons, destroying star systems, and annihilating galaxies. These strong beings are the rulers of various star systems, domains, and cosmic civilizations. Unfortunately, our Earth is an extremely weak civilized planet, with only two individuals, myself and Jiang Jin, at the rule realm level and the God of War level, which corresponds to the new star level in the universe. There are no more than 20 such individuals on the entire Earth. There are also very few at the apprentice level. Almost all Earthlings are ordinary people below the apprentice level, and standing among cosmic civilizations, without apprentice-level strength, one cannot even obtain citizenship. It is easy to imagine how weak our Earth is. If we encounter a crisis, we wouldn't even be able to withstand the barbaric race of slaves. I cannot imagine what kind of outcome Earth would face at that time. Therefore, to make Earth strong, we must embark on the path of evolution, comprehensively promote cultivation, and then engage with the universe to strengthen Earth itself. Bai Ye looked at the many leaders below and spoke eloquently. Mr. Bai, you say you want Earth to embark on the path of evolution. Today, you've invited us here. Do you have a plan? A leader from a certain country asked. Well, please come over, since I have a way to help Earth. You can follow my plan from now on, Bai Ye said, glancing at the leader from a small country who had been pushed forward. This is a foundational method for martial arts cultivation. As long as you cultivate to the peak, you can reach the peak of the apprentice level. After reaching the peak, you will be able to receive the next set of techniques, and this requires cooperation from your respective countries to promote it. Bai Ye took out a black book of techniques. Then, Bai Ye took out a black vial. This is a strengthening agent. As long as it is injected, it can be rapidly absorbed by the human body, allowing one to reach the peak of the apprentice level, which is classified as the heavenly level peak on Earth. And there are no side effects. When a leader saw Bai Ye take out the strengthening agent and explain its function, their eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Mr. Bai, how many of these strengthening agents do you have? How can we obtain them? At this moment, the president of Eagle Sauce Country was the first to speak. His eyes filled with desire as he looked at the strengthening agent. They were already a superpower, and if they could obtain a large number of strengthening agents, wouldn't they become even stronger? Bai Ye must have brought a significant amount. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Moreover, according to Bai Ye, the era of cultivators is approaching. And whichever country has the most and strongest cultivators will have more say, rather than simply relying on past technological and economic strength. Bai Ye, as the one currently in charge of resource channels and distribution, is a Chinese person, so he does not expect to compete with China in the future, but after China, they must strive as much as possible. Today, I called you in to allocate some resources to promote Earth's development, including the techniques and the strengthening agents, Bai Ye said. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, the crowd was excited. They never expected that Bai Ye would truly give them the strengthening agents. Their previous dissatisfaction about being forcibly invited here instantly disappeared, replaced by a sense of relief and joy. After all, they had noticed that the leaders of the countries present at this meeting did not include representatives from all countries in the world. Many leaders from various nations were not invited. Thus, the countries represented by those invited would naturally have an advantage over those not present. In such a grand scheme, having a head start means immense benefits. Of course, I will not allocate these resources unconditionally or blindly. I have purchased a total of 2 billion strengthening agents, and today I will allocate 1 billion for distribution. Once Bai Ye finished speaking, the leaders present became tense again. Today, only 1 billion strengthening agents were available for distribution, but the combined population of the countries present far exceeded 1 billion, which meant the allocated shares would not satisfy all countries, implying that some countries would receive less while others would receive more. Firstly, China, as the most populous country in the world and with significant contributions globally, will receive 500 million strengthening agents. The quota was instantly halved, causing many leaders to become even more anxious. However, these individuals were astute enough not to immediately voice their opposition, knowing it would likely be futile. They understood that Bai Ye, as a Chinese person, would undoubtedly favor China, which has a population of over 1 billion. Eagle Sauce Country, 100 million agents, the remaining countries in North and South America, 50 million each. Polar Bear Country, 100 million agents, the EU countries collectively, 120 million agents, Middle Eastern countries, 10 million agents, Kimchi Country, 1 million agents, East Asia. As for the countries and regions not mentioned, there are still several million quotas left, which will be negotiated among you and China for distribution. As soon as Bai Ye finished speaking, The leaders from various countries instantly became agitated, as the disparities were too great. The first to jump up was the president of Kimchi Country. Mr. Bai, why does our Kimchi country, as the strongest country in the universe, only receive a paltry 1 million? This is far from meeting the demands of our great cosmic empire. We protest, we protest. Mr. Bai, why were none of our African countries mentioned, nor have any quotas been allocated? Are we, with over 1 billion people in Africa, only to compete for that meager million quota? Said the president of ancient Egypt, representing one of the few African countries present. You Africans are so backward that even if you injected the strengthening agent, your people would just laze around and sleep all day. Giving you agents would just be a waste of quotas. Meanwhile, we in the EU have so many countries and only 120 million agents, which is simply not enough. A representative from the Gallus Rooster in the EU stood up, wanting to demand more strengthening agents while also disparaging the African countries to prevent them from encroaching on their own quotas. As a world superpower, Eagle Sauce country, only having 100 million agents is far from meeting our country's needs. The president of Eagle Sauce Nation also stood up and said that although their allocated quota is only slightly less than that of Hua Nation, placing them in the second tier with a total of 100 million doses, they are still not satisfied. No country would ever think they have enough. They always want more. Mr. Bai, why hasn't our little sun country received an active allocation of doses? Mr. Bai, following this, many representatives from various countries and major powers spoke up, expressing that the reinforcement agents they could be allocated were too few. Bai Ye silently watched their performance and, at a certain moment, released a powerful pressure again, causing the venue to fall silent once more. First of all, the reason I invited you here today is not to discuss the allocation of quotas with you, nor to hear your opinions. I am here to announce the distribution plan I have decided upon. What you need to do is cooperate with its execution rather than bargaining over it. Moreover, the allocation plan I formulated is based on sufficient grounds to meet most of your country's needs. When the time comes, the standards for using the reinforcement agents cannot violate the principles I have set. As for the countries that did not receive an allocation, there are considerations behind that. And in the future, there will still be opportunities to obtain reinforcement agents again. Firstly, criminals and scum in your country cannot receive injections of reinforcement agents. Secondly, uncivilized chimpanzees cannot receive injections of reinforcement agents, which is also one of the reasons why certain regions did not receive allocations. Unless you can prove that this chimpanzee understands civilization, contributes to humanity, and possesses a high quality, can it apply for injection. As for Little Sun Country, with incorrect thoughts, unless you actively allocate, only with correct thoughts, having never approached bad ideas, and, after review, can you apply for injection quotas. I know some may say that my distribution is not fair, and some want to use human rights to reason with me. But I want to say that this is my decision. After Bai Ye announced a series of decisions, he took out a different kind of agent and showed it to everyone. This is a new star-level evolution agent, which only requires 1 dose to elevate a person to the peak of the new star level in a short time, equivalent to the peak of the god of war level on Earth. Upon hearing this, everyone suppressed their previous emotions and their eyes burned with enthusiasm. If the previous reinforcement agents made them eager, then this evolution agent could drive them crazy. After all, that is the god of war level. How many were there on Earth before? Only about 20, each standing at the very top of the Earth, flying through the air, controlling wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, and extending their lifespans. Each aspect is enough to drive people mad, especially the last one, lifespan extension, which is of great appeal to those standing at the top of the Earth. I will put out 2,000 doses of this evolution agent, to be discussed and allocated by the 5 permanent members, Bai Ye said lightly. This decision almost made the countries other than the 5 permanent members jump up, while the 5 major rogues showed smiles on their faces. Bai Ye indeed did not care much. As he said, power is in the hands of strong, and he is now that strong person, possessing the strength to change the fate of the entire Earth. Although Bai Ye knew that his distribution plan today was extremely unreasonable. As he said, he was here to announce a decision, not to negotiate the distribution plan. Although he wanted humanity on Earth to grow stronger together, He was not a babysitter for the earth, nor a saint who needed to care for everyone. Previously, he was just an ordinary human, and he admitted he had certain selfish motives. The distribution plan could not achieve fairness and justice, and some decisions were quite capricious. However, he admitted his selfishness. He acknowledged his unfair distribution. What more did they want from him? Moreover, he already stated he was here to announce decisions. These resources belong to him. He can distribute them as he sees fit. With his strength, he can also bear the consequences of the capricious decisions he makes. Furthermore, Bai Ye did not completely cut off their hopes or their avenues for advancement. He still gave them some hope. Naturally, those who received fewer doses would mean that some received more, especially countries that received more and were strong would stand up to defend Bai Ye's decisions, as they were safeguarding their national interests, even their own interests. After announcing these decisions, Bai Ye did not care how the people present argued, how they negotiated, or how they distributed benefits. He directly walked out of the conference room. However, after Bai Ye left the conference room, he instructed Zhang Wei to bring the leaders of Huan Nation, Eagle Sauce, Arctic Bear, and other countries to a small secret meeting room. Among the decisions made, Bai Ye's newly renamed giant group company, New World, would distribute 5 billion doses of reinforcement agents free of charge within Hua Nation, using a real name registration system. Anyone of Hua lineage, holding a Hua citizen identity, and without a significant bad record, could claim 1 dose for free with their citizen ID. As for the other countries, under the condition of exchanging many interests with Hua Nation, Bai Ye also granted them a total of 1 billion doses for purchase, as long as they passed the review and could make the purchase. Regarding the fact that Bai Ye currently has only 1 billion doses left while he promised 5 billion, there is absolutely no problem, as he can use wormhole transmission to purchase another 5 billion doses. As for the remaining 8,000 doses of the star-level evolution agent, 6,000 doses were privately given to Hua Nation by Bai Ye, while the other 2,000 doses were kept in the New Century Group. Regarding the virtual network's anonymous accounts, after Bai Ye set the limitation that Earth must not be exposed in the short term, he also allocated a portion to various countries. Chapter 75. The Purple Palace. Bai Ye made a simple arrangement, and after the distribution plan was finalized, he handed over all matters concerning various countries to Jiang Jin, the master of the War God Palace. The comprehensive implementation of global cultivation, although it sparked intense reactions worldwide, was not something Bai Ye needed to concern himself with. After that, Bai Ye practiced in the virtual training ground of the virtual universe for several days. He then returned to the island where he had explored the ruins for the first time, arriving at the entrance of the secret realm on the island. Most of the treasures inside had already been explored and scavenged. Even if there were some remnants, they would not hold much value for Bai Ye now. However, there is an extremely peculiar place inside, the unique palace. When Bai Ye entered last time, his strength was still very weak, but now he had significantly improved. Therefore, he came this time to see if he could enter the palace and uncover its secrets. Bai Ye forcefully opened the previously closed secret realm door with his powerful strength and headed directly towards the mysterious palace. He quickly reached the central position of the palace, and as he expected, with his increased strength, he was no longer unable to approach the palace as he had been before. This time he stood before the palace, which was a purple structure that seemed to be entirely sealed, appearing to only allow entry through the main door. Bai Ye stood at the foot of the stairs leading to the palace entrance. Though there was still a faint pressure emanating from the door, it could not stop Bai Ye from advancing. He slowly walked up to the purple palace door and pushed it, but the door did not budge at all, causing Bai Ye to furrow his brows. With his current strength, he could easily push aside a mountain, yet this door, which had existed for who knows how many years, remained completely unmoved. Using his 20x power technique and 30x life gene enhancement, Bai Ye summoned the heavenly meteor battle blade, ignited it with crimson flames, activated his power technique, and then instantly boosted his 30x life gene enhancement, striking the door with a powerful blow. The explosive flames and terrifying attack struck the purple door, but it remained entirely unaffected, showing no signs of damage even after the attack. Moreover, the flames attached to the attack and the intense heat had no effect on the door either. They dissipated the moment they came into contact with it. What? Bai Ye's eyes revealed a look of shock. What material is this purple palace made of? After all these years, it remains so hard. That strike would have split a small asteroid in half. Yet this door is completely unscathed. Next, Bai Ye tried various attacks, even increasing his life gene enhancement to 1000x and pushing the heavenly meteor battle blade to its limits. But he still could not budge the purple palace door. Just as Bai Ye was considering what other methods he could use to attempt to open the door, the palace suddenly emitted a unique wave. And then a voice resonated in Bai Ye's mind. "Leave, little one. Your strength is still too weak. You do not have the qualifications to undergo the assessment. Leave, little one. When you become a top-tier powerhouse in the universe, return here, and perhaps you will find opportunities." Then another wave swept over Bai Ye, and he disappeared from spot, leaving behind an empty, giant palace. What a peculiar little guy. At this moment, a strong sense of astonishment flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. A palace that had been in ruins for who knows how long, which he had been attacking fiercely, actually emanated a mysterious voice. Could there still be living beings inside? Or some form of intelligent life? Or perhaps something akin to a spirit? However, what realm do the top powerhouses in the universe exist in? What level must one reach to be considered a top powerhouse in the universe? Bai Ye currently had no answers to these questions, but they were goals he would strive towards. Time flew by, and soon 2 months had passed. In the virtual universe, in the virtual training ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a space simulated to resemble a plane, Bai Ye's figure was constantly darting about, battling against 5 virtual beings. At this moment, Bai Ye's movements were extremely elusive and agile, continuously evading the attacks from the 5 virtual beings. Even though they attacked him simultaneously from different directions, not a single one of their attacks managed to hit him. On the contrary, Bai Ye's attacks landed on the 5 virtual beings. As time went on, the aura fluctuations of the 5 virtual beings grew weaker, until at one moment, Bai Ye suddenly swung his blade, and in an instant, he managed to slice through the bodies of all 5 virtual beings, penetrating them directly. The next moment, the aura fluctuations of the 5 virtual beings vanished, and their bodies disappeared as they were simultaneously defeated by Bai Ye. In the plain space, Bai Ye held the long knife, a faint smile appearing on his face. I passed. The 5 virtual beings he had just faced were of hell-level difficulty in the realm of combat rules. Not only did each virtual being possess extremely formidable combat skills, but their comprehension of the rules was also at the peak level of the rules realm. It turned out that even facing such formidable opponents, Bai Ye managed to clear this hell-level difficulty today. His ability to progress so significantly in just 2 months, without relying on life gene enhancements, showcased how much he had improved, largely due to his understanding of the flame rules and the practice of the Sunblade technique. His understanding of the flame rules had accelerated rapidly through the comprehension of the explosive fire dragon clone and with the help of the place of rule inheritance, leading to a drastic improvement compared to before. It was a world of difference. Thus, over these 2 months, Bai Ye's explosive fire dragon clone had fully devoted itself to receiving rule inheritance and understanding the flame rules, while Bai Ye himself was engaged in combat training and practicing the Sun Blade technique in the virtual universe's training ground. As a result, in just 2 months, Bai Ye's comprehension of the flame rules and combat experience had greatly improved, even coming close to mastering the first form of the Sun Blade technique. That was why Bai Ye's combat power had surged, going from barely defeating a difficult level virtual being to easily overpowering 5 hell-level virtual beings in the realm of combat rules. It was clear that Bai Ye's level of understanding of the flame rules had already surpassed that of many geniuses in the rules realm. Chapter 76, Mastering the First Move of the Fierce Sun Blade Technique, Atada. What level is my current strength at within the realm of cosmic laws? Bai Ye asked the intelligent being, Atada. Every genius who can pass the hell-level difficulty in the realm of laws is considered a top-tier powerhouse. But there is still a gap compared to the very best among them. In the past, those who were the strongest geniuses in the realm of laws had terrifying levels of law comprehension, often mastering more than one law, and could easily pass the abyss-level difficulty. Atada almost immediately replied, "However, those geniuses have been training for much longer than you, Master." "Then let's continue training." Upon hearing this, A flash of battle intent crossed Bai Ye's eyes. Although Atada was unaware of his life gene level as a trump card, he still had some understanding of Bai Ye's level of law comprehension. Nevertheless, he unhesitatingly stated that there are geniuses stronger than him at the same realm in the universe. With the help of the explosive fire dragon clone to comprehend the fire law, Bai Ye made astonishing progress in just 2 months. The domain of fire, the essence of the fire law, had reached an impressive 1,000 meters. The speed of progress was indeed remarkable, and he could maintain this pace until he encountered a true bottleneck. His next goal would be to thoroughly master the first move of the fierce sunblade technique. However, the difficulty of this technique was indeed high. Even with Bai Ye's talent, after 2 months of constant practice, he still had a bit of a gap before fully mastering the first move of the blade technique. Time flew by, and soon another week had passed. Boom, boom, boom. In the combat space of the virtual training arena, Bai Ye was engaged in an intense battle. In fact, the number of virtual beings in front of him had increased to 15, all of whom had reached the peak of law comprehension. These 15 virtual beings, when working together, were giving Bai Ye a hard time. Bai Ye swung his battle blade and fought fiercely against these 15 virtual beings. The blade glowed with flames, seemingly containing the most terrifying fire in the world, and as he swung it, it felt as though he was about to burn the heavens and the earth, accompanied by endless flows of the fire law. At this moment, facing these 15 peak law virtual beings, Bai Ye could not rely solely on the fierce sunblade technique, as he had done when he easily passed the hell-level difficulty before. Sometimes, he even found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining some injuries. However, as the battle grew more intense, Bai Ye became even more excited, the light in his eyes shining brighter. Almost there, just a little bit more, Bai Ye shouted inwardly, swinging his battle blade repeatedly to fend off the attacks of the virtual beings while constantly counterattacking at the right moments. Boom! Suddenly, at a certain moment, the slight sense of discord in Bai Ye's blade technique vanished, appearing extremely perfect, and the law fluctuations attached to the blade surged dramatically. Bang! 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 15 consecutive sounds erupted as the 15 peak law virtual beings were instantly sent flying, their momentum dropping sharply. Immediately afterward, Bai Ye followed up and swung his battle blade again. The power of this strike was even greater than the last, and the 15 peak law virtual beings, using all their strength to defend, still turned to ashes under this blow, disappearing without a trace. Ha ha! I have finally succeeded in mastering the first move of the fierce sun blade technique. In the training space, Bai Ye stood on a simulated desert area, laughing heartily, his face full of joy and excitement. Mastering the first move of the fierce sun blade technique meant he was nearly invincible in the realm of laws. In fact, the power of this strike did not disappoint. The 15 peak law powerhouses had no resistance whatsoever, all being killed in one blow. Moreover, Bai Ye could feel that as long as the opponent's strength did not exceed the realm of laws and reach the Star Master level, even if they were numerous, they would still be easily defeated by this strike. From the time Bai Ye chose to practice the fierce sunblade technique until now, more than 2 months had passed, and it was only today that he completely mastered this first move. This was thanks to his explosive fire dragon clone continuously comprehending the fire law, while his main body practiced this blade technique without interruption, leading to today's results. I wonder what my strength would be like facing abyss-level difficulty now, Bai Ye thought, recalling that he had previously tried the abyss-level difficulty, where the trial opponents had reached the Star Master level. After battle, he found that his law comprehension at that time was simply not a match. Now that he had successfully mastered the fierce sunblade technique and made breakthroughs in the application and comprehension of the law, his strength had skyrocketed. So perhaps he could give it a try. However, Bai Ye did not immediately choose to undertake the abyss-level trial. He wanted to further validate his current strength first. Bai Ye directly summoned 30 peak law virtual beings. Whoosh! Bai Ye swung his battle blade, and with one strike he instantly covered all 30 peak law virtual beings. Even though the 30 virtual beings used all their strength to defend, it was still futile. They were all killed in an instant without any resistance. This time was a true instant kill, With one strike, the 30 virtual beings couldn't even withstand a second and were all annihilated. As expected of a move that claims to render one invincible in the realm of laws, Bai Ye's smile grew even brighter. To learn such a technique, every move required extremely profound law comprehension to support it. These techniques merely utilized one's laws thoroughly and underwent subtle transformations to greatly increase their power, elevating their attack strength by one or even several levels. Master, you can now be considered invincible in the realm of laws, as long as the opponent does not possess star master level strength. Even another invincible being in the realm of laws can at most only maintain a non-defeated state against you. Atada felt shocked, realizing that his master had mastered the first move of the fierce sun blade technique at an astonishing speed, achieving this law-invincible technique in just over 2 months. It should be noted that previously, his master had shown a considerable gap in law comprehension before mastering this blade technique. Yet he had completely mastered it in such a short time. This level of comprehension was simply terrifying. Even with the explosive Fire Dragon clone, this speed of understanding was highly abnormal, far surpassing the innate talent of the explosive Fire Dragon itself. Chapter 77: Martian Civilization in Outer Space Above Earth. A spaceship several hundred meters long was quietly floating, seemingly using some form of cloaking technology. Even as a reconnaissance satellite passed in front of it, it remained completely undetected, as if there were nothing in front. Inside the command room of this spaceship sat a young man, who lightly waved his hand. Atada, set off, destination Mars. The young man on the spaceship was Bai Ye, and this spaceship was F3. The spaceship instantly accelerated, easily breaking free from Earth's gravity and rapidly headed towards Mars. Bai Ye had fully mastered the first form of the sun blade technique, achieving an invincible state within the law realm. His next cultivation plan was to master the second form of the sun blade technique to possess the strength to slay initial stage star masters, or to choose to directly break through to the star master level. Atada suggested that Bai Ye not rush to break through to the star master level, but to first try cultivating the second form of the sun blade technique, and then attempt to break through afterward. Bai Ye was inclined towards this idea. However, mastering the second form of the sun blade technique would not be something that could be achieved in a short amount of time. The first form had already taken Bai Ye over 2 months, and the second form would take even longer. Hence, Bai Ye temporarily ended his cultivation, spending 2 days with his family and girlfriend, and now he planned to go to Mars to check on the anomalies he had previously discovered. The spaceship traveled at high speed and soon reached the outer space of Mars. There had once been speculation about the existence of extraterrestrial life. Even guesses that there were aliens on Mars, or that Earth's ancestors had traveled to Mars, or that Martians had visited Earth, and memes about Martians circulated online. However, all of this was merely speculation. Until last time, when Bai Ye traveled to Doka Star and passed by Mars, he inadvertently caught sight of a scene. He discovered that in a massive canyon on Mars, there were large numbers of dilapidated buildings, with obvious signs of intelligent life activity. When he saw this scene, it caused a tremendous shock in his heart, but since his purpose for going to Doka Star was more important, he did not stop to investigate, merely recording it quietly in his mind. Today, he was going to check on the situation on Mars and see what secrets it was hiding. The spaceship quickly flew around Mars a few times, scanning the surface for a general overview, and then headed towards the large canyon discovered by Bai Ye for landing. The surface of Mars was covered with vast sand dunes and large rocks, its surface a reddish hue, with traces of riverbeds that had long since dried up, making it difficult to find flowing water sources. The entire planet's environment gave a very dry feeling, and massive storms often occurred, making it hard to believe that life could exist. Before long, the spaceship arrived at the location of the canyon, hovering above it. Bai Ye looked at the images scanned by the spaceship and saw that there were indeed many man-made structures within this vast canyon. Although these buildings had been worn down by time and eroded by wind and sand, now appearing in ruins. From the faint remnants, it seemed that these structures had an ancient architectural style similar to that of Earth, but they appeared even larger than ancient buildings on Earth, and some looked extremely advanced, with traces of various technologies. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye decided to personally investigate. So he ordered the spaceship to carve out a complete platform within the canyon to serve as a landing pad. In an instant, several holes opened at the bottom of the spaceship, and beams of laser shot out, cutting a section of ground hundreds of meters below, even cutting a circle downward. However, just as the spaceship was about to slowly land on the cut area, the ground there suddenly caved in, revealing a massive hollow, which from above looked like a giant pit, and there seemed to be some peculiar structures inside the pit. This time, Bai Ye did not let the spaceship land on the ground. Instead, he had it hover in midair, and he flew out of the spaceship directly. With his current strength, adapting to an environment like Mars was naturally effortless. Bai Ye entered the hollow and was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. What lay in front of him was an incredibly vast space, seemingly endless, filled with many peculiar buildings, resembling an underground world. Bai Ye's spiritual power instantly spread out, and through the cultivation of the eternal heavenly scripture and the enhancement from the mysterious gray airflow, his soul strength far exceeded that of other practitioners at the same level, giving him immense spiritual power. However, even after extending his spiritual power over 10,000 kilometers, he still did not reach the edge of this space. About a minute later, the instruments indicated that the approximate size of this space exceeded 100 million square kilometers, and this did not even include some areas that could not be scanned. This undoubtedly shocked Bai Ye deeply. Constructing an underground world exceeding 100 million square kilometers beneath the surface was unimaginable without the use of extraordinary technology or the efforts of many extremely powerful practitioners to accomplish such a monumental project. Even with Bai Ye's current strength, it would be difficult to achieve. Perhaps he could destroy it, as his strength could easily do that over 100 million square kilometers, even without taking too long, but to build it was simply impossible. In this vast space, Bai Ye looked around and not only discovered many peculiar buildings, but also many partially weathered skeletons, many of which were humanoid, but more were giant beasts. And those humanoid beings seemed to be serving these giant beasts. Could this be the legendary Martians? And this place was where Martians lived? However, it was unclear what had caused the Martian life in this civilized area to suddenly die, leading to the collapse of this civilization. Bai Ye speculated that it might have been due to some kind of war or a battle of powerful beings, encountering some formidable enemy that completely destroyed this civilization. Bai Ye leaned towards the second possibility, as there were no obvious signs of war damage. Rather, some seemed like remnants of a powerful battle. Additionally, the skeletons left behind by the Martian beings were extremely intact, as if they had died in an instant, with some not even having time to react, staying in the buildings and dying instantly. Moreover, Bai Ye found that the architectural style and design underground were strikingly similar to those on the surface, with many totem-like structures and numerous altars, as if they were dedicated to some worship. Many buildings also featured patterns of giant beasts. Atata. Scan and check these giant beast patterns to see if we can identify what kind of giant beast they are. Yes, master. The intelligent light brain flashed, instantly scanning and restoring the most likely appearance of the pattern and retrieving the answer. Master, this is actually the Void Ripper beast. This is incredible. How could there be traces of the Void Ripper beast here? Is there a connection between this place and the Void Ripper beast? Atada exclaimed excitedly, with a hint of excitement on its virtual face. What is the Void Ripper beast? Bai Ye asked in confusion, wondering what kind of creature could excite Atada so much. Chapter 78. The Incredible Rift Beast. This Rift Beast surprised you so much. Bai Ye said calmly, ever since he learned that there existed explosive fire dragons in this universe, creatures that could naturally grow to the level of realm masters, he had also researched some of the naturally born realm master level beings in the universe. However, he had never come across the name Rift Beast and had never heard any reputation associated with it. Perhaps it was because he had not fully explored all the naturally born realm master level beings. But even if the Rift Beast was indeed a naturally born realm master level life form, it shouldn't have surprised Atada so much. After all, he had already birthed a clone of the explosive fire dragon, which also counted as having seen the world. Surprise, of course, was warranted. Earth was located in an extremely remote corner of the universe, with no low-level civilized planets within thousands of light years. All the life planets were wild and primitive, making this a very backward place. To discover anything related to the Rift Beast in such a civilization was simply unbelievable. Atada did not hesitate to express his thoughts, but when it came to the Rift Beast, he still showed a hint of shock. It was also normal that the Master had not heard of the Rift Beast, as it was extremely rare in the universe. It had great fame among the powerful circles, but low-level cultivators found it difficult to access such information. It was entirely understandable that the Master had not learned about the Rift Beast among the naturally born realm Master-level beings. For the Rift Beast was not a naturally born realm Master-level life form at all. Not a naturally born realm Master-level life form? Bai Ye was even more confused upon hearing this. If it wasn't a naturally born realm Master, then there was even less to be surprised about. Seeing Bai Ye's expression, Atada realized that his Master underestimated the Rift Beast and couldn't help but explain. The Rift Beast belonged to a special category of cosmic life, with an extremely high natural life level and an incredible innate talent for spatial laws. Once it grows up, it can naturally master the four profound concepts of spatial laws: spatial domains, spatial teleportation, spatial collapse, and spatial freezing. In other words, the Rift Beast, once it matures, can completely master a series of spatial laws and achieve immortality as a divine being, making it a naturally born immortal divine-level life form. This shows just how incredible the Rift Beast is. The explosive fire dragon is hardly comparable. What? There actually exists a naturally born immortal divine-level life form. Bai Ye was completely stunned. An eternal and immortal deity. There exists a life form in the universe that can achieve this naturally. How unbelievable is that? Doesn't this mean that if someone can cultivate a clone of the Rift Beast, they will inevitably achieve immortal divinity in the future? After the initial shock, Bai Ye's heart stirred as he thought of his own world tree clone. Such a powerful life form naturally excited Bai Ye. Of course, such beings exist. Although life forms with such a high level of existence are extremely rare in the universe is vast, and miracles are bound to happen. As for cultivating clones, theoretically, is indeed possible. However, the life gene level of the Rift Beast itself is extremely high, and there are very few life forms in the entire universe with a higher life gene level than a Rift Beast, let alone the ability to cultivate clones. That is almost impossible. Atada shook his head and said. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's heart became even more passionate. What Atada said was merely what he understood, but Bai Ye knew that his world tree clone was extremely special. Not only was it the first world tree born in the universe, but it had also been specially modified by the mysterious small tower, allowing it to have a quota for cultivating clones at every realm breakthrough. And there seemed to be no restrictions. Therefore, the world tree clone has a great possibility of successfully cultivating a clone of the Rift Beast. But Bai Ye would not explain this to Atada. Moreover, Bai Ye was currently at the Law Realm and had the opportunity to cultivate clones twice. He had used one opportunity to cultivate the explosive Fire Dragon clone, leaving him with one more chance to cultivate the Rift Beast. If he could cultivate a clone of the Rift Beast, he would have the opportunity to quickly master a new law, specifically the spatial law. More importantly, he would inevitably fully master the four profound concepts of spatial laws and achieve immortal divinity. But for now, these were just beautiful assumptions. Even if he had the opportunity to cultivate clones, if he couldn't obtain the Rift Beast's biological tissue, that is, its life gene, it would be futile. Thinking of this, Bai Ye's heart burned even more, and he accelerated his flight speed, quickly searching for any remnants of the Rift Beast's biological tissue that he might find. Bai Ye flew through the air, scanning every inch of land with his mental power, not missing any corners, and searching very meticulously. Places with signs of battle became Bai Ye's primary focus, and he discovered many remnants of unknown creatures in these areas. Most of them were some uncorrupted hair, bones, scales, and some dried blood. But after Atada's inspection, it was found that these unknown biological tissues were not left behind by the Rift Beast. Even through on-site calculations and analysis to restore the battle scene, the conclusion was that these battle traces were not caused by the Rift Beast at all. As time passed, Bai Ye's search area widened while the unsearched area shrank, yet he still found nothing. Bai Ye looked towards the areas yet to be searched, a glimmer of disappointment appearing in his eyes. Over 100 million square kilometers sounds vast, but with his current speed and mental power, It did not take long to search thoroughly. At this point, there was very little left to search, yet there were still no discoveries. Could it be that there had never been a rift beast here? But according to the information collected by Atada, this possibility seemed unlikely. Atada analyzed the information gathered from the search, concluding that there must have once existed an extremely powerful rift beast here, which had held a dominant position, with the life forms of Martian civilization worshipping it. Thus, it could almost be confirmed that a rift beast had once lived here. Did the rift beast leave on its own? Bai Ye suppressed his doubts and disappointment and continued to fly forward. As long as he had not completed the search, there was still hope. About 10 minutes later, Bai Ye's mental power suddenly sensed that not far ahead, there seemed to be a huge altar, and there was a faint pressure emanating from it. However, this pressure appeared to be suppressed by some force. If it weren't for the close-range mental scan, he wouldn't have sensed it at all. Bai Ye instantly flew toward the location of the altar, sensed by his mental power, arriving before it in an instant. The altar was enormous, covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters, standing over 100 meters tall, with countless steps extending from the ground to the top of the altar. On either side of the altar, stone pillars rose up, adorned with numerous carvings and inscriptions, embedded with large cosmic source crystals. However, now all these cosmic source crystals had dimmed and lost any energy, and the materials used to construct this altar were extraordinary, seeming to be made of some peculiar metallic substance, or some precious, or extremely hard. Bai Ye drew his battle knife and lightly swung it. Although it wasn't infused with any laws, this strike was enough to split mountains and easily sever a peak. However, even such a strike could only leave a shallow mark on the altar. Chapter 79. The Birth of the Rift Beast Avatar. Bai Ye quickly flew over the stairs and arrived above the altar. A giant beast came into his view, its body extremely massive, standing over 100 meters tall and stretching 1,000 meters long. Its limbs were robust, with a single horn on its head, eyes of crimson gold, and its entire body covered in silvery white fur, beneath which seemed to lie a layer of scales. At that moment, the giant beast lay quietly on the altar, unmoving. A golden spear pierced through its head, indicating that this giant beast had long been dead, devoid of any life force. Instead, the corpse left behind exuded a violent aura, along with a faint instinctual pressure. This was the rift beast which had been nailed to the ground here. Atada couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Atada scanned and collected data on the rift beast. Upon discovering the rift beast's true identity, Bai Ye felt a surge of joy. After confirming the rift beast was dead, Bai Ye approached to examine the corpse closely and instructed Atada to conduct a data scan. Master, this should be a rift beast on the verge of full maturity, at the peak of the Realm Lord level, having almost fully mastered the 4 great mysteries of the spatial laws. Originally, this rift beast was supposed to be the ruler here, enslaving the Martian civilization to serve it. However, for some unknown reason, a spear appeared from nowhere, piercing through the Martian surface and striking the rift beast before it could react. In that moment of penetration, the rift beast was killed by the power contained within the spear, nailed to the altar. At the moment of its death, all the Martian life forms it had enslaved perished as well, Atada analyzed after scanning. Then, Atada excitedly continued, a precious rift beast corpse was left here, untouched by anyone. Master, you're going to make a fortune. The value of a peak realm, lord-level rift beast corpse is unimaginable. Bai Ye was also thrilled, but it wasn't the wealth contained in the rift beast corpse that excited him. Rather, it was his ability to cultivate a rift beast avatar from it. Bai Ye stepped forward and grasped the golden spear, exerting force to pull it out, but it didn't budge at all, leaving Bai Ye momentarily stunned. He then began to gradually increase his strength, ultimately using all his might to pull, even lifting the spear off the ground to amplify his efforts. Finally, the spear began to come out slowly and was completely extracted. The spear was a light golden color, about 1.2 meters long and extremely heavy. Bai Ye could barely lift it with all his strength. The spear's body was inscribed with numerous mysterious and complex runes, its aura subdued, making it appear quite ordinary. Neither Bai Ye nor Atada could discern the spear's quality. Yet, this spear, which could be likened to a toothpick for the rift beast, had easily killed the beast. Bai Ye gazed at the spear, deep in thought. Perhaps for others, the value of this spear far surpassed that of the Rift Beast's corpse. After carefully sensing it, Bai Ye realized that the spear was an object without an owner. He felt no mental imprint on it. Thus, he stored it in his world ring. For him at this moment, no matter what kind of treasure the spear was, it was not as important as cultivating the Rift Beast avatar, especially since he couldn't use the spear right now. Bai Ye then stored the Rift Beast's corpse in the world ring before soaring into the air again, flying toward areas he had yet to search. An hour later, Bai Ye stopped. He had thoroughly explored the Martian ruins, but aside from the gains from the altar, there were no other discoveries. The items within these Martian ruins held no particularly precious treasures. They had all decayed due to the long passage of time and Mars' unique environment. Only a few remnants of value remained, but Bai Ye found them unworthy of his attention. Atada, a peak realm lord-level Rift Beast, should possess considerable wealth. Could it have left behind a spatial ring? Bai Ye pondered, his mind racing, but I didn't seem to find any spatial items earlier. Indeed, there was that possibility, but Rift Beasts, being powerful spatial beings, naturally possessed an inner world. Thus, most Rift Beasts preferred to store treasures within their inner worlds, with only a few opting to use spatial rings. Moreover, as long as a Rift Beast had not matured and achieved immortality, once it died, its inner world would shatter, and the treasures within would be swept away by spatial turbulence. Bai Ye felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. He had earlier probed the Rift Beast with his mental energy and found no spatial rings or similar storage treasures on it. Since this Rift Beast was merely at the peak realm lord level, its inner world must have shattered. However, Bai Ye didn't dwell on it too much. He had already obtained the greatest treasure, which was the Rift Beast's corpse. As for other wealth, it was secondary. The wealth of a realm lord was not indispensable to him. He activated the spaceship and began his return journey to Earth. When the F-3 spaceship hovered above the cloud-top villa, Bai Ye disembarked and stored it in his world ring. This trip to Mars had indeed been worthwhile, yielding immense gains. And now it was time to convert those gains into his own strength. Bai Ye once again stored Atada in the world ring, then entered the Little Tower world, arriving before the World Tree avatar. He wondered if he could cultivate a Rift Beast avatar. Looking at the World Tree avatar before him, Bai Ye's eyes were filled with anticipation. Although he believed there was a high probability of success, he couldn't be 100% certain until the Rift Beast avatar was truly cultivated. Given the high life level of the Rift Beast as a naturally immortal being, Bai Ye extended his palm, and a drop of crimson gold blood emerged from his hand. This was a drop of blood taken from the Rift Beast, containing its life genes. Buzz! The World Tree avatar trembled slightly, and a certain part of its trunk became ethereal. Then, a wave of energy enveloped the drop of crimson gold blood, drawing it into the trunk. Similar to the previous cultivation of the exploding fire dragon avatar, Bai Ye once again felt that the drop of Rift Beast blood was quietly suspended in a mysterious space within the World Tree avatar, where a peculiar process enveloped and decomposed it. This process was the World Tree avatar continuously analyzing the Rift Beast's life genes. Time slowly passed. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Boom! After more than 10 minutes, with a soft sound, the drop of Rift Beast blood completely dissipated, its life genes fully analyzed by the World Tree avatar. Subsequently, a life aura slowly emerged within that mysterious space of a life tree avatar. Success in cultivation. Bai Ye felt a surge of joy, and his tense emotions finally relaxed. Next, he would wait for the Rift Beast avatar to be fully cultivated, and then he would possess 2 avatars, with the new one being far stronger and more formidable than the exploding fire dragon avatar, a naturally immortal level life form. Chapter 80. The birth of a naturally immortal level life. The successful cultivation of the Split Void Beast's avatar requires at least half a year. Bai Ye quietly sensed that the life level of the Split Void Beast was much higher than that of the explosive fire dragon, so it also needed more time to cultivate successfully. However, Bai Ye was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time to wait, and half a year was not long. It would pass quickly. Meanwhile, abroad, there were many small black riots, but these small blacks had already been suppressed by various countries and did not cause any major chaos. Some terrorists also tried to create disorder, but they were directly eliminated by strong forces dispatched by various countries. After hearing this, Bai Ye felt relieved knowing that order was maintained in his homeland, and he then focused back on his cultivation. Time passed quickly, and soon more than half a year had gone by. Swish, 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 in the virtual universe. In a simulated training room resembling a plane, Bai Ye was engaged in an unpredictable sword technique, wielding terrifying power. However, these attacks, imbued with terrifying laws, did not cause much harm to the virtual being opposite him, which was a virtual person with the initial strength of a Star Master. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Ye and the virtual being were locked in a continuous clash, and after half an hour, both their auras had weakened, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Bai Ye could inflict some damage on the virtual being, but could not kill it, and vice versa. After forcing back the virtual being, Bai Ye chose to deactivate it and stood still, taking a deep breath. However, his flame law had made significant progress. The range of his flame domain had expanded to 4,900 meters. Perhaps soon, he would be able to break through to 5,000 meters, which corresponded to the initial comprehension of the Star Master level laws. By then, it might lead to a breakthrough in the second form of the Solar Blade technique. With this thought, a smile appeared on Bai Ye's face. After nurturing the Split Void avatar and handling some matters, he had immersed himself in intense cultivation. Aside from occasional relaxation, he spent most of his time practicing the second form of the Solar Blade technique in the virtual training room. Thanks to Bai Ye's explosive Fire Dragon avatar's rapid comprehension of the flame laws, his progress in the second form of the Solar Blade technique was incredibly fast. From initially barely sustaining 2 minutes to 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, until now, where he was evenly matched with the virtual being, such progress was indeed significant. However, Bai Ye was still not satisfied. He needed not just to contend with the initial level of the Star Master, but to completely master the second form of the Solar Blade technique and possess the power to kill an initial level Star Master. That was his current goal. Calculating the time, the Split Void Beast's avatar should be close to being born. Bai Ye thought to himself, which was also the reason he stopped fighting. Then, he exited the virtual world and entered the Tower world, arriving before the World Tree avatar. The Split Void Beast's avatar was finally about to be successfully cultivated. Bai Ye looked at the World Tree avatar before him, filled with anticipation. It had been more than half a year since he acquired the corpse of the Split Void Beast, and now, according to the signals transmitted from the World Tree avatar, this high-level life form was about to be born. Bai Ye's main body quietly sat cross-legged beside the World Tree avatar, waiting for the emergence of the Split Void Beast's avatar. 3 hours later, a certain spot on the trunk of the World Tree avatar suddenly began to blur, and then a creature the size of an adult male lion emerged, almost identical to the Split Void Beast Bai Ye had seen on Mars, just reduced in size by countless times. This was the Split Void Beast's avatar. Bai Ye looked at the Split Void Beast's avatar before him and carefully sensed and familiarized himself with its body through his consciousness. After thoroughly sensing the condition of this avatar, Bai Ye's face broke into a broad smile. The Split Void Beast truly lived up to its reputation. Once it matured, it could fully comprehend the laws of space, and its talent in this regard was indeed extraordinary, almost like a favored child of the space laws, inherently close to them. Now, this Split Void Beast's avatar was only at the new star level, but could easily sense the fluctuations of the laws of space and easily comprehend them. Comprehending the laws of space was as simple as eating or drinking for it. Now, let's start increasing its strength. Bai Ye's Split Void Beast avatar directly absorbed the rich cosmic source energy within the space, and Bai Ye also took out many precious resources for it to absorb, allowing the Split Void Beast avatar to progress more rapidly. The speed at which the Split Void Beast avatar absorbed the cosmic source energy far exceeded that of the explosive Fire Dragon avatar, causing disturbances that greatly surpassed those caused by the previous explosive Fire Dragon avatar, as the life level of the Split Void Beast avatar was higher. The precious resources Bai Ye provided further accelerated the progress of the Split Void Beast avatar. New Star Level Initial Stage. New Star Level Intermediate Stage. In just 1 hour, the Split Void Beast avatar raised its strength to the peak of the Law Realm, reaching the same level as Bai Ye's main body. Its size also grew to several dozen meters. It is worth mentioning that although the split void beast has a very high life level, it is not known for its size. In the universe, there are not many beings that surpass the split void beast in life level, but there are countless beings that surpass it in size at the same level. Having reached the peak of the law realm, the perception of the laws of space became clearer. Bai Ye's split void beast avatar, sensing its current peak strength in the law realm, began to perceive the laws of space, discovering that its perception of the laws of space was much clearer than when it was at the new star level, and its comprehension speed would also be much faster. Chapter 81. Spatial Avatar. Moreover, the flame laws comprehended by the explosive fire dragon avatar have been completely synchronized with those understood by the Rift Beast. Bai Ye pondered silently in his heart, and this was also the reason why these avatars could quickly break through their realms. The Rift Beast's talent in spatial laws was indeed powerful, far surpassing that of the explosive fire dragon. However, my explosive fire dragon avatar has the advantage of the flame law inheritance site, so the comprehension of spatial laws is likely to lag behind the speed of understanding the flame laws. If only I had a spatial law inheritance ladder. The combination of the Rift Beast and the spatial law inheritance ladder would be incredibly formidable. Bai Ye fantasized in his heart. Now that there was no spatial law inheritance ladder, it was necessary to find a supplementary cultivation method for the Rift Beast. Bai Ye searched through the inheritance of the sacred fallen star lineage, which was indeed an extremely precious inheritance in the universe, containing many extensive secret texts. Soon, Bai Ye found a method suitable for both his main body and the Rift Beast avatar to use simultaneously. Spatial Avatar. Spatial Avatar is a secret technique primarily based on the two profound concepts of spatial domain and spatial teleportation. It can create numerous avatars, and the deeper the understanding of spatial laws, the more avatars can be formed. One avatar signifies the entry-level understanding, representing the successful comprehension of a trace of spatial law. 10 avatars represent the complete mastery of the first form, 100 avatars for the second form, 1,000 avatars for the third form, and 10,000 avatars for the fourth form, and so on. The image accompanying the secret text even showed a figure that transformed into millions of avatars, appearing terrifyingly boundless. 10 avatars, also known as the 10-line flow, correspond to the first form of the Sunblade technique. Successfully cultivating this is enough to be deemed invincible in the realm of laws. 100 avatars, known as the 100-line flow, correspond to the second form of the Sunblade technique, capable of killing early-stage Star Lords. Moreover, the spatial avatar can synergize with many offensive secret techniques, greatly amplifying their power. It was decided that the Rift Beast avatar would cultivate spatial avatar. Bai Ye moved his palm, and a secret text floated into his hand. The Rift Beast avatar beside him looked eager, taking the secret text and probing its consciousness into it. Boom! After organizing the information on the technique, the Rift Beast began to cultivate according to the method and found that its comprehension speed of the laws had indeed accelerated significantly. Feeling this change, Bai Ye was delighted. Although the effect was not as pronounced as that of the law inheritance site, having an acceleration effect was still something to be happy about. Now, should I leave the Rift Beast avatar in the tower world to comprehend the spatial laws directly, or should I take it outside? Bai Ye began to contemplate how to arrange the Rift Beast avatar. Ultimately, he decided to take the Rift Beast avatar outside. The Rift Beast avatar did not have the law ladder inheritance like the explosive fire dragon avatar. If the Rift Beast avatar stayed in the tower world, it could only comprehend the spatial laws alone, as it could not log into the virtual universe in this tower world. However, if it went outside, although this avatar was a Rift Beast, it would still be judged as a human in the virtual universe, allowing it to log into the virtual universe. The virtual universe's training ground could create numerous opponents to help the Rift Beast avatar comprehend spatial laws more quickly. After exiting the tower world, Bai Ye arrived at an uninhabited sea area on Earth, releasing the Rift Beast avatar and providing it with a set of virtual universe login equipment, allowing it to hide in the deep sea. He did not want this avatar to be easily exposed, as he did not know what consequences it might trigger. With the Rift Beast avatar's peak realm capabilities, surviving in the deep sea posed no issue at all. A week later, Bai Ye's flame law domain successfully broke through to 5,000 meters, reaching the initial standard of the Star-Lord level. And his spatial law also successfully entered the beginner stage, successfully condensing a spatial avatar, greatly increasing his movement speed. With the mutual promotion of these two factors, Bai Ye's Sunblade technique successfully broke through to the second form, successfully defeating the virtual opponent that was on par with him in battle. He even summoned 5 virtual opponents at the early Star-Lord level, and Bai Ye could still easily kill them all. This rapid progress made Bai Ye extremely happy, further elevating his enthusiasm for cultivation. While Bai Ye was immersed in his training, various events were also occurring in the distant universe. A powerful secret realm was about to open, drawing countless geniuses and strong individuals to swarm in. On a certain planet in the Milky Way, there was already a sea of people, as a powerful secret realm was about to open on this planet called Lockstar, attracting numerous strong beings from the universe. Unexpectedly, the invincible strongman at the realm master level, known as Lophant, who claimed to be able to engage with immortal gods without defeat, actually fell here. This is simply an enormous opportunity. The invincible strongman Lophant, who once fought against immortal gods, possesses treasures far exceeding those of ordinary realms. Great opportunity. This is truly a major chance. Just acquiring a random treasure could bring us endless benefits. I heard that the reason Lophant could fight against immortal gods is not only due to his strong understanding of laws, but also because he possesses a divine artifact. It was precisely because he activated this divine artifact that Lophant could contend with immortal gods. If we are fortunate enough to obtain this divine artifact, then don't daydream. Even realm masters like us are not few here, and there may even be immortal gods lurking in the shadows. Even if they give you the divine artifact, you won't be able to keep it. A companion beside them unhesitatingly shattered her fantasy. At the same time, Bai Ye's intelligent light brain also received a message from the Cosmic Bank. Dear 6-star customer, hello. Currently, a relic secret realm has appeared on Lockstar in the Milky Way, left behind by the invincible strongman Lophant. According to the information currently available, it contains the majority of Lophant's treasures from his lifetime. The relic will officially open in 1 week. This information comes from the privilege of Bai Ye as a 6-star VIP customer, as the human race's hegemonic force, which spans the human race's territories, can promptly learn of such opportunities and treat them as one of the benefits for high-level VIP customers. When Bai Ye saw this message, he only briefly skimmed through it before continuing to immerse himself in cultivation. Such a secret realm would inevitably attract fierce competition from many strong individuals. Although his current strength could rival that of a Star-Lord, many of the strong beings drawn there would undoubtedly be above him in strength. So he did not need to take risks. He did not currently lack treasures and wealth. What was most crucial for him now was to cultivate and enhance his understanding of laws. As for the legendary divine artifact, even if it were given to Bai Ye, with his current strength, he would find it difficult to use it. If there were high-level life forms inside that secret realm, Bai Ye might have had an interest in going, but according to the possible treasure information sent by the Cosmic Bank, there were no high-level life forms. Besides the opening of these relics, there were also many grand events happening in the universe. Some were grandiose, while others took place in the shadows. For example, Chapter 82, The Sovereign of Tianyu and the Unmoving White Knight in the Tianyu Divine Nation. The most important star domain is the Tianyu star domain, located at its core. Within the Tianyu star domain, there exists an extraordinarily brilliant planet, seemingly the very heart of the entire star domain. If a super strong being were to look down from above, they would see countless star systems revolving around this planet, which appears to be the core of all things in the world, as if it is the center of the Tianyu Divine Nation, eternally unmoving. However, only those who approach this planet would discover that it is actually formed by an enormous palace. The palace is grand and magnificent, larger than several great suns, radiating boundless might, like an unparalleled treasure that eternally suppresses the endless star domains. If one were to carefully sense, they would feel that the powerful beings emanating terrifying fluctuations are shrouded in an aura of eternal immortality, a mark possessed only by immortal deities. These are indeed the legendary immortal deities. Moreover, there are hundreds of thousands, even millions of such immortal deities busying themselves within this vast palace, which is simply unbelievable. Suddenly, a terrifying wave descends, and a gigantic face formed from a power even stronger than divine power appears above the palace, exuding boundless might. This enormous face looks down upon the many immortal deities within the palace, its eyes filled only with endless indifference. Upon seeing this gigantic face, the many immortal deities above the palace show immense respect and collectively say, "We pay our respects to the sovereign of Tianyu." The gigantic face above the palace is none other than the legendary sovereign of Tianyu, the supreme ruler of the Tianyu divine nation, a being said to transcend even the immortal deities. The palace below is his ruling palace. The massive face, condensed by the vast divine power of the sovereign of Tianyu, gazes down at the numerous immortal deities below and speaks with a grand divine voice. The Tianyu secret realm will absorb 1,000,000 rule realm geniuses from the major star domains of the Tianyu divine nation. This must be completed within a year. You are to go to the various star systems for selection. Hearing this, the many immortal deities below are momentarily stunned, but quickly react, not daring to delay, and collectively say, "We will obey the sovereign of Tianyu's command." Immediately, the gigantic face above dissipates, completely vanishing, and the surrounding void returns to calm, as if everything that just happened was merely an illusion. However, just by observing the reactions of the immortal deities below, one can tell that what just transpired was indeed real. At this moment, the immortal deities cannot help but begin to discuss. The Tianyu secret realm is going to absorb new geniuses again. The Tianyu secret realm was personally opened by the sovereign and provided with resources specifically for cultivating geniuses. Currently, there should be around 10,000 geniuses inside. In the past, even obtaining a single spot in the Tianyu secret realm was difficult. Now, it is going to absorb a full 1,000,000 geniuses. The resources used in the Tianyu secret realm for cultivating geniuses are extremely precious, and there are even immortal deities to teach, with the possibility of receiving personal guidance from the sovereign of Tianyu. Thus, it is easy to imagine how precious the cultivation spots in the Tianyu secret realm are. Over the past 10,000 years, the Tianyu secret realm has accumulated only about 100,000 geniuses, averaging around 10 spots a year, and currently, there are still about 10,000 geniuses undergoing training in the Tianyu secret realm. Now, however, the sovereign of Tianyu has ordered that 1,000,000 geniuses be absorbed within a year, a number that is more than 100 times the current number of geniuses in the Tianyu secret realm, leaving these immortal powerhouses with a hint of confusion. Perhaps there will be a significant event happening within the clan soon. One of the immortal deities seems to have thought of something and speaks with a hint of implication. Within less than an hour, the news that the Tianyu secret realm, opened by the sovereign of Tianyu, will absorb 1,000,000 rule realm geniuses within the Tianyu divine nation has spread throughout the entire Tianyu divine nation, causing an unprecedented stir across the endless star domains and countless star systems. At almost the same time, throughout the Tianyu divine nation, except for the four major dominant forces, the Virtual Wormhole Company, the Cosmic Bank, the Cosmic War Department, and the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, all other major forces have released news about absorbing rule realm geniuses. While the number of geniuses they absorb may not be as many as the Tianyu secret realm, and their appeal may not be as great, it is still an incredibly rare opportunity, creating quite a commotion. The Tianyu secret realm is actually going to absorb an unprecedented 1,000,000 rule realm geniuses. One opportunity one have encountered. This chance is undoubtedly a significant opportunity, and I must seize it. In the past, they only absorbed hundreds or thousands. I had no chance at all, and even competing for 10,000 spots was beyond me against those monstrous geniuses. But now, with the full 1,000,000 being absorbed, I have a real chance. Many other major forces are also absorbing geniuses. Perhaps I won't be selected in the Tianyu secret realm, but these major forces are also good options. This is a feast, a banquet belonging to our Tianyu divine nation. Let everyone start celebrating. Hurry, sign up quickly, or if you miss it, you will regret it for a lifetime. That's right. Who knows when such an opportunity will come again? At this moment, the entire Tianyu divine nation's endless star domains are in complete uproar. with countless people cheering and celebrating, especially the rule realm geniuses who understand that significant events may soon unfold. Perhaps a grand banquet, a cosmic-level feast for geniuses, awaits them. Meanwhile, the intelligent light brain, Atada, of White Knight also received the message. As a former member of the Holy Fallen Star lineage and an intelligent life form that has survived for over 10 million years, Atada immediately thought of something upon receiving the message and hurriedly called White Knight out of his cultivation. Atada, you call me out of my cultivation. Is there something urgent happening? White Knight looked at Atada with confusion, knowing that Atada would not disturb him unless something significant was at stake. Master, just now the ruler of the Tianyu Divine Nation, the sovereign of Tianyu, conveyed a command that the Tianyu Secret Realm will recruit 1 million rule realm geniuses. Similar commands have also been issued among many major forces, Atada said excitedly. Perhaps you can sign up for the genius election in the Tianyu Divine Nation's Tianyu Secret Realm. With your talent, you will surely pass the assessment and enter the Tianyu Secret Realm. What is the Tianyu Secret Realm? White Knight asked in confusion. He naturally knows about the sovereign of Tianyu, the ruler of the Tianyu Divine Nation, but he is not familiar with the Tianyu Secret Realm. However, it is presumed that a place named after a cosmic sovereign must be extraordinary. The Tianyu Secret Realm is opened by the sovereign of Tianyu, specifically for cultivating geniuses. There are many immortal deities to teach, and even the sovereign of Tianyu is said to occasionally provide guidance. Atada explains everything he knows about the Tianyu Secret Realm. Chapter 83. Registration. Atada, you mentioned that the Lord of Tianyu and these major forces suddenly want to recruit a large number of talented individuals in the rule realm. What could their purpose be? After listening to Atada's account, Bai Ye asked thoughtfully, perhaps a cosmic feast is about to begin? Atada speculated. A cosmic feast? Bai Ye was even more puzzled. The peak talent battle, a feast for the cosmic geniuses. The human territory in the universe is vast and boundless, with 86 cosmic kingdoms, each containing numerous powerful forces. However, the influence of these powerful forces is often limited to a particular cosmic kingdom. Even powerful cosmic rulers find it difficult to influence other cosmic kingdoms. So no matter how strong these forces are, their influence and resources are limited. But the four dominant forces, like the virtual wormhole company, are different. They are spread throughout the human territory, leading the development of humanity. Even the 86 cosmic kingdoms fall under their jurisdiction, making their influence and resources virtually limitless. They are the true rulers of the human race. The peak talent battle is one way for these four dominant forces to select talents. Any genius who passes the selection can join these powerful forces and gain access to their resources for cultivation. So every peak talent selection is a grand feast for cosmic geniuses. However, the hosting organization and timing of the peak talent battle are not fixed. They are decided by the senior management of the four dominant forces, typically rotating between them every 12,000 to 20,000 years, with varying realms for the talent selected. The recent commotion among the major forces, frantically recruiting talents, likely indicates that news of the upcoming peak talent battle has emerged, specifically targeting rule realm geniuses. Atada explained in detail. After listening, Bai Ye's eyes lit up. The four dominant forces of humanity, with which he had the most contact, were the virtual wormhole company and the cosmic bank. Both companies infiltrated various aspects of cosmic civilization, and Bai Ye understood their terrifying power. If he could join such a dominant force, it would undoubtedly accelerate his growth. Bai Ye couldn't help but ask, Atada, how do you think my current strength measures up? If I participate in the peak talent battle, do I have a chance to pass the selection? The human territory is vast, and countless geniuses can be born within it. The master can easily eliminate 5 initial-level Star Masters with his strength at the rule realm, which is enough to rival mid-level Star Masters. In the entire Tianyu Cosmic Kingdom, the master is considered an unparalleled genius, easily passing the Tianyu Secret Realm selection assessment. However, strength comparable to mid-level Star Masters is not remarkable within the vast human territory. With such a huge expanse, there are always extremely extraordinary existences. Some rule realm geniuses possess strength sufficient to eliminate late-stage Star Masters or even peak Star Masters. And there have been instances of monstrous geniuses capable of contending with galaxy-level beings. Strength comparable to mid-level star masters would find it difficult to rank in the top 10 even within a single cosmic kingdom. And the average quota for the peak talent battle historically has been less than 1 per cosmic kingdom. Competing against galaxy-level beings with rule realm strength? Not even 1 quota per cosmic kingdom? Bai Ye felt shock in his heart after hearing this. However, Bai Ye was not discouraged. Perhaps his current strength is still insufficient to compare with the top-tier monstrous geniuses, making it hard to pass the peak talent selection. But he has 2 avatars, allowing him to progress rapidly every day, especially his explosive Fire Dragon avatar, which, with the help of the Fire Law Inheritance Ladder, has an incredibly terrifying rate of comprehension of the Fire Law, even surpassing the comprehension speed of the Rift Beast avatar regarding spatial laws. If the Master wants to participate in the peak talent battle, perhaps he can register for the Tianyu Secret Realm selection first. As long as he joins the Tianyu Secret Realm and has access to its resources for cultivation with the Master's talent, he will undoubtedly accelerate his progress, Atada suggested. Atata, do you think there will be any restrictions or obligations if I join these major forces? Bai Ye did not agree immediately, but instead asked. Other forces might be hard to say, but joining the Tianyu Secret Realm won't have too many restrictions and doesn't require fulfilling significant obligations. Although there's no free lunch in the world, even the number of immortal deities in the Tianyu Cosmic Kingdom is extremely large. And there's no need for rule realm individuals to do much, Atada replied. Atata, how long do you think it will be before the selection for the peak talent battle begins? How much time do I have to prepare? Bai Ye asked again. Atada hesitated for a moment and then speculated. Perhaps there are still a few years left, because these forces that are recruiting talents in advance will need some time to cultivate them. 2 to 3 years should be sufficient. After all, if the time is too short, the cultivation effect will be minimal and not very meaningful. Moreover, once the peak talent battle starts, even the initial selection will take a considerable amount of time. Okay, so I might still have a few years to prepare. Perhaps we can go watch the Tianyu Secret Realm's talent selection and see what kinds of monstrous geniuses appear, Bai Ye said thoughtfully. Ultimately, he still did not agree to register for the Tianyu Secret Realm talent selection. He had his own considerations. Although Atada knew his talent was outstanding and his comprehension was remarkable, he did not fully understand his true circumstances, and many secrets were unknown to Atada. This is why Atada suggested he participate in the Tianyu Secret Realm talent selection. However, Bai Ye had a premonition that the cultivation provided by the Tianyu Secret Realm might not be as beneficial to him as it seems. Silently cultivating might be a better choice. But aside from his cultivation, watching the talented individuals participating in the Tianyu Secret Realm assessment was also a good option. It would allow him to understand the level of these talents to a certain extent, compare his current strength within the Tianyu Cosmic Kingdom, and gain a general understanding of the situation, providing him with a clearer self-awareness. After all, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. Chapter 84. 32 trillion. If Bai Ye currently has any powerful enemies, has offended any strong forces, or if Earth is facing any major crisis, perhaps he would urgently want to join those great powers and choose to register for the selection of the Tianyu Secret Realm to find a powerful backing and achieve his goal of rising to the top in one step. However, none of these premises exist now, so Bai Ye only plans to go and observe the selection of these talents and does not intend to participate in the assessment. His current goal is to reach a greater peak in a few years. As long as he is given enough time, he believes he can climb up. As for if Atada guessed wrong and the peak talent battle selection does not open in a few years then, Bai Ye shook his head, shaking off this somewhat terrifying thought from his mind. Even if this speculation were true, with his current talent and foundation, he believes he will not remain in obscurity. Back in the ancient castle of the virtual universe, the family was all here. Ever since they got in touch with the virtual universe, they often stayed in the virtual universe, and their time spent on cultivation has decreased. Brother, you've been getting busier with your cultivation lately. We often don't see you for a long time, Bai Xiaoyao said, unable to help but pout when she saw Bai Ye appear. You think your brother is like you, just playing all day? Your brother is busy cultivating to become stronger. He bears significant responsibilities. Zhao Ting couldn't help but reprimand. Xiao Yao was just curious because she had just come into contact with a new thing of the virtual universe and saw various different cosmic cultures. She was in her lively and active age, so it's normal for her to be a bit playful. Bai Ye was helping his sister by speaking up for her to prevent her from being scolded by their mom. Even though he had been immersed in a virtual training room recently, his smart holographic brain was monitoring various situations in the outside world. He knew that Bai Xiao Yao had recently been lazy in her training and had been scolded by their mom several times. Then Bai Ye said to Bai Xiao Yao, "You too, it's fine to play, but you still need to pay attention to your cultivation. You are a rare mentalist, and your talent is not low. You can't be lazy and waste your gifts." Exactly, my brother is right. I was just joking earlier. I only slacked off a little bit before. With Bai Ye backing her up, Bai Xiao Yao's confidence returned, and she launched a counterattack. However, she also knew who her real support was. So she immediately assured Bai Ye, "I promise to complete my tasks. I will definitely work hard on my cultivation and won't slack off." "Good. Knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them makes you a good child." Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction. "Just indulge her," Zhao Ting said helplessly. Then turned to Bai Xiao Yao. "Today, with your brother backing you up, I'll teach you a lesson next time." Bai Xiao Yao made a funny face at Zhao Ting. "Xiao Yao, I heard that some big powers are selecting talents for training, so they're holding a talent selection assessment. The news has spread throughout the virtual universe. Did you register?" Zhao Ting recalled something that had caused a stir in the virtual universe today. This was the first time she had seen people in the virtual universe so excited. Yes. Brother, you're so amazing. Did you register to participate? If you did, you would definitely be selected." Bai Xiao Yao excitedly asked from the side. Even Bai Guohua, who was watching a movie from an unknown civilization, cast a glance over. Bai Ye shook his head and said, "I didn't register for any selection. I'm still focused on cultivating and improving my strength." Zhao Ting nodded lightly. She had just asked casually. They only knew that their son was the strongest on Earth, but they weren't too clear about how strong he actually was. It was not surprising that Bai Ye didn't register, and since it was his decision, she naturally wouldn't argue against it. She would only choose to respect her son's decision. Bai Ye checked the competition rules for the talent selections of various powers, focusing particularly on the assessment competition of the Tianyu Secret Realm. As the top batch of talents from the Tianyu Cosmic Divine Kingdom would surely register for the assessment of the Tianyu Secret Realm, Bai Ye opened the current selection assessment rules for the Tianyu Secret Realm. The competition rules were simple and clear, yet extremely effective. Then Bai Ye checked the number of registrations for the Tianyu Secret Realm assessment and found that the total number of registrants from the entire Tianyu Cosmic Divine Kingdom had reached an astonishing 32 trillion. This was still because the qualification screening had already eliminated most people, as the vast majority of those at the Law Realm level would only be comparable to 1 or 2 ordinary difficulty virtual beings of the same realm. To meet the requirement of independently killing 5 virtual beings to qualify, there might not even be 1 out of 100. So if it weren't for this registration condition, the current number of registrants would undoubtedly be shocking, perhaps an unbelievable figure, easily surpassing 200 trillion. Such a massive number left Bai Ye and others deeply shocked. It's hard to imagine how many strong people there are in the entire Tianyu Cosmic Divine Kingdom. How many lives are there? And this is only within the Tianyu Cosmic Divine Kingdom. What if we consider the entire human territory? It should be noted that the Tianyu Cosmic Divine Kingdom is just one of the 10,086 Cosmic Divine Kingdoms within the human territory. Then Bai Ye checked the number of registrations within the Milky Way, which had also reached a staggering 300 million. Chapter 85. Genius in the Blue Universe Medium Civilization Cosmic Nation. The Milky Way is just an ordinary galaxy with a total of 52.3 billion people registering for the competition. The registration lasted for 3 days, and by the end of the 3rd day, the number of registrants had slightly increased compared to the first day. Today marks the 4th day since the registration began, and is also the day of the assessment selection competition. In the Blue Universe Medium Civilization Cosmic Nations Assessment, all participants logged into the same virtual world. The over 5 billion participants were evenly distributed across 1,000 giant islands. Each participant started with 100 initial points, and by killing another participant, they could obtain 50 of that person's points. The kill participant would randomly respawn on the island, with a total of 3 respawn opportunities. If a participant was killed more than 3 times, they would be eliminated, and their remaining points would be counted as their final score. These 1,000 giant islands would exist independently for 7 days, during which participants could not enter other islands. In this short span of 7 days, these tens of millions of people would fight each other on the islands to gain as many points as possible. If a participant's score did not reach 100,000 after 7 days, they would also be eliminated. After 7 days, the 1,000 giant islands would merge into a giant continent, where participants from different islands could fight each other. This giant continent would last for 10 days, after which the competition would end, and the top 10,000 participants based on points would be selected. Soon, the 7 days passed, and during this brief period, countless geniuses were eliminated, while many stronger geniuses emerged and made their names known in the universe. Among them, Bai Ye paid special attention to a young man from island number 92, named Otto, who hailed from the Leia galaxy. Before the competition, he was already a highly renowned genius, known as the King of Victories in the virtual martial arts arena, with a record of 36,921 battles without a single defeat. Due to his impressive achievements, when he appeared on island number 92, he was besieged by many strong opponents. However, he consistently showcased astonishing strength, defeating all his attackers, and ultimately struck fear into the hearts of the participants on island number 92, causing them to flee at the sight of him. Based on Bai Ye's observations, this young man, named Otto from the Leia galaxy, was at least at the mid-level of Star Master strength, and there was a high possibility that he would be the first place in this assessment of the Blue Universe medium civilization, Cosmic Nation. On other islands, there was nothing particularly noteworthy for Bai Ye, as the strongest participants there only barely reached the initial level of Star Master strength, and their numbers were few. Among the many participants from the Milky Way, only one girl caught Bai Ye's attention. This girl had at least reached the invincible level of the Law Realm, making her the strongest among the more than 300 million participants in the Milky Way. She could at least rank in the top 10 in the entire assessment of the Blue Universe medium civilization Cosmic Nation, and she had a pair of pure white wings. Upon checking her information, Bai Ye found out that she belonged to the White Feather clan. After 7 days, the 1,000 giant islands officially merged into a giant continent. At this point, there were still hundreds of millions of participants on this continent, and the fighting became even more brutal, leaving no room for hiding. One reason was that hiding made it difficult to earn points, and the second was that the giant continent would gradually shrink towards the center over time. Those outside the shrinking circle for too long would lose points and could even be directly eliminated. It could be said that the fighting over these 10 days was extremely brutal. Every genius who passed the selection would be considered a top genius within a galaxy. Even some who did not pass the assessment but performed outstandingly would be directly recruited by major powers. Eventually, the 10 days passed quickly, and the final results of the competition were as Bai Ye expected. The young man named Otto achieved first place in the Blue Universe Cosmic Nation, and he would compete alongside the remaining 999 participants in Battle Zone number 752. These geniuses not only attracted Bai Ye's attention, but also sparked discussions among countless people, especially those from their respective original galaxies, who found it easier to focus on and discuss the geniuses from their own galaxies. In our Milky Way, there were surprisingly fewer than 100 who passed the assessment, and apart from a girl ranked 36th, the others were all outside the top 2,000. These geniuses really let us down. The girl from the White Feather clan, named Ikana, ranked 36th in the entire Blue Universe Empire, which is simply incredible. I've decided to become her fan from now on. Draw your sword. Ikana is mine. Draw it. Let's perform on the martial arts arena. That genius named Otto is truly too strong. I feel that no one is his opponent. He is simply invincible. That's right. Otto is the invincible genius of our Leia galaxy. He is the very definition of invincibility. Tremble, you weaklings. It's unbelievable that only 3 people from the Blue Universe Empire's royal family passed the assessment, and their ranks are not high either. Wasn't the second prince the number 1 genius in the universe before? How come he is so disappointing now? Second prince? I don't even see his name on the list. The Blue Universe Empire's royal family is really disappointing. No wonder the Blue Universe Empire ranks so low among medium cosmic nations. It's not without reason. Young man, are you not convinced? The royal family of the Blue Universe Empire has an immortal divine ancestor. No matter how disappointing they are, they won't fall. This competition in the 1,000 battle zones lasted a total of 1 month. During this month, Bai Ye did not constantly focus on the competition. Most of the time was spent on cultivation, occasionally checking in on the competition, especially focusing on those who were famous and performed outstandingly. In the end, he reviewed some of the prominent battle scenes of those who ranked high to understand their strengths. From the 1,000 battle zone competitions, Bai Ye discerned which law realm geniuses among the participants from the Tianyu Cosmic Nation were worth his attention and where he stood among them. In fact, there are indeed many geniuses in this universe. Just from the selection held by the Tianyu Secret Realm, Bai Ye discovered the most talents whose strength could rival his own. Although many of these geniuses had been cultivating for much longer than he had, their innate talent might not necessarily surpass his. Moreover, Bai Ye also found some geniuses whose strength was currently stronger than his own. He had not fully comprehended their power, but from their displayed strength, they were at least comparable to the late stage of Star Master strength, even reaching the peak of Star Master level. Chapter 86, Kotet today. His most critical task is to enhance his own strength. Having witnessed so many geniuses, he realizes how inadequate his own power is. Just within the Tianyu Universe Divine Kingdom, there are so many beings whose strength can match or even surpass his. If the peak selection tournament truly begins, as Atada said, he might not be able to pass such a selection for peak geniuses. Currently, under the premise that he cannot break through his level of strength. The key method for Bai Ye to enhance his power is to deepen his comprehension of the laws and the cultivation of secret techniques, all of which rely on a deeper understanding of the laws. At this moment, Bai Ye's fastest comprehension of the laws is the fire law. So his current goal is to focus on cultivating the fire law with the space law as a supplement. Boom! In the battle space of the virtual training ground, Bai Ye directly summoned 20 virtual beings with the initial stage Star Master level strength. Over a month ago, his fire law had already broken through to the initial stage of Star Master level, and he successfully mastered the second style of the Fierce Sun Sword technique. He also had a basic comprehension of the space law, at which point he could easily kill 5 virtual beings at the initial stage of Star Master level. In the following month, he increased the number of virtual beings to 15. Now, with the number raised to 20, the result was still unchanged. They were all easily killed by Bai Ye. Subsequently, Bai Ye chose not to summon more initial stage Star Master level virtual beings, but instead summoned a virtual being with intermediate stage Star Master level strength. There was no need to summon more initial stage Star Master level virtual beings, as increasing their number wouldn't significantly benefit Bai Ye's strength enhancement. Boom! When this intermediate stage Star Master level virtual being appeared, Bai Ye instantly charged forward to engage in battle. Once Bai Ye masters half of the third style of the Fierce Sun Sword technique, his strength will be comparable to that of an intermediate stage Star Master. Fully mastering the third style would make him invincible at the Star Master level, capable of defeating peak Star Master level experts instantly. As Bai Ye and the virtual being clashed, Bai Ye quickly found himself defeated, and this process took less than 3 minutes. Again, with Bai Ye's resurrection, he charged forward once more. His eyes filled not with discouragement, but with a strong fighting spirit. Inside a magnificent palace, a middle-aged man sits majestically on a supreme throne. The middle-aged man remains still, yet he exudes a terrifying aura that inspires involuntary reverence in those who gaze upon him. Swish! Suddenly, a figure flickering with purple lightning appears within the palace. The National Lord. As this figure, enveloped in purple lightning, appears, it respectfully addresses the figure on the throne. The man seated on the throne is none other than the legendary National Lord of Tianyu, who governs a vast cosmic divine kingdom. What is it? The National Lord of Tianyu casts a glance, speaking in a detached manner. Reporting to the National Lord, the genius selection of over 200 medium to high-level civilized cosmic nations and over 100 million star systems under our Tianyu Universe Divine Kingdom has concluded. 1 million geniuses have entered the Tianyu Secret Realm. The figure enveloped in purple lightning reports respectfully. Hmm. Are there any geniuses worthy of attention among them? The expression of the national lord remains indifferent, showing no signs of special emotion, as if this genius selection, which has caused a stir throughout the Tianyu universe divine kingdom, is merely a common game. Among these geniuses, there is one named Kote from the Talon star system who has demonstrated strength, at least at the peak of Star Master level. This person's talent may be comparable to young Master Luo Yu, deserving of special attention. As for the other geniuses, they may also be strong, but none can match the existence of young Master Luo Yu. You may leave. After hearing the report from the figure flickering with purple lightning, the National Lord of Tianyu lightly waved his hand, signaling for him to withdraw. Yes, National Lord. The figure flickering with purple lightning slightly bowed in respect before vanishing from sight. The Tianyu universe divine kingdom, with billions of star systems and countless geniuses, is now entirely under my command. I wonder how many monstrous talents can truly be cultivated to represent my Tianyu universe divine kingdom in competition. I hope they will bring me some surprises. After the words fell, the figure on the throne slowly disappeared. If a powerful being were present, they might discover that the figure seated on the throne was merely a faint phantom, not the actual National Lord, but just a projection formed by a sliver of his divine consciousness. Time flies swiftly. Since the genius election battle in the Tianyu secret realm, Bai Ye has remained in the battle space of the virtual training ground within the virtual universe, continuously battling virtual beings and digesting his understanding of the fire law. Chapter 87. The immortal ancestor time flies quickly. Ever since the genius selection battle in the Tianyu secret realm ended, Bai Ye has been immersed in the combat space of the virtual martial arts arena, undisturbed by external matters, and now 3 years have passed. During these 3 years, his main body has remained in the virtual martial arts arena, diligently practicing the solar blade technique, while the explosive fire dragon clone has been on the fire law ladder, receiving the inheritance of the law, fully comprehending the fire law. Meanwhile, the space rift beast clone has been quietly contemplating the space law in a corner of the ocean floor on Earth. Lanyu Star, located in the Lanyu star system, is the capital star of the Lanyu Empire. It is prosperous and powerful, and almost all humans living on this planet have royal blood of the Lanyu Empire. At this moment, within a magnificent palace, the crown prince of the Lanyu Empire, Orleans, just exited the virtual universe and saw a supporter named Jean La approaching him. "How is my second brother doing lately?" The crown prince Orleans glanced at the minister named Jean La. As the crown prince of the Lanyu Empire, his focus has always been on cultivation, leaving external matters to his subordinates. Orleans nodded in satisfaction, but then revealed a hint of a cold smile. "My second brother was so eager to compete for the throne, not knowing that my eyes have never been set on that position. But even if it's something I don't want, it's not a reason for him to act recklessly without my permission. This incident is just the right lesson for him." Jean La could only lower his head, not daring to respond or get involved in such matters. "How South the first-place winner of the selection competition, Kote, doing lately?" Orleans restored his calm smile and asked. "Kote was able to battle against Luo Yu?" Orleans' tone contained a hint of surprise. Luo Yu, according to rumors, was taken as a disciple by the ruler of Tianyu at a very young age and received special training. Said to be the most gifted person in the Tianyu cosmic divine kingdom in billions of years. A flash of fiery desire and jealousy crossed Orleans' eyes. If he had the powerful talents of Kote or Luo Yu, perhaps he would be the one stirring the cosmic winds and attracting the attention of the entire Tianyu divine kingdom. Afterwards, Orleans inquired about a few more matters and then waved his hand to dismiss Jean La. Soon after, Orleans received a message on his smart communication wristwatch and opened it to check. "The ancestor is summoning me." A hint of surprise flashed in Orleans' eyes. The ancestor he referred to is the true, stabilizing force of the Lanyu family, the ruler behind the scenes, the only immortal deity. It is precisely because of the existence of this ancestor that the Lanyu family can maintain its position as a medium civilization cosmic royal family. On the surface, the highest position in the Lanyu Empire is held by His Majesty the Emperor, but the one truly ruling this vast empire behind the scenes is this immortal deity ancestor. However, most of the time, this immortal deity ancestor does not show up, and aside from the current emperor, it is extremely difficult for other royal family members to meet the ancestor. For those like them, who hold a highly respected position in the Lanyu Empire, they do not even have the qualification to actively meet the ancestor. Now that Orleans was actively summoned by the ancestor, it naturally surprised him. He did not dare to be negligent and went directly to meet the ancestor. On the way, he sent out various messages to inquire about the situation, hoping to find out the reason for the ancestor's summoning. Soon, Orleans arrived in front of a gigantic palace, where several individuals radiating powerful auras were guarding the entrance. Each of these guards was no less than a realm master, and every realm master had mastered at least one complete law comprehension, such as the explosive combustion of the fire law, the teleportation of the space law, the time stop of the time law, and the thunder incarnation of the lightning law, among others. Their strength was formidable, capable of destroying a small star system with a mere gesture, and their lifespans could easily extend to millions of years. It is said that these guards are powerful individuals who once followed the ancestor to battle in the universe and have since remained loyal, willingly serving as guards here. Orleans respects these realm masters, but does not feel fear, because even an invincible realm master, no matter how powerful, cannot truly support a strong family. Ultimately, a realm master is still just a realm master. Their lifespan does not change significantly with their strength. Even if this realm master were to become comparable to an immortal deity, they would still face the day of dying naturally if they do not break through to become an immortal deity. Only immortal deities can stand firm in the universe, unafraid of the passage of time, as time cannot leave any trace on them. Thus, becoming an immortal deity is the goal of almost all practitioners in the universe. Orleans is not surprised. There is a fiery desire in his eyes. He also hopes that one day he can become an immortal deity. As soon as he entered the palace, Orleans saw a young-looking man standing inside. This man was the ancestor who summoned Orleans, but he appeared to be a youth. Ancestor. Upon seeing this man, Orleans quickly bowed respectfully, then continued, "Greetings." This young-looking man is the true backbone of the Lanyu family, Lanyu. He is the one who supports the entire vast Lanyu Empire. It is because of his existence that the Lanyu family and the Lanyu Empire can stand firm. No one within the Lanyu family dares to show him disrespect. Lanyu responded, turning to look at Orleans with a calm tone, and asked Orleans, "Do you know why I summoned you?" "Indeed." Lanyu nodded, somewhat satisfied. Among the younger generation of the Lanyu family, Orleans is one he looks upon favorably. Not only is he clever, bold, and steady, but most importantly, his innate talent is also not weak. Under his guidance, resources and mentorship have been significantly increased for Orleans over the past 3 years. Now, Orleans' combat power has reached the peak of the Star Master level, placing him among the top tier in the entire Tianyu Cosmic Divine Kingdom regarding law comprehension. The peak genius battle is about to begin again. This cosmic genius feast will soon be held by the Virtual Wormhole Company, targeting all law realm geniuses. Lanyu spoke, and when he mentioned the Virtual Wormhole Company, there was an immense sense of reverence in both his tone and expression. Chapter 88 Guidance. The Virtual Wormhole Company is one of the 4 dominant powers of the human race, established since the rise of humanity and has developed to this day. It is the ruler and protector of our people. As powerful as the Lord of Tianyu, it is a great existence above the immortal gods, governing billions of star systems, with countless experts under its command. However, even such a powerful entity cannot defy any command from the 4 dominant powers. The human race has 86 cosmic kingdoms, representing at least 86 cosmic lords, along with countless star systems, all of which fall under the jurisdiction of the 4 dominant companies. The 4 dominant powers of humanity truly gather the top experts, intimidating billions of races in the universe and forcefully suppressing countless alien races. It is under the leadership of these 4 dominant companies that humanity has become one of the top 10 peak races in the universe. Hearing the words of his ancestor, Orleans' eyes flashed with fervor and desire, along with a sense of reverence. Anyone who understands the strength of the Virtual Wormhole Company would feel awe and, at the same time, a strong desire to join. Currently, Your strength is at the late stage of the Star Master level. While you are relatively good within the Tianyu Cosmic Kingdom, there is still a significant gap compared to the geniuses of the entire universe. With your current strength, participating in the peak genius battle has almost no hope of success. Lan Yu said to Orleans. Orleans can be considered the most outstanding genius of the Lan Yu family in this generation. If fully cultivated, there is still a slight chance of entering the virtual wormhole company. As for cultivating others, there is no hope at all. So Lan Yu pays no attention to anyone else and only takes Orleans under his wing for personal guidance. Ancestor! Orleans exclaimed excitedly upon hearing that his ancestor would personally guide him. Although he had received guidance from his ancestor a few times before, those were brief encounters. But the results were extremely evident. Now that his ancestor is personally bringing him along for guidance, his chances of entering the virtual wormhole company have greatly increased. The fire of desire and fervor shown in Orleans' eyes indicated, this time, I will definitely be able to join. This is a terrifyingly massive sun, more than 10 times larger than the sun itself. However, above this gigantic star, there's a floating continent that intercepts all the energy emitted from the star, without a trace escaping. This continent is the ancestral land of the royal Yuanlan family of the high civilization cosmic kingdom of Yuanlan. On one of the massive peaks, there's a palace where the ancestor of the Yuanlan family, Yuanlan, resides. At this moment, the youngest and most outstanding genius of the Yuanlan family, Carlo, has been summoned here by his ancestor. Ancestor, is the peak genius battle of the virtual wormhole company about to begin? Carlo's eyes were filled with shock, but more so with excitement. He is the youngest and most outstanding genius of the Yuanlan family, having received abundant resources from a young age. In the previous selection competition of the Tianyu Secret Realm, he achieved a ranking of 972, showcasing his exceptional talent. The rules for the peak genius selection of the virtual wormhole company are particularly friendly to those with outstanding comprehension and qualifications, and with his talent. There is indeed a chance of joining the virtual wormhole company. In the Tianyu Secret Realm, Kote and Liu were practicing and sparring when suddenly a voice echoed in their minds. Kote, Liu, come to the temple. Kote and Liu exchanged glances. The voice belonged to the Lord of Tianyu. They quickly got up and flew towards the temple. Inside a magnificent temple, as Kote and Liu arrived, they saw the Lord of Tianyu and hurriedly approached to pay their respects. We have met the Lord. The Lord of Tianyu looked at Kote and Liu, nodding. These two are the most outstanding geniuses of the Tianyu Cosmic Kingdom, and he hopes this time will bring him a surprise. The peak genius battle of the virtual wormhole company is about to be held soon, and you two are the most talented individuals of the Tianyu Kingdom. With your talents, passing the selection to enter the virtual wormhole company should not be too difficult. Yes, Lord, the two replied in unison, their eyes filled with excitement and eagerness. Not only these powers, but any family or force with immortal gods or stronger beings has received the exact news about the upcoming peak genius battle of the virtual wormhole company. The immortal experts of these families or forces have summoned the most outstanding geniuses within their ranks for guidance. In the virtual universe, within the combat space of the virtual training ground, the figure of Bai Ye is moving swiftly, battling. In this virtual combat space, there are hundreds of virtual beings emitting terrifying waves. However, Bai Ye faced these virtual beings with complete calmness, showing only a light demeanor. With a slight flash of his figure, he instantly conjured multiple spatial clones, and these clones launched simultaneous attacks, annihilating all the hundreds of virtual beings emitting terrifying waves. The 3-year period has come to an end, and Bai Ye's strength is vastly different from before. Chapter 89. Invincible Star Master Realm. After all the virtual beings were killed, Bai Ye summoned them again. This time, he summoned a total of 500 virtual beings exuding terrifying momentum, their strength reaching the peak of the Star Master level. Looking at this group of virtual beings, Bai Ye couldn't help but smirk, revealing a trace of smile. Swish, 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 swish. Following that, he flickered and conjured up 300 space avatars. These hundreds of space avatars attacked simultaneously, and the 500 virtual beings with peak Star Master level strength still had no resistance, being easily killed in an instant. The space avatar secret technique, successfully condensing one space avatar, represents the entry-level understanding of the space law. The first form of the space avatar successfully condenses 10 space avatars, possessing the strength of an invincible level of the law realm. The second form condenses 100 space avatars, possessing at least initial stage star master strength. The third form condenses 1,000 space avatars, capable of having invincible strength at the star master level. After 3 years of hard training, Bai Ye successfully progressed from being able to condense only one space avatar to now condensing 300 at once, having successfully cultivated the second form of the space avatar, though he still had a significant gap to the third form. With 300 space avatars from the second form, this strength is sufficient to rival the mid-level of the Star Master, yet it was vastly different from the strength Bai Ye just displayed. He could easily kill 500 peak Star Master-level virtual beings, and even just to confront one of them would be difficult. Bai Ye's ability to easily kill 500 peak Star Master-level virtual beings demonstrated that his strength had reached the invincible level of the Star Master realm. This achievement was entirely reliant on his comprehension of the Fire Law. Over these 3 years, due to the explosive Fire Dragon avatar and the Fire Law inheritance ladder, Bai Ye's understanding of the Fire Law made tremendous progress. Not only did his fire domain successfully break through to 100,000 meters, but he also completely mastered the third form of the Blazing Sun Sword technique, which corresponded to the invincible level of the Star Master realm. When Bai Ye's space avatars executed the third form of the Blazing Sun Sword technique, these virtual beings had no resistance at all and were easily killed. It can be said that Bai Ye's intensive combat training in the virtual training ground over these 3 years yielded extremely significant results. The Blazing Sun Sword technique is an extremely terrifying martial art. Mastering the first form grants invincibility at the law realm. The second form can easily kill initial stage Star Master level strong opponents, and the third form achieves invincibility at the Star Master level. However, the more powerful the martial art, the more difficult it is to cultivate, and the Blazing Sun Sword technique is no exception. Each subsequent form of the sword technique increases in difficulty by dozens or even hundreds of times. For example, some may take only a year to comprehend the first form, but the second form may take several decades or even centuries, and the difficulty of the third and fourth form skyrockets even more. Yet, Bai Ye comprehended the first and second forms of the Blazing Sun Sword technique in less than a year, and he fully mastered the third form in just 3 years. This highlights the importance of talent, comprehension, and resources. Bai Ye's innate comprehension and aptitude, as well as the strength of his soul, were enhanced to an extraordinarily heaven-defying level by a mysterious gray gas flow. Moreover, Bai Ye not only possessed the explosive Fire Dragon, an avatar that could inherently grasp the essence of the Fire Law and had a strong affinity for it, but he also had the extraordinary Fire Law inheritance ladder, allowing him to continuously receive the inheritance of the Fire Law. Additionally, his understanding of the Space Law could also be integrated into the Blazing Sun Sword technique, greatly enhancing his comprehension of it. After all, the Blazing Sun Sword technique involves not just the application of the Fire Law, but also encompasses body technique skills, force application techniques, and various other combat factors. Undoubtedly, the Space Law greatly augments body techniques, and Bai Ye's space-rending beast avatar possesses an extremely heaven-defying talent in the Space Law, inherently mastering 4 complete law essences. After adulthood, he could achieve immortality through the Space Law. Thus, in just 3 years, Bai Ye made significant breakthroughs in the Space Law, fully mastering the second form of the Space Avatar and progressing toward the third form. All these factors combined contributed to Bai Ye's rapid progress in strength over these 3 short years. In just 3 years, Bai Ye's strength reached the pinnacle of the law realm in the heavenly universe divine kingdom. Just as Bai Ye was preparing to exit the virtual universe, an information prompt suddenly appeared before him. The peak genius battle of the law realm for the human race, hosted by the virtual wormhole company in collaboration with all human divine kingdoms, will officially commence in 1 month. The top 10,000 participants can enter our virtual wormhole company and become elite members. For details, please visit our official website to register. With this announcement made in the virtual universe, it instantly caused a sensation throughout the entire universe. Oh my God! It turns out that the virtual wormhole company is hosting the peak genius battle of the Law Realm again. No wonder the major powers were frantically recruiting geniuses before. This is an opportunity one must register for, as it is a chance to compete with countless geniuses from the entire universe. The entire human territory has 86 divine kingdoms, each with hundreds of thousands of advanced civilization cosmic countries, and below them are even more intermediate and lower civilization cosmic countries. Just one lower civilization cosmic country has countless law realm experts. Now, countless law realm geniuses of the entire human race are competing for 10,000 spots, averaging less than one spot per divine kingdom. How intense is the competition? Haha, I have successfully registered. The news of the virtual wormhole company holding the peak genius battle immediately caused a huge stir. The virtual wormhole company is a behemoth power among the human race. No genius can resist the temptation to join them when such a power is hosting the battle. The genius battle organized by the virtual wormhole company undoubtedly features the most top-tier geniuses in the entire universe. As long as one stands out in such competition, they can directly gain fame across the universe. Moreover, what truly drives the universe's human race crazy and earns the peak genius battle the title of Genius Feast is the existence of the immortal path. Ultimately, the geniuses selected by the virtual wormhole company for the peak genius battle are only a small number, but all participants can enter the immortal path. Why do powerful forces have such a great attraction to geniuses? Is it because they can serve as a strong backing? Or is it because of their abundant resources? These are only part of the reasons. The most crucial reason is that these powerful forces possess many strong inheritances, better martial arts techniques, and even law imprint inheritances. In the universe, powerful forces have strong inheritances, but those weaker forces have some primitive and backward planets that lack decent martial arts to cultivate. For instance, the previous Earth had extremely backward inheritances. Being born in such a place, even some exceptionally talented geniuses can be buried due to the lack of good inheritances. Like those geniuses who were absorbed by major powers before, they are ultimately a minority in the entire universe. More geniuses, due to the lack of inheritances, have been overlooked, even lacking the qualifications to participate in selection competitions. Now, the Immortal Path is a tremendous opportunity provided by the virtual wormhole company to geniuses across the universe. Do you want opportunities? The Immortal Path has them. Come and participate in the peak genius battle. Do you want martial arts technique inheritances? On the path of immortality. Come participate in the peak genius battle. Do you want to comprehend the laws and gain the inheritance of the laws? On the path of immortality. Come participate in the peak genius battle. Chapter 90. The Path of Immortality and the Rules of the Genius Battle on the Path of Immortality. There are a total of 9,000 steps, each containing various opportunities, martial arts secrets, and rules imprints. These powerful martial arts and precious rules imprints are available for the participants to study and comprehend. Many of these martial arts legacies and opportunities are comparable to the top immortals' legacies, and some even surpass the legacies of immortal deities. As one ascends the steps, the opportunities, martial arts secrets, and rules imprints become increasingly powerful and valuable. As long as you possess strong talent, you can continuously climb higher and obtain even stronger and more precious opportunities and legacies. This is the path of immortality, a heavenly road that leads directly to immortality. It allows you to avoid practicing mediocre martial arts, ensures your talent is not buried, and gives you a direction toward immortality. It drives countless talents in the universe crazy, and it will last for 6 years. At this moment, countless rule realm geniuses of the human race across the universe have gone completely mad. Ha ha ha. The path of immortality is about to begin. It seems that my chance to rise, Long Tian'ao, is coming. No one can stop my progress anymore. I, Wu Xiaoji, come from the backward Koli planet, where I could only practice a trash martial art. As a result, I was looked down upon by many. Now, the opportunity that belongs to me has finally arrived. This is definitely my chance to change my fate. I, Akil, originally had extraordinary talent and should have opened an invincible path. Unfortunately, my humble background and lack of a strong backing led to being targeted by a group of trash, preventing me from obtaining any powerful martial arts. But with the opening of the path of immortality, no one can suppress my talent anymore. My invincible path will eventually open. Our Wind God sect originally had an immortal legacy, but it accidentally broke. This time, there may be a chance for us to regain an immortal legacy. The planet I am on has an extremely backward legacy, and the most powerful legacy is merely at the level of Star Master. This time, with the opening of the path of immortality, I will surely obtain powerful opportunities and legacies, quickly becoming a cosmic powerhouse and ultimately leading my home planet to rise. At this moment, countless Rule Realm individuals lacking legacies are completely excited and madly thrilled. These people are incredibly agitated. There are still 6 years left. Bai Ye's eyes sparkled with light. For him, the most important thing now is time. As long as he has more time, he can continue to improve. Without any hesitation, Bai Ye instantly summoned a virtual screen and found the official website of the virtual wormhole company, clicking on the pinned information about the peak genius battle. The entire selection process will take place in the virtual universe. Whether you are at the 1st or 9th level of the Rule Realm, you can register to participate. All participants will be granted the peak realm of the Rule level and can freely choose their weapons and equipment, as long as the weapon level does not exceed the 2nd level source power weapon. On the official website of the virtual wormhole company, the pinned information about the peak genius battle clearly outlines various details and competition rules, including the various functions of the path of immortality. After browsing through all the information and rules, Bai Ye unhesitatingly clicked the registration option at the bottom of the website. Instantly, a virtual screen popped up in front of him. Dear 6-star client of the Cosmic Bank, citizen of the Blue Universe Empire, Mr. Bai Ye, do you confirm your registration for the peak genius battle of the Rule Realm? The virtual screen displayed this message, and below it were options for yes and no. Without any hesitation, Bai Ye directly clicked yes, confirming his registration for the peak genius battle. It then displayed that Bai Ye had successfully registered. You are the 245,525,872,365th participant registered for the peak genius battle organized by our virtual wormhole company. We wish you great success in the battle. Seeing this number, Bai Ye couldn't help but be astonished. How much time had passed since the information about the peak genius battle was released? The number of people registered had already exceeded 20 billion, and this was not even the total number of registrations across the entire universe. It was only the number of registrations from the Blue Universe medium civilization that Bai Ye could see. In just a short time, the number of registrations from one medium civilization universe country had already reached over 20 billion, and the number was still rapidly increasing. Given the entire human domain, the number of participants is simply unimaginable. This is far more terrifying than the previous elections by major forces to choose geniuses. It truly lives up to being the peak genius battle organized by the colossal force of the entire human race, incomparable to the selection competitions held by some cosmic divine nations. Chapter 91. Excitement and anticipation. There are so many people signing up. Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh. However, thinking about it, it's not surprising. Just in the Milky Way, there are over 500,000 life planets. Excluding the barbaric and backward planets like Earth, there are still quite a few law realms on other life planets. On average, each life planet would have at least 100 law realms. By this calculation, a single galaxy would have at least over 50 million law realms. If we look at the entire Blue Empire and the celestial universe divine kingdom, the numbers become exaggerated. Estimating 100 million galaxies means there would be at least over 50 trillion law realms signing up to participate. However, whether it is the actual number of galaxies or the real number of participants from each galaxy, it will far exceed the estimated figures. Above the magnificent celestial secret realm, a colossal face looked down upon the 1 million law realm geniuses and many immortal deities below. Your Majesty, countless geniuses and immortal deities below bowed respectfully. The virtual wormhole company's peak genius battle is about to begin. We have trained you for several years to ensure you shine. The first assessment consists of 1,500 immortal steps, and I hope you can all pass. A booming voice echoed in the sky, carrying endless majesty and accompanied by a powerful wave of momentum, terrifyingly oppressive. Even just a fragment of this thought condensed into an avatar could suppress the countless law realm geniuses and many immortal deities below, making them not dare to breathe. Yes, your majesty. All the immortal deities and 1 million law realm geniuses below responded in unison respectfully. These immortal deities had already speculated about the celestial kingdom's recruitment of law realm geniuses, and some realized that their initial guesses were indeed correct. These law realm geniuses were indeed preparing for the peak genius battle. You may all leave now and prepare for the peak genius battle. As the voice fell, the enormous face in the sky disappeared, and only then did the many immortal deities and 1 million law realms below truly breathe a sigh of relief. Instantly feeling less oppressive, the registration for the virtual wormhole company's peak genius battle lasted a total of 10 days, followed by a 20-day interval before the official competition began. A month passed in the blink of an eye. On a gigantic and magnificent mountain, there stood an incredibly grand palace. Inside the palace sat a mature and beautiful woman in palace attire. At this moment, the woman looked at a girl with pure white wings in front of her and spoke. Ikana, you are one of the few exceptionally talented members of the White Feather Clan. Your progress over the past 3 years has been rapid. With your current strength, you would rank at least in the top 500 among the law realms of the celestial universe divine kingdom. However, with your current strength, it is far from enough to change the situation of the White Feather Clan. Your best choice now is to join the virtual wormhole company, so you can have the capital to achieve your goals. Despite ranking in the top 500 of the celestial universe divine kingdom's law realms, entering the virtual wormhole company is almost impossible. The White Feather Girl Ikana clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination. Her teacher was right. If she wanted to change the fate of the White Feather Clan, which had been enslaved and plundered, joining the virtual wormhole company was the best choice. However, while her talent was considered good within the celestial universe divine kingdom, she was merely an inconspicuous existence among the 10,086 divine kingdoms of the human race. Yes, teacher, I will seize this opportunity, this chance to change the fate of my hometown and the White Feather Clan, and enter the virtual wormhole company, Ikana said firmly. Ikana's teacher nodded in satisfaction. In the Source Blue Empire, within the palace on the continent above the terrifying sun, the immortal deity ancestor Source Blue looked at Carlo before him and said, "The peak genius battle is about to begin. My guidance ends here. You should go prepare." "Thank you for your guidance, ancestor," Carlo respectfully replied. Hearing this, Carlo couldn't help but feel a bit unwilling. He was considered an unparalleled genius within the celestial universe divine kingdom, even ranking among the top 1,000 in the last celestial secret realm genius selection. However, compared to the entire human universe, his strength and talent were nothing remarkable. He was very clear about his talent and strength. He had not lacked a good cultivation environment or resources and had always received guidance from strong mentors. He had even received pointers from the immortal ancestor before, and his current achievements were the result of his utmost efforts. If he didn't have a significant encounter on the path to immortality, even with 6 years, he wouldn't make much progress. However, even with his unwillingness, Carlo did not show it and quickly said respectfully, "Yes, ancestor." Carlo will do his utmost to strive to enter the virtual wormhole company. Source Blue nodded in satisfaction and said to Carlo, "Even if you ultimately cannot enter the virtual wormhole company, as long as your performance is outstanding, you can still receive strong support from the family and the celestial secret realm, and even become the emperor of the Source Blue Empire." A different light flashed in Source Blue's eyes. He knew that Carlo had a very slim chance of entering the virtual wormhole company. So his expectations for Carlo were not to enter the company, but rather to perform outstandingly in this peak genius battle selection, achieving a good ranking within the celestial universe divine kingdom. This way, the entire Source Blue Empire would gain significant recognition in the celestial universe divine kingdom. After all, there were countless cosmic nations like the Source Blue Empire in the celestial universe divine kingdom, and if they could achieve a good ranking in such a competition, their performance would surely attract the universe's attention, providing a great opportunity to elevate their status and give Source Blue a good face when facing other immortal deities. Yes. Thank you, ancestor. Carlo hurriedly suppressed his excitement, even trembling slightly in his tone. Originally, he felt extremely unwilling, but after hearing the ancestor's words, he became excited once again. With the ancestor's assurance, even if he couldn't join the virtual wormhole company, he could still sit on the throne of the Source Blue Empire, governing this vast cosmic empire. For someone like him, who lacked confidence in becoming an immortal deity, this was already his greatest pursuit. Previously, it was extremely difficult for him to aspire to the throne. Although his talent was relatively good, he couldn't compete with his brothers who had inheritance rights in other aspects. But now it was indeed different. With the ancestor's promise, no one in the Source Blue Empire could stop him from eventually sitting on the throne of the emperor, because the ancestor was the greatest support of this empire, and his words represented the will of the entire empire. Chapter 92, The Path to Immortality, opens. Go down and prepare for the selection competition, said the ancestor of Yuanlan. Yes, ancestor. It seems that the ancestor's guidance has helped you make great progress, the leader said with a smile as he approached. Of course, second brother is known as the #1 genius. This time entering the virtual wormhole company is definitely a piece of cake, added the third brother, with a sarcastic tone. However, facing these former competitors and their cold sarcasm, the of the past would have definitely retaliated with some words. But now, with the ancestor's promise, he no longer regarded these brothers as rivals. They were no longer qualified to be his opponents. Ignored their remarks and flew straight past them. This scene instantly darkened the faces of and the others. Even the previously silent fourth brother's expression turned ominous. This second brother usually looks down on us with his little talent. Now that he has received guidance from the ancestor, he has become so arrogant. I want to see what face he has left after failing in this election competition. These few people, along with, were all strong competitors for the throne. So they usually looked down on each other and deeply disliked one another. Now that they saw had gained the ancestor's favor, they thought of uniting to suppress his arrogance. Who would have thought that would become so arrogant now, directly ignoring them and not putting them in his eyes at all? The entire universe has registered participants for the peak genius battle of the Law Realm, and the contestants have already entered the virtual universe, preparing to enter the path to immortality at any time. Meanwhile, on Earth had long been prepared. At this moment, his family, including his parents and sister, as well as his woman, were all accompanying him, waiting together. With a ding sound, the smart terminal on's wrist received a notification from the virtual universe. The path to immortality is about to open. Please participants enter the virtual universe and prepare. After reading this message, glanced at the people around him, seeing their encouraging gazes, he smiled and nodded, choosing to enter the virtual universe. In the ancient castle of the virtual universe did not wait long. The selection battle for the peak genius of the Law Realm, which swept through 10,086 cosmic kingdoms of the human race, officially began. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the path to immortality officially opened, all the registered Law Realm geniuses instantly disappeared from their original locations. The path to immortality has opened. This scene naturally caught the attention of those watching the peak genius battle and the various forces. Quick! Remember to pay attention to the rankings and watch for those outstanding geniuses. The ones who could be absorbed into the virtual wormhole company are ultimately just a few, while the remaining majority are all top geniuses. Among them, there will even be some with exceptional talent, and these are the ones we can absorb. These geniuses are truly fortunate to encounter the opening of the path to immortality. It's an enormous opportunity. Alilu, am a prodigy, having grown to a Star Master level 5 in just 200 years, but I perfectly missed the chance of the path to immortality. This path to immortality has attracted countless people's and forces' attention, especially those looking to recruit geniuses. They are all focused on the path to immortality, watching for the outstanding geniuses. The virtual wormhole company will ultimately only absorb a mere 10,000 geniuses, while there are countless geniuses in the universe. Among them, there are certainly more than 10,000 with extraordinary talents. These individuals may differ from the 10,000 geniuses who will be absorbed, but there will definitely still be some with exceptional talents. And these are the objects of fierce competition among these forces. After all, Each genius is a crucial resource needed by major forces. Only with a continuous influx of talented geniuses can a force continue to grow and thrive, passing on its legacy. At this moment on Earth, not only were parents and family paying attention to the peak genius battle, but many other Earthlings were also watching, as they knew that the true ruler of Earth had also registered for this peak genius battle. Those with the means, like parents and family, who had virtual universe accounts, chose to enter the virtual universe to watch. However, the vast majority of people on Earth did not have their own virtual universe accounts, and naturally could not log into the virtual universe. At this time, global television stations, under the intelligent light brain provided by, conducted a global broadcast, allowing these Earthlings to watch the selection competition at home using TVs and computers. However, what could be broadcasted was ultimately just a small fraction of the situation, but still excited the Earthlings. The situation in the universe has slowly become popular on Earth, and people are no longer completely ignorant of the universe. However, the more they understand the universe, the more they can feel the vastness of the universe and the insignificance of Earth. As for the virtual wormhole company, it is an existence so great that they cannot even imagine. The entire Earth is insignificant before it, not even a speck of dust. Moreover, if it weren't for the existence of the ruler of Earth, let alone a giant like the virtual wormhole company, even a mere Star Master level strongman could easily destroy Earth. Now the ruler of Earth has actually registered for the peak genius battle organized by such a great existence as the virtual wormhole company, competing against billions of geniuses in the law realm. How could this not excite these Earthlings? At the moment when countless people were focusing on the peak genius battle, had already appeared on a staircase shimmering with endless light, surveyed the surrounding environment. He was currently on a staircase radiating various colors of light. This staircase stretched upwards, and at a glance, it seemed boundless. At this moment, there was no one around, and the information that came to him also told him that this was the staircase of the path to immortality. Tianyu Universe Divine Kingdom, Yuanlan Empire, Wanyu Empire, Milky Way, Path to Immortality Staircase, First Level, Ranking 198, 657, 458, 569. This is the legendary Immortal Staircase. Began to carefully sense, and he immediately discovered that there were countless special fluctuations coming from the staircase. It was similar to the law inheritance fluctuations he felt on the flame inheritance staircase. But compared to the flame inheritance staircase, the law fluctuations here were much weaker, and the clarity was not as obvious. Clearly, the law imprint inheritance here was far inferior to the inheritance effect of the law staircase. But perhaps this was also because he was only on the first level of the staircase. Moreover, the law inheritance staircase he possessed was only the flame law inheritance staircase. Yet here he felt the fluctuations of space law imprints, flame law imprints, and other law imprint fluctuations. Chapter 93. The Rule Imprint Amidst the Numerous Fluctuations of Laws. Bai Ye could only clearly sense the fluctuations of the space law and the flame law, as he had already comprehended these two laws. The fluctuations of other laws were only vaguely sensed, and he could not discern them in detail. Having comprehended the space law and the flame law, he could choose the corresponding techniques and law imprints of these two laws. However, for other techniques and law imprints, he needed to comprehend and grasp at least a trace of that law himself. Suddenly, a stream of information entered Bai Ye's mind again. Soon after, the fluctuations of other laws around him began to rapidly disappear, leaving only the fluctuations of the space law and the flame law. Then, a dozen or so light spheres appeared out of thin air, accompanied by dozens of imprints emitting law fluctuations, such as blade edge imprints, sword mark imprints, void palm imprints, flame imprints, and so on. Bai Ye looked at one of the light spheres, probing a trace of mental energy to examine it closely, and discovered that it contained an extremely profound flame technique. Is this the opportunity contained within the Immortal Ladder? Bai Ye was slightly surprised. The Immortal Ladder could actually directly detect the laws comprehended by the participants and then bestow the corresponding law imprints and techniques. Flame Cage. This was the flame technique contained within the light sphere Bai Ye examined. According to the technique's introduction, It was a type of flame technique focused on the essence of the flame domain, designed for encirclement and killing. It was divided into 9 forms. Mastering the first 3 forms would allow one to become invincible at the law realm level, while mastering the middle 3 forms would enable one to kill initial stage Starlords. Mastering the final 3 forms would allow one to kill mid-stage Starlords. It could be considered an extremely profound technique. Even Bai Ye was surprised upon seeing the introduction of this technique. Although it could not compare to the solar blade technique he practiced, it was still extremely valuable, sufficient for cultivation to the Realm Lord level, and even among the top powerhouses within the Realm Lords. If one wanted to purchase it normally, they would only have the opportunity at an auction, and it would cost at least tens of billions of cosmic coins. For those without powerful forces at the law realm, they could not even come up with 10 million cosmic coins, let alone tens of billions. Yet, such a precious technique was available here for selection, with over a dozen to choose from. Bai Ye checked another light sphere and found inside a technique related to the space law, equally as precious as the previous flame law technique. The immortal ladder truly deserved its reputation as a feast for cosmic geniuses, a place filled with incredible opportunities. With over a dozen precious law techniques that could be cultivated to the realm lord level laid out before him, one could choose according to their preference. Such treatment was difficult to come by, even for some geniuses from immortal level forces. Bai Ye simply glanced over these techniques, but did not choose any to cultivate. I have already cultivated the solar blade technique and the space mirage, and these 2 powerful techniques are enough for me to become an immortal before cultivation. I no longer need to cultivate these techniques. My most important focus now is to enhance my understanding of the laws, especially my comprehension of the space law. Therefore, my next goal and main energy will be concentrated on those imprints containing the fluctuations of the space law. Bai Ye did not choose any techniques to cultivate. His solar blade technique and space mirage were top-tier techniques at the immortal level, more precious and powerful than these previous techniques. Although the difficulty of cultivation was greater, the improvement to his strength after mastering them far surpassed what these techniques could offer. Thus, Bai Ye turned his gaze towards those law imprints containing the fluctuations of the space law, and he did not intend to delve too deeply into the law imprints containing the fluctuations of the flame law. This was because he possessed the exploding fire dragon avatar, which was receiving a more complete inheritance of the flame law on the flame law inheritance ladder. Conversely, his space-rending beast avatar, despite having a far superior talent for the space law compared to the exploding fire dragon's flame law talent, found its speed of comprehension of the space law to be inferior to that of the exploding fire dragon's comprehension of the flame law. This was because the space-rending beast avatar lacked external environmental assistance and could only rely on its innate talent to comprehend the space law. Bai Ye focused on these law imprints, and there were a total of 30 law imprints before him, consisting of 15 flame law imprints and 15 space law imprints. Bai Ye probed one of the palm imprints, radiating space law fluctuations with his mental energy. In the next moment, he seemed to see a colossal hand covering the sky, pressing down, and countless enemies below were instantly frozen, unable to move. Then, the hand did not actually press down, but rather closed slightly, and in the next instant, those frozen enemies were all crushed to pieces. Space condensation, space shattering. In just one palm strike, 2 major principles of the space law were contained. At that moment, Bai Ye felt this scene clearly, as if his space-rending beast avatar, deep in the Earth's ocean, was experiencing it. In just that instant, Bai Ye's space-rending beast avatar gained a clearer and deeper understanding of these 2 major principles of the space law. Bai Ye was immensely delighted. This feeling was simply marvelous. Indeed, comprehending these space law imprints had greatly accelerated Bai Ye's understanding of the space law. Time to seize the moment and comprehend. Bai Ye took a deep breath, calming the excitement in his heart, and began to focus on comprehending the space law imprints before him. Boom! Somewhere on Earth, waves suddenly surged at the sea surface. Deep beneath the ocean, a 4-legged giant beast excitedly shook its body. This was Bai Ye's space-rending beast avatar, which was currently viewing the fluctuations of the space law imprints synchronizing in its mind, appearing extremely excited. Originally, it was a naturally immortal level life form, capable of comprehending the 4 major principles of the space law, but that required time for gradual understanding. Now, with these space law imprints to reference, it was as if it had a brilliant teacher constantly guiding it, which undoubtedly would greatly accelerate its comprehension of the space law. In the blink of an eye, under Bai Ye's focused contemplation, 3 hours quickly passed. At this moment, Bai Ye felt he had made significant gains within these 3 hours. But when he sensed the space law imprints again, the effect was no longer substantial. 3 hours had passed, and he had comprehended all the law imprints. But now they held little effect for him. It was time to step onto the second ladder. Without any hesitation, Bai Ye directly stepped onto the second ladder, with 2,999 more ladders awaiting him ahead. The higher the ladder, the stronger the effect of the law imprints would be. There was nothing to linger on here. Chapter 94 Ranking. Suddenly, the space in front of Bai Ye shifted, and he found himself in another realm. At this moment, he had already ascended to the second step. Bai Ye then glanced at his smart wristwatch, which displayed Bai Ye, Tianyu Universe Divine Kingdom, Source Blue Empire, Blue Universe Empire, Milky Way, Immortal Path Step 2. Ranking 92, 357, 498, 537. Indeed, he had reached the second step, and because he had wasted some time on the first step, many others had already chosen to step onto the second step before him. These individuals might have previously viewed similar law imprints, or they might have wanted to quickly impact their rankings, thus ascending to higher steps early. This resulted in Bai Ye's rankings still being quite low. After all, the ranking on the immortal path is calculated based on the time taken to ascend the steps. The earlier one ascends to a higher step, the higher the ranking. However, Bai Ye was not anxious. With his strength, passing this stage was easy, and the temporary ranking was not significant. What was more important now was to strengthen his comprehension of the laws and to grasp the tangible benefits. Bai Ye began to examine this space. Within this realm, there were still 15 law imprints of space and 15 law imprints of fire. Upon careful observation, Bai Ye discovered that these law imprints were completely different from the previous ones and appeared to be more profound, seemingly left behind by individuals with much greater strength. The higher the immortal steps, the clearer the law imprints contained within, and the more powerful and diverse they became. Therefore, as long as he continued to ascend, these law imprints would not lose their efficacy for him. Bai Ye began to seriously comprehend these new law imprints, which provided him with a clearer understanding of the laws of space and new insights. Each of these new law imprints could evoke different feelings in him and greatly aid him. He focused on comprehending, planning to continue ascending only when the effects were no longer significant. As Bai Ye was immersed in his comprehension, time continued to pass. Meanwhile, people and various forces in the outside world were keeping a close eye on those outstanding geniuses. Look, Daki from our star region has already ascended 50 steps in a short time. What's 50 steps? There are countless people who have already ascended 100 steps. Thor from the Augusta star region is truly strong. He is already ranked in the top 10 million. This is unbelievable. Kote and Loyu, both geniuses from the Tianyu secret realm, have surpassed 500 steps in less than a day and have already met the assessment standards. This is simply outrageous. It's shocking. These 500 steps didn't pose any obstacle for them. Don't they need to comprehend the law imprints on the steps? That seems like such a waste. Hee. You should consider where they come from. They are geniuses from the Tianyu secret realm, and among the top-tier geniuses no less. They have been personally guided by the ruler of Tianyu and must have received a wealth of resources for their development. Perhaps they have already viewed similar law imprints, rendering these of no use to them. Naturally, they wouldn't care. At this moment, within the Blue Universe Empire, the ancestral figure of the Blue Universe, the current emperor, and a group of ministers were watching the virtual screen before them. The virtual screen displayed various ranking information, with the information of Orlion being separately highlighted on one screen. Orlion, Tianyu Universe Divine Kingdom, Source Blue Empire, Blue Universe Empire, Blue Universe System, Immortal Path Step 566. Ranking 120, 088. The screen clearly showed that Orlion had ascended to the 566th immortal step, and his ranking within the Tianyu Universe Divine Kingdom had reached 120,088. Haha, not bad. Orlion's performance this time is indeed commendable. He has not disappointed my guidance. The ancestral figure of the blue universe nodded in satisfaction, unable to hide his smile. In contrast, some lower civilization cosmic nations almost all advanced directly, which prevented anyone from mocking them. In fact, some lower civilization cosmic nations caused a sensation in their entire civilization empire simply because hundreds of people advanced. Ancestor, such performance is already quite good, and there are still 6 years left. The remaining participants can continue to improve, and the number of those who eventually advance should increase, perhaps even breaking through the 10,000 mark. Moreover, Orlion's rank is quite decent. As long as he performs better afterwards, it will surely raise the average level of our Blue Universe Empire. The Blue Universe Emperor comforted. Hearing this, the ancestral figure of the Blue Universe nodded in satisfaction. Yes, if the final results truly break through the 10,000 mark, all these people will receive rewards, especially Orlion. He must be greatly rewarded afterwards. Chapter 95. Sensation. Fame in the Universe in the Source Blue Empire. The Source Blue ancestor looked at Corona, who had climbed the 139th step and ranked 623rd in the Tianyu Universe Divine Kingdom, with a hint of a satisfied smile. This was the peak genius election battle held by the virtual wormhole company, and almost the entire universe's human race was paying attention. Those who performed outstandingly in such selection competitions would naturally attract the attention of countless powers, and their Source Blue Empire would spread across countless places in the universe, which was undoubtedly a tremendous sense of glory. At this moment, the people of Earth were also incredibly concerned about Bai Ye's ranking. He was the only contestant from their planet and the current ruler of Earth. It seemed that Lord Bai Ye's ranking was not high. Given how backward Earth was, perhaps Lord Bai Ye was still learning and comprehending the opportunities on the path of immortality. Bai Ye might not have finished the challenges yet. There were still 6 years left, so there was no need to rush. Indeed, Lord Bai Ye was the strongest genius on Earth. He certainly would not remain at his current ranking, and he would surely succeed in the end. Countless Earthlings were focused on Bai Ye, hoping he could climb higher on the immortal ladder, become stronger, and achieve a higher ranking, even wishing for him to join the virtual wormhole company. The vast majority of Earthlings hoped for their planet to become powerful and for Bai Ye to achieve greater accomplishments. Because in the universe, being weak was the original sin, and if your planet was too weak, the entire planet could be directly enslaved. If Earth became strong, they would have a backing, and if they ventured into the universe in the future, they could avoid many troubles. They hoped for Earth's strength, just as everyone hopes for their own country to become better and stronger. On Earth, if you have a powerful country behind you, then when you go abroad, few dare to bully you, because you have your country as a solid backing. Just like how Huagua is the strongest support for every Chinese person. It provides a shelter for every Chinese individual. The same principle applies in the universe. A powerful planet produces more geniuses and stronger individuals, making it easier to earn respect and fear from others. Time quickly passed for another month. Mom, look, my brother has already climbed to the 300th step. Bai Xiaoyao excitedly told her mother, pointing at the virtual screen displaying Bai Ye's information. Zhao Ting looked over and nodded, saying, "Your brother must have been comprehending those law imprints, but it seems he is gradually accelerating recently, averaging 10 steps a day. At this speed, he won't be long before he succeeds. I knew this assessment wouldn't be difficult for my brother." On the 300th step of the path to immortality, Bai Ye looked at the 30 law imprints before him and continued to choose the 15 spatial law imprints to comprehend. Soon after, Bai Ye opened his eyes again. The effectiveness of these spatial law imprints had diminished, so he chose to continue moving forward. Bai Ye pressed on, stepping into the 301st immortal step. At this moment, Bai Ye's ranking within the entire Tianyu Universe Divine Kingdom was still quite low and hadn't attracted anyone's attention. Bai Ye himself was not anxious, still comprehending every spatial law imprint on each immortal step. With each viewing, Bai Ye gained new insights, his strength improved, and he felt joy in his heart. At least, Bai Ye's current strength was much greater than before entering the immortal steps. Thus, Bai Ye was naturally not in a hurry to step into higher tiers. After comprehending all the spatial law imprints on the 301st step, Bai Ye moved upwards again, although the effects of spatial imprints improved as he ascended. Different spatial law imprints sometimes had varying effects on Bai Ye. Thus, he would spend more time on some and less on others. Another month passed. Marking the second month after the selection competition, Bai Ye stepped onto the 600th step. In the third month, Bai Ye reached the 800th step, but at this point, his speed began to slow down again. 6 months later, Bai Ye climbed to the 1000th step. Meanwhile, time continued to pass, and countless participants were climbing higher on the immortal steps. In the Tianyu universe divine kingdom, Kote and Luoyu remained at the forefront, both having climbed over 2,000 steps. After quickly sprinting past 1,500 steps at the beginning, their speeds began to slow down, and they started to comprehend the law imprints they needed. Besides these two, other talents also attracted attention, especially a few participants who had surpassed 1,500 steps. These were exceptionally rare geniuses. Historically, anyone who ascended beyond 1,500 steps, as long as they did not fall midway, was at least a powerhouse of a star system. And those continuing to climb beyond 1,500 steps might eventually achieve at least a realm master-level strength. 1 year after the opening of the path to immortality, a year had passed, and Bai Ye had surpassed the vast majority of participants, with many less talented individuals already stagnating. Now, Bai Ye stood at the 1,499th step, and then he took a step forward, instantly entering the 1,500th step. At the moment Bai Ye climbed the 1,500th step, his name attracted the attention of countless powers. In the Blue Universe Empire, at the first moment, someone reported to the Blue Universe Ancestor and Emperor Ancestor, Your Majesty, our empire has another genius who has entered the 1,500th step, and counting this person, we estimate that nearly 10,000 from our empire have passed the 1,500th step. By the end of the report, the official's tone was somewhat excited. Good, very good. Why have I never heard of this Bai Ye before? He managed to pass the selection of the path to immortality in just 1 year. This suddenly emerged Bai Ye has climbed the 1,500th step in a year. It seems his talent is also quite strong. He must be a genius who has been continuously improving during this year. This genius, named Bai Ye, must be rewarded handsomely after the competition. Initially, they had a rough estimate of how many people in the Blue Universe Empire could reach the 1,500th step, thinking it was mostly well-known geniuses. Now, with the sudden emergence of an unfamiliar name, it was naturally a pleasant surprise. This triggered a heated discussion among the people of the Blue Universe Empire. At this moment on Earth, when Bai Ye stepped onto the 1,500th step, it instantly caused a sensation. Haha, Lord Bai Ye has passed the 1,500th step. Lord Bai Ye, I love you. I want to have your children. Haha, Bai Ye is so strong. He is the first to pass the assessment in the entire Milky Way. The entire Earth was incredibly excited and stirred up. Bai Ye's family felt the same. Wow, my brother is really amazing. He passed the assessment in a year and reached first in the entire Milky Way. Bai Xiaoyao instantly jumped up in excitement, while Zhao Ting was also filled with excitement, her face full of happy smiles. Good. Even Bai Guohua, who was pretending to be calm, couldn't help but say good repeatedly, unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. And not just the Earth and Bai Ye's family. The entire galaxy was in a frenzy because Bai Ye came from their galaxy, and they all felt a tremendous sense of glory. Haha, our galaxy finally has someone who passed the selection of the immortal path. Who is this Bai Ye? I had never heard of him before, but I still have to give him a big thumbs up. Incredible. I wonder who would dare to say that our galaxy is at the bottom of the entire Blue Universe Empire now. Our galaxy's Bai Ye passed the selection assessment of the immortal path in just 1 year, and such a result is among the top, even in the entire Blue Universe Empire. I knew it. There would definitely be someone from our galaxy who could pass the selection of the immortal path. Look, there was indeed no mistake. This Bai Ye has such strong talent, yet he had no fame before. Chapter 96. Excitement and turmoil before this. Bai Ye had no reputation, but in just 1 year, he managed to reach 1,500 steps of the immortal ladder. His potential must be extraordinary, and his talent must be incredibly strong. The reason they had not heard of Bai Ye before was likely because he was born on a planet or from a power that was too weak, lacking good resources for cultivation. Now, having encountered the heavenly opportunity of the immortal ladder, he soared directly to great heights, unleashing his potential. This is also the significance of the immortal path's existence, opening countless opportunities to countless human geniuses across the universe, not letting any extraordinary talent slip by. As long as you possess strong talent, once you enter the immortal path, you will be able to fully unleash your potential and experience an explosive rise to greatness. Geniuses who erupt in such a manner are often incredibly terrifying because they have experienced days without resources, opportunities, or cultivation techniques. They seize any chance before them, grasping favorable circumstances to strengthen themselves and fully unleash all the talents they can tap into. Currently, Bai Ye is seen as one of these individuals. However, regardless of how the outside world stirred or what waves it created, it had nothing to do with Bai Ye at this moment. He was still earnestly comprehending the law imprints on the immortal path and continuously climbing higher. At this moment, Bai Ye took a brief look at the intelligent wristwatch on his hand. Bai Ye, Tianyu Universe Divine Kingdom, Source Blue Empire, Blue U Empire, Milky Way Galaxy, Immortal Path Steps, 1503 ranking, 13, 982, 892. Bai Ye checked his assessment information and found that he was ranked beyond 10 million. However, this was not surprising. He had not rushed through the stages, but had comprehended the law imprints of each step. In the entire Tianyu Universe Divine Kingdom, with billions of star systems and countless geniuses, those who could reach 1,500 steps were certainly not few. Continuing forward, Bai Ye's gaze was firm. He had already comprehended the law imprint of this step and would continue to ascend to a higher level. Time flowed slowly again, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During these 3 years, Bai Ye had comprehended the spatial laws of each step, and while some cultivation techniques and manuals appeared, he still chose not to learn them, only recording some particularly powerful techniques. In 3 years, Bai Ye's progress was remarkably steady and swift, without any hindrance. Step 1610. Step 1660. Step 1782. Step 1932. When Bai Ye stepped onto the 2000th step, he was unaware that his achievements had already surpassed everyone in the Blue U Empire. The previous hope, Orleans, had long been completely surpassed by him. He had now become the pride of countless people in the Blue U Empire, driving them into a frenzy. Yet, even so, Bai Ye's pace of advancement did not stop. Step 2112. Step 2352. Step 2553. Step 2672. Bai Ye's progress was unwavering, and although his speed adjusted, there were no signs of stagnation. As he climbed more steps, his ranking naturally rose higher, attracting intense attention from countless powers, especially those forces that had originally been watching him. The people from the regions represented by Bai Ye were going absolutely wild. For example, Earth, the Milky Way Galaxy, etc. Oh, this is so crazy. Lord Bai Ye has already climbed over 3,000 steps. Ha ha ha. Our Earth will eventually gain fame in the universe. Lord Bai Ye is truly magnificent. Bai Ye has reached the 3,000th step, 3,100 steps, 3,330 steps. This is insane, absolutely insane. He's already in the top 20,000, 10,000, top 5,000. Haha, at 4,000 steps, Bai Ye has entered the top 3,000. This is the overall ranking of the entire Tianyu Universe Divine Kingdom with billions of star systems. Bai Ye is amazing, and our Milky Way Galaxy is equally amazing. Haha, Bai Ye is so strong. Today marks the moment of our Milky Way Galaxy's rise. This is our galaxy's unparalleled genius. Bai Ye is also our Blue U Empire's unparalleled genius, ranked in the top 3,000 of the overall Tianyu Universe Divine Kingdom. This is a pride we have never had before, absolutely the most extraordinary talent in the history of our Blue U Empire. Haha, the Blue U Empire is managed by our Source Blue Empire, so Bai Ye is also a genius of our Source Blue Empire. He is truly incredible, and in the peak competition of the Tianyu Universe Divine Kingdom, being ranked in the top 3,000 is an unprecedented honor. When Bai Ye stepped onto the 4,000th step and entered the top 3,000 of the Tianyu Universe Divine Kingdom, not only did Earth and the Milky Way Galaxy erupt, but the Blue Empire also went wild. Even the source blue higher civilization universe kingdom became frantic, and all regions related to Bai Ye were completely stirred up. Originally, Carlo, who was highly regarded by the source blue ancestor and thought to have the potential to enter the top 1,000, had not even made it into the top 10,000 and was surpassed by numerous geniuses, falling far behind. In contrast, the previously unknown Bai Ye had entered the top 3,000. While Bai Ye's direct empire was the Blue Yu Empire, this was under the jurisdiction of the source blue higher cosmic civilization empire, which also ignited the frenzy of countless people in the source blue empire. The entire empire, with billions of life planets, was cheering and leaping in joy. At this moment, Bai Ye's family was also extremely excited, especially by Xiaoyao, who was bouncing with joy. Bai Ye's women were similarly thrilled, and everyone connected to Bai Ye wore expressions of immense excitement, showing smiles that were hard to conceal, with some even laughing crazily. Chapter 97. The assessment of the immortal path ends when one immerses their attention in a certain matter. Time always seems to pass quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years have gone by again. At this moment, Bai Ye is quietly sitting cross-legged on the 6,010th step, contemplating the spatial law imprint before him. Almost no one remains in front of him, with only one person each on the 6,126th and 6,128 steps. Kote and Loyu from the Tianyu universe divine kingdoms, Tianyu secret realm. These two quickly ascended nearly 2,000 immortal steps on the first day the immortal path appeared, and then spent 6 years climbing over 4,000 more steps. During these 6 years, Bai Ye took his time, fully comprehending the spatial law imprint on each step. At this point, he has far surpassed everyone else and arrived behind the two. Bai Ye's astonishing performance has completely shocked the outside world, sparking even more enthusiastic cheers and discussions. Bai Ye glanced at the information displayed on his smart wristwatch. Bai Ye, Tianyu Universe Divine Kingdom, Source Blue Empire, Lanyu Empire, Milky Way Galaxy, Immortal Path Step, 6010. Ranking, 3rd. Only 1 day left until it ends. Bai Ye looked at the countdown information, which showed an extra day, and murmured to himself. He then stepped onto a higher step again, eager to make the most of the remaining time. He could still comprehend a few more spatial law imprints of the immortal steps. Bai Ye entered the next step, and soon, the day passed quickly as he continuously comprehended the spatial law imprints of several different steps. Phew, it's over. Bai Ye let out a long breath, his eyes showing a hint of reluctance. After leaving the immortal path, that unique feeling of quickly grasping the spatial laws vanished. With the assistance of the spatial law imprints on the immortal path, his comprehension speed of spatial laws over the past 6 years has indeed advanced by leaps and bounds, much faster than usual. However, he still needs to experiment to know the exact situation. Unfortunately, there are still nearly 3,000 steps that he has not comprehended. Although he has tried not to waste time, 6 years is ultimately too short for him to fully grasp the spatial laws of 9,000 immortal steps. Perhaps given a few more years, he could manage to comprehend them all. Master, you have received many unfamiliar communications and emails. Do you want to connect and check? Suddenly, Bai Ye's intelligent life form, Atada, reminded him. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye frowned slightly and quickly guessed the reason. He said, intercept all unfamiliar communications and emails. For now, ignore anything unrelated to the competition. Bai Ye was aware of his ranking and the stir his performance has caused. He could guess the situation. These people contacting him were probably just congratulating him to build a closer relationship or try to recruit him to join certain factions. However, his goal is to join the virtual wormhole company, so he did not wish to engage with these attempts at recruitment. But if he directly refused in person, he might offend certain powers, so he chose to intercept all unfamiliar communications and emails. Brother, little Yi, Bai Ye, boss. Just as Bai Ye was deep in thought, he heard calls from beside him. He turned to see his parents, younger sister, and young Kursin and Lu Yan. The term boss was called out by Lu Yan. Among those close to Bai Ye, only she retained this unique title, which, according to her, holds a special meaning between them. Brother, you are really amazing. I'm so proud of you. Bai Xiaoyao exclaimed excitedly, bouncing in front of Bai Ye. The others were equally thrilled, but they understood to tone it down a bit. Dad, Mom, little sister, Kursin, and Xiaoyan, let's talk outside. Bai Ye called everyone to exit the virtual universe together, no matter how real the virtual universe seems. It cannot compare to the existence of reality. After not seeing them for 6 years, Bai Ye missed everyone dearly, so he set aside 2 days to spend quality time with his family. When a selection of the immortal path concluded and Bai Ye exited the immortal path space, the ancestors and emperor of the Lanyu Empire, along with many high-ranking officials, were all excited. The peak genius selection had produced the 3rd place in the entire Tianyu universe divine kingdom, which came from their Lanyu Empire, a medium-level civilization in the universe. They were discussing what rewards should be given to Bai Ye, this extraordinary genius. Shouldn't we give him a powerful cultivation method or a strong source weapon? No. These are too insincere. The methods we can provide might not even compare to the legacy Bai Ye obtained on the immortal steps. The same goes for source weapons. We seem to lack suitable inventory for extremely powerful source weapons in our treasury, and Bai Ye can't use 2 powerful ones right now. On the other hand, weaker source weapons would make us seem insincere and stingy. Perhaps some high-tech weapons and resources to aid in cultivation. Bai Ye should come from a backward planet. Maybe these could help him develop his hometown. Perhaps we can reward him with some life planets, another minister suggested. After much discussion, they ultimately felt that rewarding Bai Ye with some life planets would be better. However, there was still no unified conclusion on how many life planets to give. I think we can reward him with 1,000 life planets around his home planet, one minister suggested. 1,000 is too few, at least 10,000 life planets. Otherwise, with Bai Ye's talent, 1,000 life planets would mean nothing to him. I feel that rewarding him with 100,000 life planets would be better. Given Bai Ye's talent displayed now, compared to previous peak genius competitions, I believe he has a great chance of joining the virtual wormhole company. Now is the best time to build a relationship with him. We can't be stingy. In the end, under the ancestors' suggestion, they decided to reward Bai Ye with at least 100,000 life planets. However, just as the emperor of the Lanyu Empire was about to announce the result, he suddenly received a message. After reviewing the information, the emperor immediately changed the decision he had just made. Chapter 98. Huge reward. The information received by Emperor Lanyu was from the Source Blue Advanced Civilization Cosmic Nation, which made him unexpectedly happy after reading it. The Source Blue Empire asked him to award the entire galaxy and the 6 surrounding star systems, totaling 7 star systems, to Bai Ye in the name of the Source Blue Advanced Civilization Cosmic Nation and the Lanyu Intermediate Civilization Cosmic Nation. In return, the Source Blue Empire would provide certain compensations to the Lanyu Empire in other aspects. Subsequently, Emperor Lanyu announced to everyone that the originally promised reward of 100,000 life planets had been changed to the galaxy and the 6 surrounding star systems. Many ministers were taken aback upon hearing this, shocked by Emperor Lanyu's generosity. Although the Lanyu Empire possessed numerous star systems, one galaxy was not considered much, and even adding the 6 surrounding star systems did not seem overly painful. However, a star system contains at least hundreds of thousands of life planets and countless resource planets, representing immense wealth and power. To be the ruler of a star system, one must at least possess the strength of a star system level. Choosing to reward 7 star systems at once and combining them into a small star domain was undoubtedly a significant move. However, soon after, when Emperor Lanyu revealed the Source Blue Empire's decision, everyone suddenly understood. He was actually ranked over 50,000. Carlo felt an extreme sense of unwillingness in his heart. He originally thought he could enter the top 1,000, but over the past 6 years, he had made almost no progress, only to be surpassed by many geniuses in the realm of laws who were originally not as talented as him, ultimately placing him over 60,000. Such a ranking clearly did not meet the previous requirements set by his ancestor. With this performance, it was nearly impossible to obtain the ancestor's protection and recommendation to ascend to the throne of the Source Blue Empire. In fact, he might even face punishment, as he had let down the trust and training his ancestor had placed in him. Prince Carlo emerged. It was said that the ancestor had high expectations for Prince Carlo to be in the top 1,000, but Carlo's ranking was 63,200, which was far too distant and let down the ancestor's expectations. Hadn't Prince Carlo previously claimed he would aim for the top 300? The selection competition in the Tianyu secret realm had seen Prince Carlo ranked among the top. Over the past 6 years, Prince Carlo's strength had seen almost no improvement. Even with numerous law imprints, he remained stagnant, while other geniuses continued to progress and surpass him. Fortunately, our Source Blue Empire has Bai Ye. Otherwise, we would truly be embarrassed. Indeed, Bai Ye belongs to our Source Blue Empire. At the moment Carlo appeared, some of the high-ranking officials of the former Source Blue Empire, who were not part of Carlo's faction, began to discuss in hushed tones, particularly those who were not on good terms with Carlo's faction, seizing this opportunity to strike at Carlo. They were not afraid of Carlo hearing them. On the contrary, no one from Carlo's faction dared to speak at that moment. Listening to the discussions around him, Carlo's face turned ugly. He felt as if he were about to lose all dignity. He had never wanted to tear apart the mouths of these old geezers to make them quiet more than he did at that moment. Unfortunately, he did not dare to do so and lacked the strength to accomplish it. Then, his older brother's words made his expression even worse. Congratulations, second brother. Although you are ranked over 60,000, you still have the opportunity to participate in the second round of the Peak Genius Battle. This is truly something to be delighted about. The first prince, Cabin, approached him coldly, mocking him. The other accompanying princes looked at Carlo with expressions of ridicule. This scene made Carlo's face look even worse, and his mood sank further. Then he saw Bai Ye's name and identity information highlighted on the virtual screen, along with the reward of a small star domain, and an immense jealousy surged within him. For a moment, he even had the thought of wanting to kill Bai Ye, but this idea was quickly extinguished. Setting aside whether he was Bai Ye's opponent or whether he could find Bai Ye, even if someone under him could locate and kill Bai Ye, he did not have the courage to do so. A genius like Bai Ye had already displayed his talent. With the talent and strength he currently exhibited, countless powerful individuals and factions would be paying attention to him. He had no opportunity to accomplish this deed, and even if he succeeded by chance, the result awaiting him would be his own death. The Peak Genius Battle organized by the Virtual Wormhole Company could not allow for assassination of opponents. Once such a situation occurred, the faction of that person could be annihilated. In the Tianyu Cosmic Divine Kingdom, within a magnificent palace. Oh, this little fellow named Bai Ye actually has such strong talent. His talent might not be weaker than Luo Yu and Carter. At this moment, the ruler of Tianyu was looking at the information from the selection competition in this grand palace. It's a pity that such strong talent was not discovered for the Tianyu secret realm earlier. This little fellow's strength might not be weaker than Carter and Luo Yu. There might be suspense in the selection for the first place in this Peak Genius Battle of the Tianyu Cosmic Divine Kingdom. The ruler of Tianyu sighed lightly. The immortal gods below could not help but feel shocked, thinking that the ruler of Tianyu was placing too high an evaluation on Bai Ye. The ruler of Tianyu was a great existence that surpassed the immortal gods, while Bai Ye was just a mere being in the realm of laws, unworthy of such high praise from the ruler of Tianyu. During these past 10 days, although Bai Ye had cut off the reception of unfamiliar communications and emails, the Lanyu Empire still managed to contact Bai Ye through other means, informing him of the rewards from the Source Blue Advanced Civilization Cosmic Nation and the Lanyu Intermediate Civilization Cosmic Nation. Bai Ye naturally did not choose to refuse such an opportunity that came without any special requirements, and becoming the ruler of these star systems, especially the ruler of the galaxy, would not only benefit Bai Ye, but also greatly benefit Earth in the future. It would connect to the universe, lead to the cosmos, and develop within the universe, significantly enhancing the status of Earthlings in the galaxy. Bai Ye completed the handover ceremony for the galaxy and the 6 surrounding star systems in just over 2 days, officially becoming the ruler of these 7 star systems and receiving protection under the laws of the human cosmic star river. Moreover, professionals would manage these star systems for Bai Ye. He only needed to issue various commands, and designated personnel would carry them out, with substantial profits generated every quarter. More importantly, this would not affect Bai Ye's cultivation. Chapter 99. Huge improvement in strength. After Bai Ye finished dealing with matters in reality, he entered the virtual universe, opened the battle space of the virtual training arena, and continued his combat training. It is worth mentioning that during these 6 years, Bai Ye's parents and family members did not constantly focus on his competition situation. They also took a lot of time to cultivate, so during these 6 years, with the vast resources left by Bai Ye and the foundation built earlier, Bai Ye's parents, younger sister, Yang Kursin, Lu Yin, and others who mattered to him have all broken through to the realm of laws, greatly extending their lifespans. Some of them may have ordinary talents, but with the abundant resources left by Bai Ye, even with resource accumulation, it is easy to reach the realm of laws. However, this can only make them ordinary beings at the realm of laws, with weak combat power. Bai Ye does not need their help in battles. For them, breaking through the realm is primarily about extending their lifespans. In the battle space of the virtual training arena, Bai Ye's figure transformed, creating thousands of phantom bodies that covered a large area. For 1,000 phantom bodies, after comprehending the spatial imprint on the immortal ladder for 6 years, Bai Ye's understanding of the laws of space has made tremendous progress, and his phantom bodies changed from hundreds to 4,000. Being able to create 1,000 phantom bodies means completely mastering the third form of the spatial phantom body, reaching the invincible level of a Star Master. Now, with 4,000 phantom bodies, Bai Ye far exceeds the level of the third form and has begun to advance towards the fourth form, although there is still a significant gap before fully mastering the fourth form. Just this progress in the laws of space has greatly enhanced Bai Ye's strength compared to 6 years ago. 6 years ago, his understanding of the laws of fire allowed him to master the third form of the fiery sun sword technique, bringing his strength to the invincible level of a Star Master. Now his understanding of the laws of space has also reached the level of the third form of the spatial phantom body, similarly reaching the invincible level of a Star Master. This has a tremendous boosting effect on Bai Ye's original strength, especially increasing his group combat capabilities significantly. Perhaps he could easily defeat opponents who have only comprehended a single ordinary law to reach the invincible level of a Star Master. Bai Ye summoned thousands of virtual beings emanating terrifying fluctuations, all at the peak of the Star Master level. Then, Bai Ye's 4,000 phantom bodies simultaneously launched an attack, and these thousands of virtual beings with peak Star Master strength were instantly annihilated. What Bai Ye just used was merely the laws of space and fire, both at the invincible level of Star Master. In these 6 years, not only has Bai Ye's understanding of the laws of space improved, but his explosive fire dragon clone has also continuously received the inheritance of the laws of fire, leading to significant progress in his fire laws. The inheritance of the fire laws over 6 years has greatly enhanced Bai Ye's understanding of fire laws, and, combined with the laws of space, he has become proficient in executing the fourth form of the fiery sun sword technique. The fourth form of the fiery sun sword technique corresponds to the strength capable of killing initial stage galaxy-level beings. It can be said that achieving such a level in the realm of laws is an extremely extraordinary existence. Especially to accomplish this in such a short time is even more unimaginable. Time quickly passed, and nearly 2 months later, the third round of the selection competition was about to officially begin. "Brother, which battle space are you assigned to?" Bai Xiaoyao asked Bai Ye. This round of the selection competition includes the entire Blue Universe medium civilization Cosmic Empire and many low-level civilization cosmic nations under its banner, totaling 1 million participants. "I'm in battle space number 8. You and Mom and Dad are in the virtual universe. Just click on battle space number 8 to see me." Bai Ye smiled. Whoosh! Not long after Bai Ye finished speaking, his figure disappeared, having entered battle space number 8. At the same time, countless participants also entered their respective battle spaces. Soon, countless viewers flooded into the live broadcast rooms of each battle space, many of whom were looking for Bai Ye's figure, especially viewers from the Milky Way galaxy. "Where's Bai Ye?" "Not found in battle space number 1. Not found in battle space number 2 either. Bai Ye is in battle space number 8. Everyone hurry over." As this barrage of messages was sent out in the live broadcast rooms of various battle spaces, a large crowd instantly left those rooms and rushed to battle space No. 8. Fortunately, these live broadcast rooms were constructed by the virtual universe, so even with billions more people, there would be no lag. "Where's Bai Ye?" "Which one is Bai Ye?" "That young man in a white outfit, holding a battle knife. He is Bai Ye." "Wow, sisters, he is so handsome. I feel like I'm in love again." I bet Bai Ye will definitely advance in this round. I'm betting all my 30 million blue universe coins. Anyone want to bet against me? Damn, are you trying to fool a big fool here? Who doesn't know Bai Ye will definitely advance this time? He is the one who has climbed over 6,000 steps of the immortal ladder. Probably no one in the entire blue universe empire can match his talent at the realm of laws. Haha, don't say that. What if Bai Ye gets surrounded and eliminated? I bet 10 million universe coins that Bai Ye will advance. Anyone want to bet against me? Damn, another one trying to fool a big fool. At this moment, countless people in the Milky Way galaxy were also excitedly discussing, and the subject of their discussion remained Bai Ye. After all, Bai Ye had made the Milky Way galaxy famous throughout the entire Tianyu universe divine kingdom. In past selection competitions, weak galaxies like the Milky Way would merely watch quietly, at most discussing the talents of powerful forces, because before Bai Ye, the Milky Way had never produced anyone who could achieve such a high ranking in the peak talent selection competition. It was rare to have a contestant like Bai Ye, who ranked among the top, so they naturally felt very proud, sparking intense discussions. The Blue Universe, Medium Civilization, Cosmic Nation, the Milky Way galaxy, and many other galaxies were all paying attention to the situation inside the battle space. Inside battle space number 8, Bai Ye stood quietly with a battle knife in hand. In addition to him, nearly 100,000 contestants were also quietly waiting for the official start of the competition. They did not have to wait long, and a voice arose in the arena. Chapter 100, Siege? Instant kill. Before the battle officially began, Bai Ye's identity had already been recognized by everyone present, and countless gazes turned towards him. How unfortunate. I ended up in the same combat space as Bai Ye. I must keep my distance from him. With my strength, I could never be his opponent. Once the battle officially starts, I will move away from the center of the fight. With my abilities, I can survive until the end and surely secure a spot. No one has ever seen Bai Ye make a move, and no one knows how strong his true power is. Perhaps he isn't that strong, who knows? Maybe we can collaborate with some others to eliminate him first. If Bai Ye is out of the picture, we can surely make a name for ourselves in the universe. The many geniuses present had different thoughts swirling in their minds. None of them were foolish to have cultivated to this level. Each had their own plans and ideas. However, without a doubt, among all the geniuses present, the one others feared the most was Bai Ye. Though no one had seen him truly fight, reaching over 6,000 steps on the immortal path indicated formidable strength. Many major powers estimated that Bai Ye's strength was at least at the peak level of Star Masters, if not stronger. For most of them, who only had the strength of Star Masters or mid-level Star Masters, even a peak Star Master could easily wipe them out. Yet, Bai Ye felt no tension. With his strength, killing these ordinary geniuses of the law realm was a piece of cake. Just as everyone was contemplating, a voice announcing the official start of the assessment rang out. The moment the voice echoed, suddenly, over 1,000 attacks came rushing toward Bai Ye's position. Sword beams, blade lights, thunder, flames, and so on, all infused with the power of laws. Clearly, someone had coordinated to launch a surprise attack on Bai Ye right from the start. They had clearly underestimated him. Bai Ye showed no change in expression as he faced these attacks. Just as the attacks were about to reach him, Bai Ye's figure vanished without a trace, making all those attacks miss. His speed was astonishing. Where did Bai Ye go? His sudden disappearance rendered their anticipated attack useless, and the terrifying speed left them shocked. How dare you initiate an attack against me first? Above the heads of the crowd, Bai Ye's figure suddenly reappeared, looking down at those who had just attacked him and coldly spoke. In that brief moment, only Bai Ye and those who had just ambushed him remained. Everyone else had already distanced themselves, as the number of people present was too great for a proper battle. Bai Ye, although you rank 3rd on the immortal ladder, your strength has never been displayed. Perhaps your combat power isn't as strong as imagined, one of the attackers said. That's right, Bai Ye. I don't believe we can't take you down with so many of us working together. You brought this on yourself by attracting so much attention. Many geniuses began to voice their thoughts, some sneering, believing their victory was assured. Bai Ye didn't waste any more words and slowly drew his battle knife. He didn't use the space law, but unleashed the terrifying solar blade technique. A blade light infused with the terrifying fire law swept towards the crowd with incredible speed. Before they could react, The blade light had already covered over 100 people. When they realized the attack was coming, the terrifying blade was already upon them, and they could only barely defend themselves, utterly unable to dodge. However, the blade light contained the power of the terrifying fire law, which they could not withstand. It sliced through their bodies, and they vanished without a trace, eliminated from the competition. With just one blade light, Bai Ye directly eliminated over 100 people, leaving those secretly observing the scene shocked. After unleashing this blade light, Bai Ye did not pause, but moved swiftly toward the group. He then executed the solar blade technique again, using the third form, which was beyond the capabilities of these geniuses to resist. The third form of the solar blade technique represented the invincible power at the Star Master level. Those with only initial or mid-level Star Master strength stood no chance of resisting. They had no power to fight back. The moment they made contact with Bai Ye's attack, both their offense and defense collapsed, and they were instantly killed. Their attacks posed no threat to Bai Ye. Most couldn't even land a hit. And those who did found their attacks completely ineffective, perfectly blocked by Bai Ye. Many didn't even get the chance to attack before being eliminated. The audience outside, watching the battle in Space 8, was left in shock at this scene. Damn, Bai Ye is so strong. These guys are incredibly weak, over 1,000 attacking one person. And this is the result? Where did they get the courage? Knowing it's Bai Ye, they still dared to ambush him. Maybe they thought they'd take a gamble, like turning a cruiser into a spaceship. The powerful observers shook their heads at this scene. Bai Ye's strength is too formidable. He is now using the third form of the solar blade technique, a level of strength that has reached the invincible tier of Star Masters. Facing Bai Ye, who possesses invincible Star Master strength, these people could only flee at the first opportunity, rather than attempting to surround him. They wouldn't have a chance against such power. He deserves it. He was foolish to provoke Bai Ye. Isn't he just looking for trouble? Regardless of the discussions outside, they had no impact on Bai Ye and could not change the fate of these geniuses. In just a moment, by executing the third form of the solar blade technique, Bai Ye, with his invincible Star Master level strength, wiped out all the over 1,000 geniuses in front of him. How could your strength be so strong? The last genius, who possessed peak mid-level Star Master strength and was one of the organizers of the ambush, shouted an unwillingness before dissipating. Perhaps your strength is formidable among the geniuses in your cosmic nation, but to me, you are still too weak. From the moment you decided to ambush me, this outcome was already destined. Bai Ye said flatly, with no ripple of emotion stirred within him by the scene before him.